reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi there, my name's Leona. I'm a presenter, a guest and a crafter. I got into crafting years ago. I've been crafting since I was a child and I absolutely love it. I love my job. I love the presenting side because I get to meet loads of really inspirational people, and that's just the beauty of this. There's always something new to learn. There's always something that you want to get into. It's fabulous. My Let Leona Loose show is also fantastic. It's my weekly highlight. I get to work with loads of really cool brands, loads of fantastic products, and again, I'm always learning. And I do get loads of wonderful viewers getting in touch as well, which is obviously a highlight of our job. I hope you can join me on my Let Leona Loose shows every Wednesday, 11 AM and 2 PM.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family-run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. We're known for our MDF products and our mediums. All of our MDF products are produced in Devon, in the UK, and we have a wide variety of products to inspire you. So make sure you tune in to all our Crafty Devil shows.
Tickets are on sale now for Crafting Live at Sandown Racecourse. Featuring exclusive offers and competitions. Over 800 make and takes. Stock up from over 50 exhibitors. And meet and greet our craft presenters. Plus, craft members save 25% off their tickets. Book your tickets now at creatingcraft.com and search for Crafting Live.
What a jolly start to the morning. Hello everyone, welcome to the Craft Store. My name's Dan Bancroft and it is happy hour time, meaning loads of exciting products across paper crafting on the counter, but extra discounts just for this 60 minutes. So when you start to check out your baskets after the hour or just when it turns 8 o'clock, you will lose. There'll be great prices anyway, but further discounts for you as well. So you can get ahead of it, of course, on thecraftstore.com to see all the items on there. Maybe you're looking for some magnetic sheets, some gold cardstock. We've got watercolour. We've got a beautiful pearlescent gold cardstock too. Dies, selection boxes, nested, all on the website as well. So the clock is ticking. Thecraftstore.com is where you go to get hold of everything on this show. Should we start? Okay, let's do that. Julie Hickey, absolutely lovely, talented Julie Hickey. There's several items on the show. We've only got 2 of them out here, but the clock is on the screen. So, better than 50% off. Usual price, $20.46 for these stamps, and also for the little Dazzler bundles as well. $9.96 now, plus your P&P for the next 58 minutes and 41. 40. 39. I won't do it all the way through, I promise you. I know. Really, really pretty. You've got like wreath making, if you like, some lovely sentiments. Wishing you moments of joy today and always. What I love about these stamps is there's so much detail in the wreath particularly. By the way, the extra stamps that you can see here, like the verses, the happy, Father's Day, anniversary, love, thanks. Mother's Day, of course. If you haven't got a Mother's Day stamp in your collection, at the end of March it is. The majority of them will fit inside the wreath if that's what you'd rather do. I love the colouring choices. So maybe you love to do watercolour, maybe you love to do your alcohol markers, maybe it's pens and pencils, maybe it's some sort of waxes. With the glossies, you can decorate all of your cards going alongside these. You've got the party mix and the stormy sky colours, or completely separate, of course. I know a lot of bags and boxes adorn glossies, but If you haven't got all these colouring mediums, but you have got some embossing powder, then brilliant. Use embossing powder on these. Hey, listen, if you do want to do watercolour, we have watercolour cardstock on the show as well. But £9.96 in total, 757 756. 757 756 is your item number. Check out in the show, it'll be under £10 rather than just over 20. A second Julie Hickey collection for you is here. Different item number. It's your fresh florals, 582238. Beautiful, big statement florals. I think a number of these florals, actually the smaller ones, would look really pretty going around the outside of the wreath you just saw in the previous collection, if you're going to order them both at the same time. But very sketchy, beautiful artwork. You've got the extra little like elaborate details, like the little dots and things for detailing on the lace, so it could be a trail, but 12 stamps on there. And then a whole host of other glossies too, between the winter berries and the tutti frutti. You get, well, how many you get? 90 plus 90? 180! There we go. Together. Would you like to see some cards? I thought you would. Okay, why not? Here we go. So you can see the background has been created with the stamps, and then also these are the larger ones in there, just fussy cut out as well, some larger of the words being brought in, but lovely backgrounds, very, very pretty ideas. Ooh, talking about colour, lots of colour in the background of this one with some glittery cardstock, actually just purely in white. Again, it's a sketchy artistic drawing, so the fussy cutting doesn't have to be exact, therefore don't worry about a die to go alongside, but really, really fun, really pretty, lots of different ideas. Oh, maybe on paper, like newspaper print. Maybe you've got some dies. Actually, we've got some stamps on the show as well that maybe will do a similar effect to these. That's clever. Isn't that cool? Colouring on the inside, little sentiment. Have a lovely day. And then there, it matching up on the background. Clever. Clever. Well done, Julie. I mean, she knows she's clever, but I'm just reinforcing that point. Very pretty, thank you. That as a Mother's Day card, how pretty, or maybe a get well soon card. I love all the layering up as well. You can just see the little glossies in the centre of the flowers, or if you want to do larger makes, there you go. Looks like alcohol markers, doesn't it? Giving you some lovely blend in there. Or again, for your larger cards, with some sketch work on the inside. Very, very pretty. There we go. Happy hour, £10.97. It will go up to £15.97. So £5 extra off. I know it's nice and early. Happy Tuesday morning, but that's when we check out our baskets in the show if you can. 582-238 to get hold of yours. Now, this is a bumper collection of metal stencils that you can use with your embroidery threads if you wish. In fact, we've got some lovely embroidery one-day special coming up in the next hour. All of these, and I had to double-check and then triple-checked, you get all 15. Wow. £55 saving. Now, I haven't done one of these happy hour shows before, but this is incredible value, isn't it? Because not only can you stitch through it, they are stencils. So use them as a stencil, because you could then be spritzing through them, you could be painting through them, you could be pouncing through them, you could be inking through them. They are metal as well, so you could emboss and potentially get an even greater emboss because it's metal. It's not made of mylar or anything like that, or a plastic substance. It is metal, so super strong for your threads going through, super strong for even your ball tools. I know Chris, our director, was talking about bringing a ball tool to these. Absolutely get that idea as well. All 15, but within them you get even more greater design. So £19.99. Can I show you just one? Here it is. I know. Here we go. 179, by the way, 710 is your item number. So that could be the most elaborate card front, couldn't it? You could be putting a stitch detail through all these little pinholes, going all the way through. You could be ignoring the middle square if you wish and not bring a thread anywhere near there also. But now there is also a guide going through as well, like a stitch guide. If you're not sure where to start, you can just see, for example, just up there. You can just see the pattern of which you're going at. You can see another one down there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it does give you a guide. I hope you can spy that, of what you're going to be doing. And I'm just going to turn this package around, because then a little idea on the left-hand side of that packaging where you can break it down and have different stitches throughout. It's relevant to them all, by the way, so you can see you haven't got to put stitching. This could be like a really fine point pen going through. You can just see the embossed. Look at the square embossed on that one on the inside, like a snowflake. Very, very pretty, bringing you different cardstocks and things. And that is one of them, and it gives you 4 ideas. There's even more than 4 ideas on there, but you get 15 different ones as well. It's superior value for money. 179,710. wow, maybe you do workshops, maybe you're a tutor, maybe you want to do something different, and that is a beautiful, beautiful way to do so. Speaking of threads and ribbons, etc., we've got a ribbon bundle on the show as well. 20... Now, content may vary, but we opened up one of the Jelly Bean Crafts 20 reel bundle, and these are the colours that we got. You are saving £30 off. It's £9.99. That is a huge, even percentage-wise, that's incredible, isn't it? So for under £10, you've got Christmas. I love the Easter colours. If you're thinking spring Eastern colours, you've got a satin finish to these ones. The usual price $39.99, $9.99 plus your P&P this morning. 912879. Of course, if you're a Freedom member, you're going to have free P&P on this, and anyone can be a Freedom member also. Beautiful ideas. Like you say, yours may be different colours after all, but it could easily be the exact same as this. 912879. It brings those all together. The next item is a pick and mix. Any two for the price on the screen. And if you're brand new to crafting, brand new to card making, and you'll know this, I know most of you watching right now will know all about this. Nested cards, dies will make the cards that you're creating. You can't make any cards, I think, to look super professional without at least one matten layer. And then if you then want to do a gatefold card, you then want to do an easel card, you then want to do a note that attaches with it, you want it all to be perfect. You're going to make 100, and then we've got the exact same size, but you don't want a straight edge. You want some variety, you want to offer difference, you want to work with something new. All of these from Creative Crafts are part of the pick and mix. Choose any two. For example, you can see there the hexagons, you've got octagons in there, you've got DLs, you've got scallop circles, you've got all sorts of squares, even your essential ovals, even for $28.98. So your pick and mix price, you're saving an extra couple of pounds, which more or less covers your P&P, and then getting two home. 948322. And these are large. Well, shall I show you the scallop circles? Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that right? Yep. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I just doubted. Thank you for nodding, Kirsten. Just doubted my ability to count there for a sec. But I nailed it. Nearly first time. They're big, aren't they? These are big, big, big. Oh, I know it doesn't help me dashing off, but I'm going to dash away, team, okay? I'm going. I'll come back to this exact spot, or will I? Okay. Because, just thinking out loud of what we're doing. So these circles, this could be a lovely circular card front. This could be a home decor piece. It could be photographs of lovely friends and family and pets going in there. But then just thinking about the size of Julie's wreath stamp, for example. If you're wondering where am I going to put this, it'll look beautiful on an easel card. If you go on a square card, that could absolutely, that fits inside. That one, of course, it will fit inside even more as well. I'm going to put that back before I lose it. So there's 12 in the top packaging there, much bigger than the packaging suggests, right? You pick another one for the same price, another one for $28.98. I'm going to pop that down. Oh, hang on a minute, I haven't even put the joyful blooms back. The packaging. Let me pop that show away, oh no. Anyway, 948322, the most popular item on the show. And the hexagons, is this the right one? Yes. Is in the lead at the mo. Up to you. Maybe you've already had a pick and mix before. This is not the first time this has been on Happy Hour. Maybe you've missed out on the other sizes. Maybe you're ready thinking, yeah, you know what, I will go to the hexagons. I didn't realise the circles were so big. You've got two rectangular sizes at the bottom here. They are integrating dies, so you're not going to get repeats through any of them. 948322 to go for all of those, whatever you fancy. But Happy Hour price, order right now. Shall we continue on, team? Okay, because now we've got a lovely, pretty quick die collection and stamps, actually. You get both of these. And I guess like the previous ones, they are bigger than you think. In fact, I'll show you the board straight away and then bring the stamps down. Isn't this pretty? If you want to make cards to sell and you want quick cards, your card blank being larger than that, of course you cut it down and make sure it's larger. Really, really pretty. Completely agree with you there, Chris. Yeah, it's a lot bigger than the packaging. I mean, how does it even fit in there? Oh, pretty quick. Impressive results at once. Absolutely right. So lots of really pretty, and all of these are cut lines. All of these are cut lines. There might be the odd embossing detail as well going through. There's lots of release holes as well. So if you want a paper piece back in, for example, that butterfly, absolutely, paper piece it back in. But I think just having one pass, it's super, super pretty, isn't it? You then get the extra die on the inside as well. One's like a flower shape, one's an oval. And also, you then get a further stamp too. that will fit inside of there. That one says birthday wishes. Going to pop that one down. The next one, which is, well, it comes with this one, with love on your special day, fits in that one. But they both fit in both. So they're sizable for both. The oval fits in there, the flower fits in here, and you get both together too for £13.98. So £6 off, and a double pack as well. 454-139. If you're not sure what to go for and you're thinking, you know what, I haven't got loads of tools yet, or maybe you've got loads of tools, you're almost overwhelmed by it, and what do I use next? One passing to those, most beautiful card blank, done. You can make and sell if you'd rather. 454-139. I haven't seen this before, and this is very, very impressive. Before we get to the content, I might actually show you the packaging. In fact, I know it's sort of back to front how we normally do it. But crafty individuals from the Crafty Society, I know so many of you will already know about these, but I haven't had a chance to see these up close. Look at the clock bouncing around, that's fun. But look at these. So this is like such a, it feels like one of those gift boxes or gift, tokens you get for experience days. You keep coming down, be different, turn up in style. You could use this for storing after all. You could fully recycle this if you'd rather. But this is going to be jam-packed full of crafty goodies which are in front of me here. I love the idea of keeping them all together because there is a bit of a theme going on. I love the ombre effect on the packaging also, and all the floral details too. And then when you are storing them, on the spine it says Paper Society. Box 23, crafty individuals. So, check out all these beautiful stamps. There's I know you've got the autumnal stamp in there for you, but listen, I think it really screams Easter and spring to me, with the birds, with the wildlife, with the great outdoors. You can see that one there is a branch, and you could add loads of your little, it could be your glossies adding in there, it could be stippling for blossom. Really, really pretty. Is that like a kookaburra or some sort of, maybe a blue tip with a grand plumage? Beautiful plumage. Spread your wings and fly. Aren't they beautiful stamps? I don't know about you at home, but the volume of stamps in here isn't far away for 1997, right? For 1997. This could be the packaging you're decorating. By the way, when I was talking about earlier with Julie's floral stamps, I said there was like a print in one of them. That autumnal stamp is what I thought about with that, and also the Harlequin design. But really very, very pretty. And then, which way should we go? Let's go to dies? Let's go to dies next. Why not? So then you've also got 8 dies in here too. Again, you've got some floral elements. You've also got a sentiment too. You've got the bulrushes and things that coordinate alongside it. You've got like really foliage and textural elements. You haven't just got a straight frame or a straight oval edge. I mean, straight oval doesn't quite make sense, but you know what I mean. You've got like a pin dot, prick dot detail going through the outside also. So there's loads of detailing. That certainly takes you past 1997. You're verging on 27.97 now anyway. But then we continue on. Other way. Because you then get a whole load of papers, and you've also got some twine. These coordinating papers go with the theme of the autumnal feel, but of course it could be very Easter, very spring too. Baker's twine, that's very appropriate for this show, Christopher. Isn't it just? Oh yeah, the embossing folder behind it. A really pretty embossing folder, lots of backing papers, and just to bring one or two from the back forward, a whole host of toppers as well, coordinating with the stamps that you've got. You could use these as inspirational pieces for recreating these on a much larger scale. You could use it as a tag on the back. It could be the tag on the present that's going alongside. There is a lot in here, isn't there? Absolutely. There's an awful lot in there. So you've got your dies, your embossing folder, your stamps, your twine as well. I think, oh yeah, at the top here, the stencil. Yeah, good point, team. You've also got your stencils to create depth and dimension, to make those backgrounds, to bring in your inks if you wish. In fact, one of the bits on the box says, be brave, turn up the inkiness. Well, why not? That's exactly what you can do. 1997 to get it all home. And then, one more thing to show you, team. If you're thinking at home, what's in the little book? I'm going to show you. So here we go. You can see the Paper Craft Society. A big hello from Jean, who's the lady behind it all. And then tons and tons of inspiration. Yes, that's your proper little glossy magazine, isn't it? On really thick paper. Oh, there you go. Your includes in that's not a competition. That's in this box. In this box, worth £60. You are partnered with 1997. So even 27.97 is 50% off, right? But creating that scene, giving you different ideas. The plinth, as you just spied there. You've got little downloads that you go alongside if you'd rather a bit more about 5 minutes with Jean. How lovely. But I think it's just really, really pretty cards. New card, there you go. That's an easel card. Now, if you're thinking, how on earth do I make an easel card? You've got all the nested dies on the show that you could absolutely use alongside. This one is using the oval, which is included in the dies here. So, kind of technically, you don't need to buy anything else. I completely appreciate that. I won't show you every single project, but there's loads of inspiration, even from different folks. How to use the embossing folder, for example. I think this is a beautiful product, isn't it? Isn't it absolutely lovely? If it's a gift to somebody else, is this going to be a embossing? Is it going to be a Mother's Day present to your mum who also crafts? It doesn't just arrive in this container, which is what's going to be on the spine saying number 23. There's a further box it arrives as well. There it is. I mean, even I can wrap that. 133252 is your item number, and a little bottle of ink. I didn't realise we haven't got that out, but a little bottle of ink is also included. 133252. That is a fabulous. That might be my secret favourite product on the show. All of that I think is a giftable to yourself. Really, really exciting. Lots of different, and a great saving. That hasn't got to be on happy hour at all, but the fact you're getting another £10 off, £8, absolutely beautiful. 133252. I must continue on because we've got all sorts more for you here. Funky fossil designs, rain or shine. Here they come. Again, 2 stencils and dies. So you've got your stencils and your dies that coordinate with. On your stencils, you can see you've got your rainbow, your drops, your sun, your clouds, and your zigzags, probably lightning. And then you've also got the equivalent in the dies too. So if that's going to be cut out of... Actually, we've got some lovely pearlized cardstock on this show. It could be out of that. You could be doing multiple raindrops. It could be the putting the detailing in the umbrella if you'd rather. A really pretty collection, this. $10.99 is your total price rather than $16.49. 6 dies, 1 stencil, but in that 1 stencil is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 if you like design. There's many more than 5 in there, but you get my gist. 230142 from Funky Fossils. And finally, maybe a real treat to yourself. This almost feels like stocking filler price, if you know what I mean. Especially in happy hour, $9.99. So it is a peony frame die set. 211495. 211495. To give you an idea of the size of it, there you go. So about as big as my hand. And my hand is a very average, normal size hand, which doesn't really help you because maybe we've never met. Maybe we have. 211495. Now, here's the thing, there's loads more on the show. We've got magnetic sheets, we've got gold cardstock, we've got pearlescent, we've got watercolour, loads on this show. Happy hour price, so the clock is ticking to make sure you get those. Some are 50% offers, some are what was like £50+ off. Super exciting, loads more coming up today. I can see the hand embroidery show being set up now for the one-day special. Hey, at 9 o'clock, at 9 o'clock, that best-selling Merlin vacuum is back in stock for you for one more show. It has never been beaten in price for the next show as well. So if you're thinking about that or wondering, why is that for me? Why is it on the craft store? 9 o'clock is the show for you. But everything all together, if you wish to divide the cost, of course, you are welcome to with FlexiBuy.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
That is very exciting for that 9 o'clock back show, by the way. I'll tell you now, £22.50 on FlexiPay. And you can choose your colour, that's right. Anyway, we continue on. Jelly Bean Crafts are bringing you lots of different cardstocks on the show and also ribbons as well. Magnetic sheets is the next one we wish to show. We're offering you a lot of dies. Where are you going to store them? Have you got binders? Have you got ring pulls? I know a lot of crafters use magnetic sheets and put them on the wall, attach them to the wall, on the back of doors, for example. 10 different sheets. You can put magnetic sheets through a die cutting machine to hold your dies in place. Just make sure it's the back, not the cutting edge, because it will cut through your magnetic sheets. But $9.99 for 10 of them. It is magnetic on one side, which is very important to say, because, so, that peony die, for example, there it is, on your magnetic sheet, so you sort of get the idea of it. So if it is going to be hanging on the wall, obviously it all stays put together. The other side is not magnetic, so then you can actually flick through them, because obviously if they're all magnetic on both sides, you're not going to be able to open the sheets, or the dies will touch together, which could damage dies. So they're not meant to be double-sided. But again, if you need magnetic sheets for storage or for your die cut machine, you get 10 of them. If your folder is A5 in size, you can cut these down as well. That's completely up to you. Obviously, they're your property once you get them home. But 933-686 for your 10 magnetic sheets there. There we go. Going to pop that down, and I'm going to put this die back. Thank you, Kirsty. Gold! Cardstock is the next item we are now going to. Look how much you're getting. Two sizes of gold cardstock. You've got 40 A5 and 80 A6. Perfect for your mats and layers. There you go. That is your A5 size, basically half of A4. And that is your A6. 320 GSM, so extremely durable. Of course, it could be for your card blanks, but you know what? I think box making out of these, actually, is gold on one side. To give you an idea of how well it embosses. Look at these. Even on the other side. Isn't that absolutely incredible? Listen, you've got options if you want to do maybe a contrast, but to have that popping through with your embossing folders or die cutting. User stays on ink. You could also be inking on tier 2. Look at the saving! $9.99. You are saving £14. That is incredibly exciting. It will go up to $23.99 at the end of this show. What's the time right now? Oh, nearly halfway through. 351978 is your item number. So well, everybody checking out your baskets. You've got the phone number on the screen, but I know most of you like to go to the website, thecraftstore.com, to get hold of everything. If you have just joined and you're thinking, what was that Papercraft Society box? Where is the magnetic sheet? We'll come to it all again. The nested buy any two, like a pick and mix, that's on the way for you too. Two more items, your absolute essentials is your cardstocks here. One is watercolour, which is on the screen right now for you, which is 280 GSM. 80 sheets there for you with watercolour. And again, maybe you want to do what you were seeing with Jean and the Craft Society and try some watercolouring, then absolutely, why not go for that as well. Watercolour, for me, there's a slight hammering to it, which is the sort of closer knit, thicker fibres of the paper, which allows you to add water to it so it doesn't soak too much. So if you've never tried watercolouring, then use watercolour cardstock. It will make life easier. But you know what? Watercolour cardstock hasn't just got to be used for watercolour. I think that's not what I do. If you lay any ink on anything, you will get a better finish on watercolour cardstock compared to non-watercolour. That's just a general fact across the board. Normal cardstock takes ink as well, of course it does. But you know, it slightly runs sometimes, or you think, actually, I will put a spritz on it, but it starts curling and that kind of thing. Watercolour is what helps detract from that, so it's really, really useful. Anyway, I'm going to put this down. $15.99 for 80 sheets, 422-157. That is 50% off. Next to there, ice gold paper. Now, you might not be able to see it when it's flat, but this is extraordinary. 300 sheets of 120 GSM ice gold. Brilliant weight for inserts, a brilliant weight to go through your printer, if that's what you'd rather do. Again, huge saving of $14.99. No, sorry, down to $14.99. You're saving £24 for 300 sheets. That is an awful lot of paper, isn't it? 072-428, 072-428. You could be making your smaller envelopes out of this as well, so lots of different choice for you. Just going to pop that down, but I think as far as value for money, 072-428 is your item number. Now then, again, we're going to give you a quick window to check out your baskets, check out your carts. You can check the schedule, check the blog, see what's going on, products on the show after all. But I mentioned about free P&P earlier on. If you want the chance for that, have a look at this.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom Members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Well, that's really easy to remember, 88888. That's much better than the Create Craft Club number, which I can't remember off the top of my head. But nevertheless, how exciting. Rightio, we've shown you everything that we have out on the counter. If you're maybe watching the whole show or you want to quick nip off and get some breakfast, whatever you fancy, place your orders. Whilst the clock is ticking, happy hour means you're getting the extra savings just in this show. It's not every morning, is it? It's not every time at 7 o'clock. We're always live from 7 o'clock, but nevertheless, so it's a real special one-off show for you. I'm super excited to be here with you. Let's remind you, if you're just joining us, what, 6:30? 7:30, nearly. Let's remind you what's on the show. Both Julie Hickey products that we've got out are both limited stock. 90% has gone, so it's lovely to hear how quickly and how early you've been checking out your baskets. Let me show you this one, the Blooms and Sentiments. This is the one that I brought over to show you in those scalloped edge dies that fits in beautifully. You haven't got to have dies for these. Just showing you how you can work with other things on the show. First of all, here's your Blooms Sentiments. Wishing you moments of joy today and always. Very, very pretty. The extra florals just at the bottom here that you can see in stamp form are the same artwork, the same sort of original sketch drawings as what's in the bloom. So maybe you're going to overlay these, you're going to fussy cut out those flowers in the middle and make them almost like decoupage elements. Absolutely. What's going to go in the middle of that wreath? Maybe it's not going to be that stamp, maybe it's going to be one of these sentiment stamps for you, the everyday sentiment stamps. Happy, and then you've got anniversary, Father's Day, birthday, Mother's Day for you. Different fonts going through. It could be a big statement, thank you, or birthday, a big statement, love, but plenty stamps. Thinking of you are amazing, so you can create your own sentiments if you'd rather. And then, something that Julie's a huge fan of, been using for a very, very long time, these are the glossies. You have got your party mix, and then you've also got your stormy skies. I think, you know what, maybe you're doing masculine cards. Maybe you're creating a Valentine's Day card for your loved one or whomever. You can put hearts on anything. These stormy skies could be really masculine if you want to. They could be very, very neutral, very, very modern. But I love the party mix on the inside. The rainbow tones could be a pride thing, could be something completely different. But I think this is really, really fun to have them all together for under £10 for this show. You can wait. It's a classic one. If you've got £20 and 46 pence burning a hole in your pocket, you get out of my pocket, then you can absolutely wait if stock remains. If you'd rather pay £9.96, oh, it's gone! Then if it's in your basket, press checkout nice and quick. Just heard technical sellout means every single unit is allocated to one of you. 757, 756. Exact same story. This is also limited stock as well with your fresh florals. You've got the idea with those beautiful stamps there, and then even more glossies, 180 glossies in here. But these stamps may well be the reason you're getting hold of these. Very, very pretty. The same drawing style as the original. £5 off here. This is also technically gone, is it? Busy morning, 582. Yeah, that's right. 238. So if it's in your basket, we presume you're pressing checkout. If someone's put 2 in, and then you don't want 2, and you only want 1, that means 1 will bounce back. We will let you know, and you can still get hold of it. Busy happy hour morning this Tuesday morning. We are live on the craft store here, and here comes another bumper. 15 assorted cutting and stitching metal stencils. You get 15 in here. You saw one that I was showing you earlier on. I'm just going to pick up another one, a very different one, if you like. And again, so I was showing you that one earlier on, which has got stitch detail through it, of which you could be stitching. But this other one here still has stitch detail. It can still go through your die cutting machine and be a stencil too. It doesn't have to go anywhere near your die cutting machine. You could be spritzing through. You can see all the different holes. You can take your embossing tools, like your ballpoint elements, and go through. And again, just to spin this around, to give you an eye on the back, what the different combinations might attribute to, or maybe different textures, etc. But it's just lovely, the different ideas, like you say, in the full range. If you're thinking, I don't see a bell on here, I saw a bell at the top, you do get the one with the bell. That is cool. That's a little bit, yeah, a little bit festive, a little bit advent calendar is the one I was thinking, like between the doors. You haven't got to mix and match here. You haven't got to think, oh, I like that idea actually. I like the stars and things in here. Don't worry. You get them all. Whether you like it or not, you're getting them all. £19.99, saving £55. Having all of these at your disposal, maybe passing them on to other people. Maybe it's going to be sharing with grandchildren, etc. I love it. You've also got some strips, actually. How lovely is this one? Yeah, just a lovely border. It could be framing. You could just have one heart and bring that in and emboss that through. But again, you get a little stitch guide on it, so if you wonder where to start, and it just gives you a lovely idea of how they're all going to go to. And there's a finished sample giving you an idea of where you might be popping the stitches through, what colour stitches. You can do whatever you want. But yeah, for 15, it's 179710. Love all of those. I think that's really, really exciting of what you can be doing. Now, some of those stitch detail elements, you could be threading through too. For example, I'm just going to bring this one in here, which is another one of your stitches. But you can see there's larger gaps going through. I mean, that's meant to be for your embossing coming through, but these are large enough to do some ribbon weaving going alongside them. I'm just going to pop that to the side. That's one of your 15. Do you want some ribbon? There we go. Yeah, here we go. Jelly Bean Crafts, 20 reels in here, assorted colours. Content may vary, and so when we got this item number arrived to us, 912879, opened it up. And this is exactly what we got. So we've got some lovely polka dot details, a satin finish, a lovely gloss edge finish as well going through. But absolutely, actually, I love that black one, different widths, but you will get 250 yards worth approximately for £9.99. Again, yeah, 75% saving this morning. 912879, 912879. You can get hold of all that ribbon if you'd rather. I mentioned to you that the Papercraft Society, just for the sheer volume you're getting in there, is one of my favourite items. I think it's a lovely, lovely giftable. As far as value goes and versatility, this is it. This is it from Creative Craft Products, 948322. These are your inverted scallops, so they've all got a scalloped finish on them, but there are lots and lots of different shapes going through them all, through your circles, through your rectangles. You've got your DLs down the bottom there, squares, ovals, circles. I'm going to quickly show you two different boards, actually. First of all is the scalloped circle, showing you like the inverted, so the dip goes on the inside. Maybe you've already got the external one or the extroverted one. There we go. They are big, aren't they? A lovely big floral shape there. That could be a hanging, it could be a sun, something like that. Of course, it could be on your cards. That's the size of that one. The one in the lead, your hexagons. Maybe you're going to go for the smallest one and do some EPP. Maybe you want to do something different. Maybe you can do some sort of honeycomb effect. But now it's completely up to you. So you can order both of these together. They are all variants under one item number. So choose two from the 8, 948322. I believe the call centre won't choose for you. If you only put one in, they'll presume you only want one. So make sure you pop two in for £28.98. I don't want you ordering just one for that price. I want you to get two. 948322. It could be any. It could be the same one twice. If you're ordering for someone else, it's just giving you options. This happy hour show, but £28.98. And basically £3 saving. Bar a pound is covering your P&P for you for 948322, your item number there. There's a variety on this show, isn't there? These are pretty quick designs, and by that I mean they are pretty. And they're fast, aren't they? They are really fast. One pass through, and you get all of those different cuts in there. If you're thinking these are quite dinkies, aren't they? Yeah, they are quite small sizes until you actually see the dies themselves, and they are a lot bigger. They're a medium-sized die. And they'll go through your medium machine. So maybe you've got a Big Shot, for example. Maybe you've got a Snap. Maybe you've got a Gemini Junior. These will go through all of those, plus your larger machines. It's just all you need to do is do one. It doesn't have to be a different colour. It's just a detailing different colour. Then on the inside here, I mean, you could remove these if you wish to. You don't have to. You don't have to have the circle or the oval in there. They do arrive in the way round I was showing you, but again, they do work both ways round if that's what you fancy. And then the two stamps you get with it, one says with love on your special day, and the other one says birthday wishes. You do get both of those in there as well. Loads of Julie Hickey stamps. I know that those of you got hold of those will fit on the inside as well. Maybe you've got other stamps to go in there, but very, very pretty designs. Maybe you're going to take the stitch detail from those metal embossing and stenciling plates. They'll also fit in it too. £13.98 is your price for both together. So open the box, have a proper rummage in. You'll be getting both. 454139 to get hold of yours. Why do I love this next item so much? I think it's a proper treat, a proper present. So here's what's going to happen. You can order 133 252. Right, you've nailed it. Maybe you're going to order 2. Maybe it's for your sister. Maybe it's for mum. Maybe it's for uncle, whomever. This box in another box is going to arrive, so very, very well. All of it can be recycled after all. And that is a very, very pretty packaging. If you want more inspiration, you've got their email address, website that's known as, on there too. And then in that box is this box. Again, you could recycle this if you wish to, but keep hold of it, because you can see Papercraft Society box 23 crafty individuals. Very, very pretty all the way around. And then you open it up. You think, oh, what's going to be in here? You do one, and you find all of your stamps. And then you do another one, and you see all of your papers and your dies. Then you do another one, and you see the stencils, the ink, the twine, and the book, showing you exactly how you can use these elements. Then when you're finished, you can stack them all up again and pop them in the box. Listen, you can use your magnetic sheets, put them in a different bind if you wish, but I think keep this. I think it's a really lovely project to someone, because when you're sharing your goods, when someone comes round to craft with you, they've got the booklet in there. I'll show you the booklet last of what you're going to be doing. So, that's what you're going to do at home. What are you going to see? In front of us here is the full content for under £20. Everything you're seeing here, product-wise, is worth £60, which is absolutely extraordinary. So, if you want your coordinating cardstock first of all, you do get that in the back from... Actually, I haven't even shown you this. There's a stencil behind. Sorry, Tia, I'm going to just take this apart. Stencils included. In here... Oh, here we go. Yeah. All of this cardstock's in there. So there we go. You've got all of your different cardstocks. Did it say how many? No. It probably does on the inside, but I personally, off the top of my head, do not know. Nevertheless, I could count them as well. 8? Something like that. Anyway, that's in there. And the stencils. And then, what's going to go on that cardstock? So there's your cardstock for matte and layers, for example. You then get your patterned cardstock too, of which you get 8 of those. Then you also, at this end... Careful, careful, careful... get these 2 sheets too. So, a couple of each of them, giving you ideas, giving you inspiration, get your guillotine down, trim these out, whatever you'd rather do, you get those in there. Also, actually, I feel like there's a bigger, bolder design. They're quite subtle patterns here, but if I do this back one forward, look at that. Really very, very pretty, isn't it? I mean, Kirsty, I appreciate I'm slowly but surely taking down this big display that you've put together, which is very pretty, by the way, thank you. Don't want to get got. I'm still new. Right, here we go. There, in front of there, some twine to go alongside. Oh yeah, the embossing folder, you can spy that, it's tricky from back here. You get the embossing folder too, if you're wanting for inspirational ideas for that, you've got it in the booklet anyway. You've got the coordinating twine with the colours, you haven't got to use the twine with any designs if you don't want to, but it's a different idea, it's a different texture. It's a little bit mixed media, isn't it, added in. And then we've got our stamps, 23 stamps. We've got background stamps. You'll see a lot of the stamps are statement character pieces. A lot of them are creating scenes. A lot of them are potentially making decoupage if you wish to fussy cut out your stamps in there. But very, very pretty design. Nothing's too oversized, so you can really build up. For example, you can see there's a project called the plinth in there, and you can just see, there it is. You've got one of the birds sat on that stump. It's called the plinth card. Really, really, very, very clever. And then the next one next to it could be greater backgrounds, could be really faded. It could be, this could be a brown ink going onto craft card and be very, very subtle. Lovely ideas. That lovely little wildflower, almost like those. They could be hydrangeas, couldn't they, or something? That could be purely it. There's the ink. I mean, has that been there all along? No, well, I think I just missed it. The ink has been in there. And then behind there, you do get dies as well. You've got a straight edge on the oval and the rectangle, then you've got that sort of long and short, almost like a little binary-esque design. You've then got a foliage element and the bulrushes at the end. You've then got a sentiment at the top. Oh. I was going to try and lead it backwards. To someone special. There we go. For someone special, yeah. I'll just make up what I said. To someone special, for someone special. Is that everything? That's all the product you're getting home. Then you're thinking, wow, I've never die cut. What goes with what? What goes together? What can I be using the embossing folder for? How do I stamp alongside? Where might my twine be going to? When do I use the embossing folder? You get the magazine, and it's all explained in there, which is really, really clever. There you go, there's that plinth card. Yeah, really pretty. I love the reflection. That's just the same thing stamped twice. The cardstock is included. The oval for the stopper on the easel card is included as a die. Everything in there. Listen, there might be the odd ink colour that's not included. There might be something, a little bit more advanced where it needs a A4 die cut machine. The die cut machine isn't included. But I think just for giving you sheer design, for example, there you go, that distress ink isn't included. Doesn't matter. I know you're going to have inks, or maybe you're going to start collecting them, or maybe you're going to order them today. Lots of different ideas going forward. In the frame, there you go. Isn't that lovely? Really very, very pretty. The brighter orange in the foreground is the die. The black in the background is one of the stamps for someone special. I think this is absolutely wonderful. I'll go all the way to the back, so lots of different ideas for you. There you go. That's the embossing folder leaves. And the sentiment we were just talking about. Different ideas for using embossing folders. What a succinct, even £27.97, bearing in mind the content is worth £60. I think that's an absolute bargain. I think that's a lovely gift for Mum on Mother's Day, a bargain for somebody else. Just hearing in my ear, I've never done a happy hour before, but the team in my ear told me they'd never seen anything from crafty individuals on happy hour, so really excited. If you want to order 2, 3, go for it, absolutely, while stock remains. 133 252. I was just glancing at that clock there. How long have we got left, team? 15 minutes-ish. Bit longer than that. 15 minutes, so pop that in your basket. Maybe look at the rest of the show, but you spied with Julie Hickey's both her items sold out. I don't want you to miss out on this one. 133 252. Nevertheless, let's continue on. Funky fossil designs, really very, very cool. There are a couple of dies that go alongside here, also on the show, but this is a die and stencil combo. £10.99 is your total price plus your P&P. 230142. 230142. You've got your rain clouds. This could be beautiful for scrapbooking, couldn't it? Really remembering on the day. It could be something completely else. It could be character traits. It could be a little bit of fun. It could be setting the scene of a mobile in a bedroom, in a child's bedroom, whatever you fancy. £10.99 for your stencils. And then you've also got your 6 dies too. 230142. From Funky Fossils, you've also got the peony die too. £9.99. That is all. £9.99. That is that die that I took off and popped it on the magnetic sheets, give you an idea of the size. Then you've also got this other peony on the inside too. So 2 dies there. One's the big outer, which could be a top. It could be, it's a large tag, but could easily be an elaborate tag. And then you've got the peony too. After this show, £12.99. So even saving a couple of pounds here and there, £9.99. That's what Happy Hour is all about. 211 495. Right, let's give you a quick window to check out your baskets on the phone lines, on the website, thecraftstore.com. Plenty more to show you in this Happy Hour show.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the Craft Store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
So we're moving. There's a channels coming together. Why hasn't no one told me? Why is it? Okay, here we go. I'm going to quickly ping through these next 4 items for you, so I'm just glancing at the clock, 14 minutes left. I want you to see as much as possible. Lots of really pretty things, lots of elaborate things on the go. These are pretty things, but it helps you make prettier things. Magnetic sheets, for example, one size magnetic, 500 micron to give you an idea of the weight. 10 sheets in there. It is A4 inside. You can cut it down if you want to. You can put holes in it. Maybe you've got like a crocodile or something that you can be cutting holes in it if you want to. A lot of people mount them on the walls, or it's going to go in folders. It could go through your die cutting machine. 10 magnetic sheets. 933 686. That is £9.99 for you there. Behind there, bum, 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 bum. That is a lovely swirl, Kirsty. I'm very impressed with that. I mean, I almost want to do it justice. Isn't that great? Was that Matt? Oh, Matt! He's just basking in the glory of this. He's taking a photo, he's putting it on Instagram right now. Don't blame him. I mean, Matt needs to tell me how to do that. Can you see the shine on there? That is shiny paper, isn't it? 300. Are we giving Adam Humphries the credit for teaching Matt how to do this? Well, he used to be a floor manager, didn't he? So he's got. You never lose it, you see. You never lose it. Anyway, are we interested in that? Maybe. 072428. The ice gold paper, 120 GSM. Yeah, the team in my ear was saying about inserts. Absolutely. This could be a stamped element. You could be wrapping with it. I think for envelopes too. But that iced gold, you can see it from afar. That ice gold finish is just really luxurious. Have you got weddings coming up? Have you got key anniversaries? Is it going to be a Valentine's thing for Mother's Day? $14.99 to get 300 sheets. All those different sentiments you've got on a USB stick or you've got on your computer, you can print them off onto here. 072428. That can live just there. So you can't claim this one either, Kirsty, right? You can't claim this. Very honest. I mean, if I were you, I'd have claimed it. I personally nearly claimed it. Nevertheless, I'm going to put it down because there's not like a shine to see here. It's not ice white, but nevertheless, it is watercolour, which means there is a fibre to it. There is a slight texture to it, and that's maybe more visual than it is to see it. So you can still absolutely stamp onto here if you'd rather. You could be, of course, doing your watercolouring because the fibres in here are thicker, are tighter woven together, 280 GSM. Meaning that you can add like water to this and spritz through it, and it won't buckle, it won't turn, and then you can, once it dries, you could add even more if you wish. Nevertheless, 80 sheets. That's what it looks like. Yeah, 80 sheets, 422157. Now, I said stuff was pretty down there, and this wasn't quite as pretty. This is up there, isn't it? Gold mirrored cardstock. When you see cards with a really touch of elegance going through it, you've got two different sizes here. You've got A5 and you've got A6. You've got 40 A5, which is that larger size. You've got 80 of the A6. It's already cut for you. Just give you an idea of the finish of how it embosses, if that's what you choose to do as well. But there we go. I wish I'd held this a different way around, actually. But there you go. $9.99. For 120 sheets in total. 351978 to get hold of all of those. Hey team, where are we going next? Here we go. I'm so pleased you're going for the ribbon. What a lovely, lovely addition. I wonder if you're going for the ribbon because you're a paper crafter, but actually you like bringing texture in. You like to do a bit of mixed media. You like to bring in fabrics. It's going to be wrapped around your card, as essentially you know. I know the lovely Pauline Wheeler, who works for Hunky Dory amongst other brands, loves, always adds ribbons to her card. Or maybe you're a soft crafter and you want to be bringing in ribbon into your makes, into your quilts, into hangings and things. You can absolutely do that also. Maybe you love hand embroidery. By the way, the embroidery kits on the next show, the one-day special, are absolutely beautiful. These would be perfect alongside there to add an embellishment, like a hanging piece, whatever you'd rather. Nevertheless, it is content may vary. We opened up one. This is exactly what we got, so you might get a different shade of this, for example. You might get a different colour of this, but this is one of the ones that we opened. 912879, $9.99. In 9 minutes and 41 seconds, that will go up to $39.99. Might give you a little bit of leeway in there for a break after all, but nevertheless, rather than $39.99, you can get it for $9.99. We shop in the show, right? 912879 to get hold of yours. Very quickly, you've also got pick and mix dies on here as well. You've got 8 different options of your nested dies. They are bigger than you think, but you get 2. You can pick any 2. Some have 12, some have 6 in there, depending on the size of the dies. I'll quickly hold up the board to give you an idea of scale and proportion that we're talking about. It's up to you. You can go 2 of the same. Maybe you're shopping for somebody else. Maybe you've already ordered 2 on a previous happy hour. There are your hexagons. There are your inverted scallops. They're all inverted scallops, but your circles, 948322. If you want to get hold of yours in the show or in the break between this and the one-day special starting next. That one-day special starts at 8 o'clock. After then, the Merlin 2-in-1 vacuum for $22.49 on Flexi. Back in stock for absolutely ages. We've never beaten that price before, by the way. That's coming up at 9 o'clock. I'll tell you what, I was about to say shop ahead for us for that, but don't. I want you to see it. I want you to see it, see the power. I think for $22.49 on Flexi, can't be that powerful. Have a look at the show, judge for yourself. 9 o'clock is the one for there, if you can join us. I hope you can. Nevertheless, pretty quick. 454139. Pretty busy on the show for the pretty quicks. I think it's really delicate, really lovely intrigue in there. Very spring and summer, isn't it? All these lovely floral designs going through, little ditzies. I bet loads of you who got hold of Julie Hickey will be popping your little dazzlers and glossies on the inside of here. You've then got the one with the... So that's more floral. This is also floral, but it's got some hearts and some butterflies going on. And again, just to give you an idea, it's a lot bigger. Probably shouldn't have put it right in front of the product. Maybe you're looking at that. But nevertheless, a lot bigger than you might think. And you get the dies on the inside too. So you get the flower die, and you get the oval die, and you get a stamp to go inside of both. They can be swapped around. The stamps can also be swapped around, but that's what you're getting home. 454139, so getting both of those, and there are your stamps. I'm really chuffed to bits that you're showing the Crafty box. I think it's as far as a giftable goes, as far as Mother's Day goes, or maybe you're not shopping for Mother's Day this year and it's for yourself, and you're thinking, you know what, I would love some more inspiration home. At this price, for £19.97, considering, and if you've only just joined us, I'm going to show you one page in here, in the book, and it is full. It's full of loads of inspiration and ideas. But I'll show you one page. It's this one. And it's that circle there. In this box, what's in your box? Worth £60. So the usual price of £27.97 could be the happy hour deals price, right? For under £20, what are you getting home? So you get the magazine with all the ideas and inspiration in there. And then in there, ink, dies, stamps, patterned backgrounds, toppers, embossing folder, twine. You then get your plain cardstock on the inside, but with coordinating colours, and the magazine as well. I think it's probably worth taking a closer look, especially at those stamps. I think if you want to try watercolouring, wow, what a great way to be using it with the feathers on the mallards, for example. Maybe it's going to be the blossom at the top, the trees that are creating dimension, the fern, the blossom, lots of different ideas. You've also got sentiment stamps too. But I love the great outdoors, the great British public. I think it's a wonderful thing to do. I know we've got friends in America watching too, and maybe it reminds you of your great idea, and across Europe also. Love these stamps. Really very, very pretty. You saw the reflective sample I showed you in the book. You can have lots of different ideas to watercolour or not. After all, maybe the colour is going to come from the coloured toppers that are also included in here in the paper side of things. And this is going to be a background. It's going to be muted. It's going to be greys rather than blacks. It's going to be browns rather than greys. I think it's a lovely, lovely collection of 1997 133 252. And I'm talking about, and the dies, yeah, of course. And you've got the dies as well. So you've got the nested die, you've got the oval on the middle, you've got the bulrushes at the bottom, you've got the foliage at the top, and you've also got sentiments for someone special, and the extras, and an embossing folder too. 133 252. But the very start, when I came over here, maybe you haven't, I've said this a couple of times this show, but maybe you haven't joined us from the very start. As a treat to yourself, you unwrap something. I think it's really exciting, really intriguing. This is what you get. All of that arrives in this binder. So you can see if it's going to be on your shelf, and that clearly shows that there have been others in here too, as this could be on the shelf. When you open it up, you're going to see all of your stamps and dies, see all of your pattern paper, see the embossing folder, see the magazine. Maybe you're much stronger willed than I am, and you'll go through the magazine first before going through all the... Personally, I'll be ripping it open and going through all the goodies, but nevertheless, whatever you'd rather do. That also arrives in this. If this is the amount of care that Jean and the team at Paper Craft Society take just purely to wrap and to have that experience, you know the quality of the products, that the papers are going to be divine, the inspirational ideas in the book are going to be absolutely beautiful too. I think it's an absolute treat for everybody. If you want a multi-order, absolutely multi-order. Just want to order one today, £19.97. Bearing in mind that content is worth £60, £19.97 plus your P&P. Multi-order it, still one P&P. 133252. So, here's what we do. On the website, thecraftstore.com, that's where we go. We have a look at all the items on this show. Put it all in one transaction if you wish. The best advice I can give you, have a look at the next hour. Get ready for the one-day special. Have a look at 9 o'clock. That Merlin 2-in-1 vac being back in stock for you. A price that has never been beaten on the Craft Store is coming up at 9 o'clock. Tune into that show, see the demonstrations, make up your own mind. I've already seen it, I'm already convinced, but nevertheless, I want you to have the same experience that I've had. That's at 9 o'clock. But this show is your happy hour. Now then, I know there's 3 minutes, 23 seconds left. If you're in the process of checking out your baskets before the next one-day special starts, of course, that happier price will be honoured. If you start again afresh from there, there is no guarantees. That's the exciting thing in the morning. But on the phone lines, on the website, thecraftstore.com, that's where you can get all of your happy hour prices. Right, here's what's coming up for the rest of this Tuesday morning. So yeah, studio later on. Merlin Back's coming up in an hour's time, but stay tuned. The embroidery one-day special with Janice & Co. next.
Stamporama, the incredible art, stamp and papercraft show, will be taking place in the Grand Hall, Newcastle Racecourse on Sunday the 13th of February. Come along and meet many of the UK's most dedicated and gifted craft experts, all available to inspire you with their knowledge and expertise. Tickets are available to purchase in advance from the craft store for only £4. So, what are you waiting for?
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week using the Craft Store app on your Amazon Fire Stick for free? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Amazon Fire Stick accesses the Amazon App Store to add new applications. By downloading the Craft Store app, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Amazon Fire Stick. If this is your first time using the device, follow the on-screen instructions to connect it to the internet and log into your Amazon account. Once set up, you'll need to open the search bar. To do this, simply use your remote circular directional dial to scroll to the search icon and select it. Now simply type the Craft Store into the search bar and this will take you to the Craft Store app. All you need to do now is select download and remember, it's free. Once this is added to your Fire Stick, you can move the app for easy access. Press and hold your home button on any app and then select the apps from the menu that appears. Scroll to the Craft Store app and then press the button with the 3 horizontal lines on your remote and select Move to Front. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family-run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. All of our MDF products are produced in Devon, in the UK, and we have a wide variety of products to inspire you.
A very good morning to you. Thanks to Dan for the first show of the day here on the Craft Store. Now it's time for the one-day special. Now, one-day special is launched at 6 p.m. every single night here at the Craft Store, and it's a 24-hour discounted period, or whilst the stocks last. We've got a very special one-day special for you. We are celebrating 33 years of Rowan Dean embroidery. 33, Katrina.
I know.
You don't look a day over 16.
Oh, that's great.
33 years. You must be very, very proud of that.
Yeah, I mean, when we first started and established the company, we never dreamed that it would still be going now. So it's really lovely, and we've met loads of people on this journey since then, and it's just really good fun, really.
Oh, do you know what? That is testament to the kits, to all of the designs that Katrina brings, and Ted with Rowan Dean embroidery. If you've never seen it before, it's absolutely delightful. It's a beautiful craft to take up for the very first time, and it's a beautiful way to continue your stitching journey. Now, to celebrate 33 years, we're going to give you a free gift with purchase. It's one per customer, so if you bought the one-day special yesterday, you're coming back to buy something else, you'll already have your free gift, so don't be cheeky. You can try, but it's one per customer, and that free gift is a haberdashery kit. It comes to you in a really nice box, and you get 2 needle threaders, it's worth £5. You get your chenille needle, so the nice little pebble there, and then you also get your magnets as well. You get 2 of those. That's a nice little kit for you in a presentation box, and that'll be yours with your purchase. Right, the one-day special, let's do the housekeeping. Over a quarter of the stock has gone. You can see here 3 beautiful themes, 3 marvellous projects to take part in. You're saving over £7 because you're saving that penny. Every penny counts. It's £43.85, but you can divide the cost, £21.93. Now, it works out to be £14.61 per project. Your first payment is £21.93, so it makes sense to divide the cost into 2 payments and get all 3 together. And with the 3, you've got everything you need to start creating. So you've got the treasures of the sea bundle, and that includes your starfish, your sea urchin and your rock pool, which of course for me, Katrina, brings back memories of when I was younger. We used to go down to Falmouth, down to Cornwall, and it used to fascinate me, all the rock pools, and we just used to be jumping from one to the other and having a look at what's underneath the water. Something, you know, it brings back those memories.
It is, and it is, and just looking in, and sort of, we went recently to the Gower Peninsula, so to visit friends, and that's exactly what the rock pools, they bring back all those memories of holidays on the beach in Cornwall, and it's just really fabulous project to do.
Yes.
We've got some lovely different stitch techniques, so it's not all the same. You're not repeating it. There's each one's individual with lots of lovely ideas.
Oh, do you know what? It's something to learn, it's something to gift as well, and it's something to keep yourself and maybe put on the wall. Maybe there's a space on the wall in your bathroom which would be great for the rock pool. Maybe there's a space in your bedroom, or maybe up the hallway you could put all 3. Or maybe this could be a gift for somebody. Maybe you used to go on holiday with your nan, with your mum, for example. Wouldn't it be a nice gift to do this and give to them, or gift the kit? Remember, you've got 3 separate kits in that one-day special. So the instructions are very easy to follow. It will give you all the stitches. You've got your beads as well, corresponding to each project that you're going for. You've got your initial template to sew onto. For example, with the first one, if I just move this particular plate out the way for you, you can see you've got your initial template ready to go. Then you've got your organza, you've got your beautiful fabric for adding detail into the starfish and the beach scenes, and then you've got those beautiful beads as well. You've also got your threads and your thread organizer, so you'll be able to see exactly where they are when you use them, and they all come with a needle as well. So it's a self-contained kit. You're getting 3 of them with your one-day special. £21.93 your first payment, £21.93 your second payment, and then of course if you are buying for the first time today, celebrating 33 years of Rowan-Dean embroidery, you get your free gift. It comes in a beautiful box, by the way. It won't come with my sausage fingers. Just saying, just saying. I will not let that go. Something said about me many, many years ago, I'll never let that go. I'm not bitter, just a little twisted. Right, I've been waiting to say this, Katrina. Rowan-Dean, Rowan-Dean, going down the counter. Rowan-Dean, Rowan-Dean, we've got Katrina. Yeah, right, that's that. Yeah, okay. I have been waiting a long time to say that. About 45 minutes. Didn't have the effect I thought it would. Anyway, something that does have an effect. Oh my days, a quarter of the stock of this is gone, by the way. Can we just come close on this and have a look, because this is remarkable, Katrina. Is this something for the advanced stitcher?
I think it's a picture that you just fall in love with, and you don't have to be an expert stitcher to do it. It's the same stitches as we're using all along, you know, our favourite 5 stitches, but it is bigger. But it's just that, it's got drama, hasn't it? You feel as though you're walking into that forest. It's the colours. It's the colours of when I was there. It's springtime, and you've got the little bits of organza in the distance just to create that sunshine, and that, you know, the foliage is just coming out there.
Oh,
you know, bluebells don't like too much shade,
no.
So the leaves are just coming out. So the tree's just about to produce its leaves. So it's just a really nice a really nice, colourful, relaxing project.
It's absolutely incredible. Do you know what? I could sit and look at that all day long. It's got movement in there as well. You know, you look at a picture or a design and you can just find yourself walking into it, being ensconced in that beautiful scenery. I'm sure most of us have seen bluebells out in the woods. It's coming up to that time again, you know.
I know. It's exciting.
Yeah. Now, with this particular kit, you don't get the frame, just to let you know, but you do get the mount board, which is really nice because you will put part of your designs onto the mount board, because you get two different pieces of fabric, one for the main image you can see in the background, so you've got the template for that. We're not expecting you to remember this. There's a template for you to stitch onto, and then you've got your template for the mount as well, and that's where it looks like the actual scene is spilling out into your room. It is sensational, and it's a great price as well, $58.95. To make this, I think, Katrina, this is something you'll keep in your family like an heirloom.
I think so. I mean, it's really, you know, special when you're stitching it. Really, it's just to stitch part of it and then look at it and admire it, because it's just got all those fabulous colours. I mean, you've got about 26 colours or something there, lots of shades of green and the beads just to give that extra little zing to the bluebells.
I think
so,
it's
yeah,
gorgeous.
I think I've really enjoyed doing it.
Yeah, and you know what? I think a project like this, whether it's going to be your first project and you're feeling a little bit adventurous, whether it is a project that you've been working your way up to in your stitching journey, I think it's something that's going to help you go even further, because you might from here then decide to do your own pictures because of the stitching you've got in here, because it's not too overcomplicated. I think this is going to inspire people to then take pictures and then maybe do their own scenes.
I think so, and that's what it's all about, isn't it? Having the right stitches to work the design and just create that and get some threads and just, well, you paint with the threads in a way.
Yeah, you do.
And that's lovely. And if you've got a photograph or you've been somewhere and you're just remembering that scene, yeah, it's quite easy to do. A few French knots and a few straight stitches and we're away.
Yeah, it's stunning. It really is. 184043 is your item number. Remember, if you're going for this and nothing else on the show, or you're going for this and putting something else in your basket, if it's the first time you're buying from the show, celebrating 33 years, we have got, of Rowan Dean, we have got that birthday present for you that's going to be included. So it's a nice little haberdashery accessory kit. Let's move on. We've got more for you and more great value for money. How about the Four Seasons? Not the band, but the projects. You get everything in here, including the hoops to place your projects in, and you can see here the different seasons depicted in those beautiful designs alongside the stitching, the organza, the fabric. You've got your threads in there, you've got beads as well, and embellishments. With these kits, Katrina, do you get one needle or two?
You get two. You get one to actually stitch the design, which is the chenille, and then you get another one, which is for the beads.
Yes.
So you've got, you know, that, and that's a special one to take a thread that will hold the weight of the beads and not, you know, the thread doesn't stretch. So it's perfect.
Yeah, it really is. Absolutely gorgeous. And of course, with the Four Seasons as well, I think this will be a really nice addition to your walls in your homes. Beautiful. Or it might be someone is born in one of the seasons, winter, spring, summer or fall, and you might give that as a birthday gift this year. 2 payments of £30. It's great value for money when you consider you're getting 4 projects for £59.99. So it works out to be 10, 40, about £15 a project. Yeah, about £15 a project. That was me doing my calculation. That's what I do. That's the sound of my calculator. Right, let's move on. We've got more for you. We certainly have. We've also got some play-around kits, by the way, so you can find those on the website. We'll get to those in a moment's time. But this one, oh my days, love the colours in this one.
I mean, I love meadows. I just love the wild meadows, whether it's a woodland or... But this one was at the edge of a road, and it just had loads of poppies, cornflowers, daisies and buttercups. It was just really, it was those colours. And I think it works well in thread.
Yes,
you know,
it does.
And it's a great, easy to do. It's on our tweed, and you've got a design on there as a guide.
Yeah.
And then it looks beautiful with the display hoop. I just think it's a really nice project, and of course I've got a few bees on there because it's a great. All those plants are good for as pollinators.
Do you know what I like about it as well, Katrina? It just takes me back again to when I was younger and we just used to lie in the fields and just look at all the flowers, because that picture there, it's as if you are lying there in the meadow, looking at the flowers, or maybe you've shrunk to the size of a little ladybird bug or something. $22.95, 80% of the stock of this is gone. Doesn't surprise me. We're very busy for this morning, actually. 869924. If you've never done any kind of stitching before and you're thinking, you know what, I think I could do this, of course you can. Of course you can. So whether you are a complete beginner, you're going to absolutely love doing these projects. And it just gives you that time out, and it gives you an excuse to have time out as well. And sometimes we need that, don't we, away from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Just that moment away that we're creating something, and it's a good excuse to get time on your own, isn't it? Right, let's move on. We've got another project for you. Another delightful project. With all the projects, Katrina, it's really nice that you get the printed fabric, because that's the start of the journey, isn't it?
It is. I think a few lines, a few basic shapes on there is just going to give you the starting point. You can't put every line on there, so sometimes it's say in the instructions, you know, stitch over the printed line, and then you would add additional stitches to that. But I think it's a good start to get you to look at the areas and then carry on the stitching. You don't have to follow me. I know it's like you get carried away, and you know, you can work with that design and add more stitches. So it's just a starting point, and then the instructions are just a guide, because there's a plan. There is a bit of a plan.
Yes.
You know, do this bit and then this bit.
A little bit of a plan.
Yeah.
Do you know what? When you have a look at this as well, if you have a look at the tree, it really does look like that's been brushed with watercolours or acrylic, doesn't it? Because you've got your different shades of green. It's very, very clever. It's delicate, it's beautiful, and it's not an oversized project. So again, a great one to start with. In the kit, you get the printed fabric. You don't get the frame, but you do get the mount, which is professionally finished with the green edging. So that's included, which is marvellous. Of course, if you didn't want to use that, you might want to use that for something else, you could always put this onto a cushion or a purse or a bag or something like that. It's your project, you choose and decide. We've just given you all of the beautiful elements to create something wonderful. 183270 is your item number, £14.95. Now, many more kits are on the website, so maybe you want to head on there and have a look. It's a brand new website, so just sit back and relax as we scroll through for you. You can stop it at any time just by clicking on the item to take a further look. But have a look at the 5-star reviews, because there are many. And if you have put together a kit, because we're celebrating 33 years, it doesn't matter how old that kit is, when you bought it, send us a picture of it. We would love to see it, and I'm sure Katrina would love to see what you've been up to. Right, details on your screen at the moment are for the one-day special. So details on your screen for the one-day special, 3 marvellous kits. But let's head to Katrina now. Don't forget those photos. It is studio@thecraftstore.com. Katrina, what are we having a look at first?
We're going to have a look at the sea urchin one to start with. I did a little bit on this last night. It's a lovely design that you can add a lot of texture to, and some really exciting threads. So I'll just find those, all the details on here. It's great fun. It's great fun. I can't tell you how much fun it is. So the first thing that you would be doing is you've got organza in there, and you've got a fabric that you're going to just cut on the bias. So the bias is with a stretchy part of the fabric. So that means when you're being a little bit mean to it, then it's going to distort and be really, really lovely and textured.
Sorry, Katrina, I was going to say to everyone at home, if you want more organza, details at the bottom of the screen for that, so you might want to add to your stash, or divide the cost into 2 payments if you're going for your one-day special.
So once you've got your organza, you're going to place that over the printed area and just pin that in place. And then I'm just going to show you a stitch. It's called stem stitch for the seaweed. All right, this one, sometimes I think it's easier without the frame. It's easier to hold the fabric in your hand and you can start to stitch. So I'm just going to bring the needle up from the back, and then I'm just going to place the thread to the top, and I'm just going to do a small, almost like a small back stitch, and I'm just going to take the thread, and each time I'm going to keep the thread above, and then the twist of the thread will be really smooth. So it's almost like an overlaid back stitch. It'll look like a smooth line. And the great thing about this stitch is that it curves. So the smaller the stitches, the more beautiful the curve. So you'll get that for the seaweed. I've got 3 strands here, and then on the back it just looks like a back stitch. Not as neat on the back. It's just a lovely stitch to do for curves. So if you're doing like lettering, or if you're going to do the enchanted forest, this is how the branches and the trunks are created. So you just work through, at the end of the day you won't see the print, and you'll have that line covered. So once you've got to the end of the print, then you're just going to take the thread through to the back to fasten that off. So I'm just going to take that through, and I'm just going to wind the threads around a couple of times just to hold them in place. Now, if you're new to embroidery, it's a lovely way to. This kind of fabric is really lovely to work. So if you've not used a tweed before, it's really, really super. So I'm just going to put my work into the spring hoop. So this is the one, the working hoop. This is the one that we like to use to work the design. It keeps the fabric taut. Sometimes I like using different textures and different thicknesses of thread. So it's nice to have your work in a hoop, and that keeps it all taut. So when you come to frame your work, it's easily done.
Now I just want to give the details of those hoops, if I may. You get 2 of the hoops, really easy to use as well. You get your 5-inch, so you just simply pinch it like so, you put your fabric, and then that just goes back inside, which is fabulous. So you get your 5-inch, you also get your 7-inch, there you go, and you also get some beautiful scissors as well. Let me just pick these up for you. So you get your thread scissors for your embroidery. Aren't they lovely? £16.99. 646785 is your item number if you want to go for those. That is a great deal, and you can add that to your basket. If you're going for the one-day special, you can divide the cost of that into 2 payments, which is great. Right, back to Katrina.
Okay, I've just completed a little bit of the seaweed there, and now I'm going to change thread, and I'm just going to show you this thread because this is a textured thread that I'm just going to use to create the seaweed. So I'm just going to place that over the organza and then pin it into shape just to hold it in place, and we're going to do a stitch that's called couching. So this is a stitch where we're going to secure that thread. You're not going to work this thread, it's too thick to go through the fabric, so we're going to take another thread and we're just going to stitch over the top of the thread and just sort of do a small little stab stitch to hold it in place. So all I want to see is really the sort of seaweed, effect of the seaweed. So you're just going to do small stitches about every couple of centimetres, just so it's like a stab stitch all the way through, and that's just going to create the seaweed. So you've got a little bit of organza there as texture, a little bit of seaweed, and then once you've completed your little bit of the seaweed there, you can remove all the pins, and then we'll get onto the sea urchin.
I really like the beads on the sea urchin. Is it a sea urchin?
It is,
yes.
It is. So yeah, the beads, I mean,
effective.
I'm fascinated by beads, you know, not just for jewellery, but for just to create texture. So these are the ones that are in here. We've got a mixture of those. We've got some wooden ones, you know, like rocks and stones on the floor, sea floor, and then we've got some lovely ones that are matte coloured for the sand, and then of course we've got the pearl ones to create the sea urchin there. So I'm going to show you a little bit of the sea urchin. Now, as you're getting a birthday gift here, I've created something that you could make with the magnets. So I've created here the magnets inside a little bit of the stitching. I'm using it as almost like a little bit of a pin cushion.
That's
so
a good
inside
idea.
here there's a little magnet, and then I'm going to place that. You can either place it on your work or you can place it on something else. So the magnet at the back is just going to secure that in place, so that as you're working you can put your needles down, you can put the pins there, you can put the scissors there, and you've got everything accessible, and it's not going to, you know, your pins aren't going to go on the floor. I mean, you could use the magnets just as they are when you get them out the packet, or you can actually use them to create something. I mean, I use these on the fridge as well, so that, you know, you put your shopping list on there, or whatever it happens to be. Our fridge is covered in little magnets. So I'll just
That's a lot of shopping.
I know. Okay, so once you've got your thread over the top there, you're just going to secure it. You can leave and fray some of the ends there. And then again, the same way to fasten off your work. And so this hoop is great. So if the tension does change, you just alter the spring and you can just move that. So if I show you what that's like. So if it does change, you just release that, and it's just going to keep it taut and keep your work nice and neat while you're doing that.
It's also really useful to do exactly what you've done there, and that's to turn your work around, because you're holding it by the handles on those hoops.
Yeah, I think it's good. It's, whatever it is, it's not going to distort. It's not going to distort anything, the weave of the fabric or anything like that. So I'm just going to take a little bit of this. So to do the sea urchin, I think mine's sort of disappeared somewhere. Here we go. There it is. So this is worked on a little piece of pure wool, where you've got a template for this shape. You're going to cut that out, and then you're just going to run a gathering thread all the way around and draw that up so that you end up with a pebble. All right, and we've got some padding in there, and you can use the needle just to add and close that a little bit, so you've got the shape of the sea urchin. And once you've got that little pebble, then you can attach it to your design. So you can see it took me a little while to get the right size.
Yes.
Had some slightly larger sea urchins than I thought. But so once you've got that, it's going to be placed over the top, and then you're just going to take a thread and you're just going to bring the thread from the back, and you're just going to add a couple of colours there over the top. And
now with the
just
one day
going to
special,
secure it.
Katrina, can I ask a question? Do we need extra hoops to actually create them, or can we use the decorative hoops that they come with to put our work into stitch?
Not the display hoop. The difference is that the display hoop is just the hoop. There's no way of adjusting the tension.
Yeah.
So it's only going to be pressed over your final design and stitched to the back. So it's only for display.
Perfect.
So the spring hoop is the one, is what I've called the working hoop.
And they're at the bottom of the screen if you want to go for those. And of course you've got two, and one of them is the right size, as you can see there. That's your 5-inch, but you do also get your 7-inch, which is great for different projects. Really good quality, actually. Good heavy weight, not too heavy, of course. And then you've got your scissors, and they're at the bottom of the screen. That's $16.99. That is a great little kit to get. Great little gift for somebody. Remember, Mother's Day is coming up on the 27th of March. You've got Easter, and maybe some birthdays as well that you can buy for with your one-day special. 3 kits, absolutely beautiful. You decide which one you do first. But 30% of the stock has gone for your one-day special. You get everything you need. You get the fabric, you get the thread, you get the thread organizer, you get the instructions, you get the beads, you get the embellishments, you get the organza, you get the little pieces of fabric that you need to add those different embellishments, and you also get your needles as well, your needles for the beads, your needles for your stitching. It's a beautiful, beautiful creation, and it's something that's going to give you lots of pleasure when you put it together. 994013, 2 pence to £21.93. Remember, the first time you buy from us, you've got your free haberdashery kit, which is part of the celebrations of Rowan Dean Embroidery. 33 years. Wow. That's amazing, isn't it? Right, we got some play away. I'm thinking of, do you remember Play Away? Play Away, yay, 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 yay. Can't sing the whole song for legal reasons. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but would have to pay for it. Anyway, Play, play kits. Now, what I love about these is, yes, you can just have a play, or if you've got an idea for a project, an idea for a stitchy style image, then of course you've got the capability of doing that. Right, You've got different item numbers and different kits. Let's run through these. We'll start with the woodland. The woodland has those lovely sage and dark greens and light greens in there. You've got your browns, you've got those lovely purples and blues, and you've got your beads and embellishments. So if you wanted to make a nice wooded scene with some bluebells and flowers, maybe some crocuses, you can do. Could be anything actually, but you get the fabric to start stitching onto, which is a really good piece actually, and then you get that wonderful brown cotton. You get your threads, you get your beads, you get 2 needles. So with the needles, one is for stitching and the other one is putting your embellishments and beads on, so you get those included. And you also get a little card as well from Rowan Dean Embroidery. Only £19.95, that's under £20. It's a great little kit to get. And what you can do is turn that into a little book if you want to and start stitching on each page. That's your woodland, 551276. Then if you're into your seascapes, we've got some blues for you. This one's been very busy because you've got some really nice textured thread. Lots of people are going for this with the one-day special. We've got that sea theme in the one-day special, so lots of people going for this. Again, you've got your beads, you've got your threads, you've got your organza, you've got your fabrics, you've got your 2 needles, and you also have that little card as well, and that is 585592. Your next one is summer. Now that's like a fruit salad, isn't it? Those beautiful threads. You've got some really nice gold in there as well. Again, you've got those beautiful beads, so you can start making meadows and areas with beautiful flowers in, and you get that lovely brown fabric as well to stitch on, which is going to make the flowers pop. 473539, 1995 for that one. And then we'll come down here. And this is your bright, so all the colours of the rainbow really. Let me just bring that forward for you. So you've got your beads, which are gorgeous. You've got your threads. Let me move them forward so we can see the kit in more detail. So your threads, you'll have, look at this. You've got all this organza, two needles. Let's pop that there. Look at this. So much organza. This is a great kit.
Fabulous threads, and then the organzas, you've got beads, you've got everything there to actually create your own design. Look at some stitches, maybe even practice a few stitches on there. You could cut that up and make cards, you know, yes, once you've got your designs done.
Yeah.
The idea of it was when we launched the book a while ago, the idea was that you could, you know, if you're new to stitching and you haven't got a collection of threads, that you could use something like this to try projects out of the book. There's lots of illustrations on how to use stitches and how to create a landscape, how to you know, look at different projects, whether it's a floral project or a landscape. There are templates at the back of the book, so these were designed for that. And since we started 1 or 2 with the brights, we've got quite a few colour combinations, so there are lots of projects to suit the summer, the blues, you know, brights. You've got some great spring colours there as well.
Yeah, they're absolutely fantastic. What a great kit. And you get the same amount of organza, do you, in each of the kits? Definitely.
And then some of them have got satin in, some of them have got a little bit hand-dyed felt. So they're all slightly different to try different colour combinations.
Look at this. Now this one is your spring pack. Yeah, look at those beautiful colours there in your beautiful, is it silk or?
No, it's
satin, not silk. You've got all of that organza in there. You've got your 2 needles, you've got your beads, more organza. You've got your fabric in there as well, so a combination. And you've got your threads. Beautiful that is. It really, really is. And there's lots of different techniques that you can do with your organza, including the melting technique that you stitch on. You melt the organza away, safely of course, and then you can create beautiful embellishments like butterflies to put on your coats and your projects. That one is 519571 being item number, and only £18.95 for that one. £18.95, so that's a different price, which is good. Because the others were £19.95, weren't they? Yeah, so there you go. Say no more. I am not going to ask the question. Right, shall we head back to Katrina? Let's do it. By the way, any photographs, we're celebrating 33 years of Rowan Dean Embroidery. Please do send in pictures of your projects, just so we can encourage other people to take up this wonderful craft. And it's studio@thecraftstore.com. Katrina.
So we have had a look at the first, the sea urchin, so I'm just going to leave that one for now and just show you a few of the part-stitched ones for the other 2 designs. So we've got the starfish here. So here we've got a lovely collection of threads to create padded stones, to create texture. little bit of seaweed there. We've got a couple of ideas. This is the one really where you're actually looking directly into the rock pool, and you've got some limpets on the side there, and all the colours are sort of used to create the water in between. So this one, the colours here are just fantastic. You've got a collection of wooden beads, bugle beads, some stars, and really some lovely sequins as well. So the textures there will be very textured, and I think the idea is that you're going to create the water, the seawater around the limpets, and they're just so lovely to do. So, you know, over the next couple of shows, I'll show you a little bit of the ideas further on. So I'm really quite excited to show you. This one here. This one is the Enchanted Forest. So I'll just move a few of the bits and pieces here. So the Enchanted Forest, the idea of this design is that, I mean, it's a much larger project. So I've got mine based on a tapestry frame. So it's a frame that you can use to keep the work taut and move along, roll your fabric along.
And we do have that available on the show, don't we?
We do have those.
We do. Here it is. It's in the. It's here. So if you want to go for this. Katrina is using it at the moment. The details on your screen. It's only £12.99. What a great price. 024575 is your item number. It's 18 inches, your medium tapestry frame. And is this something you just put your projects onto? You can reuse it again and again, can't you?
You can use it. It's really versatile in that it keeps it really, really taut. You can tighten, you can wrap thread if you want to really have that taut at the side. But it's adjustable and it comes to pieces. So if you're going on holiday, you can just take it to pieces, roll it up, and it's going to keep your work, and then you just fit the frame together afterwards.
Super.
So it's really got a good idea. And then for the other part of the design, the 7-inch hoop, that's perfect to actually stitch the mount fabric as well. But I think if you've got this one here, you can actually work the stitches really, really well. Keeps it nice and taut. As you're working, if I was at home, I would probably sit further back so that I can move, but to show you what I'm doing, I'm going to just hold the frame up. So I've got on here some blue organza, some green organza. So the idea is that you're walking through the path and the outline is there just as a guide, and then you're going to add the stitches. So the bit I'm going to show you to start with, this is the little bank of bluebells here, and they've got some printed lines because it was quite high up, so I'm just going to show you how you can follow the lines, and that'll give you the idea of creating that as if the grass is falling over the bank. And I've added a couple of beads there and a couple of French knots just to start creating the bluebells. I quite like the stem stitch, so it's got stem stitch that we did earlier, and I put that on first without the frame because I found it easier to do, just holding the fabric in my hand and just stitching. So I've done that first, then I put it on the frame. So it's really, really easy. The basis of this stitch is straight stitch. So I'm just going to bring the thread from the back here. So you're going to use a variety of colours to create from dark to light. So the left-hand side of the bank was in shadow, and the right-hand side was in the sunshine. So I'm just going to use the threads, and I'm just going to make the stitches about 1 centimetre in length, and I'm just going to go over that, and I'm just going to pull that through, and then I'm just going to add more. And the ones that the vibrant green here, this is going to give that little bit of sunshine.
Is this somewhere you've been, Katrina?
It is. It's a walk in Derbyshire, and it's obviously waiting to happen this year. But you know,
yeah.
Just lots of people have been to a woodland just at this time. The sun's shining, the bluebells are about to appear, the foliage is not quite out, and it's a sunny, bright day.
It's all coming back to life, isn't it?
What more could you want? And that's the beauty of thread. You know, we're almost painting with the thread, and you can get some really, really good colourways on there.
Our producer Katie wants to know if she can ride her Roger into the woods. Roger the horse into the woods.
I'm not sure about this path. I don't know at all. But a nice walk in the woods is great. So that's just going to add a little bit of texture there, and then you're just going to take a little bit of the thread, and I'm just going to add a couple of French knots so you can add texture all the way through, and just add a little bit of texture there with the colours. So it's very easy to do, except it's bigger. That's all that it is. It's going to take you a little bit longer to complete, and I know over the last few years a lot of our customers really enjoy a project that is going to take a little bit of time and that they can take with them on holiday and concentrate and relax. And so you can see from the colours that the bluebells there, they're brilliant threads, they're multicoloured. The change in the colour changes quite quickly, so you'll get that appearance of the bluebells. You don't have to work out where they're going to go. The same for the shading in the distance there. You've got really fabulous colours that are just going to just work well and just really relax and enjoy the project.
I think it's a project that you can have and keep going. I mean, I don't like to put a time scale on anything, but it's one of those projects that you can stitch away for a couple of hours, then just put down, then go back to and pick it up and just really enjoy the process.
I think that's important, to sit back and admire it. There aren't any difficult stitches on here. It's all straight stitch. The pebbles at the bottom are straight stitch again. You know, you're going to just put French knots all the way along the bank there for the bluebells, mix in the colours just with a little bit of pink, and really that's it. Then again, the distant trees here, you've got a print, so you've got an idea of where you're going to do your stitching and really build foliage just in shades of yellow. You'll get the idea that in the instructions it'll say which threads, and I just think this one particularly, I'm just going to take a little bit off there, off the hook, just to show you that. I just love those colours, those multicolours, and that's going to create a different kind of colour against the other one in the distance. And it's just straight stitching over the print, really, really easy and quite satisfying to do.
It's beautiful, isn't it? We're just trying to see if we've got stock of your book available, so I won't tease you too much with that, but it is a fabulous book written by Katrina. Is it award-winning, Katrina?
Well, it's done very well, I think.
Very modest of you to say so. We'll see if we do have any stock of that, but there is a book available from Katrina. I just wanted to share a couple of projects with you because we've got some wonderful designs here available to you, but it could be the first day of a brand new craft for you and a new journey. And I'd just like to share this with you because I think this is absolutely fantastic. This is using the organza. You've got the stitching going around the outside, but this is what I meant when you use organza to stitch on, and then you melt it away and you are left with just beautiful designs like this. So you've got embellishments, almost 3D really. So that's one project. I want to show you another project if I can. I'm going to put this down and pick this up because this is where we're heading. This is where we're starting, and this is where we can be heading. Look at that. That is all stitched. I think that is absolutely amazing. Amazing. And again, that is part of your journey, carrying on to do some wonderful designs like this. So if you do want to get hold of the book, £17.99. I'll just pick this up again for you. Lots of projects in here, and it's been written by Katrina. What can we expect from the book, Katrina?
The idea is that it's just showing my ideas and how I would highlight how I like to stitch and how easy it is. So there'll be the introduction is about what threads I use, what sort of equipment, how to melt out the fabric, how to use beads, how to actually make a motif, and you know, different ways of stitching and creating the flowers. And then there are 10 projects in there that they're listed all the sort of ingredients to do the project. There are templates at the back so that you can just have a look through, try some ideas out, and actually create something of your own. And hopefully you'll enjoy the butterflies. I mean, I love the butterflies. There's a project with buddleia in there. Some of them ideas are illustrate some of the kit designs that we've done in the past. So lots to look at. But the most important, I mean, the most enjoyable thing is creating with the stitching, with the stitches, and that's the fun. So the pray around pack is perfect for that, or just threads that you've got left over from a kit. You know, you'll have lots left over in a kit. So
Do you know what? That's a really good idea. If you're thinking about a gift for somebody, the book at $17.99 and one of the play around kits for $19.99, or the summer one, I think it's, or spring for $18.95. I think that would be a perfect gift for somebody. You know, people are like, what do I get them? And they'd always talk about starting a new craft or stitching. What a wonderful, mindful craft to get them. That's the book available, 903 483 17.99. Definitely worth getting. And then you can go for something else if you want to. Or if you actually want to put this into your one-day special, you can divide the cost of that into two. We're getting busy for the book now. Very, very busy. Now, the Enchanted Forest, we're very busy for this as well. It's a beautiful design. You can see here, you've got your main design in the middle, and you can really disappear into that image. Stephen King actually wrote a book called Rose Madder about a painting that a lady went into and disappeared into. It was quite fascinating. It was a horror. This isn't a horror. This is beautiful. I don't know where I'm going, but I just mean you can lose yourself in that picture, and also lose yourself putting this together. So you've got your main image in the middle, no complicating stitching on here, but then you've also got the design around the outside. So you've got the templates on your fabric. You've also got the mount board as well, which is where you put the outside of your fabric. You've got your threads, your thread organizer, your needles, your beads. You've also got your organza and your threads, and full instructions as well on how to put that together. So you'll be able to sit down and read that. It's just absolutely stunning, isn't it? Saving £9. It's 2 payments of £29 and 48 pence. So again, if you want to go for this and you want to go for the book as well, the book being £17.99, that will only be £9 today. And then £9 in a month's time. Perfect. Right, let's head back to Katrina. Any questions, please email in. It's studio@thecraftstore.com. Katrina.
Okay, we're going to have a look at Cornflower Meadow this time. So this design, I've got a whole series of meadows and close-ups as if you're in the garden, and the idea of these is that we probably use heavier threads on the tweed, and you're working on the 7-inch spring hoop, and that's more or less the completed size that I've used. There's no reason you don't, once you get the pack, if you want to put yours on a rectangular or a square frame, there aren't any printed edges to the design, so you can create your design whether you want it to be circular or you want to put it in a square frame. You can do both. So the first thing that you would do when you get your kit is that you cut up little pieces of organza that go over the print, and I've just done a temporary stitch to keep those in place while I'm working, so there aren't as many pins in it. You can tack a few pieces of organza. You'll have loads to play with in your kit, and I've just placed those just to create a misty background in there. So
beautiful. Limited stock on this, Katrina. Limited stock on the Cornflower Meadow kit, £22 and 95 pence. 869924 is your item number. And what a beautiful kit. This is it in its entirety, and we are absolutely in love with those colours and those flowers. It's so pretty, Katrina.
It is, I mean, they were so bright when you saw them along the roadside, and I think it's the poppies, the cornflowers and the yellows. They were really, really vibrant, and it was a really sunny day, so it was a really uplifting picture. And I think the same thing for this is when you're stitching it. If you look at the colours here, we've got some fabulous colours. We've got some really lovely greens, some from the Shetlands. We've got some organzas that are shaded, and I think it's the shaded, variegated ones that just give it a little bit of a lift. And again, for the cornflower, the marigolds here, just done in a couple of colours, just to give it a little bit of change. You know, that change of thread just makes it magic. And then, of course, I've got some bumblebees just dancing in the top there. So it's a really nice picture to actually work on. And so most of it really is straight stitch. I mean, that's the basis of the design. And then I'm just going to show you a little bit of the fern at the bottom. So this is done in fly stitch. So I've brought the thread from the back of the fabric. I'm just going to go in and back out onto the surface there, and I'm just going to hold that thread just in place, go to the opposite side, and then bring the needle back into the middle, tuck the thread underneath, and then that's just going to give a little bit of the fern, and then you're going to go back and then out to the side with the thread.
I think the organza in the background as well, it gives it a kind of watercolour-esque look to it.
It does, and I think it's another way that you're not actually covering the whole surface of the design, like the grazing sheet you just showed earlier. That one, it's all stitched all the way over the whole surface. But then sometimes I quite like to leave, you know, the sort of fabric showing and not as much covering of the design. I think it looks good.
It does. I think if Matthew Palmer were to do that, he'd be stitching a bearded chuff in there right now.
So we'll just take that thread to the back. So there you can see the sort of fern there, and then we're just going to take that thread over to the back and then just fasten those threads off. So Ted and I were just looking this morning at where we were this time, and a few years ago, about 8 years ago, we were to show in Paris.
Oh.
So we've been lots of places in the time that we've been as Rowan-Dean, and I don't know if everybody would know this, but Rowan-Dean, the company name, is where my mum was born. It's the name of the house that my mum was born in Scotland, and we still have family living up there. So it's lots of memories, as well as Rowan-Dean and all the trees and all the designs. So it's taken us a long way around the world to do it with this.
Wow!
Never thought that when we first started.
Your first project, do you still have your first project of 33 years ago, or your first kits or something that you sold for the first time?
But we do have a lot of kits, so sometimes they are sort of timeless, and so Grazing Sheep is one of the early ones, and we did some of our designs, you know, over time have changed. So our early designs were probably more prescriptive in that you had to do things, you couldn't perhaps create as much as you can now. Now I think people like to have a project that's going to change. You can put your own creativity on there, and I think that's what's different. But the stitches themselves haven't changed at all, and it's just good fun. I think that when I first started to train, when I trained as a teacher, when you were at school, you've got all those images of how stitching was. Oh, it had to be so perfect. If it wasn't perfect, you were told to undo it. You know, how many people that, you know, that spoilt the whole idea of stitching. So don't worry about the back. We're doing this to enjoy the stitching, really just to have a lovely time and relax. And that's what it's all about. And at the end of the day, it's the stitching and and the end result. But you know, the best part is actually working with the colours and doing the stitching and just adding and putting your own beads on there, own sequins, and just using the design as the starting point, and then just carry on stitching.
I think this would be a wonderful kit to do with children.
Yeah,
and to do in school as well, rather than just practising cross stitch and blanket stitch or sewing purses to our dresses by accident. I think things like this would be a great project. It's very artistic.
It is. It's a way of using colour and ideas, and it's never wrong. I mean, you get that when you're looking at the design and you take the design. It doesn't matter if your French knots aren't perfect. It doesn't matter if you add more. That's the whole idea. So sometimes people say, well, I changed that bit. That's great. That's really lovely that you can just use your own ideas and come out with the completed design.
Those bees are just beautiful. Just those little stitches, and it's a bee, and you've got 3 bees on there. I just think it's wonderful. Right, if you do want to get your cornflower meadow kit, it is limited stock. Limited stock means there's only a few left, and if you want to get hold of it, it's a good idea to pop it into your basket and check on out. Checking out your basket's really important. If anything is left in there for 10 minutes or more whilst you're watching the demonstrations, or you go off to let the cat out, or maybe you're making a cup of tea, when you come back, someone else might have got what's in your basket. We don't want that to happen. So if it's in there, check on out, make sure you get it, and then you can enjoy the rest of your day and enjoy the rest of the show. It is about the one-day special, and remember, your free gift with purchase celebrating 33 years of Rowan-Dean embroidery. You've got your threaders, So you can thread your cotton and your threads in your kits. You also get your pebble containing your needles, wide-eyed needles, and then you've got your magnets in there as well. So that's a free little haberdashery kit that comes with your purchase. That's worth £5.99. £5. It's worth £5. But of course it's going to be worth so much more because it's very useful. Now, your one-day special, 3 kits in here. You can divide the cost of this over 2 payments. So it could be a kit for yourself, a kit for your friend, a kit for your mum, your dad, your nan, maybe something for the children. Maybe you've got 3 children in your family and you want to gift them, instead of Easter eggs, get them an embroidery kit. I know it would fill my producer with horror, so I would have to put some chocolates with the kit, but at least you've got a wonderful kit. But, you know, some people don't want chocolate for Easter. I know. Don't fall off your chair, Katie. It's true. She's saying it's a lie. It's not. Some people don't want chocolate. Beautiful gifts. Maybe a gift for yourself. Maybe you're thinking to yourself, I want to start a new craft. You're a paper crafter. And you're thinking, you know what, I want to do something different. I want to incorporate it into my paper crafting. This would be a great opportunity for you to do so. £21.93 gets you all 3 kits home, and that beautiful little haberdashery kit as well to celebrate 33 years of Rowan embroidery. You can shop online at thecraftstore.com, or you can give us a call on 0330 175 552. It's a local number, so it should be mainly included in a lot of your packages that you've got with your providers. But do check, do check. The easiest way to order is a website, because you can see everything else we've got on there. And if you want to go for Katrina's book, £17.99, you could add that to your one-day special. What a great gift that would be. And then dividing that into 2 payments of £9, because it's £17.99. But with your one-day special, you can divide the cost of anything else you put in your basket. Great little kit. Even if you were to give that and the haberdashery kit, which is a free gift, which also, if you are buying just the book, you'll get, that would make a great gift for somebody, would it not? It certainly would. You choose, you decide. We've just got the choice for you. Right, let's head back to Katrina. We've got about 3 minutes, Katrina. What have we got to see?
Well, I've just got here some of the ideas that I've used when I've been working on one of the play around packs. So you've got a fabulous collection of yarns. You've got some woolly threads, some mohair threads, some stranded cottons, and a whole load of bright colours on this one, as well as all the beads. But the idea is that you get 2 pieces of fabric in there, and so this one's the brights. So this one I've used spider's web, I've used fly stitch, I've used bits of organza, some lazy daisies, chain stitch as well. That's quite a nice one to use. And so as you go through, you can do little experiments on each stitch. You can work fly stitch, you can create it into a panel. You could cut these up and put those in a card. That would be good. Here's some little ideas on the spring idea. So we've got some bluebells and some cherry blossom there, some lazy daisies, just creating a textured design. And then the summer, obviously, we've got brighter colours. We've got poppies and flowers and sequins and couching like we did earlier on in the Treasures of the Sea. So you've got lots of ideas in each colour. Combination of the blues. So the idea of this one is that you've got metallic threads, you've got hand-dyed threads, you've got satins that you can use to create. And then as you go through, you've got pinks and purples, and you've got autumn later on in for another time, and the woodland. So you've got a lot of ideas there to work with, and I'm just going to show you one little stitch that's quite good. So they use this quite a lot as grasses, so it can't, or it could be at
now
the
we've
water's
got 2
edge.
minutes left on the show,
2
Katrina.
minutes,
Carry
so
on, please do.
I'm just going to do
just to let people know.
Tiny bit. So this one is just where you're going to take the stitch, leave no knot. You're going to work from the front of the fabric, several stitches in place, and that's the stitch complete. You're then just going to cut the thread, and those are going to be just grasses, random grasses at the water's edge or in the enchanted forest, just to create those. And you just leave those fairly loosely on the fabric, but they're quite interesting to do. So I think if you have a playground pack, it's quite good. It's good fun to do and create, and I know that some people have created some fabulous designs using those.
Perfect, beautiful. Do you know what? I was doing a magic trick with my hoops. I was trying to get it through, and then I went up, down, and then I went, didn't get it through. That's just went wrong. But it is great to have your company, as always, here at the craft store. Over a third of the stock has gone over your one-day special. It's a beautiful, beautiful one-day special, because actually it's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful one-day special because you've got 3 kits in here. Great value for money. Don't forget your free gift as well with purchase. It's 1 per customer to celebrate 33 years of Rowan Dean embroidery. Thank you so much, Katrina, for the show. It's been an absolute pleasure. I always feel relaxed when I've done a show with you.
Well, that's what it's all about.
It's lovely, isn't it? It's lovely. When are you back? 12 o'clock?
12 o'clock.
12 o'clock today. You can, of course, continue to buy in between the shows. Maybe you want to go to the website and have a look at all the different kits that we've got available. I'll be back with Katrina at 12 o'clock with the team, but we'll see you guys in a few moments' time. 2 seconds is a very long time when you're just looking at the camera. Merlin Vac is coming up next. Box making with Studio Light. Our lovely Julia Watts is here. Then we'll craft ourselves.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. We have a wide range of designs, and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home.
Hi, I'm Julie.
And I'm Paula.
And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry for well over 20 years. The thing I love to do most is to share my ideas, hints and tips with you, the viewers, so I can inspire you to pick up a stamp and get creating.
Good morning, everybody. You're watching the Craft Store live this Tuesday morning. Thank you to the team for that previous embroidery hour. Wow, this is a show not to be missed. This is a 2-in-1 back not to be missed. It is one of the Craft Store's best ever selling vacuum cleaners, back for the first time this year for one show only. It's never been more affordable. You've got a monetary saving, you've got FlexiBuy, but most importantly, you've got stock of all 4 colours. So I'll give you the item number straight away, because I know so many of you have been waiting for this show, waiting for this product to be back in stock. It's 951091. 951091. I'm going to introduce the hider in just a second. My name's Dan. Good morning, everybody. I'm so thrilled to be doing this show with you. In fact, let's get straight back to hider anyway, because you're still going. You're the brand ambassador for the whole of the UK. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. How you doing? You all right?
Very well, thank you. We're not chatting to you before the show, speaking to the buying team as well.
For sure.
This packs a punch with something so small.
Yeah, very, very, very powerful stuff. Yeah, I actually got a few things here. Got a nice little bowling ball and.
I did wonder what you were up to. Were you in the right place, right time?
Yeah. No. It's not Blue Peter today.
Yeah.
No. But yeah, no. There's going to be a few things I'm going to show you, but it's very, very powerful. 850 watts. A lot of people are worried because it's 850. They think it's actually not going to have the suction that normally much more powerful vacuums do. But hopefully, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a few things, show you just how powerful this vacuum cleaner actually is.
Well, it's already busy in my ear. Purple is in the lead. You've got four colours. Yeah, you got the my favourite purple. You said you loved the blue before
I do like. I mean, the blue was very popular when we was here before Christmas. So you know, it was a bit of a competition that we were doing.
Well, yeah, it's really cool. I love it. Listen, this is why it's all about choice, isn't it? You've got gold, blue, green, and purple. They all come with the 3 accessories. They all come with 2 filters, by the way. One's on the inside, and the dual filter is also available. You can get more if you wish. Maybe you've previously ordered and you're thinking, yeah, this is the show I'm going to get more. You can do, of course, $9.99, but details are on the screen. Best price around, by the way. I personally, and have a look yourself, absolutely, search for Merlin 2-in-1. You will find it for $49.95. I saw one for over £60. These aren't too much. Exactly what it's worth. The craft store, $44.99, and then 2 interest-free flexi-buy options for you. So basically, $22.50 plus your P&P. It's on its way to you. Now, you talked about the power, and you're going to prove it time and time again. But I'm looking at this, and I'm thinking about who's ordering this. I'm thinking about myself. I'm thinking about going outside. I'm thinking about going upstairs. I'm thinking about my mum, my grandma. Is the weight of this heavy?
Well, this is the main thing I wanted to actually start off with. Absolutely amazing. It's less than 2 kilograms, so it weighs absolutely nothing in terms of a vacuum cleaner. I mean, it's so light, I can actually lift it up, you know, with one finger. So this is perfect for anyone and everyone. I mean, particularly anybody who struggles to lift and carry and go up and down the stairs. Like you said, for your grandmother, absolutely
that's what I'm thinking, because the craft room's upstairs, so...
Exactly, yeah. I mean, these days we don't want to be, you know, dragging around the big, heavy, you know, the vacuum cleaners that, you know, they're amazing, they're great, they do the job, they do the whole house, but sometimes during the week you want to do a little job here and there. You want to do something quickly, you don't want something huge going up and down the stairs, dragging it around. You want something light, quick, easy and efficient, and that's exactly what the Merlin provides.
And I guess for you, because you do a lot of live shows, we were talking about this before, like your Grand Designs and Ideal Home shows and the NECs and things. If you're working all day from the moment it opens to shut, something big and heavy that you're working alongside, it can get tiring. So on that side of things, but also, as you mentioned, for that quick little spill of glitter, or cereal, 100%. Or something the pets brought in. I think 100%. Having a real quick fix for that.
100%, yeah. And also, you know, the great thing about this as well, because it's a 2-in-1, I'll show you how it compacts and goes into the small little handheld. It becomes handy for all those extra, you know, little bits, you know, like the sofa, the couches, the car, the cushions, curtains, ceilings, literally anything and everything. But because it's so lightweight, it's just so handy to use. Just quickly get it out, do the little quick job, pop it back in. Particularly people with kids. I mean, with my kids, they're always spilling things 24/7, biscuits, crumbs, it's everywhere. So we don't want to keep bringing about the big, heavy vacuum cleaners, which are great for a Sunday, and you want to do the whole house in one. But like I said, during the week, you want something quick, easy, and efficient at less than 2 kilos, honestly. Anybody can use it. My kids use it sometimes to do their own room, just punishment.
You can tell I was really excited about it. I've never done this show before. But yeah, I've heard all about it as well. One of the best ever selling vacuums in the history of the craft store. You can get hold of your green is now in the lead this show. How about that? It's completely up to you. But 22, right, Ida, take it away, because I think when you're thinking $22.50, I'm talking FlexiPay. That's an outstanding price for a powerful light machine.
Amazing. I mean, the thing is you're kind of getting what you're paying for, really, kind of. We're not trying to be honest with you, you know, you can get your big, you know, your big brand vacuum cleaners. You can get all the, you know, the big ones, all the added additional features and attachments and everything like that. Sometimes you just want something that just does the job. Like I said, quick, simple, easy, and efficient. So we established it's lightweight. It weighs less than 2 kilos. The great thing about this, I am going to show you just how it works. So I'm going to make a bit of a mess here. It's breakfast time. Now, it's funny because whenever I do the live shows and I make the mess, people are always like, oh, my house doesn't look like that. Well, I'm pretty sure your house doesn't have cornflakes on it like this 24/7. But this is sort of showing you sort of like worst case scenario. As we know, we all have kids, crumbs, they're running around. So we're actually going to press this into the carpet as well, just to make sure it actually goes deep in. And then I'm going to scatter it all the different kind of floorings, because what I want to show you is the great thing about this: you don't need any little attachments, you don't need any extra sort of little features. It's very, very simple and it's very, very straightforward. So the great thing about this, because it's so lightweight, you don't even need to bend over anymore to switch it on. That's what's amazing about that. So if you have any, if you are struggling to bend or lift, just lift it towards you. There is the on button just there, and all you need to do is just switch that on, and away you go. Nice and easy, nice and simple. Now the great thing about this, it works on any kind of flooring. So you can use it on laminate, you can use it on tiles, you can use it on ceramics, straight onto your carpets. The great thing about this then is you don't need to add or take any attachments away. You go straight from the bathroom to the kitchen, to the lounge, to the stairs, straight outside. So as you can see here, that goes straight from the carpet, straight onto the tile, and then straight onto the laminate. One or the other. It doesn't lose suction, it doesn't have to, you don't have to do any attachments, press any buttons, straight from one to the other. And like we said, quick, easy, efficient, you don't really want to waste any time. We also got a bit of wood flooring there. And you are actually getting some really good suction. As you can see, I've pressed into the cornflakes on the carpet, and that lifts it straight up. So you don't need to worry. I mean, even if you have things like hairs, dog hairs, if you have pets, go straight into the carpet, picks up all the pet hairs and dog hairs.
Interesting about that, like that. I know we'll go into the HEPA filters later on, but there's no bag here, which is a big deal for a lot of people.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the thing about bag is once it fills up, you know, you lose the suction, it loses power, you've got to go find the bags, you've got to change the bags, then you've got to dispose of the bags safely. It all just seems like a bit of a, dare I say it, kerfuffle, right?
Dare you say it, kerfuffle? You say it, yeah, you say it.
With this, what's amazing, now if you do want to empty it, if you do want to clean it, like we said, there is no bag, there's only a filter, and I will go into the filter and what it's useful for. But in order to empty it, there is here a little button there, and all you need to do is simply push that button.
Oh, yeah.
And that releases the actual vacuum from the container. Right? Drop that vacuum down, take the filter out. Now the filter you can wash, you can rinse, it's entirely up to you, but we will go into that in a bit as well. And inside you can see there is all your rubbish. And then all you do is just empty that back onto the floor.
Yeah, absolutely, back on the floor.
For me to do all over again. And then once your filter is clean, once it's dry, pop it straight back in, and away you go. And the great thing about this, because it's so small, because it's so compact, the wires they all pack up around the back, so it's not going to take up any space. Because a lot of the time with the big vacuum cleaners, you don't really know where to put them. Do you put it in the cupboard, under the stairs, where?
That is a very good point, because I know when it becomes a handheld, you can release the handle, you can release the floor tool. So it is going to go in a cupboard, it absolutely can do. But look, I'm not touching these, all three of them, four of them, there's four here, are all stood up on their own independently with the cord around the back as well. You get one filtration system inside of it, you do get an additional one as well. If you want more of those, if you've already purchased this last year, for example, it's on the bottom of the screen, 5075, in fact we'll put it on the big side of the screen for you. And I'm going to tell you, you can of course pop it in the same basket if you are brand new and divide it by 2, so that's potentially £5 today. Or if you're not buying anything else, £9.99, 507056. Right, back we go, getting super busy. It's not just the first show of the year, the only show planned in, not just today, but of the month as well. That's how much stock we could guarantee for you. And then the craft store does our bit and brings that price down to £44.99. It has never been more affordable. It has never been at a lower price. This is the best price the craft store have ever done, and it's on 2 flexi buys if you wish. So when I say £22.50, it's £22.50, including the 3 attachments, including everything you need to make it an upright, including the extra filter as well. £22.50 plus your P&P. That's our first one today. 951091. Just up to you. Gold, blue, green, or the best-selling purple. Completely up to you. Let's continue on though, Heidi, because there's so much to see.
Yeah. 2-in-1. What makes it a 2-in-1? So I've made the mess, so I'm going to have to clean that up again. But what I'm also going to do is I'm going to make a bit of mess here on the stairs as well. I just want to show you how it breaks up from an upright vacuum cleaner into one of these little handheld ones. So, switch it on once again, lift it straight towards you. There's a nice little button there. Click that on and away you go. And like I said, you can use it on any kind of flooring. So once again, you can go straight from your laminates, straight onto your tiles, your carpets, straight onto your wood floor, straight from one onto the other. Now what's great about this, of course, as you can see, I am going along the edge, but in terms of the edge, it doesn't always pick everything up on the corners and the edges. Now, if you want to turn this to 2-in-1, if you simply just pop your foot on the head like so, and just pull that vacuum lightly, you can see that that comes out, right? Actually, it's somewhat, maybe a 3-in-1. Who knows, right?
Yeah.
So,
oh, you with the handle as well? Yeah.
Amazing about this, right? If you've got any of those hard-to-reach places, any of those corners, any edges, nooks and crannies,
or up there.
it's amazing for that. Or even up there as well, if you want to do curtains, ceilings, cobwebs, that sort of thing. I mean, it's interesting that you mentioned your grandmother, because obviously, of course, they can't really reach, particularly with the big vacuum. So something like this is great to get rid of all the cobwebs.
Lightweight the better, absolutely.
The lighter the better. And like I said, what's amazing about this is you can do all the corners and the edges, all of those hard-to-reach places, all of those places that the corner of the vacuum head won't actually reach. And it just makes life a lot more easier. And the amazing thing about this, once again, is we're not bending over, I'm not hurting my back, I'm not having to constantly bend over to get all the corners and the edges. Now, what makes this amazing, it turns into a handheld vacuum as well. So, if I literally just unclip here, as you can see, and I pull that handle out, that becomes a handheld vacuum. Right, which is great, because if you've got things like stairs, sofas, seats, cushions, couches, that sort of thing, absolutely amazing for that. So once again, you're not carrying the big vacuum cleaners up and down the stairs, you're not having to drag it around up and down. You also get 2 attachments as well. You get the nice little flathead one, which is amazing for all the little corners and the edges, in between the car seats, in between the sofas. I was going to say,
my car seats are riddled with raisins.
raisins, yeah,
in
exactly,
the back
yeah.
seats with my little boy,
I mean, the good thing is, if you get any pound coins in there, you can find them in the container.
I haven't seen one of them in ages. I'd love to find one.
Well, which is also another point that I come to as well. What's really great about this is because it's a clear container, I get a lot of people that kind of work in crafts, a lot of people with tools, nuts, bolts, things like that, jewellery makers. They tend to buy these things because when they vacuum everything, it's not getting lost in the big vacuum bags. They find it in the container, they can take it out, so they can carry on, continue their work as well. It's very durable as well. I do have some nuts and bolts that I am going to show you later on, show you just how it works. Now, the other attachment as well, it's got the lint on it. Now, what this is really good for is particularly if you've got anything like fabrics, curtains, car seats, you want to get rid of hairs. Like we said, if you have any pets, dog hairs, cat hairs, it's absolutely amazing for that. But what's really cool about this is you can use it once again on the carpet, you can use it on the laminate, wood floor, tiles. But what makes life a lot easier, particularly if you want to do things like stairs, here's a nice little extra little feature for you. If I literally twist this head around, what that will allow me to do is the top of the stairs as well as the bottom of the stairs. Without having to scrub, without having to scrape, or without having to hold a big heavy vacuum cleaner as I'm going up and down the stairs, which is amazing. We also have a car seat as well, and just to kind of give you an idea, if I make a bit of a mess on the car seat...
Well, like you say, if maybe you transport animals in the car, maybe you're just like me and you do snack in the car or anything like that, or there's the car seat in the back, for example. So important to be able to get down the side. Or have something that is, like, again, you're not going to take a big, upright, heavy vacuum cleaner out to the car if you've got something like this.
And once again, like we said, you know, a lot of the time, these kind of accidents do happen, particularly if you have kids and things like that. You don't want to keep bringing out the big, huge vacuum cleaner just for these little jobs, particularly with the car as well. If you ever tend to vacuum your car, you've got the big thing that you're dragging around, whereas this, simple, easy, it can fit anywhere, you can access anywhere in the car, things like that as well. Now, in terms, once again, in terms of the cleaning and emptying, if we just click this button, that will release the container. Take out the filter, empty the rubbish, once again, onto the floor. Now, in terms of the filter, it is a HEPA filter. And now what that means is, unlike things like bags or regular filters, what it does, it filters the air. So any particles or anything like that doesn't come out into the air, and
Yes,
we don't
good
have
point.
to inhale it in, which is great because if you have anything like allergies, asthma, if you have any pets, dust, that sort of thing, particularly as well. I got a gentleman who is a labourer as well, so he uses this in his construction site, and he's like, it's great because it doesn't release any dust or anything like that.
Good point.
Which is absolutely amazing. And particularly these days, I think we all want
well, a hygienic environment as possible,
exactly,
don't we?
yeah, you want your air to be as clean as possible, and that's what these filters do. They generally tend to last you around about 2 years, depending on how you sort of look after them. Now, in terms of looking after them, simply release the twist the top of the filter.
There's a little clip on it. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, that comes out, and it comes in 2 parts. Now, this you can dust it off if you like. You can wash it in the sink, give it a little rinse. Just make sure it's dry before you pop it back in. And as long as you want sort of wash it like sort of once a month, once every 2 months, depending on how often you use it, it should last you up to 2 years, no problem at all. Which
I
is,
think that, you know what, I think this is a classic vac where I bet at home you've got a vacuum cleaner. I bet you've got one. We all generally do.
Yeah.
And so you're thinking, yeah, it's a big old thing, and I do it once every 2 weeks. And because I've put it together and because I've got it out of the cupboard, I'm going to do the whole house. I get it. You can almost guarantee, I'm not going to wave this at you, put this down. You can almost guarantee the second you put that big vac away, a grandchild spills something. Or the biscuits you're having with your tea gets crumbs somewhere. Or something goes on the surface and gets wiped onto the floor. We already know, wipe the surface, I'll clean the floor later on. Something like this you can grab and go straight away. I loved your analogy at the start, Haida, saying about it could have had a super motorised brush system on the bottom there, but it hasn't. The point is to keep it as affordable as possible. You've got the maximum strength, and you're not charging a battery here. You haven't got a run life of 20 minutes. You're plugging it into your mains. So even if it's a handheld, you've got the power of an upright machine in a handheld. So then when you go to the stairs, when you go to the conservatory, I'm thinking from my grandma's point of view, thinking craft room is upstairs. I would much rather that this 1 to 2 kilogram vacuum cleaner goes upstairs with her, that you could easily do, like her bag weighs more than that. I think I'd love to have that rather than a big thing getting clunked and lifted and up, potentially damaged. I think this is the sort of vacuum cleaner that you could grab every day, every half an hour, once a week, whatever you fancy. And then the time when you do choose to go out to the, maybe it's an external craft room, maybe it's the garage we were just talking about to get dust and things out of the way. The reviews after reviews after reviews are all for this machine, which is why it is the craft store's one of their best ever selling ones. Excellent. Love the colour. Great power. But which colour did you pick? Doesn't say. Bought 3. Oh, here we go. Bought 3 for our business. Lightweight, easy to handle, great power, not disappointed. Another one here. Everything I wanted. Very powerful, lightweight, great colour, easy to use. Bearing in mind, with all of those, they were not after a live show. That was when the stock arrived with us and then it went away. So this is the first show of the year. So that, at the end of January, wasn't after a live show right now. It was someone getting it home and then using it and then choosing to leave a review. That is a confidence with this. And then, you're shopping right now, this Tuesday. Maybe you're still watching from the embroidery show earlier on. Maybe you're waiting for the Lightbox show to start. Like, I know, I get all that. But the fact is, this is available for only one show. First show of the year, and it has never been more affordable. So if you missed out in December last year, and there is no other show planned in, maybe you're purely shopping for the extra filter, because you bought it last time, and I know they last a couple of years, depending on usage, and you can clean them after all. You get 2 anyway. If you want another filter, they're in stock as well on the bottom part of the screen, 507-056. But for you, to be able to get hold of the 2-in-1 vacuum, and we're going to... There's a bowling ball down here. There is a bowling ball down here. I've worked on other channels, as you may well know, Create and Craft. I've also worked on Ideal World for 12 years. I've seen a bowling ball get brought out on vacuum machine shows before. Not a stick vac, there's also a handheld. These are big, industrial, £100 plus machines that do the demonstration that Haida's going to show you in this show. That is a confidence you can shop with. And then you look at the red box on the screen and think, $22.50? No. $22.50 is the first of 4, right? The first of 2. Interest-free. I'm so excited for you. It's 951091. 951051. I'm hearing to guess the favourite colour. It was blue at the start, then it went to green. I'm going to go purple. What is it, team?
Oh, I'd say green. I'd stick with green.
You go with green?
Yeah,
it's neck and neck. Megan, which one's it? All of them? Oh! Oh, brilliant. I love that idea.
Well, it's still early.
Exactly. And listen, the choice is absolutely yours. They are all come with the free accessories. They all come with an additional filter. They're all available on FlexiBuy. If you want to, you haven't got to use Flexi after all. You're saving £15 anyway. Maybe you're thinking, you know what, I'm going to go compare and I'm going to look on Amazon, that's where I saw one, or other places where you can get them at home for £50. I'm rounding up by 5p. Go for it. And then come back here and go 951091 and cut the cost in half. Let's keep going though, because there's plenty more still to show.
Yeah, I mean, what I want to show you as well, I mean, you mentioned the bowling ball. I do want to show you the power. I want to show you how powerful it is as well. And a lot of people think it loses power and it loses suction, and it doesn't at all. And I will show you. But I do want to pick up on something that you mentioned as well.
Yep.
I know we talk a lot about you know, this becoming a secondary vacuum, and, you know, a lot of people that struggle to lift and carry and things like that. But also, I mean, throughout the time that I've been selling this, it's been very popular amongst young people as well.
Yes.
So we have a lot of young people as well.
New homeowners or students?
New homeowners,
yeah.
A lot of young people, young couples, even young professionals.
Great point.
You know, a lot of them are moving into the city. You know, they don't have the big sort of 3-4 bedroom houses with the families. They got a little 1 bedroom, they got a 2 bedroom. Sometimes you don't want to have a massive big vacuum cleaner sitting there in a 1 bedroom flat. You want something small, compact, that's going to just quickly do the job. The great thing about this is, because I remember you mentioned it is plugged into a mains, you do get 6 meters in terms of the cable, and that will comfortably allow you to go from one room into the other, up and down the stairs. If you park outside your house, you can comfortably take that outside into your car as well. But it is also very popular among young people and professionals. We have a lot of people who buy them for their offices.
We saw that review, 3.
Yeah,
3,
3,
one business
yeah.
3, yeah.
Like I said, there's someone, I know someone who works in arts and crafts. She bought one for her bits and bobs. I know a guy that works in construction. He does it for all his nuts and bolts and nails and things like that, which I've got, and I'll show you as well. Yeah. So the thing is, it's not just limited to people who just struggle to lift and carry. It's actually for you, anybody can use it. Because like I said, even my children now, as their punishment, I make them vacuum their own. I make them vacuum their own room with this as well. So it is something that a lot more younger people are using as well, because they don't have to worry about all the extra gimmicks and attachments. Younger professionals.
That's a great shout, because life is getting more expensive, isn't it? We know, like, fuel prices and all sorts going on. So if you're buying a gift for son, daughter who've just bought their first house, or going off to university, or they're in rented, for example, that is a great, where the storage is limited.
Storage is limited. Yeah.
So the fact you get something that is also an upright, it could be the only vacuum you ever need.
And also, according to young people, they don't have time for anything anymore.
Is that right?
They don't have time for anything anymore. So, you know, quick, in and out, nice and simple, you know. I mean, even like you said, a student who can have this in their halls, in their room. Their rooms aren't normally very, very big, but this isn't something that is not going to get in the way at all.
I love its slimline design, actually. It's really, and listen, you can literally cut it in half, can't you? Because the handle comes off, so maybe that's all going to go in a cupboard.
Literally,
But no, it's a great show, and it stands up independently on its own. What do you fancy? Gold, blue, green, or purple? They are all in stock, all in $22.50. Only show. The only show. That's how much stock we've got to warrant one show. So well done, everybody. Details are on the screen. What do you fancy? Do you want to go bowling? Do you want to do nuts and bolts?
So what I'm going to do is I want to show you the power. Now, it is 850 watts, but that does not mean that there isn't any power, and it does not mean it's going to lose suction. It is plugged into the mains, so unlike your batteries, you don't have to worry about it losing power or suction at any point throughout your vacuuming process, which is great. But a lot of people think because it's so small, because it's so compact, especially they tend to say once the container fills up, it's not going to be as powerful, it's not going to work the same as it normally does. So what I want to do is I do want to show you the bowling ball, and then I'm going to fill it up as well. Now, just to show everybody out there that is a real bowling ball, I'm going to kind of drop it on here.
I'll get the pins out. Right, yeah.
We can hear that, yeah? We're all that is a bowling ball. Right, so here's a little something I made earlier.
Bravo.
Well, I mean, it is the craft.
It is Blue Peter, I thought so.
I mean, I thought I'd come to the craft store, I might as well make something.
Yeah.
So, we have a bowling ball there. All I'm going to do is just add this little attachment straight onto my vacuum, and I'm going to switch it on. And this is just to show you that we just pop that straight on top. That holds it together. And if I just lift, as you can see.
Here we go.
I mean, I can even be very, very cheeky and actually swing it to try and get it off. But that's a bowling ball, and that's 850 watts lifting that bowling ball, and it will carry on holding it.
A handheld
exactly, yeah, I know. At that price as well, which is amazing. release, and it drops. Now, what I also want to do now, like I said, a lot of people say once the container's filled up, it loses suction, it doesn't have the same kind of power. So, we've got a little bowl of rice here, so I'm just going to vacuum that, and I'm just going to make sure that that container is filled. And just to show you guys, if you want to have a little look, that is like filled right to the rim, right? So, we're going to pop the contraption on.
Interesting.
And we're going to pop that straight on top of the bowling ball once again. And this is once again just to show you, even it is filled and the container is filled right to the top, it's not going to lose suction, it's not going to lose any power whatsoever, so you don't have to worry about that at all. Once again, even if I swing it a little bit, it's not going to drop out. And that all comes from an 850 watt motor, which is absolutely fantastic, right?
I must say, please don't swing your bowling balls around at home. Obviously, keep those in the alleys, right?
That's why I do it here. I'm not allowed to do it. I take advantage while I'm here.
It's so impressive. Over something...
It's very impressive, yeah.
Something that's under 2 kilograms.
Yeah.
For something that's 22.50, and that's on FlexiPay. So when I say 22.50, I'm talking interest-free, only 2 FlexiPays. £22.50. So then I'm thinking in my head, well, if it can suck that up, it can definitely suck up the glitter or the sequins or the beads 100%. In my craft room, the cereal that's been brought in, the dog food pets or some pet food that's been brought into the house, a little bit of mud when you go out walking. All of these things on something that's beautifully slimline. I like you've got colour choice. Personally, for me, with that price point, I'd just order blind. Who cares what colour you're getting? It's $22.50. It's $22.50. But you know what? If you've got a favourite, you love the gold. The purple is the most popular historically. The blue was last time. It's completely up to you.
I mean, that's normally the hardest choice.
Yeah.
What colour to go for. So, once again, just to empty, just to show you guys again, just as a reminder, click that button there. That will release the container. Take the filter out, wash it, dust it, rinse it. It's entirely up to you what you want to do with it. And then simply empty the contents into the bin or wherever you like. Now, in terms of crafts, nuts, bolts, little bits, sequins, that sort of thing, I do have a little surprise for everyone. So in here, as you can see, I've got just a mixture of things like nuts, bolts, you know, normally things that you'll find in the office.
The stuff you don't want to be standing on, stuff you don't want to lose. Stuff
you don't want to lose, that's the thing, which is great. I mean, at home, my missus loves it because whenever there's any bits of jewellery or any little bits of money in the cat, we always argue over whose money it is, but it's great because, like I said, you can find anything in there, anything that you vacuum up. I also want to show you, it's to show you how durable it actually is, so you don't need to worry about any of the nuts or bolts or any of the paper clips actually damaging the vacuum or damaging the filter.
Good point.
It's fine, it's not a problem at all. So as you can see, anything like your nuts, your bolts, your little bits, your little bobs, bits of jewellery, any little trinkets that are around, and you want to vacuum it all up, you've got a little spillage. Nice and easy. Once again, you don't have to
The gallery mates went, that is the most satisfying thing they've seen. Isn't it just? Yeah.
It is, isn't it? It's even more satisfying doing it, so,
Yeah.
And then once again, take the filter out, empty into the container, and the great thing is, like I said, why I get loads of artists and young professionals using it is just because they can find these things, They vacuum up all these, like you said, the little sequins, the little nuts,
We've got a
bolts,
request.
trinkets. Yes.
Can you do that again?
Yeah.
That is producer Meg's request. She's like, what is going on here? That is the most satisfactory, all of your findings, beads. These things, I guess, are not for throwing away. They're to gather up all your stuff that you've spent your money on.
No one's ever asked me that before, so thank you.
You're like, sure. Yeah.
It's a career highlight. Right. Once again, click in, as you can see. I mean, the great thing is, it's literally taking me a matter of seconds to put it.
Well, like we're saying,
you
do the whole house, and all of a sudden, the second you finish, of course, something gets spilt. So it's like doing it again. You just gathered it all up, and it's gone again.
Always, that's definitely my house. Have you ever been there? Once again, guys, all your nuts, your bolts, pins, sequins, any little trinkets, any other little bits that you have around the office, in your little workshop, absolutely amazing. It vacuums it all up. You don't have to worry about any damage. Nice and easy, ready to go. Once again, to empty, just click the container, that comes out, which is great, because even if you are doing the whole house and it fills up, 2 seconds, empty it, back, you're good to go again, right? You don't have to worry about going out, getting a bag, or ordering one, or emptying the bag, or things like that. And then once again, empty out all the contents into your container, and away you go.
This could be all those glitters, the heat embossing powders, the sequins, the pins, the needles, whatever you fancy for your jewellery making, maybe. I think in craft store after all. Right, let's give you a chance to check out your baskets. I'm super excited for you. Just to recap for you, this is the first show of the year. You saw on those 5-star reviews that people were even ordering this when the stock appeared, let alone when the show came in. So I know a lot of you have been waiting for this. You do get the extra HEPA filter included anyway, so there's one in the machine already, then you'll have an extra one. If you want an extra one, maybe you ordered previously, bottom of the screen, 507056, but it has never been more affordable. It's never been at a lowest price. This is the lowest price that the craft store has ever done. And you know what, we're going to show you a bit of footage right now, all about FlexiBuy. If you've never shopped before, maybe you've come over from Creating Craft, you heard me talking about this at 951091. You can use this time right now to go onto Google or your other favourite search engines and search Merlin 2-in-1 vacuum. Make sure it's this one. Make sure it's the 850 watt one, make sure it says 2-in-1, and you will see on Amazon £49.95. There was another one that I can't remember the name of, which was over £60, and that is not too much. That is not too much. Amazon are not overcharging you for. This just sort of highlights how good the craft store deal is. Not only the best price that I could find it for, the best price that Here has ever done it for, and then, if you wish, you can divide the cost with FlexiBuy.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
During that, I know you're checking out your orders. Hi here, smashing crumbs and all sorts into the carpet, onto the hard floors, onto the kitchen floors, onto our studio floors as well. Hi there, welcome, mate, to the craft store. Super excited about this. First show of the year. It's been a couple of months since you're back. Now, it's so interesting, because I know the second half of the first half of this show just now was a lot about the handheld, but after all, it can be an upright. It maybe is always an upright. So if we're talking about vacuuming, maybe the first thing we think of is flooring.
I mean, the great thing is, you know, some people that buy it, like I said, they use it as a secondary vacuum. Some people use it as a main upright vacuum. Some people use it just as a handheld. So there's sort of kind of, what we're kind of giving you is just these options, you know, to have that versatility. The great thing is a lot of people kind of, they are a little bit surprised when they see the power and the suction of a vacuum, because initially it is a handheld, but a lot of people are shocked that you can use it as an upright as well. And they are absolutely astonished in terms of how well it actually works. The great thing about this, because we said it's so lightweight, you can just use it anywhere and anywhere. And anybody can use it as well, which is really useful. So you can use it as an upright vacuum. As you can see, you can go straight from your laminates, straight onto your carpet, straight onto your tile floor, straight onto your wood floor. You don't need to add or take any attachments away, which is what's great about this. We're not trying to add any sort of like additional features or any little gimmicks or any little attachments or anything like that. We're just kind of straightforward, just kind of telling you sometimes all you need is something that works. Just simple, powerful vacuum that just does the job when you need it to. Right, you don't need to change any attachments or features from when you're going from one flooring to the other, which is absolutely amazing. You get 850 watts, which is very powerful for a handheld vacuum as well, and you are getting it plugged into the mains, so you're never going to lose any suction or power at any point.
Even when you're going to the car or going up the stairs, even if it is a handheld, I think that's, I've never seen that before, that you can have a handheld plugged in. So I mean, maximum power even on a handheld.
The thing is a lot of people would say, okay, you can get the battery one, but the problem is at this price, if you've ever bought kind of a battery handheld at this price, it's kind of, you're never really going to get that kind of performance or that kind of power or suction that you want to get out of a regular sort of vacuum cleaner. And that's why we plug it in, because we want to give you the best performance possible. We want you to do the best job possible in terms of cleaning your house or whatever it is that you want to clean.
I'm staggered. You know what, I'll tell you a little story. My wife, a lot of people here know her, who works here, called Emily. She works up the road. She treated herself to that £350 cordless vacuum cleaner from our friends at Bison. Okay? There's nothing you haven't done that my machine would do that yours couldn't. Everything you've done would work the exact same.
Exact same, yeah.
Everything.
Yeah, everything, yeah, 100%, exactly the same. I mean, the thing is with those sort of high-end vacuums, in terms of the price tag, you are paying for essentially.
It comes in more attachments. It's got a wobbly hose.
You know, the hose,
thing as well.
It's battery power,
got battery,
all that sort of thing.
But
right.
As far as the end result of the
end
suction
result does
that
exactly
you've done,
the same thing. If
same.
anything, you know, if anything, like dare I say, this probably does a little better job because it's plugged into the mains.
Well, yeah, I've got to charge it.
You don't have to worry at any point, because usually with a battery power, even if they say the battery lasts an hour, towards that hour you tend to lose power and you tend to lose suction because the battery's going as well. But the thing is, we're not trying to compete with those high-end big vacuum cleaners, because you don't really need to. Like we said, it's a kind of different, you know, like I said, if we were to compete with them, it'd be a much bigger motor, it'd have all the extra attachments, all the extra features, but sometimes you just don't need that. You just need something just kind of simple, quick, easy, does the job, and that's essentially what you're paying for, really.
And it's a 2-in-1, as you mentioned.
And it's
so
a 2-in-1, yeah.
Now, can you talk around it, like how we turn it on, how we turn it off, how we release things, because it's very simple.
So, I'll make a bit more of a mess.
Okay.
I am taking advantage, because I don't get to do this at home at all. So, let's bring a little mess here.
Your local co-op will think you love cornflakes, going back to get another...
Yeah. I've opened an Airbnb.
Yeah.
Right, we're going to step on it as well, just in case at home. Now, I know at home your house does not look like this 24/7, but accidents do happen. And this is sort of showing you sort of like worst case scenario. So we are just going to kind of put this straight into the carpet. Right, so it is a 2-in-1. You can use it initially as an upright vacuum cleaner, and in order to switch it on, the great thing about this, it weighs less than 2 kilos. And that's what's amazing. Because unlike the bigger vacuums, you're not dragging anything up and down the stairs. If you know anybody that struggles to lift, anybody that struggles to carry, anybody, you know, particularly in terms of the elderly, anybody with arthritis, rheumatism, that sort of thing, they can't grip, they can't hold, this is perfect for them because it literally weighs nothing at all. I can lift it up with a finger, which is amazing.
Under 2 kilograms with the floor attachment and with the handle.
Yeah, that's under.
So it's obviously going to be even lighter as a handheld.
100%, yeah. As a handheld, it'll weigh absolutely nothing at all in comparison to all the other vacuum cleaners, which is great. So, because if you also have any back problems, you're not worrying about bending over, constantly switching it on and off. Just lift it towards you, right? And as you can see with the button here, just switch that on, and you're ready to go. The great thing is, use it as an upright vacuum cleaner. Now, what's brilliant about this is I can use it without having to change any attachments, without having to adjust any features, brushes or anything like that. I can go straight from my laminate, straight onto my tile flooring, my concrete, and from there straight onto the carpet. Which is amazing, because if you want to do more than one room, you want to go straight from the lounge into the bathroom, into the kitchen into the stairs, you can do that without having to worry about changing or adding any attachments or switching up any features, right? So as you can see, it goes straight from one flooring to the other, and it still does the same job, same performance, regardless of what kind of flooring you actually have. Now, what makes it a 2-in-1? Now, if I just put my foot on the head there, as you can see, and just pull it up, that comes out. What's amazing about this, what that allows me to do is things like the corners and the edges, any little bits that I've missed, any little bits that I can't reach where the main head hasn't got to, it allows you to get much deeper, much more into the little nooks and crannies, all the little crevices, which is amazing, once again without having to bend over and hurt your back. Now, here's the great thing about this, because it's so lightweight, you can actually lift it up, which is amazing, because if you want to do anything in terms of the ceiling, the cobwebs, curtains, all those hard to reach places on top of the cupboard, you're able to do that as well without having to injure yourself.
Yeah, be careful.
Now, what makes it a handheld? If I simply just unclip here, I pull that handle out, that comes out, and what I have now is my a handheld vacuum cleaner, which is great as well, because once again, regardless of what kind of flooring and what kind of stairs you have at home, you can still use this on any kind of flooring, laminate, carpet, wood, concrete, straight from one onto the other.
This could be on my desk, it could be on my kitchen counter, it could be on my desk.
Yeah, it could be on your desk, 100%. Yeah, like I said, I got there's a woman who bought one of me a few months ago before Christmas, and she's got a sort of like a hobby craft store. She does a lot of hobby crafting and things like that. So any of those little sort of trinkets, like you said, sequins, all those
studio's
sort of
full of
things.
it.
She just has their studio's full of it. You might have an accident, a little spillage. Vacuum it all up. She's lost anything, it's all in there. So she just uses it just purely as a handheld. She doesn't need it as an upright vacuum, and that's okay. You know, it's whatever works for you. You do get the 2 attachments as well. Now this is particularly great as well. You've got the flat head. Now what this is amazing for, if you've got anything like seats, sofas, cushions, in here I've got a baby seat as well. So if you don't have any children at home, you know these crumbs go into the most impossible places. You always wonder how they got there, right? What's going on? And just to show you kind of any of these little bits in between the gaps, they're particularly useful for any of those sort of hard to reach places, in all the corners and all the edges, in between the seats, in between the sofas, and also any of these little sort of corners and edges as well, where all those, you know, the main sort of vacuum hasn't reached yet. It's always good for that. Any little fine bits of detail in terms of straight around the edges, it's great for that. And then you have the other attachment as well. And this is particularly useful for if you have anything like fabrics or any sort of like cushions.
So on your sofas or your soft furnishing.
On your sofas, on your soft furnishing, 100%. You've got the little lint on it, which if you have any pet hairs, if you have any dog hairs, this is absolutely amazing for that as well. It lifts up all the hairs, and it's not going to get trapped as well, because a lot of the times you end up having to pull out the hairs out of the brush. And once again, just to show you on the baby seat as well. And you can use it, once again, on any kind of flooring, on any kind of cloth, and that just cleans it right up. And the amazing thing about this, like we said, is you're not having to worry about the big bulky vacuum cleaners when you're doing this. So you just got a nice little handheld. So whether you're doing the baby seat, whether you're doing the car, whether you're even actually doing the stairs, it's absolutely fantastic for it, because you don't have to worry about carrying a big bulky vacuum cleaner up and down the stairs. The great thing is as well, if I do twist this simply onto the other side, what that will allow me to do is simply do the bottom of the stairs as well as the top of the stairs, which is something we always end up struggling to do, right? Because you've got the big hose, you've got a little plastic attachment, you've got to have another attachment, and then you've got to hold the big vacuum while you're doing that. It's sort
We've
of
all been there, right? Everyone at home thinking, yep, I know what you're talking about.
Right, and then once again, just to empty, click the button on the container. That releases the container. Take the filter out. Once again, you can wash it or you can rinse it in the sink. It's entirely up to you, or you can dust it off. However you want to look after it, it's entirely your decision. Empty the contents. Ideally not back on the floor, because then my missus will have a go at me. Once the container is dry, just make sure it's dry. You can wash it, clean it, it's entirely up to you. But as long as it's dry, just pop it back in. And as you can see, it's literally going to take me a matter of seconds. Now, once the filter's in there, that clicks in. Get the handle, pop that inside. That clicks in, pop the head on, and there you have it. Literally takes a matter of seconds to assemble, deassemble, and put away. So it can literally take you about half the time that it normally would.
I was really impressed how it just sort of leans forward a little bit, doesn't it, and just clicks into place. So if you want it freestanding, something like that, if that's what's best for under the stairs and that's where you pop it. But if you haven't got an area, haven't got a cupboard this size, then just half it. That handle comes off, it goes in a cupboard.
I mean, we've got underneath the stairs, we've got the store cupboard where the washing machine is.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So you just put a little hook behind the door, and we just sort of hook this on there. So it's very useful. And we mainly use this for just the downstairs for the kids, in the kitchen, the living room, that sort of thing. Just get it out quickly, get the job done, in and out.
That's the perfect. If it's more likely to be quick, if it's quicker, you're more likely to do it more often if you need to. Maybe you're not going to use it all the time. I'm wondering, what's your situation at home then? Are you thinking, well, you know what, I am getting older, I'm not as strong as I once was. It's kind of hard work now to do the chore with my big, upright, heavy vacuum cleaner. this is your solution, weighs under 2 kilograms. It's going to be under 1 kilogram, isn't it, when it's that handheld. Sometimes handhelds, particularly battery power, particularly this price point, does not have the power to withdraw not just the life of the battery, but the job you want to be doing. After all, we're all picking up nuts and bolts earlier on. I know there's some glitter to come as well. It's going to be fabulous. That's coming up. You've got maximum power forever, because it is plugged in with a 6-metre cord, which is longer than the standard length. All these little things have been taken into consideration. Is it going to be your second vac? Is it going to be your first? Is it going to be a gift to somebody else? Maybe you've just moved into a retirement home or a complex, or just downsizing into a flat or into a bungalow from a larger house because, you know, people have moved out, etc. Maybe it is for students. Maybe it's going to be accommodation, someone's first home. If space is of a premium and you haven't got somewhere to put a big, large vacuum cleaner, this is your answer. If weight is a problem, this is your answer. If the price point of spending £350, wouldn't we love to? Isn't a possibility right now. $44.99 is your total price, and you can still divide that cost if you wish. You haven't got to do anything, but if you wish, £22.50 plus your P&P. All you've got to do, and Heidi was saying, like at the live shows, the toughest thing is to think, what colour do I want? I love the purple, I love the blue, maybe the gold, maybe the green. This show right now, blue is now in the lead for you. It has changed a lot. There's been a lot of greens going out, but blue is in the lead right now for you. All the same item number, all exactly, you get all 3 accessories you can see, and the extra filter, by the way. There is one going to be included in it, and then you get a further filter too. If you want another one, bottom of the screen. And I appreciate people, maybe you first bought it when it first launched, maybe you're thinking, you know what, it's time for another 507056. But the people who bought it at the start didn't get a cheaper price. At Christmas wasn't more affordable. This price on screen is the most affordable price that it's ever been at the craft store. And by all means, have a look elsewhere. I've seen one for $49.95. I've seen one of the usual price of £15 more than this. Worth every single penny. 951091. Just glancing at the clock. 10 minutes left on the only show. That's as much stock as we've got. So by all means, check out After the Hour if you wish, or be inspired by what you see, and you can get hold of it right now under 951091. So exciting. And actually, that point of filtration, especially a dual filtration, and the word HEPA as well, does give you reassurance about quality of what you're putting back.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, HEPA stands for Highly Efficient Particulate Absorber. So, like I said, well, yeah. You know, I'd like to impress. So,
you nailed it.
Well, I told my mum I'm going to be on, so yeah, I needed to impress. No, but what that's particularly used for as well, like I said, what it does filter the air. So anything like dust, if you have any allergies, normally with the regular older vacuum cleaners with the bags, there's no air filtration system. So when the air actually comes out of the vacuum, the dust particles, they all tend to come out with it as well. So it's great for particularly anybody who struggles to breathe, anybody who has asthma, breathing difficulties, respiratory difficulties. It's great because you don't have to worry about anything coming out into the air. It's great in terms of things like dust and also if you have any sort of pets and hairs and dog hairs and that sort of thing, you don't have to worry about any of that going into the air as well. I mean, these days, particularly more than ever, we want our air to be as clean and as filtered as possible. Yeah, it all helps, doesn't it? It all helps. So it all helps 100%. So what this does, it filters the air for you as well as obviously traps all the other little bits of dirt. It does come in 2 parts, so if you just twist the top, that comes out, and that is your double filtration. So anything that the paper filter will miss, the mesh one. Do you
wash both bits? Do you only wash one bit? What do you?
You just give them both a rinse if you like. You can sort of dust it off with a brush if you want to. You can rinse it in the sink. Obviously, you don't need to scrub it with like a fairy liquid or anything like that. Just give it a little rinse. Make sure all the dust is gone. Let it dry. Once it's dry, pop it back in, and you're kind of good to go. So minimal maintenance, really.
There's one in the unit, and you get a plus an extra one as well, so an additional one, so you will get 2. Yeah. 951091. Well done, everybody. I'm loving the idea that I know a lot of you missed out. I know before Christmas it was super, super busy. In fact, the busiest ever show was before Christmas. Maybe it's gifts to yourself, gifts to somebody else. You get it right now at that price and on FlexiBuy as well, so $22.50. Right, less than 10 minutes, much less from me, much more from you. Take it away.
Right, so I've kind of shown you the weight, I've shown you sort of how it works, how it detaches 2 into 1 as well. I do want to show you the power.
Yes, please, yes.
Because it is 850 watts. which is very powerful for a vacuum this size, but a lot of people are worried because it's 850, they don't think it's going to do the job, they don't think it's going to be very powerful. So I do want to show you a few things. I don't know if you have noticed, I have a bowling ball here.
Love this. If you just joined us, stay tuned,
Yeah, we've got a nice little bowling ball here. Now it is a bowling ball, just to prove. I will kind of tap it without breaking the floor. And that's just to show you it is solid. That is a solid bowling ball right there. And the reason we do this is just to show you how powerful the vacuum actually is. So we're actually going to lift this up. I do have a little device that I made earlier. So this is the craft store after all. So
it's excellent. You've done very well.
So I'm going to just add this little attachment to my handheld vacuum, and I'm going to switch that on. 850 watts, right? It's going to give you so much. Now, the reason why it's so powerful as well is because all the suction is concentrated all into one, right? So, if I just pop my little attachment straight on top of that bowling ball, that sucks it right up, and if I just lift it up, that is going to hold that bowling ball for as long as possible. As long as the machine's on, that's going to hold that bowling ball up. Even if I swing it a little bit, as you can see, that's not coming off. And the only way to get it out of the attachment is to literally switch, and that drops right down.
I thought you were going to drop it on the hard surface.
I thought I was going to drop on my foot for a minute.
Yeah, careful.
Right, what I do want to do is take it to another level, because a lot of people say, okay, well, the container's empty, it's a fresh filter, things like that. Okay, fair enough, I'll give you that. So what I'm going to do here is I am going to fill up the container, and I do want to show you, even if the container is filled up and you haven't emptied it, or for whatever reason, you don't need to worry. It's not going to reduce the performance. It's still going to stay powerful. It's still going to do what it needs to do. So, switch the vacuum on. We are going to fill it up. Here I've got a bowl of rice, which I'm going to fill straight to the top, as you can see. Fill it up a little bit more. And I think we're in agreement that is a filled container, right?
It is, yes.
Everybody see that? That's right to the top. So, get our little attachment here. Pop that back onto the vacuum and straight on top of the bowling ball. Once again, lift up that bowling ball, and as you can see, even if the container is filled, it will still lift up that bowling ball, no problem at all. And that's how powerful this vacuum actually is for its actual size. Once again, switch it off, and that is the only way that bowling ball will be released. And that's just to show you how powerful the vacuum actually is. So even for the size, it still packs a punch, which is amazing. And it's never going to lose performance or suction or anything like that, because it is still plugged into the mains. Click this, that comes out. And what we're going to do is empty the container. Nice and easy. It literally takes you no time at all to empty it and put it back together again.
Wow, we're at the busiest point of the day, not just of the show, but of the day. If you on the website, if you're placing orders right now, glance at the clock, 3 minutes left.
Right.
So I know, Heidi, you've got a little craft store special.
I do have a little surprise for you guys, you know. I do spoil you, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
So, once again, I'm going to do the nuts and bolts, because for those who might have missed it, I just want to show them again.
And plus, Megan in the gallery loved it.
Yeah,
her favourite one, most satisfying demo she's ever seen.
Especially for you, if not anybody else, right? And this is just to show you extra little bits as well, just to give you other little ideas. Like I said, I do have loads of artists, professionals. They tend to come and buy it for their jobs as well. Anybody in sort of arts and crafts, construction workers, people in the office, they all tend to use these as well, and they love it because it's absolutely amazing with that. So, switch it on. And this is mainly to show you that you don't have to worry about damaging the vacuum, or whatever you're vacuuming is not going to ruin or damage the filter or anything like that. You're simply going to vacuum whatever you need. Metal, plastic, it doesn't make a difference at all whatsoever. And that all collects into the container there. So if you have any bits of jewellery, any other little bits, sequins, all of that, trinkets.
You know what, there's no fear like it when you know there's a back of an earring, or you know there's a pin, or you know there's a needle.
Exactly, yeah.
Somewhere in your sewing machine, it's on the floor somewhere.
Somewhere in there, yeah. It's somewhere in there. And simply empty that back into the container. Now, like we said, I do have glitter, and I do want to show you glitter. Reason being, it's all well and simple hoovering up things that kind of don't make a mess, but we all know glitter is literally one of the worst things.
Yep.
And if you have kids as well, and they have their glitter, and it goes everywhere, that's...
And it's going to go everywhere.
And it's going to go everywhere, yeah. It is an absolute nightmare to get rid of. So we just want to show you with this, even things like glitter you don't need to worry about. and that's how efficient this vacuum actually is.
Glitter on carpet as well.
Yeah, we're going to pop it straight onto the carpet, you know. This is for Meg.
This is for Meg, yeah. If you like that last one, Meg.
If you like that last one, Meg, this is for you. Right, so glitter on there, as you can see. Pop the glitter on the carpet. I pop the glitter on the laminate floor as well, just to show you, because it is quite dark, which is... So, I'm going to pop in my attachment, right, and this is particularly useful. As you can see, I've got the lint on it, and that's going to lift up any of those little stubborn bits of glitter that are on the carpet, and we're going to vacuum away. I mean, the great thing about this is you don't need to press, you don't need to scrub, you don't need to rub or anything like that. And as you can see, within a matter of seconds, that's going to lift up all that glitter from that carpet nice and easily. And then we're going to go straight onto the laminate. As you can see, that lifts up, no problem at all. You don't need to worry about it going everywhere. And once again, if you don't want to use the lint, or if you don't have it, you could just use it as a normal head, as a normal handheld vacuum cleaner as well. So literally, you could use this on anything and everything. I mean, I'm not trying to limit it to just sort of... I know it is just a vacuum cleaner, but I'm not trying to limit it to just kind of using it at home, or just for families, or just for elderly. This is generally for anybody and everybody. Anybody from, you know, a young student all the way up to a pensioner who's struggling, from people that work in an office to people that work in workshops and crafts and construction. It's generally a vacuum cleaner that is useful for everyone.
Well, I think that price point, it makes it open for everyone. And we've only got 30 seconds, so thank you, Hyder.
No, thank you very much.
Clearly you love it, you know all about it, your passion just runs through, and so thank you for showing us so many different things.
Thank you for having me. I'm happy to be here again.
Now, I would love to say Hyder will be back later today. He won't be. Somewhere maybe, but not here. We're going to get more shows in as soon as possible. The stock isn't there, so right now you can get a hold of it. 951091. That is your first ever stock of the year, and it's never been more affordable. So you want it right now, and if you want, divide the cost by 2 with FlexiBuy. Everything there for $22.50. Now we're talking all things fabric. Craft yourself silly in an hour's time. We'll be talking lots about what's on this show. There's another what's coming up later on with Janice next.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Shopping online with the Craft Store has just got easier with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan. Spread the cost of your basket, whether there is one item or many, with 3 interest-free payments. Simply choose Pay in 3 at checkout and pay for purchases between £30 and £2,000 over 3 equal instalments for the next 3 months. No fees and no interest. Spread the cost of your shopping with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan at the Craft Store.
Oh, do you know what's lovely about working here at the craft store? We all get on so well. We're so lovely to each other. We say lovely things in between the shows and breaks and things like that to encourage us, which is always nice. Talking about encouraging, we've got our Julia Watts with us.
Hello, hi everybody.
How are you, Julia?
I'm all right, thank you.
I'm looking forward to this show.
I know, we got the cute little boxes back from Studio Light.
Yeah, we certainly have. Now, we had a one-day special with these, didn't we, Julia?
We did. I think it was the 5th of January, so, and I know on the 5th of January, in each hour we did a box. So you can go and look on Rewind, because we've only got an hour today. And we put them in different bundles for you.
Yes. And sorry, the matchbox fell over then, or the little box that you can make and create.
That's actually the one that's on the packaging. So the samples that are next to all of the pack shots are the ones that are actually on the packaging.
Oh, isn't that lovely?
Rachel Harries, if you're watching, could you email your samples into the studio, because we'd all like to see them.
Oh, really?
Please.
Are they special?
They are really. I mean, Rachel saw the one-day special. Rachel is on the design team, but she hadn't received the boxes, so she actually bought the matchbox at the one-day special shows.
Yes.
And she's made like a chest of drawers with them.
Oh, wow.
And she's grunged them up, and she's put like little knobs on the front so you can open them, and there's like 6 drawers together.
Aww.
And she's done like a box as well where there's like 4 or 5 on each side, and it's really cool. So Rachel, please
please email in those pictures. We would love to see them. Do you know what, these are
really cool. Aren't they sweet?
They are so sweet.
Yeah.
They're lovely as little gifts for people.
Yeah.
And you can also put little gifts inside and little sayings as well.
You can put tags inside, you can put little cards inside, because you could make little weeny little opening cards that go inside if you want
could
to.
do. They'll make nice little gifts if people come round to see you, nice little thank you
buttons
items
in them, so you can make, like Rachel's done, you can make a chest, you know, just stack them up. You don't have to be as elaborate as Rachel's done, just glue them all together, and you put your buttons in there, or your brads in there, and your pins in there.
Yeah, because then they could all stack up and have a little thing on the front to pull them open. Right, I do need to tell you, we're very busy. Now, the actual kits that you get are the die and the stamps as well, so they correspond together. This is the first time you can get them together, and you've got a great saving on here of £8. So it's £19.98. It's on extended delivery. We're going to dispatch these on the 15th of February. It's only a week away. It's not long to wait at all, unless you're counting the days. 670-905 is your item number. That is an absolute gorgeous. That is your Matchbox Love. And we've got Matchbox Star for you next. I love stars. I've got a fascination with the shape. I don't know what it is, I just love them. So this imagery here with the stars and the moon, I think is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah. So you could use that separately. Yes. I mean, essentially, this box has got the same mechanics as the first one.
Yes.
But with this one, you've got the ability to make like a stage and a scene. So you can see that you can cut the front out if you want to and look into it. But it does open in exactly the same way it slides out. So you can choose to use it like that, or you can choose to have it plain.
Yes, I love
but you've got all the other separate bits as well, you know, the little animals which coordinate with the stamps as well. Obviously the moon and the stars you can use in any of your makes.
Isn't that lovely?
I know, it's really sweet, isn't it?
And it's so tiny as well, but the details that you're getting in the stamps are just adorable. Love anything miniature, that's why I love you. Oh, Julia Watts.
You're not actually massive, are you? You're quite mini.
Gee, thanks for that.
As in tall. That's what I meant. You're mini.
What else would you be?
I don't know.
Well, I don't know either. But yes, I am mini. And I'm getting more mini with age.
We all do.
We all do. 1998. Julia's standing up, believe it or not. She's standing up there.
I
am. It is a fabulous deal. It's something a little bit different, isn't it? And what's nice about this, Julia, you can use the stamps separately, like you say, for other projects, for your planners, for your journals, for card making. But you've got that die there to build and create something extra special for somebody. Do you know what? With the matchboxes as well, it might be a key to a house. Maybe you're selling a house, maybe you're renting a house, or maybe it's just the key to the door when you get to 21. £19.98 is a great price. Got some lovely scrolls in there as well that you can put your sentiments on. Lovely little set, that one. 583152. Now, let's talk about the theatre. We've got a theatre box for you here. So this is larger than your matchbox.
Yes.
But it's still the same kind of way of putting it together, apart from the fact that it's not really a box, is it?
No, it's not really a box.
More of a frame.
Yeah, it's like a diorama kind of effect to it, I think.
Okay.
So you've got the dies in there that will make your hills, which again you could use as a stencil if you want to. You've got the clouds in there, you've got the rainbow. Now the rainbow will coordinate with the stamps as well, so you've got a stamp per arch of the rainbow.
Yes.
And I've just popped one of the little images from the paper pack on the one that I've done as well.
You know, you can make some really cool backgrounds with the stamps that you've got there. It does build and create a rainbow, which is lovely. Your die there will cut out your diorama style card or your theatre box. And there's nothing stopping you, Julie. For example, that banner just there, all the clouds or the rainbow, you could use those separately on other projects.
Absolutely, yeah. And you can use the little hearts and the little X's to either embellish as a little extra little die cut, or you can actually use them to build backgrounds. Same with the stamps as well.
Yeah. They're not X's, they're kisses. They're kisses, Julia.
I know they are.
What kind of star? Star kisses. Star kisses. That was all over my report book. Teachers used to give me lots and lots of kisses. They must have really loved me. There's kisses all over the place.
Were they red kisses?
They were big red kisses. They must have loved me at school. £19.98. Again, this is a terrific set because rainbows are very, very on trend at the moment. So you've got something there for your cards, you've got something there to put embellishments on your cards, but you've also got that wonderful theatre box as well.
And of course you've got the postage stamp die as well, which is actually a really nice kind of topper die.
Yes.
And then you've actually got the way to create a frame. So you can put a frame on your card if you're card making, or you've got some mats and layers. So it's a very versatile set.
I'm just saying you can actually... You can actually fold these flat. So if you did want to post them, that's going to be absolutely fine for you. And they don't weigh a lot either, you know, depending on the cardstock you've used. Lovely, right, let's move on. Let's move on. Oh, I love these. Right, we've got an exploding box for you next. These are a bit of fun, aren't they?
Yeah. So you basically cut the main dies out twice and just glue them together, and they make your actual box core area, if you like. I don't know. You've got your mats and layers, and then you've also got...
you struggle with that one, Julia, sorry.
Yeah, it's too early for me to get up in the morning. And then you've got your kind of cross sections as well, so you can actually add your greenery on there. So you've got the grass on there. This one has been made by Studio Light using the Sweet Wishes papers that we've got on as well.
Yeah.
So it's going to work for everything. Exploding boxes have been around for years, but there's been a lot of measuring, and you know, it's too much effort.
Yeah.
But when you've got a die, it does make it easy.
Yeah. Oh, they're fantastic. Now, you could have these as a centrepiece to your table. It could be a card or a little gift for somebody with some LED lights in. That would be lovely.
And of course, they fold flat.
Yes, they do.
To send them.
They fold flat, so you can send them in the post. And then when the recipient takes them out of the envelope, boom, there you go. £19.98, saving £8 on that. 895045. Now, all the savings on each of the kits add up to £32. Do you want to save that and more by going for the whole set? Why don't we do that? So, a further £10 off if you're not a Freedom member, but if you are a Freedom member, on top of that £30 odd, you get, on top of the £32, you get an extra £16.99. So £62.93 for all of the sets that we've just seen. And you can, of course, divide the cost into two payments of £31.47. That's all of the stamps, all of the dies. It's a great little set to get because if you want to give these as Christmas presents, well, why not, actually? Birthday presents, or you actually want to make and create, you can sell these as well, because I'm sure the Angel policy will allow us to do that. Julia said yes, so that's absolutely fantastic. 1638 1010 is your item number. If you did get any of these with the one-day special that we had, it must have been a month ago.
I think it was the 5th of January. I think that's when it was.
If you've made any designs, send in your pictures. We'd love to see them. And we want Rachel, don't we, to send in her
Yeah, we want
mate.
Rachel to send in her mate,
yeah.
please.
And it's studio@thecraftstore.com. Let's have a look at the papers, because these were used in the making of the exploding box sample that you saw. These are 12 by 12 papers, and you get 12 of them. So you've got lots of areas that you can cut out and start creating, not just for exploding boxes, but it could be for journals, diaries, cards. There are double-sided as well, so that's one side, and then you've got the plain side, but it's not that plain. You've got all those wonderful dots on there. You could cut these out and use them as card toppers, so you've got some really cool designs in there. Again, you can turn that over and you can use the other side, or if you're curling one of these over, for example, it would look nice because you've got two sides. Let's grab this one and let's have a look at what's on the other side. So you've got the check there, and then you've got that wonderful pattern. Hope it's not strobing the cameras, actually. You've got some lovely little ditzy patterns in here. You've got your rainbows, which are lovely. You've got some great colours in here. Let me turn this one.
So that one at the top of that one, I think it is. Yeah, that's what was used on the box. You can
yes,
see
that's
that,
right.
yeah.
Yeah, let me grab that and show you. That was just used on the side of the box, as you can see just there. So it's a really cool
works
effect.
really well, just that little border on the on the paper.
Like that. That works out brilliantly, and goes with the other colours that you have in the paper pack. So you've got 12 in total. They are 12 by 12 in size. You can see their lovely detail and colours that you've got included. So you might have some dies at home that you want to use these with. You might want to use them for scrapbooking, matting and layering. The choice is yours, actually. So fantastic, £10.99. You can multi-buy if you want to. You can also divide the cost of this into two if you're going for the full collection. 617358 is your item number. Right, Julia, what are we going to look at first?
Well, I think we'll do a matchbox.
Okay.
So we're going to use the Matchbox Love to start with. So as I said to you, the setup on both the Matchbox Love and the Matchbox Stars is the same. The core is the same. So you can see if I put this die over the top of that one, it's exactly the same.
Yeah.
So if your budget will only actually go to one, you just choose whichever one you want if you want to make matchboxes. And you can use this one plain as well. Obviously, you've got different extra dies with each set. So we're focusing on the Matchbox Love. So what you want to do is you want to cut this biggest die out. Yep. Which is this die cut here, and you want to cut this die here out, which makes your cover, your wrap around. So what I tend to do is you'll find that these lines here, which aren't raised, these are score lines, and I tend to pop them onto my oh, what's it called, scoring board.
Yeah.
Oh, brain.
Are you all right, Julia,
no.
this morning? Did you not have a coffee?
I did have a coffee, but I have decaf, so it doesn't really wake me up. Right, so yes, so I've scored them again just to reinforce those lines, because this is Sentimental Yours pure white card, so it's 270 GSM, so it's a really good weight. Yeah. So turning it over, you can see that I've already put red liner tape on some of the flaps here.
And would you say go for that rather than glue?
I would do both. Yeah. Oh. I would do both, because red liner tape can actually over time stop being sticky. So if you've got glue on there as well, then you're good to go. So I've got a paper cut. One thing to bear in mind as well, when you've got dies, when they cut, they fold over a bit of card on the edge there. So don't run your finger over there because it cuts. So I did that this morning, so I'm struggling a little bit with my red liner tape. I know. I should know better, really. It's when I was putting my tape on. Right, so let's fetch this off. Of course, you have to remember that red liner tape grabs quite quickly, so...
You can also take your red liner tape off with like a pokey tool.
You can do, but I haven't got my pokey tool out, so I thought I'd just, you know...
I can get you a pokey if you want
I've
one.
got a pokey.
Okay.
Right, so we're just going to add a little bit of glue here and there. And I'm using the Studio Light glue, which is on a pick and mix. Just to add a little bit.
Oh, Julia, we're 10% gone of the complete collection, so we are busy. You're taking advantage of the saving. Freedom members as well, you get an extra discount. If you're going for the whole set, you're saving the individual savings, which works out to be £32. And then if it's a Freedom member, you save an extra £16.99. So that is, yeah, £48.99, isn't it? Wow, that's a big saving.
It is a big saving,
isn't
it?
And you can divide the cost into 2 payments. It's a wonderful set to get. It's something a little bit different, isn't it? Rather than just making flat cards, let's make something a little bit different. And also, I think, Julia, these will be great if you sell jewellery or something like that.
Yes.
You can pop your little earrings in here, you shrink plastic key
They're lovely
rings
little
and things
gift
like
box,
that.
little gift boxes, aren't they? That's what they are.
That'd be lovely.
So, as always, I get ahead of myself because my brain doesn't work. And it's actually easier to decorate the base before you actually stick it together. So, you've got a couple of dies in here, in the flap, which are mats and layers. So you can use those for anything. And so this is a Studio Light. It's one of the fades. Packs that we've got. I don't think it's on the show, but it might be in the brand shop, I'm not sure. And then I've cut the smallest out of one of the papers, and I've just edged it with one of the Studio Light ink pads here. So we're going to put that together, and we're going to put that in the base, and then we're going to fold it up. There's lots of different things that you can do within this particular die set, stamp set, and if you bring the papers in as well, you know, obviously you have papers at home. Rachel actually cut hers out of cardboard and made hers quite grungy. She's also used the Art by Marlene set, and also Lou's new set, which is, I believe, launching at the weekend. So, you know, there's just loads of different things. You'll have stash at home, and it's because it's quite small. It's good to use up all your little scraps with a lot of these elements as well.
Is Lou's new collection at the weekend?
Yes.
Which Lou? Lou Withers?
Yes. I know Lou Sims has got a collection today as well,
has got
hasn't
a collection
she?
today, so we're excited. Is that her first collection?
Yes, it's her first one.
So we're really excited about that.
Yeah, let's give a big shout out for Lou Sims tonight. I know she's a little bit nervous.
Oh, bless her. She doesn't need to be.
When it's your own, I think.
I bet.
So we've got that in the base, and now all we're going to do is start folding. Now you've got these flaps here, so you need to think that those have got to come in, and they have to sit underneath that there. So you want to bring those in first. Bit cack-handed. There we go. I'm not sure if I can say that on the telly, but I just have. So that's cack-handed.
Oh, yeah, you can say cack-handed.
Right, okay. So
I'm sure I've said cack-handed before.
So you can see that one goes over there, and then you want to tuck that one in there. And you can get the real production line of these going. And they're quite satisfying, because for me, I don't normally make boxes, so it's really nice to do something different. And then you just fold in those side flaps here, so you've got a little tray going on there.
I just want to apologise to everyone at home for saying cack-handed, just in case we have offended anyone. But if anyone's wondering what it is, that's normal-handed, that's cack-handed. Again, apologies for offending. It's just when you pick things up wrong. Yeah, my mum used to say it to me all the time.
Yeah. So this is your top. Now your top, what you could do is you could have a pattern top and put pattern top on there. Let's get this one the right way. I think I have put that one together a bit oddly. So that would make your box, okay? But we're going to do a plain one on this one. So again, I've got the card, and again I've reinforced those little bits there. And we're going to bring this in, and you want to actually put your glue. I always do it wrong. You want to put your glue on the outside so that it folds over there nice and neat. And I think I will bring in a bit of the red liner as well, just to make it stay immediately for me. Just a little bit of a grab.
We've just found out the meaning of that saying. I can't say it on air, but apologies to everyone. But, you know, sometimes they make it up on the internet, don't they?
They do. I think they do.
We don't know for sure, but apologies. Have you ever done that trick with a matchbox where you put your finger in it and you open it up and then you wiggle your finger, like you've chopped off a finger and put it in a matchbox? Please don't do that. But if you
I've never done that.
Have you not? You used to cut a hole in the base of the matchbox, you put your finger through like that, and then you go, oh, look at my finger in a matchbox, and you wiggle it about.
So what I've done here is there's a few different ways we're going to decorate this. So obviously we've got panels that we can stick on the side, so we can you've got these little tiny, in fact you've got 2 of them.
Are they from the paper pad?
These from the paper pad.
Yeah.
You've got these 2 little dies within the set, and we can pop, I've cut them obviously once each, and we can pop those on the side as well. And again, I've edged these with my ink pad.
And there's lots of little elements on the paper pack that you can cut out and add to the centre of your matchbox or on the side.
Well, that's what we're going to do as well. I've only got the one I used in my one-day special because this was like an extra show, so I'm just using up all my scraps now. So just put this on this side here. We've also got, within this set, we've got a row of hearts. Within the matchbox stars, we've got a row of stars.
Okay.
So you could take some of these little stars, they're hearts, Julia. And they make nice shakers, these do as well. So, you know, Lou had the shaker blisters and dies on.
Matchbox will make a good shaker. Won't it all fall out?
Yeah, I'm talking about using these.
Oh, sorry, beg your
there.
pardon,
That's what I'm
Julia.
talking about.
I am
So
listening.
that's all right. That's all right. It's difficult, isn't it, when you've got somebody in your ear and you're listening to me as well.
Wow.
So this
and a screen between us.
and a screen between us. This little pickup tool from Sentimentally Yours is great for sticking on your little embellishments. So they might not be 100% straight, but I'm not too worried. So that's.
But they're pretty and they're precise, and they're neat and they're tidy.
Yeah. So there we've got little hearts on the side like that. Let's just do one side, because you know what I'm going to do on the other side. So that's the start. I've actually made lots of little cards here that I can put into my box if I want to, using some of the embellishments. So they could go in there. They're not going to, but they could go in there.
You can put little sayings on the back of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, they could be tags. You can, within the stamp set for this, but not for this one, for one of the other ones, you've got, this is the one that goes with the exploding box, because you can obviously mix and match if you've got the whole collection.
Yeah.
We've got a little sentiment here, and we could stamp onto one of the tags. Again, this is from the Sweet Wishes. Because it's clear, we can see it says, "I wish you all the best things," which is a nice thing to put into your box. So that can go onto my little tag, and that can go in there if I want it to. Just to give you a few ideas of what you can put in. It's a nice little surprise having lots of things in there. There could be lots of affirmations to make people feel better about themselves, perhaps.
Oh, that'd be nice.
So, you know, if somebody's really struggling with things and you want to lift them up, you could put a right little pile of messages in there for them. So
I thought
we're
you
not
going to say a right pile of mess.
No, right pile of messages.
Excuse me. I think that's so sweet.
There is actually another alternative to your topper piece, or you could put in the base. So you get these dies. So you get like a postage stamp, and then you get a stitch die as well.
Yeah.
And then we're going to put these on the top.
I think these are really nice for children as well.
Yes, they are. They are
nice little gifts. You could put a little chocolate in here, a little gift.
They're nice for teachers' gifts, actually. You know, for end of year.
Yeah, because then you wouldn't have to spend a lot of money on the gift because it's only a tiny box.
No, and if you were making, say, your own fudge or something at home, you could put a little hand wrapped piece in there, couldn't you?
That's a nice idea.
Or just a little card. You make a little. If you could take these outside dies here. So you could take that die there, and you could actually hang that outside edge out of the side of a fold of a card and make yourself a mini card using that.
Yeah, or
and
like
then you can put those in there.
Yeah, good idea.
And it's thank you, teacher, for all you've done, kind of thing. So that would be lovely. So that's going on there.
Can you remember the name of your first teacher?
Oh, my very first teacher, absolutely not. No, it's too long ago. No, I can't.
Mine was Miss Statham.
I remember some of my my senior school teacher names, but I do not remember any of my infant school teachers.
My very first teacher when I was 4 years old, Miss Statham.
And is that because you've kept in touch that you can remember? Or?
No, I did. I just, you know, when people just, I guess I've got quite a good memory. I can remember when I was like 2 years old, Christmas gifts and things.
Really?
Yeah, it's quite fascinating, really.
So there's my top there, so that's going to go in there like so. But we want to put, we've got these extra dies in here, and we didn't look at these during the one-day special. And I know that on this sample here at the front, those ones have been used. So we've got, there Janice is showing you in the centre there. So I'm going to show you how to put that little bouquet together, because you've got all those little bits and pieces.
That's lovely.
Yeah, so we've got, let's get my bag of goodies. I did have another bag of goodies, but goodness knows what happened to them. We've got so many bags of goodies. So you've got this die here, and that scores there, and you fold it, and that makes your little kind of wrap for your bouquet.
You could put some mini fries in there, Julia. That would look good.
You could
like
actually.
Some popcorn.
Yeah, you could actually. So let's just put a tiny bit of red liner to hold that together. That'll be a challenge for me, a tiny bit. Obviously, you can decide where you want it to fold. Oh, did it first time. Well done. In fact, let's not do it yet. Let's get our flowers in. Okay. So,
and are these from the paper pad, Julia?
No, these aren't from the paper pad.
Okay.
So again, I've taken some fades. Now, I did have everything cut out separate, so I could stamp on.
Okay.
But I've lost that separate little bag.
Have you?
I don't know what's happened to it.
You sure it's not under the pile next to you? There's a whole pile and a tray full of goodies.
Yeah, I've looked. It's not in my goodies.
Have you looked?
Yeah,
or have
I've
you just
looked. Well, I've done a female look, so it should be all right. It's not a male look.
You might need a Janice look.
It's not there because it should be been in this bag. Anyway, so you cut your dies out. The easiest way to do it is to cut your dies out, and then you can take your stamps. So on the set that comes here, you've got all these stamps here, and you can just hover over the top, because they're clear stamps. You can hover over the top and you can stamp in place.
Okay.
You don't need to worry too much with the flowers. The flowers only do either the head or just to start the stem. But you don't need to worry too much if they're not perfect. Mine aren't 100% perfect, but you still kind of get away with it. That one's the most off. But you've got all the stamps to stamp onto the extra dies that you get in your kit.
And they're so delicate,
So
aren't
yeah,
they?
you cut first and then you stamp second, because there's no way to line them up. There's nowhere to, if you cut first, cut second, that you just can't glue them to anything. So don't do it that way around. So that's what I did. So we'll take our little bouquet and put our little bouquet together. Let's put that die back.
Now, how can we get more information about the dies, because when we get them home, they're quite clear as to what they are and they do, but is there anywhere we can go? Oh, yes, there you go.
Yeah.
For instructions, you've got a little website
You've got the Studio Light YouTube channel. You've also got a Facebook group called Studio Light Creative Community, which is actually very, very good. When there's new releases, they do loads of lives, and I don't know, it comes from the Netherlands, and they have a massive, massive following. There's always hundreds of people watching the lives.
Oh, superb. So it's a nice place to go. You could perhaps chat with people as well.
Yeah, it is a really good place to go. There's also Lou's group, Junk Journals and Mixed Media. You'll find a lot of Studio Light samples on there as well, because obviously Lou's one of the designers. So we're just putting our little roses in there. You can actually put a better kind of piece together than that. So we've got our little bouquet going on, and we've also got this tiny little heart. Now this little heart die is this one here.
Hayley West has emailed in. Our lovely Hayley West.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, morning, Hayley. Or is it afternoon? Morning. Hayley West remembers playing the Matchbox game to see how many items you could fit inside a matchbox, and she actually won.
Oh.
Hayley, I want to play that.
That's not like the how many people can you get in a telephone box kind of thing, is it?
Well, sounds like a good night out to me.
So we've got this little tiny heart there that's going to fit on there. So we can then pop our bouquet inside of our
I think it was a mini, not a phone box.
I've seen it with a phone box as well, I'm sure I have.
Yeah, again, that might have just been a good weekend out that you had one weekend, Julia.
It might have been. And we can also add on here, we've got this tab die here, this one. Again, this scores in the middle. So this will give you a really good kind of opening. So again, we just put a little bit of red liner tape, just because I need it to adhere straight away.
Okay. Talking about getting things in cars, do you remember when, I think I can mention the name of the car, when the Mini Metro came out?
Oh, yeah.
And it was a real thing to have 2 people in the back and 2 people in the front. Other cars are available, but I don't think you can get Mini Metro anymore, so I said that.
No,
I can't remember who made it. Anyhows. But it was a real thing on the roads. And everyone was out in their Mini Metros with 4 people in. Even if you didn't know 4 people, you just say, can you get in the back, please? Just so you could drive around.
So
I've
just put that in there now. So there's my tab. So now we've got a tab to be able to pull out our little matchbox. So just like, oh, see if I can do it. Just like so.
Oh, that is lovely. And it's really nice if you have one where it pops out as well,
yes.
like on a piece of acetate
yes,
or
on the
something
acetate.
like that.
The acetate one's lovely, isn't it? So hopefully there's lots of ideas there that you can do with it. It's such a good, it's a beast of a die.
Yeah.
It's tiny, but it's mighty.
Here's an idea, Julie, and I don't know whether you can do this. Inside the matchbox, okay, inside the matchbox, how about this? You know, if you get some, well, what would it be? Like the see-through thread, like quite strong, like fishing wire or something. Yeah. And then have like a little bee in the middle, so it looks like the bee suspended.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea, wouldn't it? Yeah, or something else if it's Halloween. Ooh. Just think they're absolutely fantastic. We are really busy for the complete collection. You're taking advantage of that saving, and as a Freedom member, you save even more. £62.93. That's for all 4 sets of stamps and dies. It's a great collection. You can do so much for it as well, with it as well. 163810 is your item number. I think these are going to be great gifts for adults, for children. I think they're great keepsakes as well, or party favours, for example, or at the table, maybe someone's getting married, you could put little gifts inside the matchboxes. People will remember that. Let's say if you go for the little theatre one, for example, you could actually put a little picture of the bride and groom in there, and you could keep that. How lovely would that be? And then maybe on the back you could have a little email address if you're in a business or something. So many different ideas that you can put to these. It really is a fantastic set of dies and stamps. Don't forget, you're getting the corresponding stamps, but of course with that you could make separate cards with the stamps and the designs that you're getting. Just beautiful. Don't forget, we've got the paper pad as well. You might want to go for the paper pad because we've got some great elements on there to help decorate your exploding boxes, for example. Let me drop that one forward. Isn't that brilliant? Love that. So if you want to go for the paper pad with this, with the complete collection, you can divide the cost of that into 2 payments, but we will get to that in a moment's time. 163810 is your item number. Right, now the star box. We're going to take a look at this now. Details at the, is it the bottom of the screen? Bottom of the screen. £19.98. That gets you your die, and it also gets you your stamps as well. Use them together, use them separately, and I'm sure you're going to make some wonderful, wonderful designs. And those little theatre boxes are just so cute, aren't they? And you'll see when you get these home, the stamps, the detail that's in there, the detail with the dies as well. You can see you've got your fox that it will cut out perfectly, and you've got the corresponding stamps as well, so it really will make a beautiful design. You can see the owl just at the side there when we were having a look at the dies, and there you go. And they're also in the stamps. That's why you can cut them out and stamp them, or stamp them and cut them out. It's up to you. 163810 for the full collection, but the 583152 item number is for your star box. Now the theatre box, This is fabulous. This is something you could actually post flat, because it will go flat. Let's just pop that down like that. So you can put that in an envelope. There you go. So that will fold flat in an envelope. And when somebody gets it home, they'll take it out and then they can stand that up. I just think it's beautiful. And just showing you the side there, so it's a little shadow box. You've got the rainbow design in there. And if you are going for the paper pad, you could take some of the characters out of the paper pad and put it in there. Isn't that lovely? How about that, excuse me, on a mantelpiece, child's bedroom, and put some LED lights around there or something to illuminate that. I think they've got their own little mini theatre. How gorgeous. You could put some acetate across the front as well, so it almost looks like a TV screen. You could do that. You've got those beautiful stamps as well that create that rainbow separately or in conjunction with your die. You've also got the dies to cut out the rainbow separately if you want to. And you've got clouds, and you've got the love hearts in there as well. Really like this one. If you want to go for that, it's 732685 is your item number, £19.98. Now the exploding box, oh, beautiful. Again, all the dies here, you could even, if I were to take this and turn it that way, you could even use that die, just have it as a journal page and cut it down the middle. You could have 2 pages side by side. So you've got more scope there and more design, not just your exploding boxes. And this is what I mean, because you could have that shape just there, and that could be a tag, or it could be a journal page, for example. But it is part of your box. Again, that will fold flat, and when the recipient receives it, it's there standing up. Here's another couple of samples to show you as well. And this sample is with the paper pad that we've got on the show. So it's all the elements from the paper pad. But they look great. Imagine those lined up at a party, or you've got balloons coming from them or something like that. Fabulous set. 895045, £19.98. Love that. Now, remember this exploding box with all the little characters on? These have come out of this, which is your 12 by 12 paper pad. You get 12 by 12, and you get 2 of each design. We went through the designs earlier, but there was something I didn't show you. Let me just get that. Okay. So I showed you the check, but I didn't show you the bottom part of that, the splatter. Isn't that great? Love that. You could actually cut that out and have that going down the side if you want to. It could be like a scrapbook. So you've got 2 sides to the paper. You can start matting and layering. You can cut out different elements to put on your boxes. You don't have to use the whole of the image if you don't want to. And then you've also got your paper toppers as well. Now your paper toppers, let's grab those. There you go. These are fabulous. You could just cut one of these out and make a card with it if you want to. You don't really need to do anything else. Just a little bit of ink around the edges and you've got yourself a nice card. But lots of characters in there as well for placing on your matchbox designs. Where has it gone? It's in there somewhere. It's in there somewhere. But you've got 12 papers, 2 of each design. They're 12 by 12 in size, and that's a great little set. It really is. £10.99. If you want to multi-buy, you're more than welcome to do so. 617358 is your item number, and there's those characters in that exploding box die. Love that. Right, let's head back to our Julia Watts. Oh, hang on. Julia, we've got some pictures.
I know, I did see them pop up. I did see them,
Let's have a look. This is what Rachel has designed using the Matchbox die set.
So this is the one that's like 4-sided. So you can see she's got a stack there. She's obviously made a little groove in the side of each one, so that she can pull each drawer out. She did put video up into Lou's group with it as well.
Yeah, like that. Look, isn't that... This is the one with the knobs on, isn't it?
This is the one with the knobs on. But isn't this cute? So she's obviously put some findings on the front to make it more ornate. She's crunched it up, and she's got that teeny, well, it's probably a piece of mirror card or something like that, but then she's got a teeny jug in front of it and a little bit of lace. It's just, you know, because that looks like it's a piece of furniture in your room, doesn't it? But that is tiny. That's 4 little drawers tall and 2 wide.
Do you know what? If you've got a doll's house, Julia, that would be amazing, would it not?
Yeah.
You could make sets of drawers, you could make mini furniture. What a fabulous idea. Thank you for sending those pictures in, Rachel. It's lovely to see, because all of a sudden, it gives you that inspiration,
yes,
doesn't it?
It just opens more possibilities.
Yeah, and more ideas to do with your dies. Right, the full collection, really busy. You get your 4 dies and your stamps with that complete collection. I'll just bring those over. And that's where your largest saving is. Head to the website and give us a call to take advantage of that deal. Julia, what are we having a look at now?
We're going to look at the theatre box now. So this is the theatre box. So this is the one that's got the postage stamp dies, which can be used kind of separately, and the rainbow. And it's a really great little set, actually, as they all are. And as you rightly said, the samples that we've got here, we've got them on the back for a bit of inspiration, and it is what I used originally to make my first samples. And you can see that the stamps are going to match as well. So we're going to do a little bit of stamping and a little bit of construction as well.
Okay.
So if you use this biggest die here, these lines here are your score lines. And I've just again reinforced them because I'm using 270 GSM card, and I want to make sure that I don't ruin my card when I'm trying to fold it. So what you do is, I mean, the temptation is to actually fold it that way, but it doesn't go that way. It goes that way, so that you've got like a little valley, if you like, with 2 postage stamp sides. Then what you do is you make yourself a frame. So you use your postage stamp and you use the next one down. So you can imagine, can't you, having stamp backgrounds and things like that, and then popping that on the front of your card and just popping a sentiment on. You've got a card made if you're a card maker. So
and the bits that you cut out as well, again, you can use for journal pages. You can make cards out of them. Such a useful die.
Absolutely. So what you need to do is pop this on the front here, but again, as usual, it's easier to actually decorate a bit inside before you actually put your front on. So this is one of the papers from the paper pack, and I've used again this outside die that I actually created the aperture in my frame. I've used that. You can have a smaller aperture on your frame if you wanted to, because you can go down to the next smallest size die there. It's entirely up to you. So we're just going to glue this one in place.
You get a lot of dies with this set. I'm just counting them here. You've got one of the larger outside dies, so you could make a journal page with that. So that's that one there. You've got all of these dies inside. You've got the banner there. You could use that separately. You also have that framework of that like stamped edge, which is brilliant. Then you've got the 2 dies in there, so you could make more apertures far beyond what you're creating here with this great little theatre box, for example. You can make so much more with it as well, because you've got the die to cut out something like that could be a card, it could be a label, a tag, or something like that. So much that you can do with this, and you can use that sentiment banner separately as well on other cards. So if you're going to go for any singular one, I think this is a great one to go for, because I think this is going to be used far more than just for the project that it's intended to. It's a great little die set.
It's different as well, isn't it? I mean, for me, I've chosen these 2 to demonstrate in this hour because for me, I think I'd use these 2 the most. But having said that, the exploding box is really cool, and also is the Matchbox Stars is really sweet. So, you know, it is a really, really good set as an entire set.
Yes.
So what I've done is I've cut out the rainbow, and the rainbow will cut you all fit. You can't cut them all separately, you've got to cut them all as one die. So obviously if you cut that in 4 different colours, you've got 4 rainbows ready to go. Okay, so you don't have to worry about doing it when you need it. So there is, I'm not going to do all of these, but there is a stamp per rainbow piece. How are we doing for time? We're all right, actually. I might do. There is actually lots of rainbow pieces. So we've got, this is the smallest one. So I would say just drop it onto your craft sheet and then pick it up onto your block. Don't put it on your block, because when you put it on your block, you might stretch it and then it's not going to fit. So just drop it onto your sheet and pick it up.
Perfect.
So I'm just going to use a piece of card just in case it go off. Now I've discovered, because the one that I'm going to use that I've already done, that I might use actually, is off a bit. but it really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. This one is bigger than the area you're going to stamp with. So, I mean, if I stamp separate to it, so you can see that you could make yourself a background. Obviously, I'm multi-stamping, but you can make yourself an interesting background if you wanted to. It's a little bit grungy. Great for corners as well, of your cards.
Yeah, and making different shapes and backgrounds.
Yeah, so just, and pattern building as well. So just hover over the top.
We could make a smile. You could have a rainbow as a smile.
You could, absolutely. So there we've got our kind of dotty rainbow section.
Okay.
Then our next one up is, I think it's this one.
I think there's somebody with a television outside. I can see that in the reflection, Julia.
Is there?
Yeah, there's somebody with a TV outside. Maybe you're in a conservatory somewhere.
I don't know which size this one is. No, it's not. It's this. It is the next one up. You'll be able to see. You can tell by the size of your die cut.
Yeah.
So again, this is one of those where you die cut first and you stamp second, because obviously.
Would you definitely do that and not the other way around?
Definitely, you can't do it the other way around.
Can you not?
No. I mean, for a start off, you've got 4 different dies, haven't you?
Yes, of course. You'd have to get them lined up, wouldn't you?
That's not bad for me, actually. That one's lined up quite nicely. So there's your hearts.
Very good.
I'll use the one which is the best. This is the dotty one. So you can choose. You don't have to do all of them. You could do, like on my original sample when I did the one-day special, I only stamped one of the rainbows.
When you've stamped that, Julia, I've got a little test or a question for you.
Okay.
I'll let you stamp that out. I'm wondering, as we stamp that on the semicircle, I'm wondering if you stamped it again side by side, it would make a perfect circle.
It should do.
Yeah.
It should do. There's my dots.
Shall we see?
Yeah.
I wonder if it will or it won't.
Oh, if it won't.
We think it will. That's half a circle, a semicircle.
I've got to turn it around this way because I can't do it the other way. I'm not as good as Leonie at lining things up. She's just ace at it, isn't she?
Oh, that's pretty good, Julia. I think that's great.
That is pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And then you could put all the other ones
inside and outside, yes, absolutely.
Which would make a really nice, like, rainbow circle, which would be lovely.
Yeah. So the largest one is your stars.
Okay. We've got 10 minutes left on this show. Julia, do you have another show with us today?
I have 2 more shows, but this is the only Studio Light show. I've got 2 Sentimentally Yours shows at 3 and 7 today.
Okay.
But yeah, this is just an extra little one that we've put in for you for those people that missed the boxes.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yes.
I think you're with Adam later, or Scott.
Adam and Scott, actually.
Oh, okay. One of each.
So there we go. There's my my stars. So actually, this stamping is better than the other stamping.
Lovely.
That I did at home. So and we've also got the hill kind of dies as well. So you've got 2 of these. So you've got the big hill and you've got the little hill. So obviously the little hill goes in front of the big hill. And you want to put those on this bottom section here.
Okay.
And I think I will go for glue. And we'll see.
If you have just joined us, it's great to have your company. You can watch this show again. It will be available for you on Rewind, so you can craft along with our lovely Julia Watts. Most of you are going for that complete collection. Now, you've got savings on each of the sets. A die, stamp, die, stamp, die, stamp, die, stamp. And there's £8 saving on each of those sets that you keep when you go for that full collection. But you also get an extra discount of £16.99 on top of your £8, £16, £24, £32 if you are a Freedom member. I know, and you can divide the cost into 2 payments. So I think it's a saving of about £48 as a Freedom member going for the whole set and caboodle, which will make you those beautiful matchboxes, those gorgeous little theatre matchboxes, small, cute and so adorable and so versatile as well. You've got your theatre box that Julia is working on at the moment. Again, very versatile, and you can use the dies for all kinds of different projects. And you've also got your exploding box in there as well. £31.47 your first payment, £31.47 in a month's time. Back to Julia.
Right, so I've got my hills on. And now I'm going for my rainbow. We're going to, like I say, we're going to use the one I've just stamped because I think it's a bit better than the one I stamped at home. Obviously they're quite narrow, but the Studio Light glue top, it will cope with that. I haven't really thought about red, you know, the order of a rainbow. It's just whatever fits. Whatever fits. Colour-wise? Yeah. It's red and yellow and pink and blue, orange and purple and
what is it though, Julia?
I don't know.
Well, no, I don't know. It could be Richard of York gave battle in vain, which is red, Richard of orange, York, yellow, gave, which is green, battle blue, indigo, which is in vain, and violet. Yeah.
Never heard of that before.
Have you? No, you're kidding me.
No, I haven't.
Have you never heard of Richard of York? Is it gained battle in vain, or gave battle? Richard of York gave battle in vain. Yeah.
I hadn't heard of that one. Now, in the paper pack, there's also a rainbow. So if you didn't want to do the die cutting, you could actually pop your little rainbow in there. You might have it a bit lower than that.
I thought I was interested there, Julia.
Sorry, I just wanted to remember to say that before I'd actually forgotten, because things don't stay in my brain very long.
They don't stay in mine either, but you can have whatever colour you like, because it's still beautiful colours.
Yeah, so we're going to go with that. And then that one's going on the inside. Might be on the wonk slightly. One of the problems with sitting down to demonstrate, as I have to do at the moment because of my legs, is that I can't do things straight.
Oh, are you comfortable though, Julie?
I am comfortable, yes, good. I am comfortable. Right, so that's going in there, like so.
You could make the Loch Ness Monster using these.
You could actually.
You could.
You could actually. You know, we all see different things in our stamps and dies, don't we?
Do.
Which is one of the wonderful things about different people sharing their work, because it is inspiring. So I think we'll put the front on now. So again, all you need to do is I've got some red liner tape on the top and on the bottom. You don't need to obviously bother at the sides because it's not going to fit at the sides. It's not going to stick. So I'm going to just put some glue as well, just to make sure.
I like this set of dies.
Yeah.
I like that one. I like the frame. I think that would be really useful for other cards and projects.
Yes, absolutely. So we can it's like the tops of a castle, wherever those bits are called.
Turrets.
Not the turrets.
No.
You get it all around the walls, don't you? It's called something. No, it's not cladding.
No, it's not the moat. That goes around the base. I thought it was the turret. No, the turret is the whole thing. Oh, there is a word for it. Oh, email in studio@thecraftstore.com. We'll see if we can find it on the internet. It is the top of a turret. What's the top of a turret called?
It goes all along the walls as well.
It's the up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down.
Yeah,
it is called something. But I can't think what it is.
Doesn't want to stick for me at the moment. Here we go.
We're just looking at parts of the... Oh, I went all posh then. Parts of the castle. Parts of the castle.
So we have that on the front there. Probably I should have done the smallest one because I'm a little bit out there. Not worried about it because I can cover that up. But if you go for the next one down, you don't have to worry about lining things up perfectly. And so it actually stands up, because it won't stand up like that. So it actually stands up. What you need to do is then cut that biggest postage stamp, if I can pick it up, and then you pop that on the back here. So put your glue on the actual box.
Battlements, I think that's what they're called. Is that it?
Yes, that's absolutely it. That's absolutely it. And so obviously you line up these here on the side, so you know that you're in the right place. And that will make it stand up, you see?
Oh, yeah.
Magic. So on the inside, what we're going to do is we're going to just use the paper pack. So I've got a banner that I'm going to hide that little bit with there, maybe, or I'm going to put it there. Can't make my mind up.
Hey, Julia, what about this as an invitation for the Jubilee?
Yes, you could do, couldn't you?
Or that other big event that's happening this year.
What might that be?
Well, there's a big event that involves a queen, but not the Queen of England, but it involves a queen, and it's happening, is it May time?
Oh, is there?
It's a big event. Lots of people going. It's going to be booking broncos and all sorts. Line dancing.
Oh yeah, that event.
I can't think what it is. It's Julia's birthday. You've got a big one this year, haven't you, Julia?
I have got a big one.
21 again.
That's the one. Do you know, my son thought I was 80. He's so rude. He really is. So let's have some balloons coming out of that little chappie here.
Oh, you're right.
I know, he's so rude. We could have, there's a home sweet home that we could have in there.
Yes. Maybe. That would be quite nice.
Again, these are all from that paper pad.
Yeah.
Just to add a little bit of decoration. We could bring in a really random succulent here. Let's do it, because it is completely random.
Of course.
So we can just bring that in just at the bottom there, maybe.
So he's having a booking bronco at an 80th birthday.
Oh, I'm not 80, am I? Let's stop at that. I mean, obviously what you could do is you could bring in the banner and you could stamp on the bottom, which we've done on lots of them, but I wouldn't actually bother with this one. You've got little kisses, you've got little hearts you can bring in. Oh, we could have a cloud as well.
Oh, lovely.
In fact, the clouds probably won't fit there now, but because I've got so much going on, but you've got clouds, you've got all sorts of bits and pieces that you can use to decorate it, and they will never be the same twice.
No.
Isn't
that
it
lovely?
cute?
Julia, do you have a favourite set out of all the ones we've got? We've got the Matchbox.
Yeah.
We have got the Matchbox Theatre. We've also got the theatre that we've just seen. And then we've got the Exploding Box. So which one, I'm going to put all these in front, which one, if you had to go for one, which one would you be your first one?
I'd probably go for the Matchbox Stars, because you can do a lot of the stuff. You can make your basic Matchbox, but then you've got the little theatre that and all the little pieces that you've got inside of it. So it's like a twofer. For I mean, there's so much you can do with the Matchbox Love anyway. Yeah. But I'd probably go for the Matchbox Stars if I could only go for one.
Oh, now, if you can't choose, and you don't want to choose, you don't have to choose. You can go for all of them, and you'll keep your £8 saving on all of the individual sets. We say sets because you're getting the die and the stamps. It's the first time we've bundled these together. But if you want to go for the full set, here's the maths. You're saving your £32 because you're carrying over your 8, 8, 8, and 8, and then you're saving an extra £10 on top of that. But if you're a Freedom member, you're saving an extra £16.99, which is a massive £48 saving. So here's your chance to divide the cost into 2 payments and get everything at the same time. So you're not waiting for collections to come out, you're getting it all today. 3147 will dispatch on the 15th of February. So it's just a week away. 163810. Julia, thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. Enjoy your boxes.
Oh, and we'll see you
at 3.
At 3 o'clock?
Yeah.
Later on today.
Yeah.
Excellent. Oh, it's lovely. Julia's back at 3 o'clock today. But don't go anywhere, because we've got more coming up here on the Craft Store for you. Right, we've got Craft Yourself Silly with Dan and Hayley. Rowan Dean Embroidery one day special after that. And then we're getting all crafty with Crafty Roo Designs.
Hi, I'm Anthea. I'm from Quilting Antics. Quilting Antics started around 2011, 2012, I'm never really sure. At one point we nearly became the cushion company because we churned out so many different cushions. But we'll do bags, we'll do cushions, we do book covers, we'll do things for your sewing room, anything. If it pops into our head and we can physically make it, then we'll go for it. As I said, the buzzword is all about fun for us. On our shows, we always like to have lots of fun. There's always lots of laughter, and hopefully you'll learn a few things that you didn't know along the way. So don't miss the Quilting Antics shows.
Tickets are on sale now for Crafting Live at Sandown Racecourse. Featuring exclusive offers and competitions. Over 800 make and takes. Stock up from over 50 exhibitors. And and meet and greet our craft presenters. Plus, craft members save 25% off their tickets. Book your tickets now at creatingcraft.com and search for Crafting Live.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom Members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Look at that. I haven't seen that little... Hello, everyone. Welcome to the craft store. My name's Dan. Hayley, how are you?
I'm fine, thanks. Did you get distracted by a fox?
Yeah. I've watched that a couple of times. I've been fortunate to do a couple of shows with you. Maybe I've never
I'm
watched...
matching with him today.
Who is it, if we don't know?
That's Vince.
Vince.
Yeah.
There we go. We continue on. Phew, that's the first thing out of the way. Brand, done. This is our, third, fourth show together, isn't it?
I know. Have you done something wrong?
Well, I don't know.
Are you in the naughty step or something?
Is that what it is? Yeah. No, I love it. I genuinely love it. I'm really excited. Everything in front of us, brand new. Whether you want to go for the new versions of the wine month 1 or the blue month 4, whether you want to go for the whole collection of all of them that are behind us, absolutely. New templates, new toppers, Hayley, so plenty to go out today.
Yeah, there's loads for us to do today. Loads.
Let's crack on. Get ahead of it at thecraftstore.com, and that's where you can see everything there. Let's start right here. Brand new today, month 4. And just explain if people are brand new, Hayley, that the months we're talking about, you can collect as you go to make a full piece like behind us, right?
Yep, absolutely. So the month, it's all broken down into individual months to make quilts that like the ones behind us here. So the original one was the blue one. And that's been super popular, but we have been asked for like a burgundy winey coloured one, which is what we've just brought with us today. So I'm going to ask Dan very kindly to weatherman it up.
I'm ready.
And to point out the different months, because obviously as this one is the first one, the original one, we start with month 1, which is the big chevron one, and then the 2 smaller blocks below.
I feel like I should like a cold front coming through
yes.
as well.
That's right.
So chevrons,
the big chevron and then the 2
below as well,
months
right?
below. That's month 1. So if you're going for the wine version, then that's what you'll get. If you've already had this and you've completed that for the one, I mean, I'd love to see them if you have completed your blocks.
That would be fab. Get some pictures in.
I'd like to see that, because we always send loads of stuff out, but then we don't see where it goes.
You love that. You can email in, of course, absolutely.
So month 2 is the 4 or 5 blocks below it. So
here they are.
Those ones there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So smaller ones, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
Yep. And then you start back up at the top in the middle.
Whoa.
And then the big block and the 4 smaller blocks below it.
Is month 3.
That's month 3.
1, 2, 3. Well, 4, 5. So there's 5 there. So now we're in month 4.
Which is these 2 big blocks.
And here we go.
Here.
These 2 down here. This is what's on the show. It's this one and this one that you're getting hold of. It is brand new blue in the State Fair, month 4. Both of those together.
Yes. So with month 5 and 6, which will be the later ones, you will get the option to buy them with the backing and with the batting if you wish to. But we will do them as just the month of fabric if you want to continue on and do that as well. So you've got options.
So that's what we make. Obviously, if you can purchase the whole thing if you wish to, of course, you can. It's on the show. But to making those 2, let's have a look forward of what actually you're getting home. Because it's all in one big sheet.
Yes, it's all in one big panel. We print them, and what you get is you get them all kind of laid out, ready to go for you. So everything is printed. It's the right size. When you sew it together, it will fit. You don't have to worry about measuring anything. You don't have to worry about, accidentally doing the wrong angle or anything like that. It's all laid out there, ready for you to go. And it sews together beautifully.
No, indeed it does. Only $14.99, brand new today. Month 4 then in the blue behind us at 484350. If you want the full collection, that's coming up in just a second. If you're thinking, well, you know what, I was one of the many people who asked for a new colourway, the wine colourway, which is here, and behind Hayley for the finished article, that's on the show as well. The new Wine State Fair. Again, same price as the previous months, or the other months in the blue. $14.99. Different item number, 087912. And again, with here, it's those chevrons at the top, right, Hayley? And
yes,
the two
it's the
blocks
chevrons
below.
and then the 2 blocks below it. So this one here, the 9 square patch, and then I haven't named this one, but we're calling it the Pointy Star.
The Super Pointy Star.
The Super Pointy Star.
That's exactly what you bang on.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
That's what it says on the tin, doesn't it?
It does indeed. There you go, 087912. Again, if you want to go for the full thing in the wines, this is a brand new colourway today. If you want the full quilt, shall I show you what you're getting home in the full quilt, friends?
Yes.
And
now,
it's going to be
this is a whopping big bit of fabric. So what
well, we
we've
can
done
show on a picture, absolutely.
is
But like,
we've put all of those
that's
monthly
only half
panels into one big panel. It's about 2.5, 3 meters long by 1.5 meters wide. So you're getting a huge piece of fabric there, and that does all of the work for you. You just cut them out, sew them back together, and you'll get those beautiful results.
marvellous. I'm going to bring this down to him so I see what's going on. That is the full detail there, whether you want the wine, which is in my hands, or the blue behind. So you've got options. And by going for that together, you also then activate? How posh. Activate Flexi Buy, saving yourself £31 in total, just under £40 on 2 payments. That image is coming soon. 706202 for the wine option or the blue. Now then, also brand new for you today with the State Fair, the templates. And it's one of those things that when you show me this immediately, it makes complete sense, Hayley. The templates work with either colourway at the State Fair.
Yes, well, the ones that we print, obviously, they're kind of fixed patterns and fixed colourways that we do them in. But by having the templates, you can then turn it into whatever you like. So if you've got fabrics in your stash, which you want to use to create the same designs as the State Fair, but not using the designs that we printed, then this is where you will use the templates.
Now, sometimes I get the idea there's 37 in here, but some of them have 2 numbers on.
Yes, so some of them do have 2 numbers on, and I'll show you why that is in a second. But if you just flip that over, and you can now see 25 is the right way round.
Yep.
So that's how you use them. If 24 is the right way round, that is template number 24. If you flip it over and 25 is the right way round, that is now template number 25. So it's really just to cut down on the pieces, because some of the pieces are identical, and there's no point in me cutting you 2 pieces that are exactly the same. Yeah. It allows me to, bring it to you at a better cost.
So I can make this really striking. Have all my scraps or maybe brand new fabrics or whatever I
There's
fancy.
no huge bits in there. I mean, if you have a look at all of those bits, there's nothing that's bigger than, say, a charm square. There's nothing that's bigger than a 5-inch square. So you can use all of those little bits and pieces that you've got left over, or you can use, maybe a fabric that you've been saving or a collection of fabrics. These are perfect for that.
Love this. Here we go. 10% of the State Fair's already sold out. It's 594722, $34.99. That is for these templates here, $34.99, the craft store price. On the website, by the way, if you're thinking, right, I get it, I'm going to go for month 4 in the blue. I'm going to go for the new one, actually, go for month 1 in the wine. I'm going to go for them all together. They're all in one place on the show page as you scroll along. So if you want the full thing, you go for full template. There's also a spring fling on the way. And previous to Pascalia, is that how you say it, Pascalia?
Yes, La Pascalia, yeah, lovely. It's close enough.
Say it enough times, I might remember. That is also in template form and in fabric form. And new toppers. You just saw one there with the periodic table. There's plenty of new toppers on the way. And also some special offers on the rolls. By the way, the rolls, 1.5, 2.5, 3 inches, they're in stock. And the templates too. So there's lots on the show.
There's tons. There's absolutely tons. And we've got the, next to those templates, we've got the embroidery quilt. Now, this is a whopper. The whole thing has sold out altogether. I'm just going to move this because I'm going to go and grab the sample that Patty's been working on. She's been working on this month by month. And you haven't seen this one,
No,
have
no,
you?
I haven't.
Okay, right. This is absolutely stunning. And the month by month one, which is the one that we're kind of working on, this is where she's got to so far. Let me just get rid of that iron because I think I'm going to burn my leg. There we go.
Yep.
Excellent. So this is the first 3 months. So we've got month 1, month 2, month 3. She has completed month 4. which is this one here, which, as you can see, that joins onto that there. If I just tuck those under, you'll be able to see. That joins onto there, and then she's just started. We gave her the full quilt so she could get ahead, and she's just started month 5 as well. Which, if I just pivot this round, that one you can see will join onto there. So you join it up bit by bit, and you can create an absolutely beautiful, and this will be a weight when it's finished, I'm telling you. The amount of kind of yarns and buttons and beads, and we've got a fibre bundle in there as well this month. There's a lot going on in here, and you get different bits every month to be able to kind of add in to the mix.
But that month 4 that you brought up, which is what's on the screen for you right now, that one, 14, that could be a cushion top. That could be all your purchasing, right?
This is the thing. We obviously we did it as a full quilt, but we did it like a monthly version as well. Now this one is a kind of limited edition. We only have a fixed amount of each month because there's certain elements that go into it that I cannot get again. So these are special limited ones. But having said that, you don't have to have the full collection. To be able to make something out of them, because as you rightly said, this is a perfect size to make a bag, to make a cushion, to make maybe an apron out of it. There's loads of things. I mean, it's kind of a fat quarter-y size, so there are plenty of things you could easily make from this. And Patty's doing a stunning job on this.
The different textures, I think it's absolutely divine. Everything you require is in there. It's only $14.99. I think that's a brilliant price point considering how much work and history and sourcing has gone into that collection. Brand new for you. It is month 4 in the grand scheme of things. 011868 your item number for the limited edition embroidery quilt. Should we talk toppers or should we go demo? Demo time, right?
Okay,
if you're looking for the toppers, by the way, previous bestsellers and loads of brand new ones, they're all on the show page at thecraftstore.com. What should we do? Should we go for the wine then?
So we're going to go for the wine one. We're going to go for month 1, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to do what we class as block 2 from month 1. Now this is one of the slightly more complex ones because this one does involve Y seams, but I'm going to show you how to kind of do those really, really easily. So what we've got here is I've got the block of the fabric that would be for month 2, and this, as you can see, you've got kind of, if you break it down, you've got 4 of these corner blocks. There's one that I've just sewn together there, so you've got 4 of those corner blocks, and then you've got 4 of these kind of north, south, east, west ones, which are all the same as well. And I've actually got the templates on here as well, so as you can see, if you wanted to recreate this in your own fabric, these are the blocks you'll need. You'll notice that some of them we have kind of taken the end off, and that's just because if you've got it in plastic and you've got that really sharp pointy end, it can be a bit too sharp to be just kind of putting out there, because they are really, really sharp and pointy when they're in the plastic. So we do tend to kind of chop the corners off a little bit for you so you don't get anything that's going to be too dangerous. But you can see there, number 3, number 4 and 5, number 8, number 2, 14 and 12 and 13, and this is what we mean about those kind of pieces being reversible, because if it's on that side you can see it's number 12 because 12's right around, we can read it, and if you flip it over that's exactly the same piece, but the 13 will be visible because it's the wrong way around there, and then when you flip it over that'll be the right way around. So you can see that's what I mean about the template. So you can easily replicate this, and the instructions come with the details of which blocks you need or which templates you need to create those designs as well.
By the way, the blue version, the blue month 4, half the stock. Just half the stock of the month 4 in blue. So it sounds like a lot of you who've got 1, 2, and 3. This is the latest one, 484350. The new colourway, the wine, premiering today. That's month 1. That's where we're starting off for you, and that's exactly what we're demonstrating with right now. And of course, the templates you were just talking about.
See, I know it may seem confusing to have everything at different months, but if you haven't kind of already been there for the rest of them, I think we have to start them again.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So it's not easy, but it's going to be fine. So all I'm going to do is cut out the first few bits that we're going to need, and the way that I will put this together is I'm going to cut out this little triangle and the diamond first of all, because to avoid a Y seam, there are some that you can't avoid, and that's this one here, and we'll come to that a little bit later. But this one it's dead easy to avoid the Y seam, because if I attach this one onto there, can you see that then gives me a straight line?
Okay.
Once that's sewn on, I can put that one on. So let's get those together. And everything's measured out for you, and if you're looking at it as well, there'll always be almost like an outline around everything. So sometimes that's just the difference between the pattern and the border. Sometimes there will actually be a drawn line around it. If it's something like a plain one like that, it's got a black line around it. So I'll put those face to face. I'm going to find the corner of that one and just pop a pin in it just to kind of mark it, and then do the same for that. But I'm not going to pin this down yet, because I want that to be able to just move a little bit so I can get it lined up properly. And then once I'm happy with it lined up, then I can pop that pin in properly to hold them both in place. And I'm going to sew those two together. I'll just take that to the machine and those two together. And you can see those lines just about through the back of the fabric. If I just hold that one there, can you just see that line through the back of the fabric?
Okay.
And that will help you when you're sewing them, because it's going to give you really accurate lines, and you can either go dead on it or just to the kind of inside of it, so when you open it out you can't see the printed line that's on there.
I love how much we're learning. Like, if you're in doubt about skills of any, like measuring yourself, or because obviously I know if you get one thing wrong and block it, it can knock the whole block out, can't it?
Yeah,
one little patch.
It
so
can.
with number one being those top chevrons and the two down below, you're learning skills here about putting these all together, which you could then take into other makes, into other angles,
Absolutely.
into other
and this is obviously, you're working with lots of different sized blocks there as well, which is again a difficult thing to do, because you've got to start off with everything right to be able to finish off with everything right, because it's very, very easy to be, a couple of millimeters out, and then by the time you've done it 4 or 5 times, you're, a centimeter out, and it's a really, really easy thing to do. But because these are all cut to size or printed to size, and you just need to cut them out, that kind of avoids that problem. So now we need to take this piece, flip that over. I'm going to line up both of these corners because it's a slightly longer piece. So exactly the same technique. I'm going to pop that through the corner of that one, and then match it up with the corner of this one. Leave it so I can kind of pivot it round a little bit. I've just pressed that seam open so I can sew across it more easily. And then same up this end, go through. There's glue on that. Who's been in my pins?
It's me.
Was it you?
Yeah, just rifling through.
Usually the paper people get the blame when there's glue on stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, the paper people.
Paper people. Those people made of paper.
Yeah, paper people. You know what I mean, though?
Yeah.
Paper crafting people. That's what I mean.
You should hear what they say about you.
I don't want to know. Probably heard worse.
I'm joking. Am I? Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to run that through there. I'm just going to whip that pin out so I can get it in, and exactly the same process again, using that line that's printed on there just to follow, keep everything in line with my machine, and all the way along, and that's going to be the first half of that mini block together. And then there you go. Again, we'll press that out, and then we'll go ahead. That should be that way up. There we go. Press that out, and then we'll go ahead and put the other two on. So actually, can you see I've just kind of come off slightly there, and I've not quite caught that line. So I'm just going to take it back to the machine. I'm going to pop it round in the other way round so I can see where that line is, and just go back in and adjust that. I can always unpick that second line if I want to, but it's not going to make enough of a difference, I think, because it's going to be so close.
There are plenty of people, Hayley, this show who are going, you know what, I understand going for the month by month, it's a lovely little addition to do, but if you want to go for the big one, you can do. If you want to go for full wine, the full State Fair blue behind us, that's what's on the screen right now, so you haven't got to wait for different months. And you can divide the cost too. So just under £40. They are both the usual price, so big saving, special price for going them all together and everything else included with the batting. 706-202. It's all on the craft store.
Full quilts will come with your batting, so your kind of middle bit, your bouncy bit for the centre of the quilt, and it will come with your backing as well. So you're getting everything that you need to make a quilt. It's not, you don't have to kind of start adding bits and pieces to it. Everything is there.
So, thinking about, if I'm at home and I'm in the
Even you could pull this off, Dan.
Even I.
Even you.
I think I could, especially as I think it's such a It's less daunting, isn't it? You see all the bits
Yeah,
already here?
absolutely.
I know they're perfect already. I know they're
Yeah.
cut out and like measured perfectly. If you're still in any doubt whatsoever, or you could order the templates at month 1. But I like the idea that if you love what you're doing, you think all this, the different skills I'm getting here, or I just want to do one little lap quilt or a cushion
That's the
top.
thing. What you've got there is you've got all of those blocks. So if you wanted to make a quilt that was just one of those blocks and it was repeated, you know, however many times you want to do it, and just look at how many blocks is on there. There's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, another 5. So, hang on, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. There's 23 different blocks in there.
So, if I want to
So
go
that's
right,
less than, it's just over £1 a block.
and out of whatever I want at home. I think that's a lovely, lovely option. That is the State Fair templates, by the way. Pascalia templates are also in stock on this show or on the website. So you've got options for another quilt, which is also on the show. We'll come to it in just a second. But nevertheless, details on the screen for the full lot. But we'll come back to you, Hayley.
So yeah, same principle for the other half of this block to avoid that Y seam. Because if I sew this piece on first, can you see I've left myself with a kind of Y shape here. So if I turn it around, you'll see it actually looks like a letter Y this time. So if I sewed that onto there, I'd be left with this kind of V shape that I need to sew, and that can usually prove to be quite difficult. So to avoid that, like we did in the last one, we're going to sew this piece on first. I'll do another one of these smaller blocks for the side, and then that will show you the Y-shaped seam, because that one, you kind of can't do this one the same way as this one. It's just offset slightly, so it's fine. We can show you how to do all of this. I'm going to use that same principle, going through the corner, through the join on that one pin in, and not all the way through, so I can pivot it a little bit. Now all your seam allowances are set out for you, so by lining those up you should be, you know, 90% of the way there. You might want to give it a little wiggle just to make sure, but then pin in the other corner and then just sew it on. And it's all short straight pieces that you're working on here, so this could be hand stitched if you wanted to.
Yes.
You don't have to have a machine, you can sew it by hand if you wish to. It's entirely up to you, if you've got the patience to.
Yeah.
I mean, for the La Pascalia one, you do need a bit of patience for that one.
But again, it's
That's
like...
a whopper.
Yeah, it is. But it's like the next step, isn't it? But as you said, looking at the finished article, we'll come to it later on, you can just see the corner bit over there. Yeah, it looks so impressive.
I mean,
but you break it down.
Yeah, you break it down. You do it about... If you do 10 pieces a day, that's how that one's designed to be done. So in your kind of monthly pieces, I think you get a lot. But if you do about 10 pieces a day, that's what you'll end up with at the end. So, you know, it's doable. It's all doable.
And again, you're breaking it down. The latest one in that is month 4, which actually you're looking at it right there. I'm going to run across camera. View. And it is just down here, by the way. So these two particularly, I know it's quite hard to see because it's really low down. Oh. Those two down there are what you're doing. We'll show you later on, but nevertheless, it's the bottom ones here we're just talking about. That is month 4. If you've done month 2 and 3, you'll know exactly what we're talking about. 4 pictures on the website, of course. But Pascalia, if you want to get into it straight away with the blocks, there we go. 3, 5, 8, 5, 1, 7. It's the exact same theory, isn't it, behind the other ones at the State Fair? If you want to go for the full shebang, straight away you're thinking, yeah, let's go for it. Why not? I'll get the instructions as well, as you can see in it. There's also a Pascalia template. Maybe you'll go for that as well. 3 flexi pays there. We will come back to it later on. You see all the months going through. There was month 4 you just saw, under £50 plus your P&P. That is on flexi. 614014. Hayley, you're giving us choice. You're making things achievable that maybe we didn't think was.
I'm hoping so.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're doing.
When you do get the full quilt kits, I think that the saving on them is about equivalent to the batting and the backing that goes with it. So you're almost getting those bits included for nothing. So there you go. That's that second little block there, and then all you're going to do is make all of those blocks. So you can see there's the first one that we've done, and then there's the second one, and you're going to make all of those blocks and then start joining them together as a 9 square patch, and then that completes your block. So it's really, really straightforward to get, you know, big results. So
that's called the super pointy.
This is the the super pointy star thing.
Was it super pointy star thing?
Super pointy star thing, isn't it?
I think so. Wasn't that a song by Muse? Wasn't that Muse? I think that's what that was.
Yeah, that's definitely the official name for it.
Absolutely. 087912 is for the star that you are creating here. In fact, it's for more than that. That is one element of it. You've got the checkerboard. You've also got the chevron as well, 9 patch more importantly. $14.99. There we go, on the screen for you, brand new today. If you've been because Hayley, you were saying the wine came about because people were asking for.
Yes, people were asking for other colours in it because they love the blue ones so much. They were asking me for different colours, so I made some.
Here we are, thank you so much. Yeah,
No problem.
087912. If you want to go for the blue, you're in the middle of the blue. Last I heard, half the stock of blue month 4 has sold out. Here it is, the latest one for you, 484350. And just to point it out on the quilt behind, it is these 2 blocks down here. Yeah?
Yes.
Yes, yeah. Doubt myself, even though I was told.
And they're big enough to be cushions in their own right.
They are
Maybe
big, aren't they?
pop a border around them, and you're away. You've got 2 cushions there. So
I love the, much like with the Pascalia actually, there's beautiful colours in here. The sort of china blue with like an off-white.
Yeah, it's like that kind of Delft kind of pottery blue, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's really nice soft blue. And also, because we can print the pieces, can you see how all of those patterns match up perfectly?
Across the seam, yeah.
Across the seams. And that's because we can print all of the bits that we need. And we can, if you were to do that with normal fabric, you'd have to use a lot of fabric because you have to cut a piece and then find another piece that matches, or is the next consecutive piece. But remember, you've already cut an extra 1/4 inch off for your seam allowance. So then you have to find an extra bit again and an extra bit again. And it actually uses up an awful lot of fabric if you are cutting that manually. So because we can print, we've kind of cut all that out for you, so you get very, very professional results. With minimal effort.
There you go, that is ideal. That
Everybody loves minimal effort.
484350.
Right up your street, Dan, isn't it?
Oh, mate, absolutely. Anything. Cooking, cleaning, grazing my child. Minimal effort. Absolute minimal effort. I'm joking, Barney, if you're watching. You heard Pascalia's coming up later on. The State Fair Spring Fling is also in stock, brand new for you, month 2, which is on top here. This is, and again, it's broken down, the larger piece is broken down, and these are like the, it's like, well, what, how do you, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
yeah, they're the blocks
1?
for month 2.
Yeah.
So there's a big one on the top, and then I think there's a couple of smaller ones underneath as well. But this one makes, again, fantastic quilt. I think the finished quilt's about the same size as these ones, about 1 metre by 120. And you don't always have to use it as a full quilt. You can kind of chop it up or put the blocks together in a different way, so you can create other projects. Things like table runners, maybe. You can have cushions. You can have
like bags and things.
Made into a little bag. There's all sorts of different things.
I've got one more to quickly show you guys at home, which is almost like a finished article.
That was kind of been done with more like a wall hanging.
Yeah,
just
I'll put it sideways, but it's going to be portrait. Isn't that lovely? A little bit of free motion embroidery on here too?
Absolutely. Once you stitch it together, then you can then do whatever you like on top of it.
Yeah.
Why not?
Whatever you fancy.
Whatever you fancy.
There we go. Lots of different ideas. That is the latest, which is month 2 at 472432. If you want the full Spring Fling quilt, that's also on the show. There's a lot of choice, right? And that's exactly the point of the whole show, making sure if you're in the middle of the blue, month 4 is here. The new wine, month 1. You saw the Pascalias in month 4 as well. We'll come back to that later on. This is the State Fair Spring Fling, month 2. Or, what you're seeing right now, the full quilt, $39.47 is your first of 2 interest-free flexi buy payments plus your P&P. But it's 942-816. I know I go quite quick. You can absolutely get all of the right numbers again on the website. Don't let your basket go out without putting at least one of these top. These are really, really fun. They're really, really interesting.
Yeah, we don't do kind of traditional quilty stuff. Yeah, we like to go outside the box a bit.
Yeah.
So on the top there, this has been one of our most popular ones that we've ever done. And it's the periodic table.
It's so interesting. I don't understand anything I'm reading, but it's really interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we did a periodic table of sewing, so we took the same initials for everything.
Yeah.
And like FE we made into felt, and things like, what was it? I think B was binding and things like that. We changed,
cool.
IR was iron. We changed everything into sewing terms, and that was very fun, very popular. But then we thought, well, let's actually just put the proper one on. More popular than the one we put literally a month of effort into finding, things that would match up with all of these letters. Yeah.
So you've got they're only $9.99 each. You've got extra savings. So that is the periodic table. Let's show you a couple more.
And if
on
you
here
just whack a board around these are all 70 centimetres by a metre.
Yep.
So you can easily just, pop a board around and you've got a kind of finished mini quilt or wall hanging. But if you want to take it further, then you absolutely can. So we've done a colour theory one, which I think brilliant for anybody's sewing room. You know, those rainbow rolls that we have.
Yes.
Use that as your border.
They're on the show, aren't they?
They are. Yes,
They are,
I think I've got some in the bag.
I think maybe you love to do. You've got the primary, you've got the squares, you've got the complementary, the triads. Really, really interesting. If you're into paper crafting as well, matching up these elements. So that is your colour theory. Next up.
So
Reveal yourself.
We've gone back to a little bit of maths here. So we've gone to the kind of the Fibonacci sequence, the golden ratio, where you can kind of see all of the kind of maths and the beautiful elements that it kind of creates from that. And the Fibonacci sequence is where you take squares. You take two squares that are 1 centimetre by 1 centimetre, and then you put them next to a square that is 2 centimetres. So 1 plus 1 is 2.
Right.
And then you've got the 2 next to the 1 that was on the bottom,
right.
And that gives you 3. And then you've got 3 plus the 2, which was on the side, which gives you 5. And then the 5 plus the 3 gives you the 8. And then you just draw quarter circles with all of them, and that creates that beautiful kind of like a nautilus shell spiral.
Okay. I mean, most of that you lost me. I'm not going to lie. But now
Spiral.
Now I'm going to pretend like I understand.
Nice spiral, just there.
Fibonacci, guys. Fibonacci.
If you didn't get that one, you've got no chance.
Right, well,
with
let me explain this one for you guys, just so you know. Pull it up.
So this is what we've called our maths map, and this one I think is just such
really fun.
I think it is, and I think if you're making something, you know, for somebody who, you know, does like their maths, or is you may be making it for a child or something, then really, really good option, this one. And it's got, you know, everything on there, and I have checked most of it, and it is right.
It looks like a mad scientist working out, like Wallace and Gromit would work this out, or something like that, maybe like in a sketch or trying to work. Isn't it super cool? Yeah, I think for a child's quilt, or even a wall hanging, I think it's super interesting. Really, it's different, isn't it? Again, $9.99. So there's the black and white, but you've also added some colour if we wish.
Yes, you've got a colour option if you want to go for the colour option as well. Exactly the same kind of print, we've just added a bit of colour and a bit of interest to it as well.
Very, very cool. Got pie charts, algorithms. Stuff I was meant to know about.
Are you just saying maths words?
Maths words, you know.
Okay.
I see a plus and a minus. There's an equals.
The sine, there's cosine, there's all your trigonometry on there.
Oh, were you good at maths?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Just didn't click for me. I thought it was really interesting. I knew it was important.
Okay. You just didn't get it.
Just too stupid. Too stupid. Wow. Solar system.
Yeah, this one is absolutely... And Josh, who does some of our designing, well, he does a lot of it. He's had a little bit of a little nice time to himself here, and he's added something to the solar system.
What? Let's find out. Oh, that. Is there something else? Is that it? I mean, who knew? But I guess that solves the mystery. Are we alone?
Exactly.
No.
Exactly.
Here we go.
Where we are? Oh. See, he's quite a nice, happy alien. I think I'd be all right with him popping by.
They get a bad press. They get a bad rap. There you go.
And again, all accurate, so, you know, the right planets are on the right orbits and stuff like that.
All accurate to size, ratio, 1 for 1.
Yeah, I don't know if I should use the statement all accurate with the alien there, but who knows?
Who knows? I love the purple, the graduated background. It's really, really funky.
Anyway,
there's more to show you. Got 2 more to show you. Then we're straight back to demonstrations, I assure you. Oh, zodiac and your star signs.
So this you could cut up into smaller pieces and maybe embroider them, or use some of the techniques that you've seen that Patty's done on the embroidered version. Really kind of go to town this, maybe a bit of free motion on there, all sorts.
Some Zantangle in here or something
like
that.
Why not? If you've got pens or pencils to colour in. I'm Libra.
Where are you? Here?
Yes, this kind of nice inanimate object.
Is it? I don't know. Do you follow it, like the meanings and stuff? Like, are you mildly interested?
No.
I don't understand.
I don't get it.
No, I'm bull. I'm the Taurus.
Okay, and do you follow it and understand it?
No.
Oh, good. That's not just me then. That's okay.
I remember someone having an argument about it. They go, oh no, you're not a Taurus.
Oh.
And I was like, I think I am. And they're like, no, you're not. And here's why. And I can't remember what they said, but I didn't have the heart to strongly disagree, so I don't really understand. But I've been told all my life that I am. So I was like, okay, what does that mean? Does it change anything? Maybe it does.
I think this is one of my favourites.
The playing cards?
Yeah, I think this one is so good. And imagine just cutting this up. Obviously, you've got over 52 elements in there if you were going to cut them up and use them in other things.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you could do whatever you want after all.
Yeah, absolutely, because you've got the 52 cards, you've got the jokers as well, so that's 54. You've got a couple of the kind of front of the cards as well.
Yeah.
You've got all of those symbols, which you could maybe use as borders. So you could take this as inspiration for a quilt, add some of your own maybe plain black, white, black and red fabrics in there, and absolutely go to town with this one.
Wow, $9.99 each, and they're all under the same item number. Means if you're ordering more than one, it's one P&P. They're all under the quilt top. You saw the Zodiac, the Mass, the colourful ones. All of them together, 823602. That period table is also still in stock. Lots of choice for you. All pictures etc. on the website as well. Hey, let's continue on though. Are we
I'm going La Pascalia.
La Pascalia.
La Pascalia now.
Sure.
Okay, so this one. We've already started this one, and all of the pieces that come within the La Pascalia quilt are exactly the same. These are all paper pieced, so you do get a lot of paper templates, or that they're on I think it's about a 160 GSM cardboard that they're on. Mm-hmm. So you can cut those out, and then you'll notice that on all of the pieces of fabric, there's a little, I don't know if you can just see on the edge there's a little white line printed on them. It's maybe a bit easier to see on that blue just there. You see that? And that shows you kind of where you're going to fold it round the paper, so you get the shape spot on. And again, with us being able to print them, if I wanted that same element from just a normal piece of fabric, I would have to have a huge piece of fabric to be cutting that out 5 times, and then being able to cut it out another 20 times. Mm-hmm. And there's going to be all that waste fabric. But with us being able to print them, we can kind of consolidate that, and we can make it absolutely perfect for you. So once you've tacked on your fabric to your paper pieces, you are then going to sew them together. And when you come to sew them together, it's always short straight lines. So don't be afraid of bending the cardboard that's in there, because I'm going to line up this edge with this edge, and it's the corners that you want to be mindful of. You want to make sure that they're right together. So to get that nice and flat, I'm just going to bend that one in the middle. And then we are going to start stitching these together. Now, normally, I wouldn't start at a corner. I would try and start somewhere in the middle, because it'll just give you a better finish. But we have to start on the corner, because that's where we have finished. So I'm going to go through there. And then that first one, I'm just going to stop, and I'm going to put a couple of little knots in there just to tighten that up. And then I can trim away the excess on there. So just get them away. And then we're going to do a whip stitch. So a whip stitch is one of the most simple stitches you'll ever go, and it's just literally coming back over the top and straight through. And you want to take just the smallest amount of fabric that you can on either side, and just keep going over and over and over. And every kind of 4 to 5 stitches, I tend to do a double stitch on the next one. So that's my 5th stitch. I'm going to do a 5th stitch there and go back over the same stitch, just to create like a little bit of an anchor. So if for any reason my thread snaps or I run out of thread, then it's not going to unravel the whole thing. Okay. It's going to put like a little stop in there, so I can kind of pick it back up from that point rather than having to do the whole thing again. And the whole piece is just created the same way. And you know how I was saying earlier that if you did 10 pieces a day, then after the whole year you'd have that huge ginormous quilt. Then that is exactly what you would end up with. So if you have a look at this is, I'm nearly finished, but that's 8 pieces there. Sorry, 7 pieces. So to complete that full kind of mini rosette, that would be 10 pieces. And that's all you would need to do each day to end up with that at the end of it.
I think it's worth taking a little bit of time over, isn't it? It's really, again, you're always learning something of putting them together, and maybe different shapes you never thought of popping together for you. The whole quilt is going to appear on the screen for you. I will break it down for you as well, of which you get in the month-by-month elements. But if I step out of the way, this out of all that, in my opinion, Hayley, has really unusual elements.
Is that your favourite?
Yeah, I think it's just it's so different. It doesn't I love symmetry, and quilting is all about symmetry in my mind. But actually, this is.
It's all over the shop.
It's all over the shop, which is one of a better phrase.
It's all over the shop.
Which is really cool. So you feel like you've got a bigger.
But there are patterns within there, because you're working on your base 5. You're working on your 5-pointed elements. So your things like your stars and your not hexagons, pentagons are in there, and that's what's creating all of those shapes. So all of the angles are worked out for you, everything's printed, everything, you don't have to worry about finding just the right pattern, because everything's done for you, it is ready to go. And all you need to do is cut out the paper pieces, cut out the fabric pieces, stitch the two together, and away you go.
Away you go, exactly. $49.99 your total price this month. Your first of 3 payments at 614014. If you want to just go for month 4, I've got a bit of paper and I'll show you in real life. And Hayley has used a lovely gold pen on this one to break it down. Can you just see down here? So the one with the red outline was the month before. This section here, which has like the big, I'm going to call it floral, and then the 2 smaller ones and all the extra blocks at the side.
So if you have a look further up, rosette, that big green rosette, kind of towards the centre, that was month 1.
Right.
And we've always said with this one, the first 2 months, they were kind of a little bit standalone. So if you just wanted to make that and then decided, oh, that's a bit much like hard work for me, I don't want to do any more, then that's fine. The first 2 months, they will stand alone, they will work, you know, you make them into a centrepiece for a table or something like that. Now, from kind of now on in, the bits are a little bit more random because you're looking to kind of create all the bits that will form the edges to surround these. So month 3, as you can see, was that one that just went round the side there, and month 3 is still available if you want it. And then month 4 is that whole section in the gold.
There it is. And actually, you could break down smaller sections, you know, if you...
Absolutely. I mean, you could. I mean, these rosettes, actually, this has got inches on it, so let's just have a little look, see here. That would be completed about 5 inches wide. So you can kind of turn all of these into just kind of 5-inch circles and then use those on other projects if you wish. You can use them as individual pieces. You can kind of mix and match these around to an extent to still create other elements.
There you go, so lots and lots of choice. I hope I'm kind of doing a half bad job, half good job. That's included, that's included, that is included as well, and going down there. So it's much more than maybe that picture suggested. Only $14.99, but the full thing is massive, isn't it? $14.99 for each month, $49.99 on first of 3 flex.
It should give you, when you're finished, around about 144 centimetres wide by 180 centimetres tall. So it is a massive quilt. And obviously if you go ahead and maybe add a few borders to that, then you could easily get that to be a double bedspread.
Yeah, good point.
Really, really easily.
Now, if you're thinking, oh, wouldn't it be good if there were some templates for this?
Were you thinking that, Dan?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, I mean, I did talk about it earlier, but yeah,
well,
that's what I was
just
thinking.
so happens, I might have made some.
Yes, you have. Right, it's on the screen for you. Again, $9.99. That is all for the Pascalia. So out of your own scraps or your own fabrics, your own designs, whatever you fancy, 237175. That brings you the Craft Yourself Silly La Pascalia acrylic templates, every single one that you require. So, just glancing at the clock. Where is it? Only 20 minutes left. The show's absolutely flying by.
Right,
loads of brand new, like the new templates for State Fair, all of the toppers, the new month 1 in State Fair in wine. Month 4 is going to sell out first in the blue. So if you are collecting for blue, and you're waiting for month 4, this is the launch show for it. Here it is. 60% of that stock has gone. It's on the screen now. 484350. We're going to bounce back though to the wine version. I know we could keep either on, but the wine is the new colourway.
That's the new one, and this one's got, this is where I'm going to show you the Y seams, and I think people get a bit scared of Y seams, but there's ways of making them easier than initially they seem. So I've just cut out 2 of the bits from this element, and I would recommend that when you get these panels, if you keep them together like that, so you keep all of the bits together, you'll be able to see where you're going. And I would say make the elements one at a time. As you can see, they go on the bottom of there. Make those elements one at a time and join them kind of as you go. So once I've got a row of 3, I'll join all those together. I mean, I could join these 2 now so that I had those ready, but I would do it a little bit of a time and keep them for as long as you can in their kind of formation on the fabric, because that will make life a lot easier for you. Right, so that goes on that side, and that one goes there, and there's the other one. Right, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to join these 2 pieces together. So we're going to use exactly that same technique as I showed you earlier. And if you're not sure, put everything back where it belongs. Let me just chop this wobbly bit off. Let's put everything back where it belongs, so you can kind of see where you're going, and then move it across, because I think there's nothing wrong with kind of, you know, putting everything flat again so you can just get your bearings, really.
Yeah.
And then, so that's one pin through there, just so I've got a little bit of a pivot on it so I can move it around, line up those seam allowances, check those 2 points line up, and then we're going to pop a pin into there as well. So I've got both ends marked and secured, and then I'm going to take it to the machine and just sew down there. Whip that one out. Get rid of that thread. There we go. I'm going to come all the way to the end. So, because this is going to be a Y seam, I'm going to come to the end of that printed line, but I'm not going to sew, because usually you'd sew all the way off. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to sew till I get to the end of that line, and then I'm just going to pop a couple of back stitches in just so it doesn't unravel itself. And then I'm going to take this across and press that out. So let me just whip that over to the iron. And I'm going to press these open for the time being, because it's going to make my life a little bit easier. So there we go. And then we'll bring it back over to this next bit that's got to go in. So this next piece, just trim these threads away. There we go. This next piece has got to go into there. So the first piece I'm going to sew is across that edge there. I'm just going to trim the excess fabric off of this one. So I'm starting with a straight piece, and it's with the seam allowances on. So I'm going to take that and pop it onto there. So I'm going to use that same technique of lining up my points. So just through there and through that point, and then the same on that side there. So yeah, that's where my join is. Can you see just that join in the centre there?
Yeah.
Should line up. If I just, can you see? There's the point, and that lines up with that join. So I'm going to pin that.
So because on the full quilt, it's printed on there month 1, 2, 3, 4, etc.
Yes.
I could order that all together and then break it up myself and do one.
Absolutely.
A week, a month.
Yes, you could kind of self-regulate if you like.
Self-regulating, there's something we should all try and do at some point. But then you've got a monetary saving as well, so that the batting, etc., as you were talking about, you're not paying for with your £31 saving. It's up to you, what do you fancy? But 706202 will bring you either the wine or the blue behind us, the full quilt.
So what I've done is I've lined up my machine where that first seam was. You can see the first seam is there, and I've put my needle down where that first seam goes through into that back fabric, and that's going to be my starting point. So I'm going to go forward a couple, just back one just to make sure it's secure, and then forward all the way. And you just, when you go forward and back there, you just want to make sure that you're not actually going back too far and back onto the other pieces that you've just stitched. So you don't want to go back on, like over this seam. But then when I fold that out, again, I'll give it a press just to make sure that I get it nice and flat. And then can you see that kind of coming, they'll overlap for the minute, but then I'm going to turn it that way.
Okay.
And then when I twizzle this round, let me just get rid of those threads, there we go. When I twizzle that round, that one will line up there, that will line up there, you see? And then they'll line up perfectly again. So with that, I would do exactly the same principle that we've been using all the time, is get those corners lined up and get those pinned in place. This is kind of already self-pinned because it's got some stitches in there, and then from there we're just going to sew that piece down. And again, I'm going to start from the point where we've got the bulk, where we want the accuracy, we want everything matching up, and then sew my way down.
So that seam allowance, Hayley, if we're brand new, this is the first endeavour we've had into quilting, do I press the seams flat? Am I cutting the seams off? Do I not have to worry about doing either of those things?
Right, so for the minute, I would say you, I think it's sometimes easier to press them open so you can see where you're going. Some people press to the dark side, which is obviously the darker of the fabric. So in this instance, I would press that seam over to that side. It really depends on personal preference.
Okay.
I would say do whatever works for you, but this is the result that we should end up with, which is this one here, because I'm just putting that last kind of side in.
So you've pressed it down.
So I've pressed them open for the minute because
open, yeah.
I prefer that, and I think it gives me less bulk, especially when you've got areas where you've got several pieces going together. So if I pop this down to the end here, and then that, if I show you this one, there you go. Can you see how nice and flat that is? It needs a press, but it goes nice and flat, and then you'll have those Y seams will not be a problem again.
Ta-da!
There you go.
There we go. $39.47 is your first of 3 flexi buy options. If you want to do in total, $78.94. You're £31 off there. Your item number is right at the top. Wine or blue? What do you fancy? That is for the full lot, like over there. I'm about to say behind me. That's different for you. Toppers. Lots of people help themselves to toppers. Nearly every single basket, whether you're ordering a month or just purely toppers, are going for a number of them. Periodic table has been super popular. 40% of the new stock of periodic table.
Why do I bother designing nice new stuff if this is all you want?
Right, do you remember what was on the other one? What was H?
H is hydrogen.
No, I mean like on the, sorry, on the
so
quilting one.
I think it's hems.
Very good. I mean, I'm not going to test you on the periodic table, Hayley. Like I'm harsh, but I'm not that harsh. Think of what else.
Oh no, don't do the ones that are on the telly because I can see them. You'd have to test me on ones that I can't see.
All right, what was O in sewing?
In sewing? Oh, I think that was Osnaburg.
Who's that?
It's a fabric. Who's that?
Is he coming over from Crate & Craft as well? Is that him?
Yeah, Osnaburg, that's his name.
So do you think
First
got
name Osna,
a good idea about the periodic table as well?
Oh, he can give it a stab.
Right, okay then, fine.
Oh no.
F.
F. No, that's an FL, isn't it? Fluoride?
I mean, can I even say it? Fluorine.
I got it right!
Is that what you said?
Fluoride. Oh, fluorine. Oh, I said fluoride. I was close though.
Fluorine. Okay, another one.
This is not a good game.
Not a good game. I want one that I can say. All right, HG.
Ooh.
You'll like this. Think about the themes of your fabrics.
Mercury.
Yeah. I like that.
What, that I know some science?
You know some science and you know some words. Excellent.
Sewing, you know.
You know sewing? Hey, listen. 40% of the period. Please, I'm not. Yeah. Plus, I wouldn't even know any. So, bravo. 40% of the periodic table. The next one is also the second popular, the colour theory. 25%, brand new today.
It is a brand spanking new one, that one. And I think this either as a quilt topper or maybe you want to work it into a wall hanging. I mean, you've got some really easy options there for your quilting as well, because you can see everything's broken up into sections, so you could easily kind of quilt that round and round and make something pretty spectacular.
Do you have a favourite colour?
I like a tealy kind of colour.
Ooh.
Like somewhere between a blue and a green.
Blue, C, trust, sky, stability, tranquil.
Okay.
Green, freshness, nature. Money, growth, safety.
Safety.
Stability.
He's not just making this up, they are actually printed on
there. Stability.
Just, clarification. But
safety.
I think what's really useful on this is the bits at the bottom, which explain kind of how to put colours together. And this works so well if you are quilting and things, and you're not sure what to put with things, then this is a really good option to have a look at. And if you are not sure any quilting, always try your secondary colours. So things like your purples and your greens and your kind of orangey colours will always work quite well.
I think it's super. It's a conversation piece. It's super interesting. It's something to distract yourself when you're meant to be doing proper work. All of these, aren't they?
Yes.
Have we got time to go through them all, team? Or are we going back? Okay, yeah, fine, brilliant.
They're also like a really nice project as well. They're a nice, quick project because most of the work is done for you. So if you're, creating a quilt, it can literally be a border that you're making to go with this, and you're done.
Fibonacci is very clever. How you explain it? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you can see how that big half circle goes around to make a perfect. Maths is clever.
Yeah, I like a bit of maths.
There's a fact for you, Matt and Floor. Maths is clever.
Maths is clever.
I'm sure a lot
Quote
of people...
of the day.
Maths is really good.
Maths is clever.
Maths, numbers are really useful, turns out. Who'd have thought? Speaking of which, if you want to have an idea what it's like in Hayley's head...
Yeah, that is what it's like.
I bet it is.
But sometimes there's fluffy things in there as well.
Well, that comes on to the next one. This is Maths Mat. For you, lots of little workings. Is it called Maths Mat?
Map. With a P.
Mat.
Map. M-A-P.
What did I say? Mat.
Yes.
Right.
You could make it into a mat if you wanted to.
Good job. You said a flash of colour?
Yes. Why
Here
not?
You are.
Yeah, that is very much what it's like. That colour one, It's very much what it's like in my head. But there are some fluffy things in there too.
Oh, sin,
And
I
some
remember
ducks.
that. What's
There's some
sin? What was that
ducks
helping
in
me
there.
out with? Circles?
Sine. A sine.
Sine? Is it sine, is it?
Yes.
Jesus
Sine,
Christ.
cosine and tangent, which is your trigonometry.
Which helps with triangles?
Triangles. And working out... well, because sine's actually a wave. I'm not going there. It's
No, you best not.
Pythagoras is on there somewhere.
Oh, now we're talking.
A squared plus B squared equals C squared.
No, it could be all day. I would be all day.
Okay, moving on.
There we go, there's our signs and stuff. Okay, this one's your maths map colour. With a little alien.
Where is he?
Jupiter,
Where is he?
Mercury.
Oh, he's off the top.
Oh, he's off the top.
I mean,
He's gone.
that's always if you don't like the alien, we have put him right up in that top corner. So if you maybe you don't believe and you want to take him off, then you can just cut him off.
You've got to have the alien.
But you know,
Just on his way, isn't he? Or she? Wonder what they listen to. What station? Tuned into Radio 2?
I don't know.
Some conversation?
I've never really. Well, probably Radio 4 just to learn stuff.
Yeah.
I reckon they'd learn some stuff.
Oh, very good, Meg. I'm listening to Galaxy FM.
That's a pretty old reference. Does that even exist anymore?
That's the thing. Whilst listening to Vibe FM. Oh, Galaxy, yeah, it might be. Was it even a thing? Who knows? Anyway, 823602. A lot of you multi-ordering one item number 1P&P after all. Oh, no, not final one. Oh, man. I mean, Matt, you're slowly watching this slip off, aren't you? Yeah, he is, yeah.
It's not helping you, though, is
Oh,
it?
turns out Galaxy finished in 2011. Always on the finger of the pulse of the beats. The music industry.
10 years
2011.
years ago.
There's Meg with her wireless trying to get... Where's Broadband 102?
Phone winding it up.
Galaxy. Oh. Anyway. Oh, we've got 2 minutes. That's enough time. Zodiac star sign. And these are real. They are a bit sand-tangly, aren't they? They're really... You could get your fabric pens after all in common if you want to.
fabric pens, you can embroider in there, you can free motion in there, you can do whatever you like in there. Or you could, cut them out, use them separately, or use them all together.
There we go. And one more to show you, which I liked your idea of breaking this down if you wanted to.
I think this one
How
is one of the
exciting.
most breakdownable.
Break it down the ball. Oh, it's going, isn't it? It's going. I'm going to stop it. Yay! Oh, is it always this much peril with you, Hayley?
Yes.
It's very exciting.
Peril?
That was perilous, wasn't it?
Okay. Maybe we should get a warning like you get on films.
Yeah.
Craft yourself silly.
The whole show should be
Mild peril.
PG+. Adult supervision at all times. Nevertheless, this is your playing cards, 823602.
Yeah.
In all seriousness, there's so much on the show for you. Your new...
There's a full deck there. You could back them with another fabric and make yourself a deck of playing cards.
Fabric playing cards?
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
And then when you spill things on them, you just put them in the washing machine.
Yeah, in a fit of rage, because you've lost again. $9.99. Still can't find Galaxy FM, that's what you're saying to yourself. So loads of new ones, but it's caught behind. New month 4 in the blue, in stock this show. Brand new wine month 1, if you want to go for the full quilt, which most of you are this show. They're all in stock on the show page, which is thecraftstore.com. Hayley, thank you ever so much. 2 o'clock.
Yes.
But different show.
Completely different show.
What sort of stuff?
Well, we've got some snip and sew kits. We've used the same kind of fabric designs as these two here, but we've made some snip and sew kits. There's one for the kitchen, there's one for stationery, and there's one for sewing.
Very
so
cool.
Lots of different projects.
Love it. Hayley, thank you ever
Thank
so
you,
much.
Mr. Dan.
Thank you very much. Right, everyone, check out your baskets on the website if you wish. Right, so you can see 2 o'clock Craft Till Silly is back. Crafty Rude Design Stamps galore coming up in an hour's time, but stay tuned. That one-day special coming up live after the break.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and I'm really excited to be working with you guys here at the Craft Store. We've been here since the very beginning, and hopefully we'll continue to bring you lots of new and exciting soft craft projects. We've got everything from things like our Fabazine, which contains 12 different projects that you can do either in one go or split them up separately. And that's a journey through all types of different soft crafting. And then we've got things that are really specific, like our Stitchery, which is a journey through all kinds of embroidery as well. So make sure you join me and craft yourself silly here at the craft store.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Catherine and I'm the guest presenter for Zuri Designs. Zuri Designs are based in America and they bring to us their exceptional quality silicone moulds. If you watch the Zuri shows, I will share with you lots of hints and tips. I will show you how to use different mediums ranging from your clays and your resins through to things like even your hot glue. So make sure you don't miss the Zuri shows.
Stamporama, the incredible art, stamp and papercraft show, will be taking place in the Grand Hall, Newcastle Racecourse on Sunday the 13th of February. Come along and meet many of the UK's most dedicated and gifted craft experts, all available to inspire you with their knowledge and expertise. Tickets are available to purchase in advance from the craft store for only £4. So, what are you waiting for?
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are well. Thanks to Dan and Hayley for the previous show. It's time for your one-day special. If you're new to us here at the Craft Store, my name's Janice Phillips. It's great to have your company. A one-day special is launched every day. No, I don't need to apologise for being Janice Phillips. They're telling me to apologise. One day... I'll apologise. A one-day special is launched at 6 p.m. every single day here, and it's a discounted price for 24 hours. Bearing in mind people can buy overnight as well. So we've been very, very busy for our fabulous one-day special. It was a huge stock, and we're half the stock gone already. We are celebrating 33 years of Rowan Dean embroidery. And I'm not alone. I've got the wonderful Katrina with us.
Hi.
Who is Rowan Dean, well, alongside Ted, is Rowan Dean Embroidery. Tell us a little bit about the company, 33 years.
Yes, we are. We've been as a company for over 33 years,
Wow.
really. I mean, when we first started, we thought Rowan Dean would be just going a couple of years. We never dreamed it would go all around the world and be still going and changing now. So it's all good fun.
Wow,
It's
and
great.
you have been yourself all around the world, Australia.
I've been, we sell in Australia.
Yes.
But I've been to Japan to promote Rowan Dean, and Canada,
Wow.
and the USA and France. So yeah, we've taken our stitching, our style of stitching,
yes,
to lots of different countries.
Isn't
which is
that
brilliant.
fantastic? I love that. Now, to celebrate 33 years with your purchase, if you've not done so already, because it's one per person, T's and C's on the website, blah, blah, blah. You've got this wonderful gift. It's a haberdashery kit. It comes in a really beautiful box. So you've got your needles there, your pebbles, so you've got your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 needles in there, wide-eyed needles, and that's not northern, they're just wide-eyed needles. And then you've got your magnets in there as well. Thank you, Dad. Dad thinks it was a good joke. And then you've got your threaders in there as well. So that's your free gift with your purchase, and your purchase includes 3 of these beautiful kits. You can buy anything on the show actually to get that free gift, but this is your one-day special. Now, in a one-day special, we have a great discount price. You're saving £7 and a penny. It works out to be, I think it's £14.46 per kit. £14.61, but your first payment is £21.93. So if you're paying, I don't know, 14 odd pounds for one set, for like £5 extra today, you get the whole 3. So you don't have to wait to get all 3 kits. We'll deliver them. We'll wait for the rest of your money. How about that? Now, in each kit, Katrina, what do we get?
Well, we get the background fabric. So the background fabric is a pure wool that we have woven for us. It's great to stitch on, you know, it's sort of a great seaside colour. You get all the threads, you get all the instructions, you get the beads, you get all the sequins and things, you get the needles, everything's there ready to play.
It's beautiful, isn't it? And the images that you're creating are so beautiful. We were talking about this earlier, Katrina, about remembering our childhood. So you've got this wonderful image of the beach. I remember finding starfish when I was little and just being amazed by them.
It's fascinating. It's fascinating.
Yeah.
You know, our youngsters have grown up now. They loved it just the same as we did when we were young. You know, it's something that has those special memories. And you don't need to, you know, we've got a fabulous coastline in the UK and we've got loads of inspiration, and that's what it is. These are inspiration and memories done in stitch, if you like.
I love them. You've got the beautiful shells there that you can see with the sea anemone, which is right there. Beautiful coral that you're creating. And then you've got the essence of the sea with the organza and the beads. It's just a delicate way these come together to create those images and evoke those memories as well. And then you've got your rock pools, which we absolutely love. So, 3 superb kits, and with those kits you get everything you need to create. Now, you might put a bead in a different place to the ones that you're seeing here, but that's okay because you can create these going along the guidelines, but you can add your own little touches as well.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of this kind of stitching, is that you can add. It's never wrong to add any more, and if you want to actually add loads and loads, you'll have loads of threads and beads to do that, and that's really good.
Yeah. Now, do you get 2 needles in each of the kits? One for the bead, one for the thread?
You do. You get the one for the stitching is called a chenille needle, and it has a large eye, sharp point. So when we're using lots of different textured threads, it's easier to thread. It's not going to get tangled or anything like that. And a bead needle as well. It's a straw 10, which is a slightly bigger eye to a bead needle, so it's a bit easier to thread. But it fits perfectly all the different sizes of beads.
Excellent, love that. Right, 3 different kits for 3 different people in your life, maybe. 3 kits for yourself to create and gift. I mean, these will make wonderful gifts. It also comes with the hoop as well. This is something that you... No, the hoops aren't included, but you can purchase the hoops separately, so you get that wonderful finish. But you don't have to put them in a hoop. You could actually put these onto a cushion, onto a bag, or even onto a waistcoat. It's entirely up to you. But if you do want to go for the hoops, they are available, and it's £14.80. That's your 3 5-inch hoops, which you can divide the cost of that into 2 payments as well, so you can do that. So a great selection, 994013. Half the stock has gone, and we're really busy for it already. So again, you're going to have so much fun putting these together. It might be the very first time that you've crossed over to a brand new craft, or it might be something that you're continuing your journey of craft within. Right, we've got more for you. You wait till you see the next one. Oh, Katrina, this is just absolutely... I saw Lowen last night on the show, and I saw a close-up of this. It just blew my mind. It is absolutely incredible. If we can get closer to this to see that this lovely picture of the bluebells in the forest walk are thread. Simply amazing.
It is. It's quite magical, really. And when you see that in real life, you know, it's springtime, it's now, you're going to be walking in the woodlands, you're going to see those colours created, and the sunshine in the distance there, and it's the organza really that's created that little bit of a background. You've got a starting point before you start your stitching. You're not covering the whole surface, and you can just really get those effects. I mean, the bank on the left hand side, it's all just straight stitch, piles of colour, if you like.
Wow.
Really dark colours in the shadows, and then lighter at the edge when you just go around that corner.
Do you know what I like as well? You've even got the grass in the middle where, you know, when cars drive along country lanes and you've got your tyre marks each side, but then there's always the grass in the middle that grows. Even down to that, even down to the tufts of grass, the sunlight in the distance, you can see that. You can make that beautiful sun. It could be sunrise, it could be sunset, and then you've got all the flowers going around the frame. So in the kit, you don't actually get the wooden frame, but this is something you could purchase, but you do get the mount board. So you get both of your patterns to follow, so both the templates, and one of them will go around your mount board, which is here. Full instructions, all the organza, all the threads. I just think this is a wonderful treat for yourself, and I think once you've made this, this is going to be in your family for life. It's an heirloom, it really is. £58.95, but you can divide the cost into 2 payments, and from a distance, it does look like an oil painting or a watercolour painting or even a photograph. Absolutely stunning. We love that. We love that. That was one of our favourites this morning, and our Katie producer loved that. She said she would ride Roger down that pathway if she could. There you go. So it looked very realistic. She'd only get round the corner, then she'd have to turn around and come back. But who knows? Once you start to build on your creativity, maybe Katie could actually stitch a Roger into the picture. You know, there's all kinds of things that you could develop. You know, Roger's a horse, by the way. Ross is a boyfriend, Roger's a horse. Don't get the two mixed up. Right, let's move on. The Four Seasons, the Four Seasons. This is a wonderful set to get, and I think, Katrina, something like this in your home, you know, if you've got like a tall hallway, or maybe going up the stairs, or maybe before you go out of your door, you've got these Four Seasons always there on the wall.
It's such a nice size of piece, and as a set, I think it's great. Easy. I think it's quite contemporary looking. It's quite simple in the tree shapes and things, but and so easy to stitch. But yeah, when you put all the seasons together, that's what you can look forward to.
Yeah.
You know, we're in this. This is now. That's the hawthorn tree in our garden. And you know, it's not quite out yet, but it will be shortly. And then you look to all the summer and the bright colours and all the fruit trees. You know, you could easily change those. It's summer apple tree, but you could easily change that to a pear tree or apricot tree. You know, you could change that.
In this project, you get everything you need, including the 2 needles, but you also get the hoops as well. I'm thinking, you know, if you had, I mean, as a paper crafter, we've got lots of different crafters out there, and some people cross craft, so there might be a paper crafter, and they love to stitch as well. With these being the 4 seasons, you know, if you made like a calendar, you could have one on the actual calendar at all times. So, you know, throughout the spring, throughout the summer, throughout the autumn, throughout the winter, or change them and interchange them. I just think it's a wonderful idea, I really do. Absolutely beautiful. Or, if you've got 4 doors in your house upstairs, maybe you could define the rooms by the actual seasons. I don't know who would be in the winter room. And I don't know what that would say about them. But just ideas. Saving £14, all 4 kits. It could be 1 kit per person in your family. It could be for you and some friends, like a little workshop, for example. What a lovely idea that would be. 402 554 is your item number for your 4 seasons. Now, that has been very busy, stock-wise. Over 75%, over a quarter, yeah, over 3/4. Over 3/4, 75%, over 3/4. There you go. I always get those mixed up. Do you, Katrina? I don't know whether quarters are higher or percentages are higher. I never know.
I'm leaving that to you. I'm leaving that bit to you.
Well, I wouldn't leave it to me. Well, no, leave it to me. I'm very good at it, everybody. Just in case, you know, I am very good at it. Let's have a look at some cornflowers next. Oh no, the cornflower sold out earlier, but we managed to get it back on extended delivery. This is absolutely beautiful. It's going to be dispatched from the 10th, so it's only a couple of days. But my goodness, we were talking about this in the earlier show. When you're younger, even now, taking the dog a walk, taking the children out, driving along, walking through the countryside, these are the images that you just sit back and take pictures of and take in. If you've not got a camera with you, you just take it in your mind. It's a beautiful image. And can you see the 3 little bees that are in this at the top? It's lovely, isn't it?
It's bright and cheerful, and you know, when the weather's not so exciting, it's lovely to look forward to those kinds of colours. Yeah, but it was real. I mean, that part, that, you know, where I was, it looked exactly like that, and it made you want to go home and stitch something or sow a wildflower meadow in a little patch in your garden. You know, it's just it was the poppies and the cornflowers and the bright yellow, and then flashes of the
the greens as well.
Yeah.
You know, green's quite special colour.
It's beautiful. All the threads, by the way, are all beautifully organised on your thread organiser. All your kits come with this, actually. So they're all organised very well. So you're not just going to get a clump of threads that you need to separate. They're all numbered. You've got your 2 needles in there as well. You've got the beads. You've got all of your organza as well, which builds up the imagery of the flowers. It gives it texture, gives it depth. And you also get your instructions as well. You've got the template on the fabric, I believe.
Yeah,
so,
there's always an outline on the fabric.
Yeah, so that's a great way of working. And it's just a fabulous project to have, to put down, to keep doing, to put down, to keep doing, or just sit there and really go for it, you know, over a week. It's just wonderful. 869924 is your item number, £22.95. What a fabulous deal. If you do want the hoop, do we have the larger ones available? We do. We have got a bundle with the wooden ones of 5, 6 and 7 inch. So I think this one is a 7 inch. So you might want to go for that. Details at the bottom of the screen, £16.99. We've also got another set that you can go and have a look for on the website as well. We've got lots of accessories. Okay. Now, did we see this morning, the cherry blossom?
We didn't.
I didn't think we did. Oh, this is lovely. Now the beads in there, you've got all those lovely, I'm just going to tip this up, you've got all those lovely pink and green beads included. So beautiful colours of blossom. I've got a blossom tree that's white, but next door to us we've got, it's just the most ginormous blossom tree. The blossom is pink and beautiful. So this reminds me of that. Isn't that lovely? And then that suggestion of the organza in the background, so it's not too overwhelming.
Yeah, and it's a nice one if you've never tried this hobby before and you're just starting out, you don't know whether you're going to like it or not. It's finishable very quickly.
Yeah.
And then you'll see the results. Oh yeah, it's good, it's easy to do. And there's a whole series in the minis, and they're small projects, you know, you could take them away or just sit and just stitch really, and you'll be finished in an afternoon very easily.
Yeah, I love that.
I think the cherry blossom is nice. There's something quite nice about it.
Yeah, and it's a great price point as well. If this is something you want to get into, you want to try. I mean, that's beautiful. £12.49, 328747 is your item number. We've also got your agapanthus. Can't wait for me agapanthus to come out. Cannot wait. They've done really well over the winter, you know. They've not died down.
That's good, because I'm not very good at growing those. They don't seem to, but I just think they're just fabulous. I probably haven't got enough sun in my garden.
I think it depends where you put them in the garden.
Yeah.
Where we've got most of them, it's really sheltered against a wall.
Perfect.
But they've survived perfectly. And then we've got some more on another side of the garden that have just shrunk back to nothing. But they'll come back. They'll come back. But in the meantime, I can have this all year round. £12.49, 201747, and they are those beautiful blue and purple agapanthus. Agapanthus. I'm thinking of Agatha Christie. Agapanthus. I made myself laugh with that one. Agapanthus. I don't know. But agapanthus would be great. It would, wouldn't it? I think it's a great name. Anyway. Take a breath. £12.49, 201742. That is an excellent price. We've also got some play around kits. Have a look at those. But let's go over to Katrina. What are we going to have a look at first?
We're going to have a look at rock pool to start with, just to show that we've added a little bit to it from the time before, and how easy it builds up into your design. So earlier on a couple of the other shows, we've looked at the 3 designs, and they've all got a sort of a starting point on the fabric. They'll have a little bit of fabric printed on there, and then there is a sort of a plan to go through each part. So we've looked at the limpet. So if you weren't here earlier to see that, the limpets it has a bead underneath, and then you have radiating stitches over the print to get the right size, and then you're going to wind the thread around. It's called a spider's web, but with a bead raised inside. So it's got various textures there, so you can do as many of those as you wish, or you can add smaller versions of those around in your rock pool. The next bit is we've looked at adding a couple of beads, a couple of French knots, so I'll show you those, and a little bit of seaweed there, just to create a little bit of texture. So it's very easy to create a rock pool. And the first thing I'm going to show you is a little bit of seaweed here. So there are some lines printed on the fabric, And I've got my work in the spring hoop, so that keeps your work taut. When you start to frame the piece, it's going to be really, really easy. So I'm going to bring the needle up from the back. So I've started with a knot, and I'm going to give a couple of stitches just in the same place, just to give a little bit of thickness to the thread. So I'm just going to do that and bring the thread to the top there. And then use the eye of the needle, just turn it round, and then you're going to go round and round, and so you're not going through the fabric anymore, you're just going round the thread, and you're just twisting that. It's called binding stitch, but really just the effect is just to create overlapping plants, just seaweed in that rock pool. And I'm using a wool here, so it's you'll use a mixture of textures. It doesn't have to be absolutely smooth, so don't worry about it looking perfect. Just wind the threads round. When you get to the other end of the stitch, you're just going to take that thread down, and then you're going to create another one over the top. And you can build as many of these as you wish, so you can work over the top.
Do you always need to work with a hoop?
I mean, not every time. Some people like to work without a hoop, and then there are various stitches that I like. If I'm doing stem stitch, probably take the work out. But whatever feels comfortable, really.
I suppose when you've got it in the hoop like that, it gives you a chance to see the image forming correctly.
Yeah, and I just think I quite like using mixtures of knitting yarns and embroidery threads and metallic threads. It just means that when you're framing the work, it's a bit easier and it's smoother. It's not going to distort, but really, it's really personal choice. But I think, if you're just starting out in this, it's good to have that support from a hoop, and
we do have
see
those,
the results.
We do have those on the show, Katrina, so it might be an idea for people to go for these. We've got two sizes. I think the one that you're using is the 5-inch.
5-inch, yeah.
We have a 7-inch, and you've also got the scissors as well. It's a great price, your embroidery scissors, and that's just $16.99. If you are only going for that on the show, well, if maybe you don't want anything else and that's what you want, you will get a free gift with that. So that's a great little deal, isn't it? It's one per customer, so if you have already purchased from the Rowan Dean show, you'll already have this. It is one per customer. But we're celebrating 33 years of Rowan Dean embroidery. 646785 is your item number for the hoops. That's your free gift that you're seeing right there. We were also chatting with Katrina earlier. 7 years you've been with us here at the craft store.
Yeah, this is the 7th year.
Wow.
Yeah, I know, that's amazing.
It is amazing, isn't it?
It's good.
Oh,
it's good.
And I hope for many years to come.
Yeah, yeah.
Eileen has emailed in, and Eileen has emailed in. Thank you for emailing in, Eileen. It's about the agapanthus. Eileen says she always calls it Aunt Aggie's pants.
Oh.
You'll have to bring out a kit called Aunt Aggie's pants. What with a what did I say? Agathapanthus, I still think that's a good one. But that's the Agapanthus kit that's available. But thank you for emailing in, Eileen. Lovely to hear from you. I love that, Aunt Aggie Pants. Oh, but do you know what? Isn't it lovely to craft? Just sit and have these moments where you're relaxing, where you're doing some stitching, and have a bit of fun.
That's what it's all about, isn't it? Whether you're sitting stitching with a friend, or you're just stitching in the conservatory, wherever it happens to be, you just mind you can take yourself away into the colours, and especially I think these sort of treasures of the sea, they're just relaxing colours, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
They're just really lovely to do. And because I'm only using like 3 or 4 stitches, it's easy to do, and you can, I'm going to show you the French knot in a minute, and I think that's probably one of the ones that I don't think I could do a kit without one, really. I think you just got to have a French knot somewhere on this. So to start with, I've got my thread threaded here, and I've got my work in the hoop. And I'm using the full 6 strands, and I'm using a variegated thread. So these variegated threads are great. The magic just happens as you're starting to stitch. So you'll find that there's quite a quick colour change with the thread. They're really, really much better than they used to be. I like a short change of colour, so that you're going to get instant results without having to think about it. So you bring the thread onto the right side, and then you hold the thread just about a couple of centimetres away, and then you're just going to go around once, twice, and then as you
3 times a needle,
hold that through round, you're just going to place that into not the same place, almost the same place, and then as you push the needle into the fabric, you're just going to tighten that thread, and that's the secret of getting a really good shape to the thread, and it's going to be easier if you hold that thread there. And then you're just going to, as soon as the needle's through, let it travel in on its own. Don't be tempted to help the thread. It'll do it all itself. And then you've got that French knot. And it looks like a little rose. It's sort of a nice little dint in the middle there. And it's really quite addictive, these. Once you can do a French knot, I think they're just so useful. So I would say twice round the needle, all right, just to make it that shape.
Okay.
And then, or once. So if you want to make the knot bigger, you make the thread thicker.
Got you.
So you're just going to keep going and really create sort of a textured area, and you can just do these once round. You'll get smaller ones, and this is meant to be the reflections in the water, so you can have as many of those around the shape as you possibly can, and adding and mixing the beads in there as well. Really, really lovely to do. You've got 3 sets of colours. My card's actually got a few missing now. I've added the greens there, but you've still got enough to do all the way around, and then a little bit more to do the shells that are remaining. So you'll have lots of thread to play with. But French knots, they're just great. Even if you're going over and through the organza, there's a little bit of organza there, just to give a little bit of colour. So I'll show you the organza. This is the organza, and I've got a little piece just to create the water. You can add more into your design. I've just taken it on the bias, so that's the stretchy part, and you're just going to cut a little slither of that and then distort it a little bit, and then you can add that into your design, and you're just going to secure that either with a pin to start with, and then you can add beads and texture over the top. You can put as many layers as you want, and you'll get different effects with the different colours. So French knots are brilliant.
And they look like little pebbles, or roses, or flowers, or embellishments.
I know. When you go out of here, and I'm leaving, I've done sort of ones with a tree. You're looking at hedgerows, you're looking at trees, and you can instantly see French knots. You know, you can see the colour change.
Yeah.
Perfect stitch, especially on the one that we're going to do after this in the Enchanted Forest. You'll be able to see those there. They make great bluebells. So it's not going to take very long to complete this. It's an easy project, and I've got some beautiful glass beads here. The glass beads, you know, if you're on the beach, you might see glass that's been worn away with the sand, so these are just lovely. And then pebbles as well, so we've got various pebbles that you can put on, and you can add those and add as many as you wish. And then luckily I found some great sequins that are shell shaped, so you can add those as well. And then I think on 1 or 2 of them we've got some stars as well, so you can add as much glitter as you want, or as little as you want at all, and it'll make a lovely design. And having said that, I think it's not just a frame, you could put it on a box lid or something like that.
Yeah,
I bought
yeah.
Somewhere buried here, there's a wooden box.
Yeah.
And you could put that in the bathroom, or just keep your sewing things in it.
Oh, that'd be lovely.
It's a wooden box, and just taken the shape and stretched it on some card, glued it on, and you've got a lid for a box.
That'd be nice.
So if you didn't want to do it as a picture, there's lots of options.
Our Ross producer said a nice little posh cushion.
Yes, absolutely.
You know, you're not really, you know, just that occasional chair, whatever it is you call it, and you little cushion, little posh cushion would be lovely. Fill it with lavender as well, which would be really nice. Or some essence of the sea. I don't know what that would be. It'd be kind of fishy, wouldn't it? I don't mean that at all. No, you don't really want your cushion smelling like that, but just, you know, you've got those fresh elements that give you an illusion, like fresh cotton, for example. You don't want a fishy cushion in your hallway, do you? Let's face it. won't go down too well, and it would attract all the cats. Right. Your one-day special. You've got 3 projects here. You could sit down with your friends, and you could meet on a Monday or a Tuesday, for example. As long as it's still safe to do so, you can sit there and you can sew together. You can stitch separately in your homes and just let us know what you're doing, how far you are on your project, and this could be a talking point. Or they could be all yours, one project after the other. Make a wall hanging, make a cushion, make a top for a book or a journal, for example. You've got all the threads, you've got all the fabric, you've got the organza, you've got the instructions, you've got the needles as well. In fact, you've got 2 needles per kit. 1 needle to do your stitching and the other needle to put your lovely little gems and beads on as well. And they're lovely beads, top quality, all different. I know you're really going to enjoy making these. Now, you're saving £8 on your one-day special, but if you want to go for some display hoops, then they're at the bottom of the screen. So your first payment of £21.93. If you add your hoops, that will be an extra £7.40 onto that, which is just over £30. Just over £30 today, and then another payment in a month's time, and we'll send everything out to you in the same setting. It will be £29.33. There you go. 994013 is your item number, and don't forget, if this is your first time purchasing, you are getting your free gift, which is a little haberdashery kit. So first of all, you'll be getting your John James Pebble Chenille needles, 6 of those in a case. You've got your magnets right there. And then you've got your 2 threaders as well. So that's your free gift to celebrate 33 years of Rowan Dean embroidery, hence the balloons at the side of the screen. Maybe I could pop some. Wonder if I could pop any of those balloons. Perhaps not. Right, that's your one-day special, and a wonderful one-day special it is too. Now, Katrina has got some fat quarters with her, and we've got the cotton and the tweed. So can we have a look at what we've got? Okay. And we'll put the details on the screen for you.
Well, this is the fat quarter of the tweed. So it's a generous amount of fabric. Perfect if you want to make a cushion. Perfect if you want to do your own project, if you want to create pebbles, or you want to actually make a wall hanging. It's the same fabric as we have used for these designs. Really worth having. It's excellent quality. It's a dress quality. We have it made for us, and so I just think it lends itself to whether it's natural designs or whether it's a garden project. There are lots of uses for it, and it's just beautiful to work with.
And if people wanted to go for 2 of those, it would be a continuous cut. Yeah. So if you did want to multi-buy, is Ted cutting it?
Yes.
It'll be a continuous cut. It'll be a Ted cut. He cuts very well, does our Ted. 331119 is your item number, £13.95 per fat quarter. And then we've got some cotton fabric fat quarters as well. Let's have a look at these. We've got lots of different colours, haven't we?
We've got lots of different colours here. The fabric is the same fabric as we use for the actual kits. We've got it in a pearl colour, but then we've got some other colours. I mean, they've got fabulous names. I mean, they've got duck egg. We've got powder blue, which is just fantastic. It's a really useful colour. We've got celestial blue. Love it. I actually love that one. Violet. Perfect. Terracotta for all those autumn designs.
Nice.
That's a really fabulous one. Silver. And these are the ones that have got great names. Asparagus. That's a lovely name. And mushy pea.
Mushy pea.
See, that's a great name. Makes you smile straight away, doesn't
you
it?
might as well just go for mushy pea, just so you can say, I'm just going to get some mushy pea off the shelf. Yeah. And do a bit of stitching with my mushy peas. It's a beautiful green, though.
It's lovely. And if you want to do like a book cover, you know, if you do some of the card kits, you know, like the seaside doodles that we've got, or any of the doodle kits, you know, you want to actually make a book cover, these are perfect, and they work really well for doing that.
It is absolutely stunning, isn't it? What a wonderful show to introduce you to a journey of stitching. Can I just show you something? Because I just find this fascinating. This is where you could start, putting together your kits, making and creating those pictures, and then, once you get into it, you can do something like this. This is all stitching. Isn't that amazing? It looks like it's been painted, watercoloured, or sketched with a pencil. That's all thread. Isn't that absolutely incredible? And this is something that you can work towards. How beautiful is that? And who knows, you know, with your stitching, with your new artwork, you can even sell it as well. Absolutely stunning. Just wanted to show you that. The details on your screen are for your one-day special. Those 3 marvellous kits for you. Jump onto the website. That's where you can see everything we've got from Rowan Dean on the show. Our brand new website. And everything on the show, if you haven't purchased before, will come with that free gift that's available to you. Your haberdashery kit. Have a look at the 5-star reviews as well. It's all top quality products, it's all top quality ingredients to your projects. So do go and have a look. The mini kits are very busy. It's a great starting place. There's your Agapanthus, or your Agapanthus. Yeah. Agipathe. No, I can't. Agipathe. No, the Agapanthus. There you go. And you've got your embroidery hoops as well available to you. The wooden ones, or the other ones, the accessory packs. And we've got the play around packs as well. These are brilliant. Oh my goodness, you get so much. You get so much in there of your fabric, your needles, your threads, organza, some beads as well. Those play around kits are brilliant, because if you've got an idea and you're thinking to yourself, do you know what? I don't want a kit, but I've got an idea. I can stitch. I want to do my own thing. We'll get the kits for a friend to introduce them, and then get the play around kits for you to actually create your own designs. Now this is interesting. This is only £12.99, and this is your medium tapestry frame, and that is great value for money and helps you work with your stitching projects. And I do believe that our Katrina has one at the demonstration area and is going to use it as well. It looks like you can play cricket with it, but you can't. It's not cricket. It's tapestry, isn't it, Katrina?
It is.
It is. And how useful is it?
It's good. I mean, it's perfect for this size of piece. This is an 18-inch frame. So any design that you've got, you know, it's quite a large size frame and easy to work. So it works like you attach your fabric, either you can stitch it onto the tape at the top. I didn't, I just put mine on with masking tape, and as you rolled it, it made it tight. So you can adjust the tension with it. You can tighten the bars here just with the, and you know, just really tighten them or undo those if you want to move it. Or if you want to take it away on holiday, you can just take it to pieces, roll it up and put it in your suitcase, and then you can fit it together when you arrive. So it's a good thing to have. The other one that is good is the 7-inch, which I've buried mine on here somewhere. The 7-inch spring hoop is great to do the mount with the white fabric. So you can work the two together, so you can have a change from one to the other. You don't need to continue. You don't need to complete a whole area. You can work several areas at once and just work whichever part you fancy doing. And so the idea is that straight stitch, this is really the basis of most of my designs. You know, straight to it's diagonal, vertical, small stitches. You can work layer upon layer, you'll get different effects. And then there is a guide on the fabric, so that there is a where, once you've got your organza over the top, then you're going to use the straight stitches just to do the stitching, and then create it as if it's falling down the bank near the road. So I've used several of the colours. So when you get your card, you get about 26 different colours. So you'll show you those on here, and they're on a card so that you can follow the in the instructions. When you talk about green, it'll tell you which number to use, and obviously the thickness. So I've got some Appleton's wools here, and I think there's 3 different colours on there. We've got some fabulous bluebell colours there, and some really ones for the road and to do some of the trunks of the trees. And then I got a bit carried away. There's even more. So then there's 26 or 27 different colours here, just so you can get some really, really great effects just using the wools. I mean, that one there's from the Shetlands, absolutely beautiful, and it just creates that mottled green for the shadows. Really, really easy to work as well. So yeah, it's easy to do. Just make a little bit of space, and then with your magnet, if you get your magnets, you can use the magnets are great. If you want to, you've got 2 magnets. You can place those on the edge of your work. You've got all your needles ready. I quite like making it using a bit of fabric that I've cut off from one of the other pieces, just with a little tiny piece, some of the colours that you've got left from one of your projects, and it just means you can keep your scissors and everything on there. And
it's
then
a great idea.
I mean, it's a great. I mean, you could use the pebble if you've made a needle case with us, or an accessory case. You keep this in your accessory case. It's just really a variety of needles. That if you've got a really textured thread, the idea is just pick a bigger needle. Don't struggle threading it. Just get a bigger needle. So that's quite useful. So as you're coming to start the actual work, I've got mine tacked on. So that means I've just placed the organzas over the print, and then I've worked for myself. I like the stem stitch to work that by hand first, then put it on afterwards, but you can do it on the frame if you wish. So really the idea is that you're just going to work with the straight stitch, and if I do work a little bit here, I've got a variegated thread, and I'm using the full 6 strands, and I'm just going to create the start of the trees in the distance. So I've got a little bit, I've got a knot, you can have a knot if you wish or without, and you're just going to go over, the print, and as you stitch, just the magic happens. You don't need to think where you're putting the stitches. You're just going to create a little bit of a sunny area in the distance, and I'm using the full 6 strands, and once you've covered the print, then you can add more stitches in between just to create a little bit more dense stitching.
Now, if you did want to go for the medium tapestry frame, it's at the bottom of the screen. When it's gone, I'm afraid. We can't get any more stock. 024575. Lots of people taking the opportunity to put that into their baskets. It's a great little piece of kit to have. And of course, it's yours now. You can just continue sewing and continue doing your different projects. It doesn't have to be for tapestry. It could be for the centre of a cushion, but you want to do some hand stitching or something like that. So a fabulous deal at £12.99. 024575 is your item number. Can I just say thank you to Hazel for emailing in? She said she absolutely loves French knots. She's currently using French knots at the moment on a unicorn. Can you send a picture in of your project, Hazel? We might not show it on air, but we would all love to see it. I can't actually tell you, Katrina, on air. I'll tell you after the show.
Okay.
What the French knots are being used for. It's very creative, Hazel. It sounds fabulous, and we all want to see it. And we'll show Katrina as well. We have had loads of emails from everyone. Lots of people emailing in. Lynn says happy birthday for your 33 years. Jenny's emailed in as well. Sandra has emailed in to wish you all well and thank you for your 33 years of hard work and lovely embroidery kits as well. Which is fantastic. So hopefully Hazel will email back that picture. We can show it to Katrina and get her reaction live on air. Just something we can do. Happy birthday.
Okay. I'm just going to carry on stitching.
Just, we will give Katrina a warning before we show her, but you know, it's a birthday.
Okay, anyway. So I'm just carrying on with the straight stitching here. So you're just going to change the direction. Just going to make sure at the end of the day you don't have any of the print shown. You're just going to cover and go over the printed line. I'm just creating the virgin in between, and I'm just doing some random straight stitch here. Just higgledy-piggledy sort of stitches, really. A little bit messy. Don't be too precise. They don't have to be perfect. And you're just going to cover that whole area and it sort of brings your eye into the distance just by a few straight stitches. So the beauty of this one is really that straight stitch really is creating the majority of this design.
Do you start with any particular colour or any particular place, or is it just which part you want?
In the instructions, I've done the tree trunks first, and then would do the distance. But if you wanted to, you get too excited when you're going on the project and you want to start another area, that's fine. You can just go on, do a little bit of the bank, go back to the tree, do a little bit down here of the ferns in the corner. You can work on the mount fabric as well. So you can change. You don't have to start and just be very regular and go from top to bottom. Just add. And if you want to do French knots, there's a lovely line of French knots along here, and the French knots in amongst the bluebells. And it's a sort of thing that obviously there are a few beads in there as well. But when you sometimes see bluebells, the foliage is quite light, but there's loads of bluebells, and so you can really add as many as you wish. It's, you know, I've got a few in amongst the grasses there, but really go to town on those and add the beads as well.
Would you add the French knots after you've put the grass in, or would you put a bit of grass, a couple of French knots, a bit more grass, so you layer it up?
I think I've a little bit of grass, and then it's nice to see the bluebells as you're starting to stitch, because that's the bit, and then there's just 3 fabulous colours, shaded threads. So I would be keen to get the bluebells in as well, so I would add a few French knots in there as well.
It's a wonderful image, and again, it doesn't include the frame. We've got it in a frame just to show you what it looks like, but it does include the mount board, because you've got 2 parts to this. You've got the inner part, which is just, of course, right there, and then you've got the outer part. So you've got 2 different fabrics. So you've got the mount board to put the outer part on. You'd stitch it first before you put it onto the mount board. The mount board is there just to then replicate this, and then you can buy a frame. You can have all sorts of different colours on your frame if you want to. Such a wonderful project to go for, whether you're advanced or a beginner, because as Catherine, as Katrina says, you've got those straight stitches to do, so it's going to be very easy for you to start to build up, and very rewarding as well. Very, very rewarding. 184043 is your item number. Now the tapestry frame, we'll bring up the details for that. We're limited stock for that now, so we can't get any more. Once it's gone, it's gone. There it is, and it's only £12.99. 024575 is your item number. Really, really handy tool to go for. But we're limited stock. I don't want anyone missing out on that. So if you do want it, pop it in your basket and check on out. Right, let's have a look at the seasons. Let's have a look at spring, summer. No, spring, summer, yes. Autumn and winter. Why did I have a trouble then thinking? I can't speak today. Why did I have a trouble? That's not even English, is it? Why did I have a trouble? I don't know. Hazel, if you are watching, do send that picture in, because we would like to see it of your project. I think she has, so we'll be showing that to Katrina. But this is a great kit to get, £59.99, saving £14. Divide the cost into 2 payments. It works out to be £15 per kit. So how about giving one of these to your daughter or your son, one of these to your dad or your gran, one of these to your uncle or to your auntie, one of these to your best friend, or keeping them all to yourself? The instructions are just there. There you go. All of the instructions are there, all of the threads are there, all of your hoops are there as well, all of your organzas there, all of your needles are there as well. 402554 is your item number. It's a wonderful kit to go for. Oh, she says, knocking it over. Let me just pop that there. Okay, so it's a beautiful kit to get, and you know, it's such a great price point as well when it works out to be 50p per kit. The great thing about this, you've got a theme running through. It's the seasons. The wonderful thing also is that you'll do one and you'll want to do another one, and then you'll want to do another one, and then you'll want to do another one, and that's the advantage of buying the whole complete set, is that once you finish one, you'll be ready to go for the next, and you'll be ready to go for the next. Gift these out to people. Maybe someone's got their birthday in the summer. What a lovely gift this would be. It doesn't have to be in the hoop. You could use the hoop for something else. You could put this maybe on a card or something like that, or maybe place the hoop on the front of a card. 402554 is your item number. 2 payments of £30. 402554. Right, we've got more for you. We've got more for you. The cornflower sold out, but it came back on extended delivery, and I'm so glad it did. It's only a couple of days. This is so beautiful. This is so beautiful. So you've got your beautiful cornflower right there. You've got your threads right there. You've got your beads that are included, your 2 needles, your threads, and all of the organza. Absolutely stunning. All you need to do is get a hoop. Get a hoop. 869924 is your item number, £22.95. We are dispatching these on the 10th of February. Now, the cherry blossom. What a wonderful image. What a wonderful image. You know, when you know that spring is here and summer is around the corner, when you see the blossoms start to come. And it's always sad, actually, when you see the blossoms start to fall, even though it's a lovely image.
Yeah, it's when it's all going to be on the ground.
So why don't you have something like this in your home at all times? Isn't that absolutely gorgeous? You get everything included in the kit to make and create that, apart from the hoop, but you can buy those separately if you want to. It's a nice little starter kit, isn't it? £12.49. So yeah, if you want to dip your toes into the world of Rowan Dean embroidery. Then we've got your agapanthus, a beautiful flower. We love the agapanthus. I always think if you've got agapanthus in your garden, you're posh. So I bought some because I wanted to be posh.
You know, they're beautiful. I've got some blue ones and I've also got some white ones as well. Agapanthus. £12.49, 201-742 is your item number. What would you recommend these as a starter kit for people?
Absolutely. I think sometimes it can be daunting if the site, you know, will I be able to do this? How easy is it? So I think definitely all the minis are really going to be finished very quickly, and they will just get you they're almost like a taster session, using the 3 or 4 stitches, and they'll be very quick to do. So yeah, I'd definitely say that very easy for a beginner.
Love that. And are there any French knots on that particular design?
I can't not do a kit without French. You've got to have French knots.
Talking about French knots, Katrina, would you like to see Hazel's project? It's not safe for TV, so we can't show you on the TV, but we are. It is a birthday treat for Katrina. Shall we have a look? Let's have a look in the monitor. Don't go. Oh, what's that?
Yes, I can see why it's nobody else would want to know.
Where's the French knot on that? Oh, is that a French knot? I don't even know if that's right.
Well,
it's certainly right angled. Oh, that was that bit, and that was that bit. Well, it had a French knot on it.
Yeah.
Hazel, well done, well done, well done. I don't know whether I'll be able to share that later on my social media. I don't think so. But thank you for sharing. Very good, and a good use of a French knot. Or knots. Right, Katrina, what are we going to have a look at now?
We're going to Cherry Blossom.
Oh,
we're going to Cherry Blossom
brilliant.
now. So, so the whole range of these kits, the idea is, it is a taster session, and they're just such a nice project that will be finished very quickly. You could put them on a card, you could put them on a cushion, you know, they give them as a gift, and it's just a nice project to do. So it will come like with the image printed on the fabric like that, and then the next thing to do is you've got a whole load of organzas in here. So there are different colours, some for the background, some that you can add layers. So there's little bits of pink organza, and then you've got a little bit of satin organza there just to create some texture in the foreground of the design. So to start with, I've got my work in the spring hoop. So I've got the fabric on the as covering the background really. You'll still be able to see the print through there, and then I've got the colours. So again, they're on a card, so you've got them all numbered and know exactly where to use them in the instructions, and you'll have written instructions and illustrations of the stitches and things. So you've got a guide as to where to start. We've done stem stitch already on the show, so I've done a little bit of stem stitch there, but using the colours. So we've got some great colours. We've got some greens here, multicoloured, fabulous pinks, a touch of peachy colours there, and a little bit of pale blue, all sort of 6-stranded cotton, and a little bit of sparkle as well. A little bit of wool there to add some French knots, and then a collection of great colours. So you've got your colours, and you can just see the two together when you've got all these colours together. You've got a collection of beads, lovely to use. Mixture of sizes, really easy to apply. So easy organza, it's so easy to work with. Again, stretchy part of the organza, and you're just going to cut a little strip of that, and then you're just going to be a little bit mean to that and just fray and distort that just enough to make it textured, and then you're going to apply that to your design. Just pin it on. You can have as many layers as you wish, as long as you can just about see the print, then put as many on as you want. So I've also got the organza, and now I've got a little bit of the satin here. So I'm just going to cut some bad circles. Don't be good at it. You just want to be little tiny flowers.
Just while you're cutting that, I do need to tell everyone at home the tapestry frame has sold out. So that's now gone. So that has sold out. So well done for getting that and checking out your basket. Anything else that you want, the one-day special, any of the kits, any of the play-around kits, it's a good idea now, as we're heading towards the end of the show, to make sure if it's in your basket, you check on out, you make sure you get it all done and dusted. And if you want anything into your basket now, it's also a good time to do it. We've got 5 minutes on the show. Back to Katrina.
Okay. So I'll just cut a couple of these out. They don't have to be very good at it, and then you can place those on there. And so to attach those, you're just going to take the thread, and then I've just got 2 strands of thread there. You could either do a French knot or a bead, and then you're just going to attach those, and you can add as many of those.
That pink is a gorgeous colour.
But it's the pink, the pink itself is nice, as well as the fabric. So it just gives a little bit of texture there. So the same way would be, if you can get this in some of our kits in red, you know, it's the same way to do poppies. But they look really quite textured and quite bold. So they just add a little bit of interest in the foreground. And then just add a couple of those. Tiny little French knots, or you could use the beads.
It's so easy when you watch you do this, Katrina, but it looks so intricately detailed.
It's really easy. It's so easy to do. I mean, straight stitches, you know, they're not difficult to do, and they're never wrong. So just, you know, just have a go and add the straight stitches. Add as many French knots as you wish. You can just try a stitch on the edge if you wish, but you know, French knots if you're changing the thickness, or you're changing and mixing 2 colours together, you'll get different effects. So you can add a little bit of texture there. Easy to do. Not going to take you very long to do those. And then once you've got a couple of those on your design, again, if you finished with the thread or you want to change that, just wind it round a couple of stitches. Just a couple of stitches is enough to hold that in place. And then to add some beads. So you've got the bead thread on your card. So you just bring the beads up to the top of the design. So I've done a couple of French knots in the pink, and then you just take a couple of the beads, and they're all multicoloured, so whatever colours you fancy there, you're just going to scoop that onto the bead, and then you're just going to take 1 stitch, and then you're going to bring that down and then move to another area. So the beads will be as many or as few as you wish. There's lots in the kit, you'll have loads. You'll have lots to use, loads of them, so you can mix the pink ones as well.
How many projects do you think, Trina, you have got or done in your whole 33 years? That's a big question, isn't it?
That's massive. Hundreds.
Have you?
Hundreds.
I bet it's close to 1,000.
It must be. I mean, when we look in, you know, where we have everything stored, there are loads and loads of pictures that show, well, over 30 years. I mean, you don't keep them all, but we keep most of them.
Well, we've got lots of designs.
Since we've been here, I've done a lot of designs, because you know, if we've got loads of followers who love to stitch, and so it's nice to bring new things out all the time. So that means that we're going to have more. And there's going to be more.
Well, we've certainly got a whole array of your designs around the studio, and every time we come to do a show, I'm always walking on going, oh, look at this, I can see the bees here, I can see the flowers and the trees and all of the wonderful, beautiful designs. And some can be freestyle, so this could be a brand new craft for you. Let's head to the website and see all of the kits and all of the accessories available to you. You can buy the one-day special individually. The saving comes when you buy them collectively, and why wouldn't you? When you start one project, you'll get the taste for it, and you'll want to do another one, and then another one, and by buying the one-day special, you've got 3 kits there ready to go. They come beautifully packaged for you, and if this is your first time buying from the Rowan Dean Show, you will get your free gift. So do go and have a look at all the different items available to you. Right, your one-day special, we have another live hour at 4 o'clock today. The last chance to buy is a few minutes to 6 p.m. tonight, because then we get a new one-day special, and it is a very special one launching today as well with our Lou Sims, so do tune in for that. Best of luck to our Lou Sims. But 3 projects, full kits for you, beautiful designs evoking and bringing back all those memories of childhood paddling on the beach. Katrina, thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's always a joy and a pleasure to work with you.
It's been good fun.
And can we say a big thank you to Hazel as well for sending that picture in, because I thought that was a really good use of a French knot. It really was. Maybe use a bit more thread next time, but, you know, we'll go into that later. Katrina, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll see Katrina back at 4 o'clock today, but we'll see you guys in a few moments' time for more shows here on the Craft Store. Yes, the mashup continues. We've got our Dan coming up next. Whoa! Remember who we've swapped Dan with. Who's gone over there? Let me think. Dan's here. Who's over there? Oh yeah, it's our Catherine.
Did you know you can continue watching the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If it's not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember, you will need your router's password at hand, whether you are on a wired or a wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type thecraftstore.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcasts and access to previous shows. Now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite TV shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the Craft Store easier.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Craft Store. My name's Kath. My name's Dan. Thank you so much for having us here. Super excited about this Crafty Rude Designs show. A back-in-stock favourite, which sold out in record time last show. And loads of brand new, brought to you by Miss Lady over here, Kim Martins. How are you, Kim?
I'm well, thanks. Yourself?
Yes, thank you. Very well, thank you. I am super excited about this show because I've never had a demo area put out for me.
Well, you know, I'll put that there so I can go.
Please don't.
I'm you know, outdoor.
Please stay. We can do a job swap. I don't know. Just sort of making the point that anyone can have a go. This could be the first ever collection that you order, or it could be vastly experienced.
That's what we try and do at Crafty Rude. Crafting should be for everybody, and that's the big thing for me. Everybody can craft, and you know, we're going to show that today. We're going to have some fun. It's about getting messy and inky and just having fun.
Quite right. That's why I'm wearing one of Yanis's shirts. So I'll leave that behind me when I leave. Right, let's crack straight on, shall we? In here, brand new today, the Flower Grunge. It's $14.99, 573-431. Tell you what, I'll go straight into samples if that's all right.
That's
I think you see it in the, then I'll show you the actual stamps. This is really modern, it can be really grungy, it can be really colourful. Of course, you can add as much colour as you wish.
Yep, but how simple is that? Literally, all I've done is taken 2 colours of brush out, splattered it on a piece of paper, and then stamped the big texture stamp twice.
You can see
really,
the background there,
really easy to use, those stamp sets.
Love these different ideas. They're really cool. They're just the letters I'm talking about there for a second. These flowers are really, really clever. I know they're coming up in the next one, but you can see how multiple items work together.
So this is actually part of this set. So this is the scribble flower that's in this monthly make. And what I've done with that one is, normally when I'm drawing, I'll do like really rough sketch and then take bits out to make it look a bit nicer and not as rough around the edges. So these are like my early drawing marks.
Cool.
And I started looking at it and I thought, you know what, I actually quite like that. And the more I took away from it, I thought, no, I don't like it anymore. So that one literally is a very beginning of a sketch, that flower. But I think it works because you can layer it up as much as you want, you can add your colours to it. It's just a lovely, lovely flower.
Oh, it's really, really cool. Bit of heat embossing at the top here, lots of different ideas, bringing in, adding in extra scribbles and sketches, or it doesn't have to be just a few petals, could be a full flower we're creating.
Yep, that's one of my mum's. She always looks at things like hers was the ladybug as well before. Who would have thought to use 2 leaves as a ladybug? I mean, she always looks at stamps and goes, hang on a minute, we can do something different with this. And that's what I love about my mum's crafting, because she just goes for it. Like, look at that.
That's exactly the basis of what we're going to do this show, isn't it? So that's some samples of what you are creating, 573431. So you can see, there we go. So there are the sketchy flowers, if you like. There's the grungy numbers. And in the middle, you've got a sentiment too.
Yep, it's Be You, the world will adjust.
$14.99. Be You, the world will adjust. What a great sentiment for now. Thecraftstore.com is where you can go and get your items, or of course on the phone as well. That is brand new today. We continue on. I'm just going to put that one over there. So we've got the previous monthly make as well, which is back in stock for us.
Yeah, so this is one we had last October, and it's just some beautiful, beautiful flowers, which I think work really well with the frames and the polyplates we've got coming up. And who doesn't love a flower?
I think, again,
yeah,
they're a lot bigger than you maybe see on the packaging over there. And in fact, I think if you love the sketch detail over there, you're not a million miles away from progressing here.
No, I think what we try and do at Crafty Root is I've always got a very, I call it a loose design. So it's always just like a doodle, a bit of a sketch. It's nothing, it's the idea of a flower. It's not an actual flower. Yeah, it's just the idea of a flower, a doodle, something that's come to me and I've just sat and drawn away.
As well as the flower, if I just flip this over, you've also got a cool splat design too.
Absolutely. So sometimes, when you've left it a bit late, you know, with them birthdays that just jump out of nowhere and come and surprise you.
Oh, yeah.
You're like, the person rocks up at your house and go, oh, yeah, it's your birthday today.
Yeah, of course it is.
I've got a card for you, hang on a minute.
Didn't forget.
So, you have to go running back up to your craft room. So you can see there, literally, put your splat in the background, put your flower over the top, 2-3 minute card, dead easy.
That is amazing. Then you haven't got to worry about being in the lines. Doesn't matter. That's not how I do it on this occasion.
For it.
Well, like you said in the back.
You can if you want to, sit and colour them in really nicely. But you know what? Bish bash bosh, card's done.
There we go. Again, if you want a decoupage or layer something up, you absolutely can do. But no colour there. You haven't got to.
No, my mum's done that one, and she's just like, she's really gone into, I call that a rose, maybe. Yeah. And she's just gone into all those different layers. She's a bit of a fussy cutter, my mum. And you can just see the amount of layers she's got cutting out on that. That, to me, is too complex. I wouldn't have a go at doing that because it's too much cutting out. But my mum, fantastic at cutting.
What's your mum called?
Sue.
Sue. Thank you, Sue, for putting in the effort. Thank you so much. Hey, the background's here as well, if you want to do like more pastel colours. And that background could then inspire this card, for example. Very different structure, but it's same principle, same craft.
Yeah, so you've just got your flowers in the background, masked them off, and just loaded that little panel full of flowers. And I think it just creates, it's almost like a backing paper in itself, isn't it?
Good description. Isn't it absolutely beautiful? Again, 14.99 760535. My absolute favourite thing in the world is Pick a Mix. So thank you so much for bringing the next collection for you. Any two, and they're sort of in 3 sets of 3, if you like.
Yeah.
Roughly.
I got a bit carried away with these. So I started off, I designed a new polyplate, and then I went, you know what would be really nice if I had a frame with it? And then I went, oh, you know what would be even better? Let's get some texture in the background, because with a frame, I've then got to mask it off and do the background myself. Whereas if I put the texture behind it, it's already done.
So we've got our...
I'm being lazy.
Our plate, if you're... It's not lazy at all. Like anything to do with like if you're multi-designs, making things quicker.
It is. Those super quick bish bash bosh cards that
Here we
like.
go. So you've got the plates, the outline, the texture, showing those brought together in the background. So there's your...
So that's your polyplate. So the polyplate is designed to fit into those frames. You can see, well, not too nicely stamped over the top because I want a bit skew squiff, but it doesn't really matter, does it?
No.
Don't worry about it.
That's the exact. So you've got the hexagon side of things, and then got a really cool, like, sketchy edges and squares.
Yes, this is the square panel. Again, this one's a good one if you want to make it bigger, because you can interlock it. And it's just, you know, to be fair, I call that middle one the plain one, the simple one, but it's not really, is it? Like you say, it's got those sketchy edges, and you can do all sorts.
Oh yeah,
with
it's
it.
really cool. This is one option, that's an option, that's an option. By bringing them all together as well. If you're not sure what to go for, Kim, going for the poly plate is a very good place to be the first one in there if you haven't got them.
Yeah, if you're into big bold backgrounds, that is great for your poly plates, because you throw your inks at it, you throw your brushos at it, paints at them, and they just make a statement. It's an instant. Well, you can see there, those bubbles, they're just instant. It's a card in itself. If you're into, you think, oh, OK, I want to add the colour myself, I'd go for one of the frames. I'd probably go for a texture, but I'm not saying that's my favourite.
Nah. You can do if you want. There's the texture, there's the frame, there's the poly plate to start with. Any three, now listen, you could choose 4. Any 2 together from the 3 different shapes, if you like, and the 3 different offers, all under the same item. No matter how many you're ordering, only $3.95 per transaction. That's P&P wise. 843218.
What I will say is the bubbles you may have seen before, because we have brought that to you before, and that's really where this idea came from. I took the bubbles and went, you know what, I really want a frame. I was forever sitting and drawing around my bubbles. So I thought, I want a frame for this, and that is where all this came from.
And again, if you're batch make, can we use your stamps to make and sell?
Absolutely, do what you want with them. As long as you don't copy them onto a computer and reproduce them that way, we're happy.
Yeah, be crafting, obviously, that's very much the thing to be doing. But the squares in the background could be very architectural, could be very masculine, could be very, very modern, could be a little bit more countryside, you know, like brick wall-esque, couldn't it?
I think this pick and mix is actually a very masculine one. So it's great for your blokes cards, because you know what, you've got your frame, you've got your texture, you just add a bit of colour, and it's done. There's nothing.
Oh,
you know.
Is that Sue?
No, I did
Is that you?
That's
a Kim.
I did a little bit of cutting out.
Oh yeah, but how many layers are there then? Looks like you've done one with the orangey brown in the background, and then this one's heat embossed on top, right?
Oh no, I did the background's dead easy to do. We can do something like that today. But I cut out the flower. There's like
the
a whole
flowers,
2 layers cut out.
Hexagons.
Oh no, that bit's easy. I did 2 bits of cutting out. I do want a medal for that.
See? Yeah, you see?
A gold star.
Gold star, bravo, straight away. Here we go. And you can see the bee being brought in here with the happiness. $13.99 for the pick and mix. Choose any 2. 843218 is your item number. The happiness sayings. You've seen several of these coming through the previous samples I've been showing you, but these are all in together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7, I think, on there. Why did you choose these sentiments?
When I was looking at the frames, all I kept doing was when I was playing with it, I was like, oh, you know what, these are just fun to play with. So I took the word happiness and then just went from there. So you've got some wonderful things in that, things like focus on the good, if not now, when? You know, some
when
really
now?
good ones.
Now is the time.
Make happiness a habit.
Focus on the good. What's that bottom one? Yeah, if not now, then when. Happiness, focus on the good. Expect nothing, appreciate everything. Isn't that lovely? And again, a cracking size here. This could be on... these could be going into our planners, in our journals, I think, memory books on the front of a card, after all.
Absolutely. We generally do very big, bold sentiments, but not your usual, like, happy birthdays and things like that. These are ones to go in your scrapbooks, your journals, things like that. Big, bold, big statements. Because on a card, if you put happy birthday, the reason I do it is because if you put happy birthday on a card, it's a birthday card.
Yeah.
Like, if I put a saying like that on that card, you could have that framed, you could do something with it.
100%.
So, you know, I don't want to limit who I'm giving it to. So if they love it that much they want to put it on the wall, you know, they can do, because it's not got a happy birthday on it.
Absolutely, that's beautiful. That symmetry there as well, almost moving to like block work, I think.
That's one of Mum's, fussy cutting.
Oh, well,
you know, what can I say?
Oh, the colours in the background might just be some certain items we're using on the show too.
Maybe. I'm trying to see which one it was.
$12.99 074327. And then at the very start of the show, I mentioned there was an item on the show that sold out in record time. It's a Stella border. Back in stock for the first time since that original setup. This is a big statement stamp, in my opinion.
It is. It's really for your A5 card or your 8B8, but you can also break it up and put it on your smaller cards. It's a big impact. You don't need any more than that. You know what? If you're in a rush, slap that on your piece of paper, do a bit of splatting. It's done.
Speaking of splatting, we've got a sentiment in here, make this moment count. And we've also got like a brush stroke, right?
Yeah, so you get your poly plate, which is the swoosh. I have trouble naming things, you can tell. So everything gets called a doodle or this. So that's your swoosh.
Swoosh?
Swoosh, because that's what it is. And then you get your little sentiment. Well, it's not little. It's quite a big sentiment in there.
No, it's a great
Yeah. And you get to make this movement count.
There you go. Ta-da. So there are your stamps. But again, to show you a couple of samples. Oh, look at these florals. I love that. I love white space. I think it's one of the hardest. It's funny because one of the hardest things to achieve because you're like, got to fill it, Kim. Got to put something there.
Absolutely. And when you've got big sausage fingers like mine, you end up putting inky pinky marks over everything. So mine generally, you'll notice on mine, you've got splats and splodges everywhere. Because I will have gone, right, I'm going to embrace the white space. Never happens, because that fingerprint always ends up on it.
Yeah.
So yeah, white space is beautiful, and I really wish I was better at it.
Well, listen, you can do whatever you wish to do. There's that swoosh in the background, fussy cut out as a border. How cool's that one? And also the big floor. It's a Stellar border stamp set, back in stock for the first time. So if you missed out, 245506. Right, sleeves up. We are both demonstrating. That is coming up next. If you want to get free P&P and even more money off, of course, you can join the Freedom Club.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom Members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, I feel like I'll be doing some sort of broadcast. Should be some slogan down here. In fact, you've got a slogan, haven't you? Down the bottom of here, it should say, Inspire, Create, Fun. Inspire, Create, Fun. That's what we're passing on. What are we going to play with? Pick a mix?
Absolutely. I love these pick and mixes. You can tell, can't you?
Absolutely.
So, first up, they are big, big stamps. I'm not lying to you. They're huge. So, when you come to put your stamp onto your stamp block, remember with these bigger ones, to roll it on. So that's the same for our poly plates or any big stamp. And what that means is you don't get any bubbles behind it. Because if you get a bubble behind your stamp, guess what?
What?
You're going to have trouble stamping it out. Because that bit's raised, you've got bits that dip and things like that.
Okay.
So make sure when you put it on there, you roll it out. And then just make sure all your edges are down. And we are good to go. So, we're going really simple with this first one. I'm going to break you in gently.
Would you? Thank you.
That's good. Right, so we're going to start off with a bit of VersaFine Claire, because I love this. And we're just going to go all over. So big black ink.
Are you doing your Sukaniko inks?
Yes.
This one?
Sorry.
Are you pouncing? Are you wiping over?
Oh, definitely just gentle taps.
Tap, tap,
all
tap,
over.
Tap, 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 tap. Have you got to narrate what you're doing? Tap, tap.
Just like that, just little bits. And then we're going to stamp it.
Okay.
Right. So I'm going to pop mine on there. Press it down.
Just anywhere, right in the middle?
Right in the middle. We're not actually going to make a card, we're just going to make bits and pieces of background.
Oh, okay.
Yeah? So what you find is I've taken one that's got a direction on it, and I think you have too, because you've gone for bubbles, haven't you?
Yeah, I have, yeah.
Yeah. So on mine, if you look here, why it's upside down, we might as well use it. Mine's got things like dock and offset and things like that, so there's little words within them.
Oh, cool.
So what I normally do is I just put a little arrow to remind me which way is up. Doesn't matter for this, because we can turn our paper around.
Okay.
Same with yours. Yours has a, so you can see like here. Mine's got that on. And the same on yours as well. Yours has got a, oh, see that? I dropped mine off. There. So you've taken the bubble. I'm going to be naughty now. I'm just going to stamp yours as well.
Okay.
So I'm just going to take this one. On this one, yours has got a direction as well. Because...
Do you want me to clean my stamp afterwards?
Oh, go for it. You can do. I don't normally.
Oh, I was just going to use a bit of tissue. Is that all right?
That's fine.
Shall I wet it a bit or not?
I'd give it a quick spritz and then that one. So I hold that there. You can see on this one, you've got like an I and a T and a R. So there is a direction to those two.
Cool.
So I just thought I'd mention that one. So you can see, I didn't stamp mine there, did I? Look at the state of that. So I'm just going to go back in with mine. I was too busy nosing at what you were doing. I'll blame you for it. So I'm just going to go back on there, press there, and up. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take our heat gun, because we're going to add a lot of water to it.
Right.
I know, I'm being brave, you've got a heat gun. I think you've actually got a pair of scissors as well. Yep.
Oh, I've just gone for it. I've just
go
drying
for
my
it.
hands.
Yeah. It's not for your hands, it's for the paper. So just over the top and on the back. And the reason I'm doing that is because it's going to add a lot of water, and we just want to make sure that ink doesn't run. Because there's nothing worse than stamping something really beautifully and then it's suddenly going everywhere. Yeah, we don't want that. So I'm going to take my brush out. So we've got gamboge, well, I've got a yellow, a pink and a blue, so choose any of the ones you want. I'm going to go for gamboge because it's my favourite colour.
Gamboge, shall I go for a different one?
Go for it.
Shall I go for crimson?
Yeah? Or have you not got a blue that looks quite nice for your bubbles?
Violet?
It's up to you though.
Well,
completely up to you.
Do you want me to do violet?
Any colour you want. There's no wrong in craft.
No, I'm going to do violet now. Oh, am I putting it on?
Onto the table, yeah. We're going to
Am I spritzing it onto here first?
No, pop your
just
brush down.
Brush it down.
Brush it down. You don't need much.
There.
And then you need some water next to it, and we're just going to do a little bit of painting.
Next to it?
Next to it, not on it. Right? Because if you spritz it on your mat, it's going to... Yeah?
Yeah.
If you spritz it on top, it's going to go everywhere. Whereas if you do it next to it, now you're in control now of your brush show. It's the one time you can control what your brush show is doing. So wet your paintbrush, and then just pick up a little bit of your brush show from the side. And all I'm doing is I'm just working it out, just like that.
Yeah.
And I want it really, really pale. And we're just going to start going in. I'm going to take a bit more water.
Oh my God, I've got like a minuscule pixel. Are you colouring in or doing texture?
I'm doing the texture bit in the background.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm just going to keep adding bits to it. Can you see? I'm literally just... And it starts to come alive now. So just slop it on there. We're not in for painting competitions here. We are literally...
So I'm doing my texture bits.
Texture bits around the side. So go for paler, so add more water to it as you go towards the edges, just like that. Turn it round so you're not like leaning over your work.
Oh, I've just gone for the straight lean.
Straight in there.
Yeah.
That's a rookie mistake because guess what?
What?
You're going to get it on your hands.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
I'll wipe it on Yannis's shirt, we'll be right.
So you can see I'm going darker where you'd have a bit of shade. Oops. Really bad painting, but you're not worrying about that, are you? I'm not anyway. Doesn't have to be perfect, we're just getting some colour down. This is your background, remember?
I'm just doing the texture. Oh, you're going full. All right, I was following the lines.
You're following your lines? You can do if you want. Oh, yeah, that's lovely too.
Yeah?
So how about if now, you see where you've got the white bits of your text?
Yeah.
Yeah? So do what I've done, pick up a little bit of your brush and bring it right into your water so you get a really pale shade.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And then start working that.
Well, yeah, I was trying to do like darker at the top and paler at the bottom.
Ah, there you go, see? You've already thought it through.
Oh, barely, Kim, honestly.
But you'll find it just starts to come together. So you can see I'm really going for lots and lots of water on mine. What brush shows when it's gone really quiet in here, hasn't it?
I know, hasn't it just?
You can.
This is the best way to stop presenters interrupting you, Kim. I need to.
You're not supposed to tell everybody.
The guests at Create and Craft have been dying for this.
Yeah, you're not supposed to tell people my little secret.
Yeah, okay. Oh, I like how dark it is.
Yeah, so you can go as dark or as pale as you like. Yeah. And all I'm doing is I'm going in a little bit darker around me I was going to say squares. They're not squares, are they? Mine are hexagons. Just keep adding little bits into it. Just like that.
Oh, it's really pigmented, isn't it? Gosh.
Yeah. And then, let's have a look at yours, shall we?
Hang on.
Oh. I do get
I've gone
excited.
for it with the...
See, that is looking lovely.
I went for it.
Yeah. See how you're getting those different layers, different colours.
Yeah.
And all you've done,
stamp.
one stamp, one colour.
Remember, or two. Remember, it's a pick and mix, by the way. If you just purely want to go for the bubble, the hexagon, the square, or unless you want to go for the outline of them all, maybe you've already got the bubble polyplate that you were talking about before. You keep breathing life into products that you previously bought a couple of months ago, which is super exciting. The textured frames are in the lead.
Yes, I do like them.
60% of your hexagon gone. The one you're using and Kim's using right now, 6% of the hexagon, it's 843218. 13.9. There's nothing on this show over £20. And I think that's such a lovely price point to start.
Yeah, it's what we're trying to do is keep our prices as low as possible, so you go in and dabble.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Right, so now I've got my background done.
Yeah.
I've got loads of brush show left on my table and I don't like wasting brush show.
well.
Yeah, so I'm going to add a bit more water to it, because if you're going to splat, you need it quite runny.
Right,
and then
a bit more water.
Lots of water, and then just mix in all that colour. Yep, so now I've got a lovely patch of yellow.
Really dark.
Yep, and then all we're going to do is lift your paintbrush up and just flick. Flick onto it just like that. And we're going to get some lovely... There you go, I've really gone through it with my splats. Look at that, it looks dead creative now, doesn't it? I've lost my kitchen.
Oh, when do you stop? How do you know when to stop?
See, that's the problem.
You just don't,
Once
right?
you start splatting. There we go. Right. So, I've got that now. Looking all right.
Yeah?
Yeah? Are you pleased with yours?
Yes.
There we go. Right. So, just dry it off quickly.
Oh, now dry it off.
Dry it off.
Oh, God.
Because there's going to be one last little trick I want to show you.
This is cool. This is just playing, right? Just doing all your different backgrounds. This could be the finished article.
Absolutely.
I get it.
But how simple is that? You've just used a bit of brush show. If you've not got brush show, don't worry. You could use your ink pads. You could use those cheap pens you get from that shop where everything's the same price. You know?
Yeah.
As long as you can water it down. I always heat the back of my card as well because it helps it stop being bendy. Right. So, the other thing I'm going to do is I turn that the right way round. Again, I'm checking which way my writing is. I've got a charcoal pencil.
Yep.
Right. I want to make a bit of a feature out of these because at the moment they're standing out, but let's make them stand out a little bit more, shall we? So I'm going to take my charcoal pencil. Nothing special, charcoal pencil. You could use charcoal pencil, or if you want to give it a try, use a normal HB pencil.
Yeah.
And all I'm going to do is on one side is just add a little bit of shading, just like that.
Throwing shade over there.
Yeah. So on your bubbles, you've already got a bit of a cheat where you might put yours. Yeah, just like that. And you can see straight away it is just adding a bit more.
You know, this is a way of really learning the products, isn't it? And deciding what you can do, and maybe you've put too much, or maybe you haven't. And also, Kim, what I learned is no one knows what you initially planned to do.
That's how I like it, then you don't know if I've gone wrong.
So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all, does it?
See, you're giving away all my secrets. Now, what you could also do on this is glossy accents. Who doesn't love a bit of glossy accents?
Glossy accent,
you could go in on your hexagons or your bubbles and just pop a little bit of glossy accents in there. But how quick have we done that in?
And one stamp.
One stamp, one colour and a pencil. Oh, and a paintbrush. And a bit of spritzing.
And a bit of fun.
Yeah.
I mean, Kim, do you want to give the item number? Because I'm just...
Item number is...
Yeah.
Is this the right one? 843218. And that's for your pick and mix. Choose any two.
Well, the full
there you
description.
go.
That's very good. Don't go being so good that everyone realises that everyone can do it. And it's already perilous at the moment, all right? $13.99. It's 843218. What fun is this show? Absolutely love it. Right. We're going to give you a recap of what's on the show, then we'll be straight back here. One show, right, Kim? One show?
One show, that's it.
One show, so let's make sure we put it in our basket. Press checkout. Don't forget to put two in that pick and mix, because I don't want you paying for one and getting $13.99. 843218. Shall we remind? Flower Grunge, here it is for you. 3 stamp sets here, those big grungy letters that we were talking about before. And then that, I love the idea that it was like a prototype floral.
Yeah, it was. It was
this
just,
one here, yeah.
I just didn't know what to do, and every time I tried to fancy it up for better words and put bits more into it, it's like, no, that's not right.
Yeah.
I like it how it is, and so you know what? It stuck, and that's how it turned out.
And there it is, lots of...
And I love it because you can cut into it all different ways. Which petals on the top you don't know until you cut into it to layer it up.
Yeah, I think it's really, really exciting. The other one in there is this big grungy numbers. I know you can't really see them here, but you will see them on the next few samples. And again, the point of that one being one big stamp, very cool.
It is. And it's one of them, again, we were talking about white space before, I really get scared of it. So literally, I throw that in the background. It doesn't have to be the focus.
Yeah.
You know, you can, well, we can do it later if you want. We can pop it on, we can ink it up and then spritz it and just get that gentle subtleness in the background. So much you can do with it. I love it. And you don't even, it's one of them that you don't have to stamp right. You don't have to get it inked up. If you're new to stamping, and I know, a bit of a cheat. If you're new to stamping, it's one of them that no matter how bad you are at stamping, ink it up, pop it down, and even if you've missed a bit, it don't matter, because it's meant to be distressed anyway.
Don't matter. Completely right. And there's a sentiment in there too, isn't there? You can just see there. Be you. The world will adjust. 573-431. Right, I'm going to go quicker now because I know you want to see more demonstrations. But here we go, the previous one with those bigger florals, if you like. Flower doodles.
Yeah, so these are your big flower heads. So for me, these are where they go around a sentiment, or these are the focus of your card. Yeah.
I love that
You've gone
splat.
quiet on me now.
No, I was just thinking. I love the splat that you brought. Where's that card that you just really highlighted it?
Yeah, so you just literally, you need the splat and the flower on top.
There's one.
Yeah.
Or
Just really simple, aren't they?
that one. That's beautiful.
Simple.
Simple, isn't it?
Simple. And then you just draw your stalks in if you want stalks.
Draw your stalks in all, no colour at
Yeah.
all, whatever you fancy. Love it, Sue. $14.99 for all three of that. Two of those. And also you get an inspiration sheet as well, don't you?
Yeah, so in there you've got lots of inspiration. In the flower grunge one, it actually shows you how to do masking. So if you are completely new to stamping, it gives you a bit of a heads up on how to do your masking and get some of those different backgrounds to create.
You never presume that someone knows exactly or that everyone's got all the experience in the world.
And what you find as well, a lot of the crafty terms, there's loads of different words and names for the same thing. So sometimes it's like, oh yeah, I do know what you mean when you show me how to do it again.
Yeah. They're just making it really, really achievable and demystifying and learning as well. We've had two sellouts out of the pick and mixes, both texture. The texture frame in the bubbles that I was using and the hexagons that you were using.
There we go.
Both sold out. So they are on extended delivery from a week's time. Are they under the same item number, team? They are, so they'll arrive a week later. So maybe you pick one of a different one, like the outline. That will arrive first. That will arrive a week later. 843-218. You still order this show. There are your three options with the full plates, the outline and the texture. In the hexagons, I was going to skip on a couple of boards. These squares, yeah, these are really funky.
They are, the fun, those ones. The great for what we have something called doodle words, and they're tiny little words, really small, and you can just pop them in those little squares as well.
For example? Yeah. The squares here are
So again, that's
limited
another
stock.
one on my mum's. You can see it's fussy cutting. It's a Sue.
Well, listen, it's different styles, isn't it? It's
Absolutely. I love how she comes up with these ideas.
Very good. I love it. Absolutely love it. There we go. And one more textured one with, you can see which way around is it? That way around with the happiness, which is coming up next. Nevertheless, you've got the other ones as well, which the other ones are there. So the bubbles. You've got the original, maybe where it all started, the poly bubble plate, the outline in the middle, and then the texture at the side. 843-218. Bravo, everybody. And then the happiness sentiment. Lots of different sentiments with my bit of card. Here we go. And again, some are bigger, some are smaller. Make happiness happen. If not now, when? Happiness. Focus on the good. Expect nothing, appreciate everything. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. I like this. Could be a little mantra in a frame next to your craft desk. To something like reassuring, isn't it?
Yeah, and like you were saying before, for your journaling, things like that, they are a really good stamp set for that.
Aren't they? Again, great size. Going in the middle there. It could be the focus. Oh, extra buttons being brought. No, they're not buttons.
Nope.
Glossy accents.
What she's done with that is she's glossy accent them up. Look cool, though.
Doesn't it just? Here we go. Lots of different ideas, but you can see where all of the sentiments come from. They are make happiness happen. We're going to have it. 074327 to get hold of that one. Is the next one, the Stella, still in stock? Just checking it's still in stock, yes? Excellent news. It sold out really fast last time, didn't it?
It did.
So thank you so much for bringing the extra stocks here. And again, it's a big statement. Flower could be a border, could be a frame you're creating, so it's really versatile.
Yeah, the only thing I'll say with it, it's got that text in the background again, so it has got a direction to it. But you can split the stamp up, do half on the top of your card, half on the bottom of your card, to just break it up a little bit.
Yeah, so you can see here, the floral element. Make the moment count is also included in there as a stamp. And this, what do you call it, a swoosh?
Swoosh.
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 That swoop, that big paintbrush roll. And again, something like that that's so unique. It's so hard to do the same sort of proportions if you're going to do several.
Yeah. So,
do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's one of those things with the poly plates. You could get this effect using other products, absolutely. But you'd need lots of different products, and you wouldn't always get the same technique, the same shape. So when I came up with the poly plate, it was that idea of, I just want a nice solid shape in the background of my cards. Give it that pow. Yeah,
Yep.
and then we can put anything else on top of it. Once you've got that big statement telling your eye where to go look, that is it. It's there, it's ready, and then sometimes you just want a sentiment on there. Maybe you want to go, all elaborate and put a load of flowers on, but it's there. It's that big statement piece on there.
I love the idea. Maybe it's going to be your Valentine's card, maybe it's going to be your Mother's Day card after all, something like that. All these things are just around the corner. Easter, spring, summer, $18.99, everything under £20 on the show. On the website, thecraftstore.com, that's where you can find all of your item numbers. Maybe most importantly is where you can find that pick and mix as well for you. We'll wander back to the demonstration area. Hey, gallery team, what do you fancy demoing? What are the requests? Grunge flower?
Grunge flower.
Grunge flower, the first brand
right.
new today. It's got all those numbers in it, the sort of prototype, for want of a better word, with the florals, which is just a different look. And also, beat you, the world will adjust. That is the stamp in there. Right.
Right, you can see mine are very
ready
well used, mine. So, what we're going to actually do is we're going to leave our texture stamp on our acetate, and we're just going to do a bit of a background first. So, I'm going to pick up 2 of my colours. I'm actually going to go for a bit of blue and a bit of purple.
Okay.
So, your stamps should...
They're in here, aren't they?
They're in a bag at the back, just to confuse you.
You are so organised. No, not confusing at all.
Right, so all I'm going to do is I've taken my, like, turquoisey colour and a purple. I'm going to take out oxide and we're going to splat it on our desk.
Ooh.
Just like that. We've got a lovely glossy glass mat here. Let's use it.
Any water on top before?
No, we're going to do that afterwards.
Oh, sorry.
So pop it on. Just a little bit.
That's too much, but yes, Kane.
Yours will just be more colourful than mine, which is lovely. And then we're going to take our card and we're just going to splat it on there.
Oh, okay.
Just like that. Ooh, I've gone well and truly splatted on mine. But that's fine.
Rightio.
Kitchen. I keep losing my kitchen rolls today. I don't know where they're going. They're growing legs and running off. There's that one. And then we're just going to dry that. Because now, if I hit this with anything else, so I'm going to go over it again with my oxide, that oxide's going to react. We want it nice and dry. Oh, look at the colour you've got there.
Yeah, that was really... It was peacock feathers from the Ranger Distress oxide range. I went a bit strong on it, but...
That's the nice thing, though, because yours will turn out a lot different to mine.
Yeah.
And that's good.
Yeah.
You don't want everything the same. So I went gentler. More subtle. That's unusual for me, actually. Right. So remember, heat the back of your card as well. And we want it so it's nice and touch dry. So we're going to take our lovely stamp. I'm not going to put it on a stamping block, but again, if I was, I'd roll it onto my stamping block, making sure I've got no lumps and bumps in there. Ooh, decision time. I think I'm going to stick with the same colour.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh,
so,
can I change? I'm going to change mine up, is that right?
That's fine. So we're leaving it literally on the acetate. Yep.
Huh?
We're going to leave it on the acetate. We're not putting it onto a stamping block.
Oh, wow, okay.
I know. Being rebels.
We don't care.
No.
Ain't no one stopping us.
Right, I'm going to go in with the same colour.
Sure. Mine's already quite dark.
I was going to say, so you might want to go to maybe your purple or your grey, something like that.
I haven't got a grey.
You got a little one, a little versifying.
Oh, I have. Yeah, I'm going to do that.
See?
Thank you.
All I'm going to do is I'm going to ink it up, and then I'm going to you can see, I've not inked that up very well, so I'm going to have all blotchy bits and things like that. Perfect, exactly what I want. Then what we're going to do is we're going to turn it over. I've got it on my fingers here, so we're getting messy.
Can I put a bit of VersaFine on it as well, or not?
VersaFine on?
Sorry, my black. On here.
The reason you could if you wanted to. The reason I wouldn't, personally, is because once you put black on it, that's going to be the darkest thing that hits your piece of card.
Yeah.
And so your eye instantly goes, ooh! That's what's going to stand out to it. And what you actually want is for things like your sentiments.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does
that make sense?
Yeah, thank you. I think I was doing grey, and I thought, well, so I've just gone for the brown instead.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is that right?
Yeah, great.
I mean, I don't know.
Black is always one of those that I only ever stamp what I want to be looked at. So when it's in a background...
Yeah.
Yeah, does that make sense?
I'm ready. Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
So all I'm going to do is I'm going to take bits of my stamp, just like this, pick it up, splat it down.
Oh!
Oh, I've got pink in mine. I don't know where I picked up my pink from.
Pick it up, splat it down.
Just like this. Ooh, I'm going to go a bit here too. And what you can see is I'm not even making sure I stamp the whole thing. I'm just doing bits and pieces. I'll have a bit more down here. Yeah, I'm quite happy with that. And then I've used oxide, so I need to make sure my stamp is nice and clean. So can you see mine's just all over the place?
Yeah.
And the reason I didn't put it on a stamping block is because I wanted to be able to. You can see where my fingerprints are here, you know, instead of having a perfect image.
Rightio.
Yeah. So now, this is where. See, I've got brush all over my stamp. Shows I don't clean them, doesn't it?
Little grey, little brown going in with the peacock. I don't know.
Look at that. Yeah.
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 Oh, what? No, wait, third of the stock of the grunge. You're saying from my ear. 1/3 of the stock of the first one. Well done, everybody. Why don't you put the florals? Anyway, keep going. I want
it's your
keep going.
demo.
Keep going. Well, thanks very much.
I know.
You should come to my workshops.
Right, so what we're going to do now is I'm going to leave that to one side because mine's a bit wet and soggy.
Okay.
And I'm going to choose one of my flower heads. I think I'm going to go for the big one.
Me too, then.
Yep. I'm just going to pop that onto a stamp base.
Okay, so we're not leaving it on the...
No, this time we want this to stamp properly. Yep.
Okay.
That bit didn't matter about. This bit, this is what's going to be on the top of it's the top of the pile, what you want to be looked at.
I understand now why you especially didn't want necessarily black going on. I'm with you.
So what we're going to do is we're just going to splat this on here.
And what colour is this now?
Black.
This is black.
Because this is our top layer now. This is what we're going to do. So make sure you ink it up well. And the other reason I like black as my top layer and my important bits are stamped in black is because I've got my trusty little doodle pen. And when I don't stamp something very well, my trusty doodle pen comes to the rescue. It should have a little cape.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So is it on a different bit of card?
Yeah, on a different piece.
Gosh.
Sorry, I'm not very good at telling you what to do.
So stamp down the corner, I should be watching.
It's all right.
Just down in the corner.
Yep, stamp it down in the corner. I'm only going to do one because I'm not going to do loads. It's just the idea we're giving you, isn't it?
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm going to stamp that in the bottom corner. I should really just give that a quick blast with my heat gun.
Okay.
Because we are going to put a little bit more water to it now.
Do you do workshops and things, Kim?
We haven't yet. We haven't gone back to doing them yet. We used to do them all the time.
Used to do them. Oh,
yeah.
I think it's
if you ever come and see us at a trade show, one of the stamping shows, like Stamporama and things like that, we have this massive make and take table, and you come and sit down. You get really messy, but you have a good laugh. And normally there's a few people there taking the mickey out of me because I am such a messy crafter.
How very dare they?
My table's like this at the end of the session.
Love it.
Right, so I'm just going to pick another colour. So I have gone with my purple.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. There we go. And then I'm just going to grab my paintbrush. And I'm not going to paint loads of it. Do you remember on our bubbles, we just put a little bit of that grey in?
Yeah.
I'm going to do exactly the same on this. So, ooh, I've not got a very good paintbrush. There we go. So I'm just going to come... Ooh, this one was a dirty paintbrush. Actually worked out quite well. It's got a bit of my gamboge still in it because I didn't clean it. So I'm just going to pull some of that colour up, just like that. It's actually worked out quite nice. Happy accident, that one.
Yeah.
I meant to do it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, don't tell anyone. I meant to do that. So I'm just pulling a little bit off. I don't want to do it too dark because I want that white to come through.
Okay.
And then what we're going to do, we're going to do a little bit of fussy cutting. I know, fussy cutting. I'm going to go round, I'm going to leave a border because if I cut on that line, again, my eye's going to go, whoa, I've got a busy background. I need a bit of space between my background and my focal image.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm leaving, can you see, I'm just leaving a bit of a border around.
Well, you've given me all sorts. I've got some scissors here.
Yeah, you've got scissors there, be careful. They are
Yep.
scissors. Yep.
I won't.
That was my safety speech.
I won't run with them.
Yep, don't run with them.
These are real life scissors as well?
They are really, they are proper crafting scissors. I'm just going to dry mine off because I've got oxide on mine. So I'm just drying mine off while you're doing your cutting out.
I am cutting mine out. I should probably give a number really, shouldn't I, Kim?
There you go. I can't see it this time. I'm sorry.
No, me neither.
Right, 573 431.
Bye-bye.
I'm getting there. You can always tell when people are cutting out and painting because they go silent.
I wonder what's everyone doing right now at home. Are you watching us in your craft room? Are you watching on the telly? Are you crafting along? I love that idea that you're crafting along with us. Maybe I know a lot of people have their craft rooms, have a tablet on in the corner.
To be fair, I do that as well.
Yeah?
Yep. Have my music playing.
Oh, what's on your playlist?
Oh, lots of things. I'm a bit of a
what?
Like bit of Nickelback, Green Day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your face just went, grungy flower.
But yeah, I listen to anything. And then my little boy will come in, and he just loves listening to The Greatest Showman.
Oh, Greatest Showman, right.
Yep. Right.
The Other Side, in my opinion, is one of the best musical songs in the history.
Yeah. He prefer. Oh,
no.
Yeah. He loves standing there doing, "This is the greatest show." Yeah.
Who does?
My little boy.
Oh, I thought your other half who was here earlier.
No.
Chris? Yeah.
That'd be a bit scary if you stood there doing that. Never mind. Right.
Anyway,
different subject.
Dried it here.
Right. So that is all there like that. The only reason I dried it is because I want to stamp over the top, and trying to stamp over the top of Distress oxide can be a bit tricky if it's wet, because all it does is it pushes itself to the top. No matter what it's doing, it always wants to be on the top of your distress oxide. So,
what are you getting?
I'm getting the saying that goes with it.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
No, there's big debate in the gallery now about show songs and about...
Oh.
There's a full rendition of One Day More going on from Les Mis.
Right, so what I'm going to do is, you can see I've already, like, I've kind of decided my flower's going over here, isn't it? And then we're going to get our little saying. I love this saying. I think it's just perfect, isn't it? Be you,
Be
the
you,
world.
the world will adjust.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Pressure's off, guys.
Yeah.
I'm also trying to put these stamps back, so
Oh,
when you
don't worry about putting
when you have to
stamps
clear
back.
up. No, I like to be organised if I can.
Don't come near my craft room then.
Oh, okay.
Oof. My little girl said that she would sort out my craft stamps, and she started to do them in about...
Then gave up.
Yeah, about half hour later, she's like, no, just no.
Is this sentiment going on a block as well?
Yes, always pop this onto a block because you want it to stamp perfect.
Okay.
Now, bearing in mind, we are stamping it over oxide, so... Oh, not too bad. But you can see the oxide is fighting back.
What colour have you gone? All right.
Black.
Oh, see, that's... What did you stick it on with? Is it not stuck yet?
Huh?
Have you just placed it on top?
No, I've stamped it.
The flower?
Yeah, oh, yes, that's just...
Oh, it's just placed. Sorry, thank you.
Floating. He's just
Thought I
being
missed
positioned.
a vital step.
He's being positioned so I know where I'm going next.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yep.
But it's really easy to do, isn't it? It's...
Oh, it's... all you've got to do is have the
paint on.
tools, right?
Absolutely. Just throw the stuff down. You can't go wrong. No one would know I haven't stamped my background perfect. No one would know I've got pink brusho in there somehow. Don't ask. I'm not
There
even...
we go.
You know?
Bit of drying on that one.
So I'm going to pop my flower on there. Look at yours, it's looking cool.
Clearing up
And
as I go.
then all I'm going to do is I want a bit of a stalk. So I'm going to take my doodle pen and I'm just going to come down and then I'm just going to fill in on here to make it a bit fatter. Just like that. Because I had a decision to make when I was doing the stamp set. Either I made my flower head smaller so I could put a stalk in, or I left my flower heads, and you know what, you can draw your own. So you have to draw your own, I'm afraid. Because I'd rather have this big, beautiful flower head than a bit of a stalk. And then my little bugbear, he's going to be grounded. You can't have a floating flower. There you go. So something a bit like that. Bit of a bish bash and a bosh. If I turn that round.
Beautiful. There we go.
Like you got a big fat finger in the way, sorry.
Well, no, we've got...
It's the extra bit.
We'll stick that lid down, but lid.
How simple's that?
There we go. Between me and you. Oh, maybe I should have done a thicker stalk.
It's up to you. Oh, that was really pretty. I like that.
I really like how you can't overly tell. Like, you can just see a 4 at the top. You can't really tell unless you look closely there. Oh, there's a number 8 there. There's stuff going on. There's a theory behind.
But that's it. If we'd have stamped that really heavy, in like if we just stamped it properly and got all the detail out there, it'd have been really, really, it'd be too much. So your flower would be stood on the top going, whoa, hang on a minute, what am I supposed to look at?
Yeah.
Whereas actually now we've just got a bit of a pretty background going on, a load of colour, and then that flower is just, boom, it's just there, isn't it?
Plume.
Plume, yeah.
There we go.
I don't know what word I was going for then, but plume sounds quite good.
And that's exactly what we want you to do at home. Plume away, have a lovely time. Just glancing at the clock, we've got 15 minutes left. I'm going to fly down this counter. So if you're just joining us, here come the item numbers, and we'll get time for more demonstrations. Half the stock of the flower grunge has gone. You've got the numbers we were just using over there, the sketchy flowers and that sentiment in there. You get also the booklet of inspiration. 573431. 50% of that stock has gone. The next one is... I can't remember what it's called. Blooms? Flower Doodles, sorry, Flower Doodles. And again, to give you an idea, 2 very contrasting cards here I'm going to show you. Here we go. One's really big, using the full flowers, if you like. One is a much simpler design, but it's a 1 stamp and then the splat over the top, which is also included. There you go, your Flower Doodles, and also the Book of Inspiration, $14.99 after all. The Pick and Mix, nearly every single basket is adding in your Pick and Mix items. You're going for the Stella, you're going for the Grunge Flower. 2 of them have sold out and now on extended dispatch just from another week, so thank you so much, I know, because that's Kim and team doing it. To give you
It's sticky and yeah, don't do that.
You got your hands full anyway. You got your hands
Yeah,
full.
I do the picking and packing and all that lot.
Yeah, proper family company. There we go. At $13.99, pick 2. Please pick 2. Maybe if you've already got one from last time, pick a different one, obviously, unless you're buying it as a gift to somebody else. You can pick 4, you can pick 6, go in even numbers, 843, 218 for all of those different ones. Again, just to show you a sample or 2. Once using the squares, One's using the hexagons, and you've also got the bubbles too. £13.99. There we go. That is just one of which. Sentiments. They're called your happiness sentiments. One is called happiness, but focus on the good, etc. All of those are in one place. These, I mean, to be fair, Kit, a lot. Maybe you like. I know we're using like the Ranger items and the brush shows, of course. Whatever you've got at home, maybe it's pencils, maybe it's pens, maybe it's micas, embossing powders. Your product will go across them all.
Absolutely. You can't. The only thing that I say don't use is the alcohol inks on your polyplates, because they take so much to get a good print that you're just wasting product.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything else, you can't hurt them. You know, the worst thing you can do is take a pair of scissors to them, or maybe roll your craft chair over them, but that's a different story.
Apart from that, we don't do that. I feel like that may have happened at one point, hence you know that.
Maybe.
£12.99 to get all of those sentiments together. 074327. And the Stella border. Well done, everybody. I say border, it could absolutely be a border, of course. It could be a frame. But you know what? It could just be a beautiful statement-packed floral design, just like that. Make this moment count is also included. The swipe or the swoosh along the background of the paint roller of the brush is also a stamp included. It's funny that something so creative and inconsistent, you crave consistency when doing it more than once.
Yeah. So that's a perfect one that you pop onto your stamping platform and just keep splatting it, and you've got loads of cards made. And the nice thing about that is your sentiment fits in that swoosh.
Good point. Yes, it does. 245506. Can we play with Stella?
No.
Okay, let's not play with Stella. £18.99. We'll see what we've got over there. What do you fancy? We've got 10 minutes.
Should we do a polyplate? We haven't done a polyplate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Yes, please. No problem. £18.99 on the website, thecraftstore.com. That's where you can get all of your item numbers. I'm going to wander back to the demonstration area. Oh, by the way, 7-day savers are also on the show. So if you want to get some poster paper, 100 sheets of which, A4 in size, only 100 GSM, lots of different things you can do with this. Oh, £10 off. Just for 7 days, you say? Down to £9.99 at 979184. There's plenty more 7-day savers on the website. You can find them all on thecraftstore.com. Right, let's polyplate it up.
We're going to do some polyplates. We've not done that yet.
Okay.
I'm going to use the square, so I don't know which one you fancy going for.
Maybe circles.
There you go. You can go for your bubbles. So again, what I was babbling on about before, about layering your rolling your stamp on. So pop it at the bottom and then just roll it up, and then you get no bubbles under there, and you're not setting yourself up to fail. Because there's nothing worse than doing all this lovely work and it's like, oh, it didn't stamp properly, or it didn't do this. You know what? It's generally because you've not prepared it quite well. Yeah. Right. So I'm going to go for 2 colours. So I am actually going to go for, or should I do yellow? Actually, I'm going to go yellows this time. I know it's not a very yellowy kind of thing. So I've got a paler one and a darker one. Thing with oxides, never put them on your polyplate at the same time. So you need to basically one, then the other.
Okay.
So palest one.
Paler one first.
Palest one first. Splat it on. Just like that. Nothing special. Then what we're going to do is we're going to spritz. So you want to keep it arm's length away. It's easy to do it like that. Arm's length. Give it a quick like that. Yeah. Just like that. So you get a little mist in.
Yep.
And then what you are looking for on these, if I hold it over here, can you see you've got these little bubbles? I always go on about the bubbles. It's all about bubbles. Little bubbles. And then you know when you pop it down, we're going to pop this straight in the centre. Just like that.
Oh, is it going to be crazy or something?
There you go. You can see it all just works around.
Do you splat it down? Do you push down quite hard?
No, you just, if you've got a bit that doesn't quite want to go, you just give it a bit of a press. But
okay.
Depends how much water you put down. If you put loads of water down, then no, you don't want to be pressing too hard because it'll go and go for miles. Yep. Oxides always clean between them. So give it a quick spritz.
Yep.
Quick spritz. You can actually get a second print out of that if you wanted to, but we're not going to. You've actually gone for bubbles, haven't you?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Out of the 3, that's the hardest one to line up.
Great.
Anyway, just tell you after the facts.
See the bubbles going through?
Yep. So,
like me this whole show, that is distressed.
So, we've got our base layer down. I'm not going to dry that. You could do if you wanted to, if you want to keep layers. And what I'm going to do is now, I'm just going to pick little bits. You can see I'm using the edge of my ink pad.
Same polyplate?
Yeah, same polyplate. And I'm just using bits and bobs.
Oh, man.
Little bits, just like that. Just keep layering it up. So you can see I've done the corner on my squares, like that. So this is where you've got decision time to make.
Oh.
Yeah, decision time.
Yeah.
You can.
You want me to line this up?
Well, you're going to line it up, but first...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's me dead easy. first you can either stamp it like that and you'll get all these lovely texture marks, or you give it a spritz and it'll all mix and merge together. So that decision I'm going to leave up to you.
I'm going for texture mark.
Okay, well I'll spritz them.
Okay.
So I've just spritzed it, turn it over. I find this easier to get right on top of it, and then you can line it up.
So am I trying to line up?
Yeah. Ish. You know, the police aren't going to come round if you don't know.
What if they do?
They won't. We'll shout at them.
Well, I'm going to be really gentle with this one.
There we go.
Oh! Yep.
Yep.
Down with that.
That is cool. So, can you see where you've got those little bits of white in your base layer?
Yes.
All that happened there is you either didn't get any ink there, or when you spritzed it and pressed it, you didn't quite, that bit, you know, poked it enough.
Didn't poke it enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. Right. So now, how cool's that? That's how polyplate done. That's how easy they are. Yeah?
That is very cool.
Yeah? So, should we keep going with this? Have we got
Yeah,
a few more minutes? Keep
Well,
going? Absolutely.
We've got 5.5 minutes.
Oh, let's keep going with this one, shall we?
Keep going, absolutely. That's
Right.
what we're all about here,
so,
isn't it?
You've got bubbles, I've got squares. I'm going to go for my square one.
So you're getting textures there?
I'm actually going to go for plain and simple.
You're not.
But it's up to you. You go for whichever one you fancy.
Said.
So all I'm going to do, again, you can see I am rolling this down. I don't want bubbles. And again, I've got wet oxide, because I spritzed mine. You didn't spritz yours, did you? I'll pop that on there. Come on, let's dry this really quickly. We need some like drying music or something, don't we?
Hit the drying music.
Yeah.
Well, you'd say hit the drying music, and Nickelback will start blaring out.
I think that's why I do have music playing, because otherwise all I hear all day is the heat gun turning on and off. Okay. Right, so.
Okay. Oh, I haven't dried it.
Yep, so just give it a quick dry. Again, all we're doing is we're stopping those little bits where if it's got a big wet patch, it's not going to stamp nicely.
So you're going to go over with your outline over the same one we're just working here?
Yeah.
Are you going to try and line it up perfectly, or are you going to offset it?
It depends what happens. I'm not saying either way.
Ah, okay. So I'll be like, yeah, I was trying to offset it actually.
Absolutely. If it goes a bit wrong, then it was obviously meant to be an offset. Whereas, if it goes perfect, then I'm trying to line up.
Right.
Best way again, get right on the top of it, just like that.
Is that black ink again?
Black ink, because this is top at pile, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
And just give it a quick press. When you're stamping, I don't know that I told you this before, but when you're stamping, make sure you're pressing where the design is. There's no point pressing like this, because all that does is pop your stamp up in the middle.
Yeah.
Press where your design is, and I've just moved mine, so mine's going to be like a nice double image there. There we go.
So you were trying to line it up perfectly there, weren't you?
Absolutely. Yep.
Imagine trying to do it offset and you nail it. Like, oh man.
The best thing I can say, if you're trying to line it up perfectly, is either, stamping platform, or get right on top of it. Yeah?
Yep.
So again, I'm going to take my little pencil, and I'm just going to come around edge.
Oh, we've only got 3 minutes, Kim.
Oh, that's fine. Have you had fun?
I've had the best time.
There we go,
The best time, thank you.
That's what crafting is all about.
Oh, I'm well pleased with that.
Yeah?
Little wins.
Oh, cool, look at that. That looks really cool. I like that. And if you put sentiment on top...
Oh, look! The gallery is saying I need to put eyes on it.
Absolutely.
Right. Quick, dry it, quick!
No,
Delay the next show!
I never ever thought of them being smiley faces. I'm so doing that. I'm so nicking that idea. I'm sorry.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
There we go. It's what you planned from the beginning, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, sure.
Absolutely.
Oh. Right, Kim, how do we keep up with you? Have you got a Facebook page and things like that and a website?
Absolutely. We've got Facebook. We've got our Jewellery channel. Just come along nearly every Monday night. We do something with our monthly makes. We do Facebook Lives quite often. Yeah, we're on there. Come find us. Come and check us out.
Come check us out.
Right. Now, if I'd have done one of my other flowers, could you imagine, actually, while you're doing your smiley faces?
Yep, you do whatever you want.
Ooh, quick, girl. Let's see. See, this is what I love, when you've come up with an idea what you want to do, and I suddenly go, oh, I want to do this. That's what crafting should be about, because we shouldn't both be following the same rules, should we?
Quite right. I'll give you, I'll do my job for 1 second. I'll give you the details. The Pick and Mix is on the screen for you, $13.99. Nothing on this show is over £20, so it's really reassuring. Maybe buying a gift to someone, getting younger members of the audience involved, your friends and family, maybe grandparents, uncles. I think something for everyone on this show, and you're showing just playing with colour.
Absolutely. I've not inked that up, so I've got a bit of a smudge mark on mine. Dried it even. You can see how quickly I cut that out, and I'm not a cutter-outerer. Ooh, that was a bit too much brush out. Never mind, this is going to be interesting. There we go. Ooh, have you done your smiley faces?
Yeah, but I'm going to run out of time.
He's going to go for it.
So I'm going to give one a...
But you can see how they kind of work together. I love how we've gone completely different.
I mean, the winky face could have been better. It's almost like being poked in the eye. It's like, oh no. Love it. Cool. Right, your Pick and Mix 843218, and I wasn't looking at what you were doing. So what were you doing?
I've just splattered a flower on there. A bit of foliage. You can see where I'm going with it now, can't you?
Splattered a flower right on there. Yeah. Kim, thank you. It was lovely talking to you before the show, and thank you for letting me join in.
I hope you've had some fun.
I've had a mega time. Good. Thank you ever so much. I hope you have too. But don't forget to get hold of it and put it in your basket. Press checkout and away you go. Freedom member, of course, you're going to get free P&P. If not, you can join any time. But details are on the screen on this show page. So the grunge flowers, the sketches, the Pick and Mix is the most popular. Every basket's putting that at least in. And if you missed out on the Stellar border, that is still in stock right here for you. 843218. Thank you, Kim. Next month, potentially, that sort of once a month here?
Yeah, that's when we're normally here.
We'll keep an eye in March.
Yeah, I have to get you crafting again.
Absolutely. Well, I'll gather these up and my first make and takes. All right, I will see you on Create and Craft tomorrow, but stay tuned. All things silly coming up next with Scott and Hayley. I'll tell you about it now. So, you've got your one-day special coming up later on, sentimentally yours before then. But next, Scott's in charge with Hayley. All things new from Craft Yourself Silly. I'll see you tomorrow.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family-run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. All of our MDF products are produced in Devon, in the UK, and we have a wide variety of products to inspire you.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. We have a wide range of designs and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home.
Hi, I'm Julie.
And I'm Paula.
And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry for well over 20 years. The thing I love to do most is to share my ideas, hints and tips with you, the viewers, so I can inspire you to pick up a stamp and get creating.
Love the little fox there. Hello, very good afternoon. Thank you to Dan and team for the morning shift. It's myself and Adam taking you through the afternoon and into the evening with us. So I hope you're having a lovely day, and you've had a lovely day so far. I'm sure you have, and I hope it's going to continue on in the same format. And I'm very pleased to announce that I'm with the lovely Hayley for the first time in 2022. Where have you been, Hayley Smith?
Here.
Well, I've not been here with
mainly.
you. Yeah.
And sometimes over there.
Ships that pass.
I know.
Well, listen, we're together now. Lovely to be with you. Happy New Year.
I love Scott time. I do love Scott time.
Oh, no, if we got
have a nice time to ourselves, don't we?
We do. Always have a little giggle,
Yes.
which is what it's all about, isn't
Yes.
it, really? Now, I will tell you, behind the scenes, Hayley has been working very hard to try and make... so many. Well, there's so many projects, which is what I'm going to tell you about now, which is the snip and stitch that you've got for yourself. Got to be careful how you say it. And we've got brand new projects for your stationery. In what we've got here in two options. You can have your blue vintage or your wine vintage, if you'd like. And in here, basically, once you've cut away from what these, you have got all of your four projects to create, basically, that you will have to take forward. They've got a £5 saving. $34.99 is your price here from $39.99. And these are just absolutely fantastic ways of getting it all together. And then, for example, covering your exercise book that you do get included in there with all your projects, because the material is there, and all you've got to do is snip it out and stitch it up. It is that simple, I'm thinking, in format. I love it.
It makes
works.
sense now, doesn't it?
It does make sense. It does make sense. The snip and stitch. I'm thinking, this is the booklet one we got here for you, by the way, and you get the book included. You get the book
do get the book included, yes.
So there's your booklet. Now, is this the roll?
That's your pen roll.
For your pen roll.
Now, I've left those holes a bit bigger because I thought you could use it for different crafts, not just, you know, pens and things. You could use it for sewing.
Yes.
You could use it for other things as well. You can use it for whatever you like, but there's lots of little pockets in there, which then you can roll it up, and there is some kind of tape in there, so you can make it as a tie one, but I just put a loop of elastic on mine that you can just kind of grab over the top.
I see.
So there's different ways of doing the finishing on them.
So all those elements that we're going to get are included.
Yes,
what do you think you need
are going to get a mug organiser, which we're going to have a look at, and also a pencil case, which we're going to have a look at. So the two MDF ends that you've got on the front there,
down here,
they go with the pencil case. So I will steal two of those from you, and we will do that as our first demonstration.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, we can do that. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll just leave them on the side there, and something magic happens. The team here. 1 minute you're there, next minute I'll be over there as well. So, if you would like to take advantage of these, now I would suggest these are absolutely brilliant if you just want to get used to projects, working with them, getting your sewing machine doing the work for you. But Hayley, because we've got two other kits as well, which are available for you. We've got basically Hayley went, I've got no samples, and honestly, I saw smoke coming out of the machine. And out of Hayley, I think, as well.
So quickly in all of my life.
Honestly, but she's been very, very busy. A busy little beaver there. 578880 is your item code that you will need for those, and we go through it, and we will go to demo, and we will have a little look at working with our pencil cases. Now, the other projects and all the other options, by the way, they are on the website. You might want to have a little look there on thecraftstore.com, of course, there, and pop those in your basket. You can shop ahead if you want to take advantage of all the other options that you're going to get. But all your accessories are included. So are we going to start off then with pencil case?
Yes, we're going to start off with the pencil case from the stationery set, because the stationery set is brand spanking new. So we are going to need those little MDF ends, and I've just got I've got the black here just so you guys can see what I'm doing. I would probably recommend picking something that is a little bit more coordinating than what I've got here. So we're going to take these. Now, you've got two different kind of options with this. So you can sew them round this way, but as you can see, that will leave it as an open pencil case. It's the right number of kind of holes if you look around the side. And you can leave that as kind of a bit more of a caddy and more of an open kind of pencil tray.
Oh, yeah.
Or if you sew them round this way, it will go all the way around and it will fold over. So you'll have a kind of enclosed one. So you've got two different options here. But all I've done so far is taken those two pieces of fabric that have pencil case written on them. See, there you go. There's my evidence.
Yeah, everything is marked up, isn't it? On
Everything is marked up on this. So those two pieces say pencil case. I've taken them, sewn them face to face, and then now it's just a case of putting it together. So I'm going to show you how you pop this on. So I'm just going to thread up a needle first. I've got all 6 strands of this. You don't have to use embroidery floss. You can use whatever you like that you think is going to be kind of strong enough and chunky enough to hold this together. So first thing we need to do is just pop out some of these holes. We'll get all of the holes out.
I bet you had a great pencil case when you was at school.
Did you?
I bet you did.
Do you know what? I think I've still got like the later one. I think from the GCSE era.
Oh yeah.
Is still kicking about in the house somewhere.
That's good. See?
But yeah, there used to be. Didn't there used to be a new one every year?
You did. New day term, wasn't it? New day term, and you get your new pencil case, a new bag,
yeah,
a new folder. Charlie's Angels I put in the front of ours.
Did you?
Covered your exercise books. I bet you had AHA. Did you have AHA?
No. I think I'm. I don't know. Am I older than that? Am I not older than that? I'm not sure if I'm older than that or not.
I think I was paying you a compliment.
Okay.
I think that's a good time. I think it was a good era. Charlie's Angels, I'm going way back
yeah,
now.
you are going way back.
I'm talking the original ones. Oh, yeah.
Not the Drew Barrymore one.
No, if only,
okay.
if only.
Right, I should have got you to poke these out for me.
Oh, I could have been doing something there.
You could have been my lovely assistant. Okay, we're out. We're done, we're gone. Right, so, from here, I'm going to take this and I'm going to kind of work out how much I want left as my flap. What you can do is just start at one end and work your way around. So I'm going to line up that corner with that first hole there, and we're going to come from the inside through the fabric and then through that first hole, and essentially you're doing a running stitch. Now I'm not going to tie that off just yet because I want to kind of leave that end because I can tie it off when I come back the other way. I'm going to leave enough that I can tie, but not so much that it's kind of dingling about on me. And then I'm going to do just a really basic running stitch. So I'm going down one hole, up the next hole, down one hole, up the next hole. And when I get right to the other side, I will turn back on myself and come and fill in those opposite stitches.
Oh, I got you.
It's really, really simple, really, really quick, but it's going to give you a kind of nice... I quite like the kind of burnt wood effect with the 2 colours that we've got. It kind of works with the kind of vintagey look. And all I'm doing is keeping that straight and just slowly turning it round as I go, keeping it nice and flat on the back so I don't get any little pleats and things. And, do you know what? Can I give this to you to finish off? Because I think this is scottable.
Go on, I think it is. Hey, we've done a penguin together,
didn't we?
I don't know if
scottable is a word. I may have made that up as a word, but
I think I could do this.
I think you can do this. So what I may do is just pass this across and let you finish this one off for me. So you're just going in and out, in and out. When you get to the other end, give me a shout, and then we'll come back the other way. Okay?
Right. That sounds
so if I give
enough.
that to you, well, I'll give it to the floor manager, and they'll nicely pass it across.
Yes.
So I'll put that on the end. I've just tucked your needle in there so it's safe. There you go. And then
I feel like I like it being put to use.
Well, I think it's worth putting it to use. What I'm going to do is actually move on to the sewing set now.
Right.
And do one of the projects from there, because we always say that this super slim batting is perfect for things like the scissor keeps, where you're kind of folding over multiple layers of batting, and this is one of the scissor keeps, and this is a perfect excuse to get the super slim batting out. So the super slim batting is 47 centimetres wide, and then you've got 5 metres as a continuous roll, but obviously it's on a kind of slim roll, so you can use as much or as little as you need, and it's perfect width for things like cushions, for bags, for all of those kind of things. So
that's already busy, actually.
It always is busy, this one.
Yeah, for the super slim batting on a roll, it is already there. So you're getting 5 metres. This $12.99, 934972. In fact, we were told just before we came on air, actually, Hanny myself, she goes, this is going to go very, very quickly again. It always goes really quickly. I'm not surprised. It's a great price and a good length that you get in there. 47 in width and, of course, 5 metres in length for that. 934972. Is this pretty good for any project, then? Is it just good to have in your stash?
Yeah, this one's a great one just to have in your stash. Any of those projects where you're going to need, maybe it's things like a little zip pouch where just 2 pieces of fabric is going to be a little bit flimsy. I mean, the pencil case is a perfect option for this. I could easily have put a piece of this super slim batting in between the fabric layers of the pencil case and added a little bit of extra dimension to it, and being able to add a little bit of quilting or a little bit of kind of something extra to it. So I have cut that one out. I'm going to take its little friend and pop that straight on the top. Now everything that you get on these snip and stitch kits is already kind of prepped for you. It's all ready to size. All you need to do is cut them out and sew them back together again. So I'm going to just line these up, whack a couple of pins in, and then we'll quickly whip this round on the machine.
The on the sewing kit then, what are the
Yes.
projects in total that we've got
Okay,
in here?
so
We've only got 12.
I'm doing the
Can you
scissor keep.
remind off the top of your head, or shall I look at
No,
written?
I reckon I can pull this off. So I'm doing the scissor keep at the minute.
Yeah.
You've got the scrunch bag for everything to go in. So you've got that underneath there. I've actually left it kind of opened out. It's like a big flat circle. There you go.
Ah.
Because what that will have, that's flattened out, and it's got 4 different kind of. I put 4 pockets in. You could put more pockets than that in.
Oh, I see.
I've left extra bits in it as well. And then when you put the drawstring round it, it all scrunches up, so all of your bits will kind of be enclosed in your pockets.
Oh, how brilliant!
So yeah, it's got like a little drawstring. We'll add that in a minute. We'll do that one in a little bit of time.
That's your scrunch bag. I
So
like that.
that one's your scrunch bag. You've got a little needle case, little heart needle case. That's a pattern weight.
Oh, that's your pattern weight. Okay.
Yeah, you're getting 8 of those. No, 6 of those, 8 of those. 8 of those, because I had a little bit of extra space actually on the fabric that when we were printing it. So I thought, well, rather than leave a gap, I would add 8 extra pattern weights.
Right. Okay.
Or
Okay.
4 extras. Sorry.
Great.
And then we've got the roll-up pouch as well, so I'm hoping to get that one demonstrated as well. So I'm going to quickly whiz round. All you can see is I've layered those up. I've got a piece of the super slim batting, and then I've got the 2 panels on the top there. So I'm going to whiz all the way around here, leaving a gap to turn it right side out, but I'm going to leave that on one of those straight edges because obviously it's a lot easier than leaving it on one of the curved edges. So,
right, okay. At the moment, sewing kits, the projects in there as well. Our wine, I don't, that's sort of just going into a preconceived idea about what we think all sewers are like in the wine, isn't it? That's unfair to say. That's unfair, but you're proving your point. The wine is in the lead at the moment. The vintage wine for the sewing set. Again, they've all got £5 saving on there. 34.99 807 761 is your item code. But I'm also thinking if you are, got smaller people in the household that you're thinking this is a great opportunity. One, they can learn to do the stitching, even if it's on the basic stitching and sewing to be working with, and then at the end of it they've got their very own little keeps as well. They've got everything that they need to carry on there and build up their collection.
Nice kind of fairly straightforward projects. There's nothing in any of these that would kind of be challenging for a complete beginner. If you're more advanced, then yeah, you can start doing some fancy quilting or maybe some free motion embroidery on bits before you start assembling everything together. So I think there's something for kind of every level here. And the 2 patterns that we've used match the quilts that we had on in the earlier hour. So if you've had the wine quilt State Fair or the blue State Fair quilt, both of those are exactly the same patterns, so it will coordinate with those if you already have those quilts.
Oh, lovely, lovely.
Are you fiddling with stuff? Oh, no, you're sewing.
I'm now being accused of fiddling with stuff. I'm putting myself to work like you told me I should do.
Yeah, I think you should.
So
I think because we always used to be able to give you little jobs. Oh my
You're going to
goodness!
What's the matter?
What always happens? It's because I've done so much sewing. I've sewed an entire bottom bobbin, which I would say usually is the point where you would change your needle. I haven't got time to change my needle today.
No, you haven't.
But,
no, you haven't.
Normally, I would say if you've gone through a whole bottom bobbin, or if you're going to push it, then 2, that's the time to change your needle. And we do. Have we got a pick and mix on? Was it in this hour or was it in the last hour?
We've got someone to pick and mix. The needles you're talking about?
Yes, sewing machine needles. So.
Have I got some here?
I've got.
I tell you what, I'm never going to get this finished at this rate, everybody. I'm never going to get this finished.
Welcome to my world, Scott.
I've got about.
It's all right.
I've got at least 8 holes there that I've got to stitch into. Are they on that side there?
I can multitask.
Are you okay?
All right. Yeah,
you sure?
Yeah. Yes.
You sure? All right, I'll get back to it.
So I can spin this. Let me just chop this off while I do that. Okay. You have to do the numbers though.
Oh, you know what? I can't multitask. Right, hang on, I'll do this bit. So, glasses up, glasses down.
So we've got 80s, 90s, or the assorted ones. Now you can pick and mix any 4 of these. So if you wanted one of each of the machine needles, but then you wanted some of the hand needles as well, then you can absolutely do that. So You've got 80s, 90s and assorted in the machine needles. Your 80s are brilliant for your kind of standard quilting and that kind of things. 90s, that little bit heavier weight fabric, things like your canvases and your denims. And then your assorted ones go from 70 right the way through to 100. So you obviously can tell then 70 is a little bit lighter weight, things like your georgettes and maybe your organzas. And then really super heavy stuff would be your kind of, you know, when you're going around the bottom of jeans, and you've got kind of, you know, 4 or 5 layers of denim where you're going over the seams and things. That's where I would use my hundreds. So
£4 saving there, £4 saving there. Seamless tagging over there. £4 saving, £11.96. You pick a mix on any 4 that you want to go for. 762630 on those, and use your price there, £15.96. So great opportunity to go for those if you can. Now you're not going to ask me to do anything now, are you? Because I'm coming up to another hole.
Okay. How many holes have you done?
Oh, I've done at least 2.
Are you right around the other side yet? No.
Not just yet, but everyone can see that it's not about the quantity, it's about the quality of that stitch. I think you'll find.
Is it looking good?
You know, I should have an overhead camera. This is really technically a demo.
Yeah.
Yeah, but everyone likes it when I start doing jobs like this because I go quiet.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why we do it. you're not rumbled,
You've got me well trained. We go back a long way, and it works.
From Fiona.
It works, exactly. I know.
Just give them something to do. We'll keep them quiet.
Oh, hang on, I've been given. Oh dear, I tell you what, I've got to get something out. Sorry, just have to wait. Just never enough time. I've got to share it with you.
What I do like the fact is you stop. And then
yes.
you have to completely stop.
Yeah, I have to completely stop. I do, otherwise it's a dangerous article there. Pins and needles, you know. Now then, we have got. Oh, do you want to show this one or the one that's on it? Oh, the one on the roll I haven't got, everybody. Hang on a second. Over to Hayley.
Okay,
yeah, right.
it's this one.
2/3 of the stock has gone. That Hayley is demonstrating for you there. 47 centimetres.
Not have holes in it, like I have just chopped.
Looks like a little ski slope. 5 metres in length. Really busy. Hayley, you were right. Honestly, it just goes so quickly. 934972. Sorry, Hayley.
Such a useful one. I think that people have kind of. People who've had them before, when they see them pop up again, instantly go for them because they know how quickly they go, and I think they've kind of realised how useful it is because it is a thinner batting than you would usually get, and that initially you'd think, well, that's not actually going to be that useful, but when you start, all of these projects here will all benefit from these. So I would definitely add one of those into your basket because there's not a single project here that wouldn't look, you know, a little bit more luxurious or a little bit kind of. You could add something extra to it by adding a bit of that thin batting to it. So I'm almost all the way around with this scissor keep.
Okay, I'm almost a little bit of the way round.
So we can do double demos now. We can
I know. Woohoo! It's a busy hour. It's a very busy hour. There we go, everyone.
Right. So,
but this I'm doing this to give.
I can't believe this is as fast as this sews. I want to go faster today. I'm always telling people to slow down, but today I need to go faster. Okay, right. So I'm going to take that out of there.
Have you had a coffee? Have you had a coffee?
I don't drink coffee.
Oh,
Imagine the scenes if I did.
Right. We had this conversation.
Imagine the scenes. Okay, so we're going to take off any of the bulk on the corners. Including those super pointy corners, so we're going to double clip all of those, and then anywhere where we've got curves we're going to snip into them. So I tend to do this with my little snippy scissors because you're not going to kind of be tempted to go too far when you're using the big ones like this, which are great for cutting everything out, and these are on the show. These are great for long straight lines because you've got a great big long blade there. You've got 6 inches of blade, which is absolutely brilliant and really useful. But when you're snipping into things like this, your hand is a long way from where you're cutting. And though they're lovely scissors and very sharp on the ends, it's just a little bit easier to get the accuracy with the smaller ones because your hand is nearer to what you're doing, if you know what I mean. If I've got any kind of bigger bits there, I can just trim those down. And the most important bits to make sure you get snips into are things like the internal curves. And by internal curve, I mean this one. I mean this one that kind of bends in like a U, rather than this one that comes out like a hill. He's got really quiet. I mean, he is proper concentrating.
Do you know, I'm just counting it. I think I've only got 2 holes left to go on this, and then I've got to go back round
then
again.
You've got to go back. Yeah, you've got to go back the other way. And you'd think, oh well, how am I going to do that? But when you get to the end, you'll see it's actually really intuitive, and you'll see that it'll automatically want to go back in the other direction when you get to the end.
Oh, yeah.
He's not convinced yet, are you?
Well, not yet, but I'm going to have to pause in a second. I've got to go back down to do a
you've got to do
recap
some
where we
admin.
are. That might be a good little time to pause there for a second. I don't want to comment on that, but I'm not sure if my stitching's a bit neater than yours, Hayley, but I don't know. Probably.
That's good. I'm happy with that.
So far, so good?
Yeah, so, well, do you want to do your recaps and I'll show you how to go back the other way?
Yeah, OK. I'll just leave that on the side there for now, so everybody. Right,
just so nobody's missing anything, all I'm going to do is turn this right side out, and then I'll pause, ready for you to come back.
OK.
Post-admin.
Perfect. Post-admin. So we've got the stationery set for you. This is what we looked at to start with. That was the top of the show for you. Two options again, your blue vintage and your wine vintage for you here. That's going to give you everything for your pen roll, your book cover, your pencil case, which I'm working on, and your mug tidy. £5 saving as with all of the kits available, so all of the prices are taken down to $34.99. 578 880, and your two options on your blue and your wine are available on the item code. Then we have got the sewing set for you, and this again has got 12 projects in total that you're looking at here. 807761. Again, your different options again for you. You've got your vintage wine and your vintage blue. Oh yes, here we go. There's 12 projects here, everybody. The scissor keep that we're working on as well. The scrunch bag, which has yet been scrunched, but you've got the 4 little areas, 4 pockets inside those that will come together. So you will have your scrunch bag all together. You've got the heart needle case. Now, hang on, is this my little heart needle case here?
Yes.
That started to come together. So there we go, your heart needle case that will be in there.
So that opens out flat, and you can fill that with, I would add a bit of felt probably into the middle.
Oh, I see.
And then you can start, put all your needles and things into there.
Oh, that's good, isn't it? I like that. Right, so we've got that as well. You've got the roll-up pouch, and all these are listed, by the way, on the actual print as well for your work. 8 pattern weights that you'll be able to make. Also, again, all from the same fabric for you as well. So, $34.99, 807761. Blue vintage or wine vintage are both available on that same item code. But well done to our sewers out there. You've not proved me wrong. The wine still in the lead, everybody. Well done, well done.
You're casting aspersions here.
No, not at all. It just is in the lead. That's all. So let's move to the kitchen, everybody. Now then, same colour options that we've got for you, vintage wine and vintage blue for you, but your projects in here, you've got 10 projects in total, so you can make 4 mug rugs. I've got nothing here to show on there, haven't I? I've not got those yet.
Yeah, I'm really sorry.
No, that's all right, that's fine.
Forgot the lot.
4 mug rugs that you'll be having to work with. 4 bowl cosies. Perfect for your soup.
So the bowl cosies will go underneath your bowl. Say you've got hot soup from a microwave.
Oh, got you.
And you want to kind of take it through to the what's in front of the telly.
That is perfect. I do like that, because that is when it gets a bit harder, especially when you're starving as well. You do need asbestos hands really to get through it. We've got a bowl cover as well for you. And you've also got the apron, the bowl cover.
The bowl cover is something that you would use to kind of replace your cling film. So it's a reusable cover for your bowl.
See?
And a lot of the projects that are in there, if you've got some plain fabric or you've got another kind of fabric that would match with this in your stash, you can double up on most of these projects.
Right, OK.
Just by having, adding some plain into it.
And just on a practical note, I've got something on my bowl that I need to cover up.
Yep.
To keep fresh. I'm not using cling film, and I get some tomato sauce over that.
Whack it in the washing machine.
Can it go in the washing machine?
Of course can.
Just checking, always, because I get called a slobber dobber by Fee. She knows.
Well,
when you get spinach, a drink goes here and a little bit of a hula hoop goes over there. Welcome to my diet. 790 009. Hey?
Spinach and hula hoops. That's
no, I said water, but yeah, I do like spinach as well, actually.
Okay.
I said spinach, not...
no, a spillage.
I did have some spinach. I did have spinach in an omelette the other day. That was rather nice. I digress.
I'm with you now.
Hey?
I'm with you now. I thought it was a strange combination.
39.99, 790 009.
Oh, right. OK. So we have flipped this right side out. Now I would ordinarily stitch on these lines just to give yourself really nice sharp creases, and then you're going to fold one side over, and that is going to become your pocket for your great big scissors, and then you're going to fold it back on itself to here, and then that is going to be pocket for your medium-sized scissors, and then you'll fold it back on yourself again, and that will become the pocket for your teeny tiny scissors. Now what you need to do though is stitch all of these down together, and now this is, you can see where your super slim batting comes in, because that is 3 layers of batting, and that will still quite easily fit through my machine, versus the one that I have made previously, which is in my bag somewhere. There it is. I don't know which way is the best way around to put them next to each other, but if I do it that way, you see neither of these have got kind of anything in them, but that one is maybe kind of a third of the thickness of that one.
Yeah.
So that's why this, and once it's stitched, it's going to be even thinner. But that's exactly why we go for that super slim batting, because it makes your life so much easier, and that will be.
You know, you can really see the value in that now when you talk about that super slim, can't you?
I mean, I think initially people think, well, why do I want it that thin? Surely I want to kind of, you know, make things with it. But it's absolutely perfect for where you want to add a little bit of body to it. You don't want it as thin as just 2 pieces of fabric, but you want to add a little bit of body, but not so much body it creates problems like this one where it is a bit too thick, and you know that's quite a challenge. To get, you can see how kind of it's rounding itself out because there's so much batting in there, versus the super slim where you can easily get those layers together without too much hassle.
Got you. I think I heard 70%. No, 75% of the super slim. That is a 5-metre roll. It's £12.99, but we are at 3/4 of the stock now, gone already. 934972. That's on a roll, just to let you know. But I have got another option. This is one I do have next to me, and this is a 1.5 metre that we've got in total here on the super slim batting. And this isn't on a roll, but again, same kind of projects we're working on?
Absolutely, same principle, same kind of project. It's just a really usable weight. It's not the kind of thing you're going to put in a quilt, because it's going to make it, you're not going to get the loft, you're not going to get the benefit from it, because it's not going to give you the kind of difference in height that you'll get from quilting it. But for little projects like the ones we've shown you, like this little roll that I'm putting together now, any of these smaller projects that we're doing here, then it's absolutely perfect for them.
I've unfolded just to give you the full size that we're looking at here.
So that's 1.5 metres. Is this 1.5 metres by 1.5 metres?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just trying to think. That's about, there's a tiny, like this much more. That's the same amount as is on here.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Wow, well, there we are. There we are.
There's a tiny bit more on the roll, just a tiny bit, but yeah, it's approximately the same amount.
1.5 by 1.5 on your super slim. I look like a little head at the top of a little ski ramp there, I just realised. Yeah, absolutely brilliant again. I imagine this will be equally as popular as well to go with it, because when you hold it out like that, you really do get to see there's a lot of projects, especially the ones that you're working on, for example, like the scissor cases and things like that.
Something
you get a lot out of this.
Let me see this one. This one's another really good little one to do. So this one is a little pouch, and this has just been done with a couple of bits of fabric, and there's no body to it, there's nothing in there. But adding that super slim batting, it gives you the option to do a little bit extra with it, to maybe, you know, quilt in some patterns and things like that, because it is just a really useful way to think. Initially when you see it, that's very skinny, what am I going to do with it? But then you start to understand, actually, it can go in an awful lot. The kind of smaller, the fiddlier projects, this is perfect.
Yeah, absolutely perfect. So that's 387469 if you'd like to go for that. We do have it for the 5 metre roll also for you, but that one is now limited stock. That's £12.99 on the roll. 934972. So yeah, do if you want to go for that one. Looks like it's last orders at the bar for the roll. If you want to go for those ones, $12.99.
I'm going to do roll-up pouch, and can I have your grey zip, please? Because I'm going to...
The grey zip?
Yeah, we'll whack that in.
Is that all right, that end?
Thank you very much.
Anything else you need?
No, not for now.
We're good? Okie dokie, that's all right.
yeah,
I better
we're
get
gonna
back to me sewing, by the way.
Okay, you do that. Oh, we've got to teach you how to change direction.
Yes.
Okay, so you've got to the end.
I've come out that way, yeah.
Yeah, and now you've got to go kind of back into the other side.
Back.
So not over the top. The running stitch as you were.
Back
just go
in through
backwards.
the one I've just done.
Exactly, and what you'll find is going backwards to the one you've just... let me have a look.
That's where I've just come out from, going back through that one?
No, next hole.
Oh, back through that one there.
Yeah, and then what that will do is that will fill in the gap on the back. And then when you go back down again, it will fill in the gap on the front.
Ah, okay.
Do you see where I'm going now?
Okay.
And it kind of covers all of those holes for you.
Oh, okay. And now I just keep going as a straight run.
What I would advise, though, is on your way back, keep your eye on the fabric side more than the wooden side.
Okay.
Because if you can try and come out in exactly the same place as you have done on your fabric side, you'll get a nice solid line on the back. Obviously,
right, okay.
on the front, it's kind of governed by the holes that are in the MDF.
Got you.
Now, and those
Right.
MDF pieces you can absolutely decorate
Of
if you
course.
want to. So if you're going to do that, paint them first, but don't put paint in the holes.
Okay, because you can see, right, yeah. I'll leave that one with me. I'll have a little go at that, so I can tidy that up.
In that
now.
case, we will start with
Now
the
we've done
roll-up
that.
pouch. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces to our roll-up pouch here. So we're going to start with this long piece of the lining and this short piece, which is going to be the kind of flap at the top. So from here, we are going to pop the zip along the edge of here. Now I've given you a zip that is way bigger than you're going to need, because if this is your first project, this will make zips so easy for you. So we're going to take this over to the machine and we're going to stitch that one in place. Now you can put a zipper foot on if you wish. If not, you can just step your needle across, and hopefully that should be far enough to catch this but not show the line. And I'm just using the edge of the foot against the edge of the zip. I've got the zip face down and the fabric face up, so effectively they're face to face. As you know, if it was 2 pieces of fabric, they would be face to face. And I'm going right in the middle of the zip, so I've got my zipper and my kind of catch on the end right out of the way. And then we're going to snip that off. So that is my first piece in. Now, if I want to make that a little bit shorter, I can always, press that back and top stitch that back over. I could have done with being a little bit closer there, because can you just see, I can still see the line there, which is where my 1/4 inch stitching should be.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm going to go and get my zipper foot, and we'll do it again, and we'll go a little bit closer to that edge. So I'll just swap this out for my zipper foot. And what that will do is will allow me to get much closer to that edge, and that will eliminate that problem that you've seen there where I've got the kind of sewing, the guideline for your sewing showing. So let me quickly run back down here and then take it out. And there you go. That's gone. Oh, I haven't started quite far enough along. Oh, dear me, I've missed like a whole inch. Let me just put that back in, so we'll make sure it's right.
I'm getting near the end of the thread here, Hayley.
Have I not given you enough?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe yeah. No, I think we're okay.
You're gonna make it.
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
Stand down at the moment, but it
Okay.
can get close.
So the next step would be just to press that out, and I would definitely put a row of top stitching in there as well, just to stop it curling like that and to keep it nice and flat. So I'm going to do exactly the same with this piece, but when I do that, again, I'm going to put them face to face. I'm going to flip it over though, so I can sew the same way as I've sewn the last one, so it's a little bit easier. And what you need to be mindful of is the edge of this. Let me just move that out of your way. There we go. The edge of that flap needs to line up with the edge of the fabric, because what you don't want to do is sew it on, say, like that, because then it's never going to sit straight. You see the result if I flip that back over, how it kind of steps down a little bit. So you've got to make sure that these are lined up. So
I've just got a bit of an announcement while you're just lining those up, Hayley.
Mm-hmm.
Our roll on our Super Slim has now technically sold out at $12.99. That was 934,972, but it has gone.
Well, they'll have to give Bridge a ring and see what she can do.
Right, OK, let's see what we can do. It's gone for now, though. It's gone for now. We'll see what we can sort out.
I mean, the ridiculous thing is, I have cut up every single piece that I had in the building, and I know there's more being delivered on, I think it's tomorrow. So it'll be up to Bridge whether she thinks she could cut it in time. But Bridge isn't going to cut it, it's going to be Steve-O that cuts it, so it's whether she can persuade Steve-O, really.
OK. So do you think this is doable on a scale of 1 to 10?
I think so.
I think so.
They're good lads.
Let's see what happens.
Lasses, they'll be fine. So can you see now that kind of forms a straight line between this one and the next one? And then we're going to top stitch those just to make sure that they're kind of nice and secure. I've got plenty of time, I'm going to do it properly. Right. I'm going to quickly whip that off.
For jobs worth doing, Hayley.
Well, that's it. We've got to do them right, haven't we? So I'm going to top stitch this one in. Now, with it having the zip in there, what you may find is it might be easier to top stitch it with the zipper foot still on there, because you'll be able to get closer to those edges. Let's see if I put that back in there and line the edge of the foot up with the edge of there. Let me just get a couple of back stitches in first. There we go.
I'm just thinking, if you are doing this project and you are building these with, you know, younger people in the household, did it work keeping them quiet? Did it keep little kids quiet? See? This is what you need to do.
Keeping children and middle-aged men quiet.
Oh, bless you to say middle-aged.
That's going to be my new slogan.
I mean, I'll take that, I'll be honest. I'll take middle-aged.
Shall I put that on our slogan?
Is that
keeping
Scott
children and middle-aged men happy.
Middle-aged. Just middle-aged and proud. There we go.
well, I don't know. I don't know how old you are, Scott.
Well, I've just celebrated a little birthday.
Is it a big one? Was it a big one?
It was a big one.
Was it?
Yeah. I can drink now legally in America.
How many times over?
Yeah, exactly. But you wait, next shift I'm coming in on that bus now, it's free. I mean, I've got to leave now for that shift in March. But
OK, right, these are top stitched in. And that does make a big difference, to be honest. I mean, I know it's a small step, but it does make a big difference. It helps to keep them from rolling into the teeth of the zip. So, next step is to start putting the other bits and pieces on, because the final step will be to sandwich on this top piece. Now, what I will tell you is, when we make the top bit, we do make it about 1 inch bigger than you are going to need, and that is deliberate. That's so you can cut it back off, because there's nothing worse than me making that exactly the right size, you stitching something slightly differently to get that zip in, and then not having enough to finish it off at the bottom. So that's the reason that we make that bit a little bit longer. So we've got these two bits that will become our flap and our extra pocket up the top here. So to make this extra pocket, what I'm going to need to do is just to sew the face to face to create that extra pocket. Now, I'm not going to sew up the sides, I'm only going to sew down the bottom edge, just because I want a nice straight kind of finished bottom edge. So, oh, my needle's all the way over there. Let's get it back to where it should be. It's close enough. It's close enough. And then we'll whiz all the way along here. I swear this used to sew faster. And then I'll pull this through so we've got the right side out.
Hey, I've got good news on the
give it
5 metre roll.
Okay, what did Bridge say?
It's back. We can do it. But it is on dispatch.
She must be feeling nice today.
That was a nice that phone call. Hi, how are you doing? Just wondering if 47 centimetres by 5 metres. It's back. When did we say that it was? The 15th. Okay, so we can do it from.
I don't think it arrives with us until tomorrow.
That's not too bad, though, is it? That's not too bad. What's the date today?
8th.
Oh, that's all right, we can do that, can't we? Right, 934972, it is back in, £12.99, 15th of February, see? That's a can-do attitude from the gallery. We like that. Nothing's a problem, everybody.
Okay, that's not probably what I would get, though. Just saying. They'd be like, no, what are you doing? Okay, so that would be our pocket. I'm just going to give that a quick little press at the bottom because I don't want it kind of rolling over on me. So let's give that a quick press, and then that will create our extra pocket. And then we've got a pocket that we're going to turn up at the bottom, but we've got to get these on first before we can add this. Now, you have got some bias binding in your set as well, and that bias binding will allow us to kind of edge this pocket so that we don't have any raw edges showing on that. Now, if you don't want to use the bias binding, you have got another option, which is to just flip it through and sew around that edge. So that's what we're going to do. But when you do this, you do need to leave a gap at the base if you do choose to do the kind of alternative method, because you're going to need to be able to flip it right side out. So, and all of these have got kind of seam lines on there, so you'll be able to follow those seam lines and get your kind of perfect 1/4 inch edges on there. So I'm going to go back a couple of stitches, and then this will make a slightly smaller little pocket flap, but that's fine because we're going to put binding all the way around the outside edge, and that will kind of hold it into place. So it being a little bit further in is not necessarily too bad a thing. So let's go around this other side. Oh, I didn't go backwards. It'll be fine.
Your sewing machine's gone on a little rest. It's never worked so well in all the projects it's made in the last hour or so.
I know. Well, it's my own silly fault, isn't it? So I'm going to snip into these corners and then flip this right side out, and then I will top stitch that whole flap as well. So if you've got some admin, now is a good time to do
a bit
it.
of that. Hey, good news, everybody. Oh, yes.
Have you done it?
No, I don't think, right, I mean, it's a bit wonky. All right, it's a bit wonky. I probably had a little moment there, but if you look at it from that end, it looks perfect from that end, doesn't it? Just look at the end there, you see. But you know, that's not.
Well, if you're not happy with your stitching that's showing on the outside, you can always turn the whole thing through once you're done.
If you weren't happy with the stitching, of course you could. If
you were happy.
If you weren't happy, but I'm
delighted.
Delighted with that. So
do you know what? You've given it a good go, and that's all I can ask.
You are my tutor. So you're my tutor.
This seems quite a responsibility, and I don't know I'm ready for it.
Just think of what you're doing for the community. Right, so we have got...
Well, at least you're here and not on the street.
Well, exactly, they're trying to do that with a needle, do you know what I mean? Right, everybody, you see, you're safe because I'm here. Right, 12 projects. 12 projects, everybody. If you want to go for the sewing set, 2 options, your vintage white and your vintage blue. What you can make. The scissor keep that we've been looking at already from Hayley that's been going through. You've got the scrunch bag, of course, that we've been talking about. Oh, there's a scissor bag. Scrunch bag. Needle case. Where did I put that one? Heart. Heart. And the roll-up pouch.
Which I'm working on.
Working on. Weight, the 8 pattern weights as well for you. That'll be 12 projects in total for that one. Again, blue vintage or wine vintage, 807 761. Oh, do you know what? Everyone's had a word trying to prove me wrong. Vintage wine dropped into 2nd place out of 2. Vintage blue. They see, no one likes the aspersions that were being made about them, about our lovely sewers out there. Right, so there we go, 807 761. The website, of course, craftstore.com. We've got even more fabrics for you to have a little look at there as well. Now, we've got your back in black for you. Now, we'll say the back in black, though. It is back, but it is limited stock, so get it now before it's gone on that one. We've also got great names, these. Buddy Holly is there for you. We're OK on that one for you right now. White Wedding, but limited on the White Wedding. Lovely Purple Rain. Purple Rain is also limited, but I'm not surprised. Cracking album. Purple Haze. We've got an idea also of Hayley's record collection and vinyls looking on here. This one, classic, deep purple. You can't go wrong with that one. We've got stock of that as it stands right now for you.
What happened was we named them all when we did the rolls, and then we had some like flat pieces, but we had to call them the same names because they matched.
You've got to stick with it, haven't you? Started there.
Started it.
In the navy, gets me on the dance floor every time.
Brilliant
Limited stock.
To go with the blue option,
Oh, the
because
vintage blue?
you know how we've said you can kind of double a lot of what you've got by adding a plain. This one and the pearl jam, perfect.
Right,
for
Pearl
going
Jam
with
is limited, so if you are going to follow on for those ideas that Hayley's talking about to double up on, the Pearl Jam, and what was the one before Pearl
the
Jam?
navy.
In the navy. Great one to go with the vintage blue, which is now in the lead, of course, on those. So if you want to go for your coordinating colours, they're £12.99, and that's 029946 is your item code for, though. They're all there on the website for you to have a little look at. I think this is a great kit, though. Great. I mean, yeah, brilliant, because you got that £5 saving. By the way, I think earlier on I said it was 39. There was that £5 saving on all of the kits, and they're on the kitchen as well, so that's not 39. We're going to prove the point. There we go, right graphics, $34.99. I said 39 only for that earlier on, but it is $34.99 as well for whichever one of those you'd like to go for.
Okay.
Right, Hayley, how are we coming on?
So we're coming on quite well
We've
because
got 11 minutes.
We've got the first pocket kind of on that we're ready to stitch on, and our second one is going to be created by folding that bottom piece up. So my next step is to make sure I've got these nice and straight and then stitch these in place, and I'm going to stitch them in the margin, so between where the lines are on there for your seam allowance and the edge of the fabric. So I'm going to do 2 straight stitches in those gaps just to hold those on. Now I don't need to worry about those gaps because this is all going to be bound. You get the binding included in your set, so you don't need to worry about these kind of bits at the pieces at the minute, and that's how we can make it so super easy to get that zip in, because I mean that was no trouble at all. And I think that sometimes people panic about zips, and it really is super easy with this method and using the binding around the edge. So I'm going to trim this one off, do the other side, and then I'm going to just top stitch that lid of this pocket in place. Now you can add, if you want to start to get fancy and add extra bits, you could add a button onto there, or you could add maybe a press stud or something like that just to keep that shut if you wanted to. But we have not got time, so that is going to go there, and once I've got it lined up nice and straight, I'm going to add a row of stitching along there just to hold it in place. So let me just grab a pin and I'm going to pin it into that bit. But again, that's super slim batting, which I know we've been through quite a lot of it already, but that's perfect for this as well, because you can add that bit of body to the things and not have it so thick that you can't actually still stitch it on your machine. I'm going to go the other way because I prefer, when I'm doing things like this, to use the edge of my foot as a guide. So I'm using the inside toe of my foot, this piece in here, and then using my needle just in its same central position and just using that as my guide. I'm just going to put some back stitches in there to make sure that's nice and secure. And then that helps me to keep a nice straight edge along the top there. Oh, I know why it's so slow. I changed my stitch size to little.
Oh, classic. It's a classic error.
It is a classic error. I was doing some other stuff and I needed a smaller stitch size. There you go. I'll change it back. Not again!
Oh, no. What?
Do some admin, Scott.
Oh, I'll do some admin. Don't look at everybody. It's just one of those little
it
bits
makes
of
me
puff
so
of
mad.
Of smoke coming out the ears as well. Yes, but for one of those days, everyone. One of those days. Live telly. We have got for you all the options basically that are there for you. We are looking at the moment the sewings that is there for you. 2 options: vintage wine, vintage blue. Whichever project you are going for, they have that £5 saving. Really lovely material though. We've not really talked about the patterns so much on that. We've talked about the project. That's just really lovely patterns to be working with. And again, all machine washable. Certainly if that might be interested in that, more to do with the kitchen section and the cooking rather than the sewing or the stationery. But you never know, a spillage is a spillage, isn't it? $34.99, 807-761 if you want to go for the 12 projects on the sewing kit. Now, don't forget, it did go. We just talked about that super slim for the batting, and that we do have it back in stock. We're now looking at extended dispatch from the 15th of Feb. Again, 47 centimetres, 5 metre, but perfect. Certainly, great example was when Hayley showed us the little scissor cases, because when you're folding and folding 3 lots of fold, it can become very bulky, those kind of projects, and this is absolutely ideal. Sold out, it's back on extended, it's only $12.99, 934972. Right then, Hayley, how are you doing?
Okay, well, I was fine until I realised I've not sewn up the bottom of my pocket, so everything will just fall out. But that's fine, because I can just put a line of top stitching there, and then that will solve that problem. And I've got plenty of thread now, so we'll be fine. Stitch faster! Oh, no, let me get that out of the way. There we go. There we go, so nothing's going to fall out of my pocket now. We are all good. And that line of top stitching that I used to attach the flap for this pocket actually helps out because it creates a kind of stopper for this pocket here.
Okay, oh, right, yeah.
When you put stuff in there as well. So, last piece to go on. And this is where we're first of all going to trim down these zips. So before I trim the zip down, I'm just going to make sure that the slider is within my project, because if I trim that zip down and the slider's still out there,
yeah, no.
I've got to get it back on.
Yeah, that's tricky.
So then I can trim off.
You sound like you've done that before, though.
Do you know what? I haven't, but haven't you? I've stitched it all the way round and realised it was out, and then had to unpick and slide it back in. But I haven't actually chopped it off and done it. So you're going to line up from the top, because that will match up with the curve that you've got there. You'll go all the way down to the bottom, and then don't worry about that excess bit for now. Just get stitched all the way around, cut that off once you're done.
Right.
So I'm going to just pin all of this in place. And I'm going to stitch it, actually, if I was going to flip it right side out, I would have stitched it that way, but I'm actually going to put it, because we're going to put the binding on, I'm going to put them so they are face sides out, so wrong sides together. And then we're going to pin
this. And
this.
don't forget, on all of these the projects, you will get all the little elements that you need. For example, you need a zip. It is included in there. We've got the cord that's in there as well, the hemming, and all those little extras.
Everything that you need.
Everything you need. And if you are going for the stationery, you even get the stationery book itself that you will be actually covering, for example. So everything that you need to create either the 12 or the 10 or the 4 projects, they are all there. So you literally undo the packaging, get your sewing machine out, and then you can just create with everything included in those for yourself.
Right.
So just so you know.
So we are almost there with this. So I'm just going to pop a couple of pins in this side. Now, what I would normally do is whip around the whole thing in that kind of margin again, so in that 1/4 inch seam allowance, I would whip around the whole thing and make sure it was all held together. But we're going to skip that. It is definitely worth doing, because it does make the project a lot more stable. So I'm going to trim that off. Now, I would also, if you're going to put the batting in, I would do it at this point. So I would put it in between these layers when you put the batting in.
Right.
Then we're going to tuck this one up. Now that will create our bottom pocket, which will be about 1/3 of it. Now, if you want to just test at this point that you get another 1/3 and then this one to come down to finish it off, and then we can start stitching this together. So, let me whack a couple of pins in. How long we got?
About 3
minutes.
3
minutes? Well, we'll give it a crack, won't we? Right, let's give it a crack.
Now, don't shout at your sewing machine this time to go faster. I feel sorry for the sewing machine.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to sew in that border again, and I'm going to do this piece of the zip first, because this is going to be our most challenging bit. I'm just going to pull that slider a little bit further back so I can get all the way around. I'm just going to move that a fraction along. There we go. And we're going to go...
See, would you always start with the zip section?
Well, I think that's the trickiest bit.
Right.
So I think it's a case of get it out the way.
Yeah.
And then you can move on to the easier parts, because the rest of it you can whip around no problem. So it's the open end of the zip that I'm starting with. Get that other pin out. And just take it nice and slowly over that, and then once you're on the flat again, you know, you can pick some speed up. And by stitching all the way around like this, it's just giving you that little bit of added security for when you come to the next step, which is, oh, we've forgotten to do something.
What do we get?
What? Oh, right, hang on, I've got two ways to fix this. One is I can put a bit of binding across there.
Okay.
Because this edge is still open. I've still got an open raw edge there at the minute. Yeah. But I'll just stop that halfway down because we'll be all right. If I whip these pins out, the way I would have done it if I wasn't quite so rushed is, before I pin it all together, I would flip that round and actually stitch these two bottom bits together, and that's going to give me a nice kind of flat straight edge on there. This can be rescued at this point.
Good save.
Thanks. There's many a thing on here that's been a good save. So fast, huh?
What did I say?
Okay, there we go. Done. Right, so I can flip that back over. I had it. And then I'm back to where I was, stitching all the way around there. This then gets folded up and we stitch that in place. I would press that seam nice and crisp first before I do it. Stitch all the way around, and if you can just chuck, oh, I've got some bias binding here, look, there we go. And then what we're going to do is, now that's been stitched, I can trim that right back to the same size as the pouch, and once I've sewn over this end, I will do exactly the same to that end as well. And then we take the binding, this is bias binding, and that's going to help you when you come up to those top corners, is we add it to the edges all the way around, and then at the top, if you give it a little stretch before, I would press this in half before you start, because you'll find it a lot easier than trying to fold it and kind of pin it at the same time. So if you actually just take it to the iron, press it in half like that first, yeah, you'll find it a lot easier. And then all the way around.
Listen, you did it. You've done it
sort
with all those projects. You started from nothing earlier on. We've got everything. We've got the scissors class one there. We've got the weights in there. We've got the hearts, little pouch for you. We've also got all the projects will come together for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Well done. What a fast show.
My middle-aged friend.
Thank you for your company. Well done. If you managed to get everything there. Don't go anywhere, though. More after this. Yes, everybody, first show of the afternoon for our Adam coming up next. Everybody, with Sentimentally Yours, which would be lovely with Julia. Then we've got the Rowan Dean embroidery. We've got Final Call and a one-day special. And then a bit of colouring coming up, everyone.
Tickets are on sale now for Crafting Live at Sandown Racecourse. Featuring exclusive offers and competitions. Over 800 make and takes. Stock up from over 50 exhibitors. And meet and greet our craft presenters. Plus, craft members save 25% off their tickets. Book your tickets now at creatingcraft.com and search for Crafting Live.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved, they listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Very good afternoon to you. I hope you're well. My name's Adam. You are watching the Craft Store. That's my name. This is I. This is me. That is the right way to spell it as well. Well done, team. Well done, team. Well done, team. Right then, we are in for a treat today. We are in for a treat, and I know he's watching. Yes, he's took time out of his busy schedule. Phil's not here, unfortunately. He's at the local Morris Dancing Championships. That's why he couldn't be here. He's down to the semi-final. There he is, look, pondering about which bells to wear this week. So he is with us in spirit. I know he's watching. He's just got a little break. He's watching it on his phone just before he gets his hankies out all over again. Bless him. We are talking about a brand new launch. We are talking brand new launch that will work with Phil's birthday celebration. I think it's 150 this year. Good work done. But this is the introduction. But before we go on to that, let me give you a big introduction. Because she's here, she's not at the championship. She's not willing him on with his banner this week, so she's wrote on a bed sheet with a bit of paint. She's with me. It's our Julia Watts. You're right, my love.
All right, thank you. What an introduction.
Well, it is. He is, bless him. He's busy with his bells. Little Morris Dancing outfit and that straw hat that he wears. He does look cute. But this is... He is very good at it. You want to see him cock a leg? Now, this is the first launch of the brand new sheet collection, Tray sheet collection, that will work with the birthday collection.
Yeah. So at the end of the month, it's the Sentimental Yours 3rd birthday here on the Craft Store. And we have some new, lots of newness at the end of the month over the whole weekend. And there's myself, Phil and Karen, Phil's sister, coming to demonstrate for you. But we were asked to do an extra show, so we thought, tell you what, let's just bring you a little sneak peek as to what the feel of one of the collections is. And so this is your first sneaky peek of part of the Tray Chic collection.
It is beautiful.
So we have 4 DL clear stamps. So they're great, yes, for your DL makes, which is your tall, slim makes. But they're also great for larger cards like that one from Joanne. Obviously, you can die cut, so you can die cut squares, circles, rectangles, whatever shape you want to out of the background. You can use them on your flowers as well. If you want to do your leaves, right around the frame, around the edge on that square card, it's just a little bit of detail, but it just adds a big pop to it.
It really does. And you can take these super modern... I've messed all the order up now. Yeah. You can take these super modern, or you can go quite rustic with them if you want to. Which
or
I really
you can
like
go very elegant as well with them. There's lots of different styles. I mean, a massive thank you to the design team, because we only got the stamps on Saturday. And they had to post them on Monday morning, so we haven't had very much time to work with them, and they've done a brilliant job.
And these, they're all amazing. They are phenomenal samples, but I've just picked 2 that I was drawn to. Look at that.
That's very shabby chic, isn't it?
Very
That's
shabby chic, very knocked back in the background that you want there. Also, you can just see it through that little ribbon. It looks like it's embroidered onto the ribbon as well. But you can go from that to that.
Yeah, I think that's one of the owners.
How beautiful are these? The brand new collection, £46.96. 2 interest-free flexible payments is what you're looking at as this as well. So spread the costs now. Phil will be here with loads of newness at the end of the month. The 25th of the month is when Phil's here for the birthday celebrations. So spread the costs now, because you know you know they're going to work. You know what Phil
work.
does. You know he
Yes.
brings everything that, and it all works together. It doesn't come to TV until Phil's proud of it, and he is proud of it, and he should be as well. Because DL cards are the new style of cards to do. Am I correct?
Absolutely, yeah. They're very elegant shape, you know, and sometimes they're a little less daunting than your big square or your big rectangle cards. But as you've seen with the samples, you can use them on whatever shape card you want to. They're very detailed. They're very kind of Art Nouveau, as well as being very chic. Obviously, that's what they're called. And look at the packaging as well. I must draw your attention to the packaging. So the packaging is, if you've collected Phil's Sentimentally Yours stamps in the past, it's normally kind of a teal and
it's
white.
It's normally the blue, isn't it? It's normally this. That's what we're used to.
Yeah. So, but this is a limited edition set of packaging for the birthday event, and so we've got black and kind of a creamy colour going on there.
I adore it. Now, I'm going to put it out there now. We generally don't know. We are busy and we can't get hold of Phil to see if we can get more stock. Phil, if you are watching, give me a call or drop us an email in the gallery, because we desperately need to know urgently, because these are flying out to the door. There are meant to be 2 shows today, and honestly, we don't know if we can get any more of these. Once they've gone, they may have gone, but we will find out for you as soon as I can. Let's go through them, each of them for you. So first of all, you can go for them individually as well if you want to. I'll put the details for them individually at the bottom of the screen. The big collection is at the side of the screen just here. First up is your mandalas that you've got. This is your mandala crackle that you've got.
Yeah, so if you look really closely, you can see behind the little mandalas, you've got some crackle going on in the background. You've got the odd splat or two. Obviously, they are bigger than you're seeing on the packaging, because we have to get Phil's face on there. But yes, so it's a full DL size.
Look at
the detail on them. And obviously the packaging isn't going to be as detailed as what you get when you stamp them.
It's good for your backgrounds. Good. I think these are good your filler inner stamps as well. Just take them off your block and really go to town with them. Good for your ribbons, because they are in borders. I reckon if you were clever enough and mask stuff off, you could do nice ribbons with these.
Oh, absolutely.
And your organza ribbons and stuff. Up next, roses. Elegant blooms is what we've got.
So these are obviously
the
mandala can be the horizontal or vertical. This one really is a vertical stamp, because you can see you've got hearts and you've got roses within the stamp as well.
I like this one, because if you turn that whole thing upside down, it's like the roses are cradled.
Yes.
And then you could have a little jewel or a gem or a little bit of embossing just in that sort of the sort of spade that you've got at the top. £46, 96 pence. That's for the lot, though. Let's move our way down that we've got there. Up next, we are now talking.
This is your leafy script. So as the name it implies, there is a script going on at the back. You can get away with this one because you can't read the script. You can get away with using it horizontally and vertically. Entirely up to you.
Like this one as well, leafy script.
It's lovely,
that you've got
isn't it?
Because that just sort of matte and laying, that's building layers up for you. So imagine these on, because you can't really read that text, imagine them on your gel plates and things like that to start doing your backgrounds would really work. Last but no means least, that we've got on here, cascading blooms.
Yeah, so this one really is a horizontal stamp because of the way that the roses are placed. You can get away with it upright as well, but I think this one's probably my favourite.
Oh, is this your favourite?
Yeah, I shouldn't have a favourite, should I? But
well, no, you can have whatever you want. Pays your money, takes your choice, doesn't it? But this is what you can do with it, though, when you go to your home. Now, I've also, if you look at this sample here, I've also got those borders on the show. Just shop ahead of me, they're coming up next. I've got the borders on the show, I've got other things on the show as well that you can only get from us and Phil's shop. You can't get them anywhere else, but I'll tell you all about those in a moment. Right then, let's go through this bundle one more time. We are busy for the bundle. They're usually £12.99 each is what you're looking at, but you're getting the whole collection with a £5 saving on this one, £46.96, and 2 interest-free flexible payments that you've got on there of £23.48. If you want to make that saving even better, this one here, use PayPal. It's over £30, so you can split the cost into 3. Okay, so it's worth having a little go. 538189 is your item number for the brand new launch of the stamps that will work with the birthday celebrations that all start on the 25th of this month. Up next, though, something else that is brand new. We like Phil's dies anyway. because you've got that double deboss on them, you've got the rounded corners on there, you've got the small holes, you've got the details. This one's like torn paper.
Yeah, so last month when we were here, we launched the stitch torn rectangles and the stitch torn squares. And Phil did say that he'd be bringing more shapes to you. So this is your stitched torn DL dies. And that's obviously going to work perfectly with your stamps that we've brought to you today as well.
Look at this. It just gives you, it loses the fear of tearing paper.
Exactly.
I feel.
Yeah, but you've also got a deboss stitching detail around the edges as well. So that just gives you a little bit more. And whenever you do any of the say double deboss or this deboss stitching, all you need to do is pop your die through on your cutting sandwich. You don't need to run it through on your embossing sandwich. And the deboss just happens magically. It's a special process that Phil pays for.
I love it. And it also comes with magnetic sheets as well, so you haven't got to worry about storing your dies anymore. £21.99 is what you were looking at for these brand new dies that we've got on the show. Once again, we'll work with everything else that Phil's already bought you. 906178 is your item number. Returning favourites is what we've got now, though. So these are your, once again, all DL sizes because they match the stamps perfectly. Yeah. This is the thing. Phil just doesn't throw all this together and go, oh, we'll just go DL this month because I don't know what I'm doing. No. He's done these, released these first, then he got, right, we'll bring the stamps in to work with all your DL cards that you've got. It doesn't look much on these, on the paper, on the board, I'll give you that, but they do work. They're a staple, I feel, for any craft room.
Absolutely, yeah, yeah. And of course, what you'll find is with the stitch torn, that they're not exactly the same size as the next four dies that were out originally. Because they've got the torn edge to them, you won't find the dies matching up exactly, but you can use them on the same project, which I will show you. So these are your staples, as you were saying. So the double deboss, the rounded corner edge and the inverted and the eyelet all mat and layer together perfectly.
Worth having a little look because they do go together perfectly. So now what you're going to do is you've got unison, you've got cards. You can make your cards go a little bit further with that little bit more detail that you've got going through. They are your double deboss, 7 dies and your magnetic sheet, £21.99. Throw them into your baskets with your beautiful brand new stamps. You can split the cost of that onto 2 as well. Beautiful eyelets is what we've got next. This is your elegant eyelets. And once again, does what it says. How else would you get a die to do this without going... Well, I don't think you get any clue without making a mess.
No, that's right. You wouldn't go around with a hole puncher, would you?
Well, you wouldn't. The only other way of doing it was getting a very sharp pencil and the old blue tack trick.
Yeah, yeah.
Where you put it underneath and you pierce it, but you're still going to get a very rough edge on one side.
Yeah, but these are actually proper little circles that it cuts out for you. And obviously, if you don't want to go DL, but you've collected the elegant eyelets, squares, rectangles, ovals, octagons and the other one, circles, then these are going to match up with that when you want to do as a sentiment or something extra to your project.
Love them, absolutely love them. £21.99, 246209 is your item number. Now, double deboss. You thought I've already done the double deboss. No, these are rounded corners. I love a card with rounded corners. It looks more expensive. If you ever buy business cards, they'll either come square. You have to pay extra for rounded corners on business cards.
Do you?
Apparently so. I learned that the other day.
Well, that makes sense, though, doesn't it?
Because someone has to go and take off all the corners.
Yeah.
Or you get one of them little machines that you little buy. But this does it all for you. So now you can start doing your little banners that you've got in there. So I think these two go together absolutely beautifully.
They do. And when you mix and match, when you're doing like things like a frame and you want to put a frame around your work, you could say use one of the new stitch torn ones and then pop one of those inside to create a frame, and you'll have rounded edge on the inside and torn edge on the outside, which is quite nice to do. Mixing and matching, you're always going to get more value for money the more you've got of something.
Well, that's the thing, because then
you've got more different permutations.
It's not like a one-trick pony, is it? Like you have gone in, you can use one of them with them, one of them with them, and you all use one of the eyelets in the middle. It's worth having a little go. £21.99. Have you seen a theme with these? Up next, last one that I've got on the show. These are your inverted corners that we've got now. Now, once again, I like the inverted corner for the sheer fact, and I've never really noticed this until I looked at them earlier, that you could genuinely put photos under the corners of these. If you just cut it with a small knife as well.
Yeah, you could.
Put it into your page and you've got that little corner, little flick.
For me, the inverted ones also are leaving you a gap to put pearls on.
Yes.
Which is quite nice to have.
Because you've got a beautiful sort of half kind of serping
Again,
corner.
they're double debossed.
Phil's trademark.
Yep. The double D's.
£21.99. 133483 is your item number. We've had a question already. Thank you for your question. Ali says, could Adam and Julia tell me what DL means? Well, it actually means, Julia, do you know what it means?
Is it double length?
Oh.
Is it? I don't know.
Is that genuine, Ross? Are you winding me up? Dimension length, apparently.
Okay, that's close.
We asked you dimension length. There you go. Good question, though. What does DL mean?
A DL, basically, as far as your card sizes are concerned, if you take an A4 piece of card, this is a piece of paper. If you take an A4 piece of paper,
yeah,
and you think of your letters when your letters come through the door, when they're folded into 3, aren't they? These won't be perfect because I haven't measured them. Pretend that's all perfect. And that line matches that line there, okay?
Yeah.
So a DL would be, well, if you got rid of that there and trimmed it properly, that's a DL card. So you've got a third here and you've got two thirds there.
Oh, so a DL is 2/3 of an A4?
Yeah.
Now, if you could put that back together, that'd be the best magic trick ever.
I can't.
Folded it, popped it in the mouth, pulled it out, and it was a full A4 bit of paper again. That's a cracker. Ta-da! With Phil's little cheeky little face on. That would be good for the birthday. Right, someone needs to do this for birthday. £21.99. Those are your DLs. Now, the Delightful Daisy sentiments. Now, this is the picture of them. These are the only stamps you can get from us here or Phil's shop. You can't get them anywhere else. Okay, so you can't get them anywhere. There's 77 stamps. These are the numbers. I like these because they all match, and I love the beautiful little flowers that are in there with them. They're beautiful little daisies that you've got because it sort of brings everything together with your numbers and your special words as well. £39.97. Is that on Flexi? 278925 is your item number. We'll put it onto Flexi as well for you as well. It's not on Flexi, but I'm going to have it on Flexi because I'm not paying you that today. You can pay just over £20. I've got one more thing to show you. More Delightful Daisies that I've got on. So these are the extras that you're going to need now. Once again, can only get them from here at the craft store or Phil's shop. You can't get them from anywhere else. £21.98. 409176 is your item number that you are looking at for this. Any more questions as well, keep them coming in. studio@thecraftstore.com. If I can't answer it, Julie can't answer them, we'll ask Google. So keep them coming in. Or the search engine, we'll ask Jeeves or AOL. I forgot that little bit of, you haven't got to do it on the other channel, you see, just say what you want. You can say Google over there and it's all fine.
Really?
Apparently so, I did it yesterday. Let's do a demonstration though.
Okay, so let's do a demonstration. We've got 2 cards planned for this hour, so we'll see how we get on.
We can do them.
We're going to start with the Tray Chic Elegance Blooms, which is the one that's got kind of like hearts and roses together. And so we're actually going to use the DL block. There is a set of 3 blocks on the show. And the reason, normally I would cut the card down afterwards, but because obviously we're doing telly, I'm going to use my DL block and hope for the best.
Details are on the screen for DL blocks. £14.99. 344 339.
Yeah, there's 3 in there, isn't there? 3 in there.
Right, you get your DL, you get your border, and you get your rectangle.
Yeah. Now it's a big stamp, so it is a good idea to roll your stamp onto your block. So put it on and then just roll it so that you don't have any air bubbles in there. I've already dusted a piece of pure white card with my anti-static bag, which may or may not be on end of course. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. Now, I did do a Facebook Live yesterday and I made a right mess of it. So I showed everybody how to get over it and I used my Versamark. I'm not going to make that mistake again. I'm actually going to use my Morning Mist Versafine Clair. And with the Versafine Clair, at least you can see where you're going and whether you've inked up properly. And I'm going to emboss with the pure silver embossing powder. And Phil's put a trio of embossing powders on the show, and they're all the metallics. So you've got your pure silver, you've got your pure copper, and you've got your pure gold. So lots of tapping to make sure I get this done nice and inky. within an inch of its life. It doesn't matter really, because of the nature of this. If it isn't perfect, it doesn't matter. But the one I did yesterday on Facebook was a right mess, so that I just couldn't live with that. So I'm not too worried whether I get all of this covered, because it's going to have a frame around it anyway. I'm going to give it a good old press all over. Ideally what I'd do is I'd have a bigger piece and then just cut it down.
Okay.
That's what I'd normally do. And I can put it in my stamping platform and see how good I've done it. But
Details
we'll
on screen
see.
are for your embossing powder, sentiment for your super fine embossing powders, pure gold, pure silver and pure copper, 20mm, £16, 47 pence for all three colours, 231274 is your item number. With it being super fine as well, it picks up all the detail of the words, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I've just found the wonderful world of embossing through WOW.
Oh yes.
And I have some embossing powders now from WOW, and I tried to do a sentiment the other day, and it was just a bit chunky. I couldn't really see the W that was in there.
Yeah.
I know, it's a third world problem.
Yeah, the superfines are what you want,
good.
really. So you can see that this is a little bit patchy, but that's absolutely fine, because it's not meant to be, although the packaging is a little bit, it shows it a bit patchy, but it's not meant to be. But that's fine. So now I can see what's gonna, what it's gonna look like. I can pick out certain areas, and I can, put my sentiments over that and hide it. But at least I can see that I've stamped okay. By doing it in the grey as well, if I end up missing a little bit with my embossing powder, again, it doesn't matter.
So this is where the superfine embossing powders really do play a part in this.
Yeah.
Remember though, you're gonna have to get the stamps first.
And the powder is anti-static, and so is the pot. So do keep it in the pot. Don't go and decant it into a bigger pot. Always warm up the heat tool. I can see I've got a little bit of gunk somewhere on my stamp there. Occasionally you do get a bit of residue from manufacturing on. So if you do see, if it's a brand new stamp and you see something like that, it's just a little bit of manufacturing. So you just need to kind of just use your finger and you'll, just rub it off, and you'll be absolutely fine. Obviously I'm heating from above because that's what I like to do. You can heat from below as well if you're confident you're not going to scorch your card. But that's what I tend to scorch my card as well, so that's why I'm going from the top.
Is that when it goes brown?
It's when it starts to smell and it goes, goes kind of a creamy colour.
Been there. I did that yesterday.
Yeah, that's why I always heat from above, because I can see that it's set, and I can just move to the next area.
The tweezers are on the show as well, I think, if you're starting your embossing journey. Worth having a little look at Phil's tweezers.
Yeah.
They're just useful little things for precision plating things, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see where this is going. So you can tell the difference. When it's dull, it's not heated. There, I've missed a bit. I haven't put powder on that, so that's just Versify and Clear there. But that's fine because I'm going to have my frame around it anyway. So I'm going to just put that to one side for it to settle down. In fact, what I'm going to do, see, it's a little bit kinky.
No.
So it's going to go underneath my pile of dies to flatten it out. So we're going to actually stamp some sentiments, and I'm going to use the stitched tabs, which we've got on the show. We've got a duo. We've got the stitched tabs, Good Vibes, and we've got the essential sentiments as well.
Let's bring up the details for these on the screen.
And we're going to go into our stamping platform for that as well.
See, Julia's been using these stamps. She couldn't wait for the show. Here she is, look.
Of course I've got to use them, haven't I?
Of course you have.
It'd be rude not to.
Wasn't this nice?
Yeah, so we're going to have Happy Birthday, as always, because that's a good one.
I like these sentiments.
They're easy to cut out. They're really easy to cut out. So let's have celebrate instead of birthday girl. I've cut birthday girl out already, but let's have celebrate. It's nice to have one going one way and one going the other, and you've got solids and you've got opens. These are both opens. By solids, I mean that when we add the ink, all you would see would be the colour of the ink as opposed to white.
Yes.
But these aren't solid, so you will see white in the background and you'll see the word in the colour.
So you will see the word. So this is the happy birthday that we're doing at the moment, and then you've got someone special, but then the solids are these ones that we're talking about. So the words are white, but the background would be the colour that you emboss or you put your ink on. There you go.
So I just forgot to anti-static, so let's anti-static. It's a habit. You don't necessarily need to do it so much because the powders are anti-static and so is the pot, but it's just a habit. So if you end up using somebody else's embossing powder, if you're in that habit, you're not going to make a mistake and forget.
It's a good habit to be in.
It is a good habit to be in, yeah. So I'm just going to go again because it's not, I think I need a new morning mist, which is the grey, not Versafine Clear. I think I need a new one because I don't do a re-inker of this one. At least I've not seen one.
Oh. So remember, this is you could call this like the pre-launch of birthday. This is like the pre-birthday celebration show.
We weren't supposed to be here. This is a little extra show.
Well, exactly. That's why he tells us his modest dancing competition, because he weren't meant to be here at all. He had that booked. He's had that booked in since last year.
It was unplanned. It was unplanned.
We're very busy for the stitched corn die set, the new corner, the new stitch dies that we've got on the show as well. The Dragged Edge, the torn die set. Very busy.
Had a bit of trouble there, did you?
Well, both of us did, to be honest. My producer, and I thought I'd try and help him, but I couldn't help him either because I was, oh well, I'm going down. We're all going down.
You failed.
So yeah, I'd be lost without him though. Lost without him.
So we just heat set this now. And you can, if you want to, you can cut them out and leave a little border. You can cut them out right to the edge of the embossing. You can stick them onto some more cards so that, it's got a layer to it. It's really up to you. I mean, once it's embossed, if you wanted to, if you were putting this on say a coloured project, you can actually add some ink over there and just use a soft cloth to remove any excess ink that might be on the top, and then you'll have a coloured background as well. But so those are our sentiments. And one last little bit of stamping that we're going to do. So you can see in here that I've been using my stamps. And the reason I've left this very dirty, even John Lockwood would say to me, get a new one. But this shows me where I'm going to put my stamp, because I'm going to stamp on my flowers, and my flowers are already die cut. There's obviously two ways that you can deal with your flowers. You can stamp your background and then die cut from it, or on TV land what we tend to do is do our die cutting and then stamp on top, because we don't tend to die cut much on TV. So I know that if I put my stamp there and pick it up onto my platform, this is the leafy script, like so. I know that now, I mean obviously I do normally do more than two, but if I can place my flowers in that area here, and I know that when I put my stamp on there it's going to fit, so I can fill up that whole area of flowers and know that I'm going to stamp on it.
Ah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, I know, I have them sometimes. Not very often. So there are reasons for keeping a dirty, in fact I didn't roll that on, did I? There are good reasons for keeping a dirty piece of paper on your press to impress or whatever stamping platform you're using.
Remember, you can go for these individually as well. They're $12.99 individually, and no doubt over the next coming weeks there will be a lot of Facebook Lives between Julia and our Phil with all these, using the new brand new Trade Chic design, so you're not on your own with these. Just because the big launch is not until the end of the month, you won't be on your own. Buying these now, you're one step ahead of the curve.
There is Phil has shared the design team samples to his Facebook group, which is Crafting with Phil Martin and Sentiment to Yours. I didn't do that far enough up. That's a rookie error, that. But this one will be fine. Okay, so that's the sort of thing that you want. Having said that, you know, it doesn't matter.
There you go,
I'd
look,
still use that. Still use that. It's just a little bit more grungy. That's absolutely fine. Yes, and also the challenge that's in the Crafting with Phil Martin and Sentimental Yours group this month is actually for DL cards.
Oh, is it?
So yeah, so it fits in
it's a
quite
little
nicely.
challenge.
Yeah, yeah, and he gives away prizes and things. Yeah.
Phil gives away stuff.
He does. I know. It's hard to digest, isn't it?
Gives away stuff for free.
Yeah,
Phil
I know.
Martin.
I know. Let's actually use another stamp because we can.
Because we can.
Because we've got all of them. So this is going to be around the edge of our frame.
Okay.
So we'll actually use this in. This is a bit big for me to use in my hand, so anything could happen now because I've only got little hands. So you could put it on a block if you want to, but we're just going to stamp around the edges. Don't worry about how it looks. Don't think about it. Just go for it.
Well, because of the pattern as well, you can't really see where it starts and where it ends. Because
No.
it has got that natural repeating pattern.
Yeah, I made a bit of a mess of that one, but never mind. That's where my flowers will go.
What, that dodgy flower that we stamped? That's going to be a dodgy
No,
corner,
I've got flowers that I've done ahead of time because it takes a while to shape them. And just a little bit in the corner there. Okay, so that's another.
That could be an envelope.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. Yeah, absolutely. So I didn't think about it, did I, too much? It's absolutely fine. So now this is going to go on. This is your new silver card. That's going to go on there. See, the Morning Mist Versafine Claire works really well with the silver.
Have we got the new silver on the show?
Yeah, you've got pick and mix on the luster card.
Oh, the premium luster card. I've not seen this before.
Haven't you? Oh, we've had it out for quite a while,
Not the
actually.
silver, having £23.99. You get 80 sheets. You can choose any four. There's loads to choose from in this as well, is what we're going to look at. 747412 is the item number. £23.99 is what you're going to get. But remember, you can split the cost of this as well. If you want to split the cost, you could split the cost. If you're going for that big bundle, you can flick it into 2 interest-free flexible payments is what we're looking at for this one. Right, and let's get back to demo. We're already on demo.
So I'm going to do this one this way up, I think. This orientation. So that's that there like that. And then I put a bit of foam tape on the back. So with my torn stitched, I've used I think it's the largest. Let me just double check so you know. No, it's yes, the largest of the stitch torn, and then I've used either an eyelet or a double deboss. It doesn't really matter, but it's one of the straight edged ones to create my frame. And then I've got. Oh, in fact, I need my background first, don't I? What did I do with that? Nearly was a disaster.
You put it underneath because it was kinky.
I did. Yeah, I nearly put that on there instead, and that would have been a right mess. That's all right, Adam. I'm not too worried about having things on the floor, but thank you, my darling. I throw everything on the floor.
It's all right. I didn't want anyone to step on it. That was all.
Oh, bless you.
I thought.
You're a handy chappy to have around, aren't you?
Well, I try to be.
Do you want to come and just sit with me in my craft room?
I'd love that. Just sit there. We could sit there and chat and eat cake.
Me and Ned the cat. The other day when my daughter came, didn't know where the cat was. And then all of a sudden there was about 10 sneezes in a row, and then I realised he was under the bed in my craft room. And that I could only tell because there was 10 sneezes in a row.
That's where you sort of listened for the first one. What was that? Then you had 9 sneezes to try and find him.
Yeah, it's either that or having him snore underneath there.
It's like having your own little alarm system.
I know, he's lovely.
We've only got 25 minutes left. This is how it gone.
Yeah, I might not get 2 done. So this is going on here like so, and you can see there's a nice. You can't. The background just kind of blends in. You know, it's not. It doesn't jar at all. It just looks shabby chic. So taking my sentiments, I've got Happy Birthday and Birthday Girl. So we're going to have these just on a little bit of foam tape, and it's just going to sit in there like so. And then this one's going to come down perhaps about here. Like
Once
that.
again, so it's all in the same colours way. It really does work. You would think
Oh,
using
it's very
one colour
elegant.
wouldn't work, would it? But it really does. Each layer stands out on its own.
I tell you what, a white on white card, just with, say, a little bit of silver embossing, is just absolutely stunning. I mean, obviously, I bought in the silver card as well here, but it is very elegant. It really is absolutely beautiful. So we'll go this side. These are your floaty fronds. They're also on the show. Oh, I've got that way there as well.
Look at that.
And I've got two of each, and I've used the smallest one from each. You've got two sizes, and you've got a right and a left on each one. And attaching it with my Sentimentally Yours glue. Obviously, there's not a lot of glue because it's quite a fine frond. It's a fine floaty frond even.
You'll find the details for these fronds on the website as well.
And my flowers, so I took these here, and all I've done is I've popped my tweezers in, and I've shaped the petals that way.
Okay.
Okay, and I've paired them all up, and we've got a stamen in. We don't have the stamens on the show though, unfortunately, because I think he might be low on stock. But I know lots of people have got them now. So I've got lots of sizes, just a pearl in the centre. So that's going to go up there like so.
We've got the flowers on the show as well.
These are the elegance flowers, these ones.
Bring those up for you. Here's the elegance flowers. You get loads in here as well.
I think there's 10 dies in each
10
set.
dies, the largest being 68mm by 68mm, the smallest being 31mm by 31mm is what you're looking at these, and you've got everything else in between. Worth having, handy little die set to have if you're going to do your flowers. It's worth having a little look. £21.99, 512663 is your item number.
Right, it's just putting my last flowers on. They don't want to stick at the moment, so I might not be able to hold it up. They will stick eventually. And they're moving around. It's because I've shaped them, and sometimes they don't want to behave. I think this is why Phil uses his glue gel, and I never learn. I just do it all the time, and I struggle all the time.
We can see it though. We can see it on the overhead.
You can see it on the overhead. Okay, so that's my card, all finished. But it's very easy to do if you've got the right tools.
It really is, and look how elegant that is. And you could do the same one just in different colours and just change those sentiments in the middle, because you get all the sentiments as well if you're going for that bundle, and it would look totally different. £21.99 for the flowers there, but let me give you a recap on the brand new launch of the brand new chic cranes that Phil has launched. Not been seen before, it is a world launch. You can't get them anywhere else at the moment. This is the pre-show, as it were. This is the pre-show for the birthday celebrations are happening on the 25th of February. It's the third birthday of Sentimentally Yours, and we are going down the chic road. No, the chic road is where we're going. We're going all chic is where we're going to go. 4 DL size stamps is what you're getting here. They are big old stamps as well, is what we're looking at. Limited edition packaging is what you're getting on this. £46.96, and you're also going to get 2 interest-free flexible payments of £23.48 today. Split that cost more. Use PayPal and split it into 3. 538189 is your item number, or you can go for them individually. The choice is yours. Do you want to see some more samples before we move on? Let's see some more samples. It's like having a little audience in here. Like that. So. It was with prizes, yay! Oh, I felt like Ellen DeGeneres or Oprah then. You get a card, you get a card. So, we've got all these, we've only got 20 minutes left, and we will get that other demo in as well. These are some of the cards that you will be creating when you get them home. They are absolutely beautiful. And everyone is different, which I also like as well, depending on what style you are going for. £46.96, 538189 is the item number. Then we've got the brand new die on the show as well. This has been very busy. 40% of the stock now has already gone of the brand new sort of stitched torn dies. 6 dies and the magnetic sheet is what you're getting for £21.99. Throw that in with the bundle though. You can split the cost of that onto 012 906 178 is your item number. You are looking out for your Stitch Torn 6 dies from Phil Martin's collection. These are the slender DL size. Bit like me, DL. Not slender. Then, on the down low, these are another die sets, but these are a staple to your staff room. These are your double D-Boss, Phil's trademark. If Phil was a villain, this would be his little trademark card. A double D-Boss business card with a little cheeky face on, I'm feeling. £21.99 is what you're getting on these ones. Once again, 7 dies, double D-Boss. You can't go wrong, and they're beautiful, because remember, put them over the edge of your card, you've got a double D-Boss front of your card already, and then you can also make your card blanks. £21.99, I've told you that. 373773 is the item number. Also £21.99, but a different item number is your elegant eyelets that we're talking about here. 7 dies, once again, with your elegant eyelets. 246209 is your item number that we're getting on this one. I like the elegant eyelets, because I reckon if you had a thin enough ribbon, you could just sort of thread. I reckon you could thread it. Or even if you had little snips, little scissors, you could snip 2 holes together to make it a little bit bigger and then thread it that way. £21.99, 246209 is your item number. Then rounded corners. Rounded corners we're going now. These are your rounded corners, like these. There's something about rounded corner, it makes it look more posh. I don't know what it is, just makes it just look a bit more posh, is what you're getting. So I'm a massive fan of rounded corners, love it. £21.99, 469. I live on a corner because I like it that much. 496796 is your item number. And then inverted corners that you're getting now. Yeah, these are the best of everything that you're getting here. Is rounded corners, but inverted. £21.99, 133 483 is your item number. Now, we saw them on the pictures, but let's look at them live, shall we? Because, as I said, these ones here, so these two are one of the sets that you can't get anywhere else. You can only get them from here and Phil's shop up north somewhere. That you're getting there. So that's the only 2 places you can get them from. £21.98. You've got your beautiful numbers in here, and you've also got sentiments thrown in as well. But look at the size of those numbers. And you get your ordinals, you get your big uns and you get your small uns. But then you got things like, to someone special, I know you can't see that, birthday wishes, love and kisses, happy birthday, thinking of you, but I can't read them otherwise, best wishes on your special day, enjoy your retirement. See, we don't see that often, do we? Things like enjoy your retirement. £21.98. 409176 is your item number with a £4 saving. Something else that we haven't seen that often, because once again, you can only get them from here or Phil's shop, are these two. But it comes in a bundle. 77 stamps is what you're getting in total this time. 3 A5 sets. So now you're going to get things like mum, dad, sister, I'm reading them backwards, that's all. Sister, I don't move them. Grandma, granddad, daughter, son, wife, husband, granddad, grandson, in-law, aunt, uncle, a step that you've got as well. All of the cards that you need to do. But then you're also going to get things like happy birthday just for you with love, someone special. A note to say, have a fab day. Happy birthday to the both of you. Oh, that'd be nice if your birthday was on the same day as your partner. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone, couldn't you? Have a good day to the both of you. Happy birthday to the both of you. £36, £39 and 97 pence. Get a bit of voucher. 2 flexis on this as well. £19 and 98 pence is what you're looking at. 278925 is your item number. We've mentioned the lustre card earlier. We found it. Here is the lustre card. So you've got your Snow White that's in there, powder blue that's in there, malted milk. I used to love them. And malted milk cow biscuits. Are they the ones with the cows on?
Yeah.
Oh, I love a malted milk cow biscuit. They're called cow biscuits in my house. New gold that you've got there. There's the new silver that we're using. Look, we've even called it new silver because it's new. Silvery moon. Oh, I love all these. Warm copper. Anthracite. Cool anthracite. Not just anthracite, it's cool. You also get pale gold as well. Right then. You choose any 4 of those. You're getting 80 sheets in total. It's 120 GSM. Choose 4 of them. Choose 4. Lovely, lovely. Right, and let's go for another demonstration because I'm conscious of the time.
Right, so we've got the cascading blooms here in my stamping platform, and I think this is called Warm Stone, this premium cardstock.
Okay.
I think it's called that. Mine hasn't got a name on it, but I reckon it is. If there isn't one called Warm Stone, I don't know what it is.
Is there one called Warm Stone, Ross? We've got Warm Copper.
No, on the premium cardstock,
the premium
not the
cardstock,
luster.
Ross. Not the luster, the normal. Warm Stone, of course it is. She's there. She knows her film arting. Starter for 10. That could be your specialist subject on Mastermind. Everything to do with film arting.
Oh dear, I don't know everything about the man.
Where did he come in the Morris Dancing Championships in 1942?
Not that old.
The photo of the packaging. Which hand does he hold on his chin? Julie would be there. 10 points, 10 points, 10 points. She'd love it.
So I've inked this up with pine cone VersaFine Clair so I can actually see it. And this time I've just done it on a piece of card that's bigger so that I can see it, because then I could go back in again because I'm on my stamping platform. And this time we're going to go with the pure copper embossing powder.
Got these on the show as well. Come in a set of 3. Embossing powder's been very, very busy. Super, super fine, which means you get all that detail. You're not going to miss any of the detail that's in there.
I don't often use copper. I tend to use silver or gold and forget about copper, which is quite rude, really.
I like the copper.
Yeah, yeah. I thought that the copper... originally, I was going to use craft card and not warm stone, but I seem to be out of craft card. So, craft card is actually on the show, so you'll find it. But, you know, I thought I'd try this because I haven't used warm copper in a very long time.
Got the craft card on the bottom of the screen.
Yeah. So, again, we're going to heat set this. And the bigger backgrounds, they do take a while to do, but it's worth it because it looks lovely. And I've started to use my VersaFine Clair underneath my embossing powders. Sometimes it might feel like a bit of a waste, really, because obviously you're not going to see that colour. But it will help you, especially if you're using a stamping platform, to see that you've actually got enough ink on your image before you put the embossing powder on. So it swings and roundabouts, really. You know, you take your chance with Versamark because you can't always see. The way to get round that is to just apply ink twice anyway.
We've had an email in from Anne.
Yeah.
I am going to answer your question, email. She said, what channel will Sentimental Yours birthday on? It'll be on this channel, Anne.
Yeah.
If you watch it on Freeview, it'll be 85 on Freeview. It'll still be the craft store channel, as it were, but I think we'll be called Create and Craft.
Yes, it'll be Create and Craft then, but it will be
but
on.
It'll still be on this channel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, so that's nicely set now. Beautiful copper detail on that. Look at that.
Oh.
It is like that, isn't it? It's absolutely stunning, isn't it?
That.
Yeah. So then what I did was I cut an inverted corner DL die out of it. So you can see it is well within that. And this is the third largest die, because on my backgrounds, what I've got on my card, and I've actually done a card that opens and everything.
Not just a front.
Not just a front, no for a change. So this is your largest stitched torn. DL. Then we've got an elegant eyelet, so you can see it does fit, but the border is slightly bigger on the top and the bottom than it is on that side. It's because of the stitch torn, the torn detail. You couldn't get the rectangles exactly, but you can. It's so close that you can't tell. So I think I'm just going to put this on flat because I've got a little bit of foam tape underneath my... This is deep indigo, which sometimes it does look blue here, actually. Sometimes on some screens it does look purple, but it is at that deep, deep indigo blue. So that's going to go there. And then this one's going to go on there like so.
Once again, it shows how well all these dies work together, from the new torn edge to the elegant eyelet to the inverted that you've got on here as well. But then you've also got the rounded. You could also use the rounded on there, but you could use the standard rectangles to make your card blank if you wanted to.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's a system. I mean, Phil's very much into his systems, which was what he did with his exquisite stamp collection last month. But they do work really well together. There's no point having things that are completely not going to work. So that's my base, and then we're going to work on our sentiment. So I have got a sentiment that I've already stamped, but I think we're going to do something different. Because can. So let's just fetch this out of here. I ought to be cleaning this really, but it's not going to happen.
Get Scott to do it the next hour.
I will do it after the show.
Julia is back at 7 this evening.
7 this evening.
7 o'clock tonight with our Scots.
So because of the stitch torn edge, and because I'm wanting to stamp on a panel, what I'm doing is I'm using this press to impress line here to line up the stitch detail at the top so I can see where I'm going. Then we're going to use one of the daisy sentiments, and we're going to use one of the small ones from the duo set, the mini sentiments.
Okay.
And we can see that, because this is, I think this is the smallest but one, or the smallest. Where's my stitch torn dies?
Which one's left?
Here they are. Here they are. Right up there. Yeah, this is the smallest of these dies. So we know that it's going to fit these little stamps. So it's lovely to have little stamps that are going to fit. So what we're going to do is we're going to just pop that. Oh, let's just dust it, because we're going to emboss to keep it all in line with everything else. Give it a little dust.
Good habit.
Here's a good habit. And we're going
Another dust.
Yeah, I don't like dusting. I don't like housework. The only dusting I do is craft dusting. It's like the ironing. The only ironing I do is when I'm using my acoustic iron to flatten down my background papers. Yeah, I don't iron.
I love Thorough Thursday in my house.
Is that what it's called?
Every week that I'm off. So I'm off this Thursday. I'm off Wednesday, Thursday. Thorough Thursday, deep clean, top to bottom.
Really?
Takes like 4 hours.
Oh my goodness me.
Every other Thursday I do it. I love it. Sparkly taps.
I don't have time for that.
Lines. I have a little pin there. I've got one of them little boxes from B&M with all my storage in. I carry around from room to room, polishing.
Oh, bless you.
Yeah, I have my little headphones in. I'm away. 4 hours, top to bottom.
So we can actually put some daisies on here as well. And normally I'd actually colour some of these in.
It's an exciting life being a presenter. It's all glitz and glam.
So
I like these little dots. I don't know if we've got these on the show. Have we got these blocks on the show as well?
Yeah, I'm not sure. They might be in the brand shop.
Oh.
But yeah, this is the smallest one. So we can add some daisies.
These are handy to have just in your stash, or if you're buying for someone.
And they just fit the little stamps really well. I mean, obviously I'm going over the stitch torn edge as well, but you know,
It looks like you've torn it though. It looks like you've torn it up.
Yeah, yeah. So let's move those out of the way, and let's add.
They're £19.99. Those circles, you'll find them on the brand shop.
Oh, they are in the brand shop.
They are in the brand shop. Yep. If I've got time, I'll show you later. Oh, there they are. We'll show you now. £19.99. There you go. 10 5-star reviews.
Yes, they are very good. Let's get rid of that little bit on the edge there. That's obviously a bit of sticky going on.
We've got about 5 minutes.
Oh, have I? Oh, good grief. Right, before I set that then, let's just do our flowers. Because at the end of the day, if I don't stick the card together, it's absolutely fine. At least I've shown you what you need to do to create it. So again, going back to...
Those flowers look there. Are they the flowers over there that I can see by the glue?
These, yeah. Yeah.
These look amazing.
Yeah, so we're going to go to our big stamp. This is the Elegance one. And again, I'm going to use my frame that I've created. Doesn't matter which way the stamp is, because obviously, you know, you just turn your flowers round, don't you?
Very true.
So it's absolutely fine. And I've got some indigo flowers. Here they are. These are again the Elegance flowers. It's just how it's worked out with how I've decided to do the demonstrations. I use different flowers in the later show. And again, we're going to dust, and we're going to use our pine cone again. And let's see if I can get this right. Let's put them close to each other, about there. Down to about there. And again, I would normally fill up the whole area with flowers. And these look wonderful unembossed, actually. Just with the brown on the deep indigo, it works really well.
These look really elegant.
I mean, look at that, because it almost looks like black. And again, we're going to go with our embossing powder.
So they look good there. You wait until they're embossed. I can see them from here. Once you've embossed them, you put your pearls in the middle. These are phenomenal.
Yeah, and your stamens as well.
We're going back for the copper embossing powders. They come in a set of 3.
Yeah, it has been very frantic trying to get everything ready, because my daughter's been up this weekend as well. So not only didn't we get the stamps till Saturday, I've had to work around a visit.
You're trying to have family time. Feels like how many cards you made yet?
Oh, he knows not to ask me. He does know not. It's the design team that pull out all the stops with the samples, thankfully. So let's do the flowers first.
£16.47 for your pure gold, pure silver and pure copper 20 mil. 231274 is your item number. Then if you want a set of tweezers as well, you've got a set of 3 of the tweezers that's in there. You've got straight pointed, curved pointed that's in there. Flat nose rounded in there as well for £14.99. 618-616 is your item number that you're looking at for your tweezers. Once again, it's a handy little tool to have if you're all fingers and thumbs in the craft room.
Yeah, you need your tools. Okay, so there we've got, so the flowers, I'll just hold them to the front for you.
Look at them.
How rich and expensive does that look?
That does
so
look
when you
like
shape
that card
them,
as well.
when you shape them and add your stamen with warm stone, then you get that kind of look.
Something quite oriental.
Yes, it is. Yeah, yeah, and it does look lovely in gold and red as well. The same sort of technique.
Well, we've got 2 minutes left.
Okay, so I might not stick it down. So what we would do is, I would probably colour in these daisies actually. So what we would do is we would put this on a little bit of foam tape and pop that in the centre like so. Pretend that's straight. Then I've got my, these are your succulent foliage. So I'd bring those in probably top and bottom like so, on either side, like that. And I will stick this together after the hour. And then we bring in a flower, perhaps on either side, like that.
Look at that. And remember, these are the stamps from the brand new stamp range that are launching. It's like a pre-launch. Before the birthday launch is where these stamps are coming from. So these are your pre-launch stamps sets, which means are going to work with the big birthday celebrations as well, is what you're looking at here. £46.96 is what you've got. 538189 is your item number. You can spread that cost as well onto 2 interest-free flexible payments of £23.48. So those are the stamp sets, brand new, individually if you want to go for them. 538189. And you've also got the brand new torn edge die as well that you've seen. Been busy on this one. I've only got 40 seconds left to go. £21.99. 906178 is your item number. Thank you, Julia. Always a pleasure.
Thank you very much,
back at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock with our Scott.
Yes, yeah, with Scott.
He'll be back. There he is. He's here. He's here. So don't you go anywhere. So if you're thinking, you remember all the other things that we've got as well. Some things you can only get from us and Phil's shop. You can't get them anywhere else. So start checking out your baskets over you. All there's left to say is good luck to Phil this afternoon for the Morris Dancing Championships. He's ironed his hankies and everything. He'll be good. Oh, when he cocks a leg, you want to see it. Right then, I'll see you in an hour's time. I'll see you then. Oh, it's when he bashes that wooden rounders stick against other people. He looks quite threatening, to be honest. Rowan Dean's birthday celebrations next. 32, I want to say. They don't look old. They're 33.
Stamporama, the incredible art, stamp and papercraft show, will be taking place in the Grand Hall, Newcastle Racecourse on Sunday the 13th of February. Come along and meet many of the UK's most dedicated and gifted craft experts, all available to inspire you with their knowledge and expertise. Tickets are available to purchase in advance from the craft store for only £4. So, what are you waiting for?
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Welcome everybody, welcome to our final call, and Adam was so close, he said 32 years, but 33 years, but he did the right thing. Always go younger on your estimate. Always go younger. That's why he's a winner, isn't it, really? And we are here. If it is your first chance on the show, though, you've missed out when we launched this yesterday at 6. Yes, we are celebrating 33 years as an anniversary for the lovely Rowan Dean embroidery. And we've got lovely Katrina here looking the birthday girl herself. There, looking lovely. And what a busy one-day special it's been, it really is, and I want to say it again in case this is anybody's first hour watching with us on this one-day special, a happy birthday for that.
Thank you.
33 years.
We never expected to be on this birthday at all. When we first started, we just thought it'd be a couple of years. Wow. And then and it's just gone on, and people love it.
But when we talk, I mean, we're not. Where are you based again as the business?
We're based in Derby.
In Derby, but your reach beyond Derby, we are talking global. We're talking worldwide, aren't we, Rowan Dean's?
The States, Canada, France, Japan. Wow. So it's taken us a lot of places. And of course, Ireland, we've been years and years selling in Ireland.
Right, lovely.
And France because we go to shows in France. And,
do you?
You know, so it's good.
Well, it's amazing, you know. Good news travels, and what you've got here, and it is always a pleasure to have a show with you. And I was lucky enough to have the launch with you yesterday at 6. And I can tell you, I leave Katrina for a few shows. I come back and the hoops have sold out. Those hoops have sold out. Other projects have sold out. It's been very, very busy. But if you are a fan of Rowan Dean, wherever you're watching with us, of course, then you'll know why this is, because we have got a brilliant one-day special, but we've also got some other wonderful sets that we can share with you, and they've all got the sort of telltale or signs of what you're going to be getting with Rowan Dean. So let's just talk you through your first of your one-day special. And by the way, I've also got a free gift with purchase to mention for you as well. So if you haven't actually bought from us yet in the birthday celebration, then we've got for you your wonderful set of coming up with your little pebbles, with your needles in there, your magnets in there as well, and also for your actually fixing on with your embroidery. I will come on to that for you, but if it's one per customer, and a free gift with anyone that makes a purchase on the show as a birthday celebration. So, but no cake. So, but that's okay. Let's not be picky. We've got balloons. I will make the most. This is a complete collection where you're going to be getting 3 wonderful projects here, which are the Treasures of the Sea bundle. And I mentioned here the sort of the telltale signs of classic Rowan Dean, and I think from my observation is always you get the beautiful organza, you get your beautiful threads to be working with, you get those wonderful other elements in there. Could be beads, it could be other sparkles that you might find of the treasures, certainly for this collection, but most importantly you get a lovely collaboration of colour and gorgeous projects once you're finished with these. Just talk to us a little bit about this collection here.
I mean, this collection is really colourful. The colours of the sea are just fabulous and relaxing. So that the idea of these 3 designs is just to remember all the times you were on that beach looking at the rock pools, you're looking at all the mysteries in the sea, and they're just a little snapshot of what you might see in a rock pool or at the edge of the water, but it's actually worked in thread, and that's lovely. Different textures, different sparkles. So you're going to get everything to complete these 3 individual designs on a theme of Treasures of the Sea.
I really love these, and again, just I know we spoke about it yesterday in the launch of this, but I mean, I know, and we can talk more in the hour, but there's a lot of work goes on beyond just creating these lovely images, but again, sourcing and selecting and choosing what elements of those beads, because if you look at those little shell elements, and you do get all these included in your kit, so everything you see there you'll be able to use, you'll be making these up, but you get that lovely iridescence that are coming from the shells, you get those colours that sparkle, so they do look like they've just been having the sort of the ocean has just washed on them, you get that wet look with them and everything.
There's fabulous beads out there, and some of the yarns are really interesting because they're variegated. Some of them are hand dyed, some of them are very textured that have been hand dyed. So you get to play with all those different colours and all those different textures as a whole collection, and everything's organised on the organiser. So you've got everything ready to play with, and the fabric is woven for us, and it's a wool fabric. The tweed is just delightful. It's really lovely to stitch on.
I do love these. I think from talking about these yesterday, we mentioned the fact that if you are someone that likes to make and use mixed media and bringing together and your textures, this is not for me. Your kits go above just embroidery. Yeah, it's everything that's mixed in together. You know.
And I think people like that. I like the idea that you're not just doing one thing. It's not a one stitch everywhere. I think it's nice that you've got beads and extras and fabric that you can incorporate into it. I think it makes it more interesting and more tactile and more real, I think, by mixing the threads and the fabrics together.
Yeah, they are really, really lovely. If you'd like to go for these, don't forget you've got your free gift with purchase as well to go for this one. You've got your £7 and a penny saving on that. So actually, all of this for your first of 2 payments, if you're going to go in flexi, then you can do. But the whole thing is £43.85. But again, you can split the cost of that over 2 easy payments. 994013 is your item code, and just £21.93, of course, are you looking at for your flexi purchases for those. Really, really lovely, and been very, very busy for those indeed. Now, I really like this, and I think this is gorgeous, and I believe, certainly, it's one of the largest projects I think I've seen you bring to the show. I think you said you maybe have something similar or maybe slightly bigger before, but...
yeah, I think you're right there. We've got about 5 or 6 that are this size, so that makes them quite special, quite individual, and when you're stitching them, this one, I just love the colours. I think it's just fantastic. You know, you can just imagine early spring, walking through the forest, and just having a look at all the bluebells, and the, you know, the light is really different when the bluebells are out. There's not much foliage, so you really got bright colours, new grass, new bulbs, and it's just lovely, a lovely project to do.
Yeah, you can almost hear the birds tweeting as you're walking there, or the crunching of the stones if you're on a Sunday morning walk, for example. It's one of those, when you look at that, and again, you have to sort of have a closer look, because actually, when you see this from a distance straight away, you think, is that an oil painting? Is that watercolour? Are they done with this as well? They look so amazing. It's only when you see it up close, but actually when the closer, like you see that, the texture in there, in that side part that, you know, the path is going around, I just love the techniques, and you get these different flashes of light. And again, is that also part of the variegated sort of...
variegated threads will give you that, you know, there's the yellowy colours of the trees in the distance, and then sort of the bluebells, there's 4 or 5 colours there that you've got that are variegated. So that'll give you different... The magic just happens, you don't have to just carry on stitching and that just appears. So it's really, really nice to do.
And a lovely touch. And again, these images are all there, actually there, waiting for you to work with it. So again, you can see there, you're basically stitching to the design. The design is on there, so you do get that as a guide on the main image, of course, and then around the frame. And I love that part that we talked about around the frame, but there's absolutely no reason why. If you're in the mood for that and you want to extend on that, once you've got those techniques, carry on. You may want to increase and cover the whole of that. You may want to personalise it even if you're doing that as a gift for somebody, so you get a lot of space in there to carry on your work if you want to take that above and beyond where you get this. I will mention also, and we'll say this with all of the kits, of course, that you do get all your lovely instructions, and they are, you know, with photographs to be actually working from. You get a colour guide. Again, you're getting lovely grid to work from regarding, you know, all of your threads are all there on those cards, already worked out for you. So there's a lot. The only thing you don't get in here, by the way, is that wooden frame as a display. That's I like to call that our serving suggestion. You can go with your own frame and decorate as you want, but of course you're getting that main part of the section inside, and then of course that yet to decorate for it. I love this. It's been really, really popular. This has a £9 saving on there, but again, it's available on Flexi, £29.48. 184043 is your item code for this, and really, really love that project. Very, very popular indeed. Now, speaking of popular, in fact, basically, we're across the board here, but how lovely to be able to say this. I remember when we showed these yesterday, but we are now approaching limited stock. It's the 4 Seasons bundle. And included in here, you are getting, as you can see on display here, the 4-inch wood display hoops come as part of this, as well as everything else that you're looking at in this bundle. I love these. I think these are lovely. And they're meant to be together. I know you could divide them as 4 gifts.
I know.
But if you can keep them together on a wall and display them.
I think it fits. It is the seasons, isn't it? And the spring, you know, that's the tree in our garden, the hawthorn tree. And as you work through the apple tree there, really much brighter colours. You could change that, of course, if you wanted. You know, it could be apricots, it could be pear. You know, you can change whatever the season. And then we've got a liquid amber tree in the front garden, and those are the colours that it goes in the autumn.
I don't think you've ever brought us in any photos of your garden.
Yeah, no.
I think one day you need to.
One day I'll bring them in.
Bring them in. Once you've done, you know, you've got the leaves out of the way, and it's had a good sweep. If it's like mine after some of those months, but because I know. But on a serious point, that you know, these do come from all the inspiration that you do get from Mother Nature in that respect, don't you?
Yeah. I think that is the colour palette and the textures just lend themselves to stitching, really.
It's so good that we're approaching limited stock on these, because they are such a lovely bundle. And the lovely thing about everything we're showing you, whether you are a beginner or you're just adding to your collection of Rowan Dean, wherever you're viewing from as well, anybody can pick up that needle and start with that, with instructions and these projects. And I like the fact, actually, for this, you're getting 4 projects, and if you are just starting out from scratch, bite size, you know, you start with one, and different techniques in different projects we're looking at here. We're going to learn across the board.
Yeah, there'll be 1 or 2 stitches, but basically it's a stem stitch, and you've got the beads, you've got the organza, and this time the organza's creating the whole background.
Yeah.
So you place that on first, and you've got the print, you know, on the fabric itself.
Yes, of course.
There's an outline that you're going to do the tree and stitch the tree, and then of course you've got a whole lot of beads and sequins for the lower area of the design. So
I just wanted to show that you do have that, of course, and the hoop as well to be working from. So if you're thinking, oh, where do I start on the plain fabric? You know, it's not plain. It does have that image for all of those as well to be working from. And again, loads of those wonderful beads as well. So you might need big light on, because some of these are quite tiny on those as well. But when you put them together, the results are magical. And just as we heard there as well, you know, the organza behind it, you get instant colour with those. They are lovely. FlexiBuy, 2 payments of £30 each on those, and you've got all 4 of those. 402554 is your item code for those. Oh, well, do you know what? I remember when we talked about this yesterday, and this is, again, I'm sure there's lots of people watching that are big fans of Rowan Dean. This, for me, is what you do so well, and it's that wonderful mix of all those lovely colours of all your florals. Now, it did sell out. Well, I'm not surprised. Which show did it sell out at? Today, did it?
Today.
12 o'clock one today, it sold out. It did go earlier today, but it's back, which is lovely. And we're looking at dispatch now from the 10th. It's only a couple of days, right?
It's not.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right. You can cope with that, everybody. £22.95. But beautiful, lovely mega mix of colours on this.
And I saw those colours actually growing, they're just fabulous, and they were just full of poppies, cornflowers, the daisies, and then there were lots of bees around because it's a pollinator, and it was just cheered me up, really. And I thought that's just a combination of colours that would work well in stitching and create, you know, a piece of textile. I suppose it's textile art, really, or painting with thread. Yeah. But it's easy stitches, basically.
Yeah. Well, but you know, but the effects, the result that you get is phenomenal. 869924, if you'd like to go for those. They are really, really stunning. But like I say, we are now doing really well. It's sold out once, but it is back for you. So take that second opportunity. Right, 2 more projects that I didn't have on the show actually yesterday to talk about, but these are always fabulous and these are gorgeous. These are your seaside doodles that you got for your card kits. I think these are great ideas. 6 cards in total that we're looking at to be working from. 6 mini projects to be having that you could frame again, put them all together, or again you've got them and you can send them on to others. £24.95 is a 954091. But again, lovely sort of tasters to start you off again, really. 6 projects.
6 projects, and they're all individual. I mean, they're worked on one piece of fabric, so you've got you can work all 6 together. You've got the beads, and they're all little elements of what I think of being at the seaside. Like one of the first designs was a beach towel that we had, and I used those colours just to create that. And then one's a rock pool, and then the sort of flowers that you see on the top of the cliff top, you know, the sea thrift. You'll see lots of little, but they're all very easy to achieve. You know, they're not difficult. And then you can make them into a card, or I know people frame them as well. So
I think they're brilliant. And again, they're just showing the colours you're going to get from the organza that you're working with here. You can't help but get great results. 6 projects for £24.95. How about that for an offer? 954091, which is lovely. And the last one. Now I haven't seen. Oh no, this is with the actual book that you can be working with, isn't it? You know, to bring them all together.
This is something that I've got quite well, not too many, but I've got some textile. It could be a textile book or a needle case or an accessory case. So the idea is that you're creating the whole of the background and stitch. So this is where the idea came from, of stitching, you know, the shells and the water, and then having some hand dyed felt there, so that you know you've got the fun of creating the outside of the design.
In fact, let me open it up fully
very
there, Katrina, and you can see.
So you know, if you want to do something bigger with that, you know, you could put it on a cushion. I've got a sample here that looks like it, you know, what it would look like on a cushion.
What a great idea! Love that. £31.95 if you'd like to go for this. The Typals needle case kit, which is absolutely fabulous. 802506. Well, you're spoilt for choice. Don't forget, it doesn't matter what it is that you are buying from us, of course, in this hour, but your free gift with purchase, 1 per customer. If you haven't yet got yours, then, of course, whatever the project you've seen there, the projects of 3, the 1-day special, the set of 4, whatever it is, don't forget you will be getting that also included. 802506 there. The website, craftstore.com, is even more for you to be having a good look at, of course. Pop those into your basket, anything you see in there. Really, really lovely. And if you've never bought from Rowan Dean before. We've got a longevity here of a business, 33 years. 33 years, which is absolutely brilliant. And again, you will not go wrong. Everything you need in there is phenomenal. Right then, so what are we looking at to start with then in this hour?
We're going to look at rock pools. So this is the first of the design that I started with on the earlier shows, and it's moved on from just being a fabric with a print on. We've got the shells created, we've got the seaweed created, and we've got a little bit of a textured area there, almost like a little octopus, but it's meant to be seaweed, and then just little elements to fill in, so it's almost complete. And I just love the glass beads and then the shells that really shine in amongst it. So I'm just going to show you how to do one of those. So these ones have beads in, so they'll become a raised area, whereas this one, I'm just going to do this as a spider's web stitch, and I'm just going to start off, so there is a print there for you to actually use it as a guide, really. So
no, but that's great for anyone that is starting out, again, just to look at that and go, right, I've got a starting point. Sometimes that's just the basics you need, isn't it, really?
That is, and it is, and it's well, sometimes I might be opening it to start and having a look, you know, that's the first bit, and then the next bit is which bit do I do? So, you know, you've got step-by-step instructions there, and I've just got the shape there, so the next thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to fasten that thread and change the thread. So the next one I'm going to use, I'm just going to bring the thread up in the centre, and so I'm just going to, as close as I can get that needle to that point, and then I'm going to use the eye of the needle, and I'm just going to go back over one and under the next one.
Oh, right. Oh, right.
All right, so each time I'm going to repeat that, and I'm going to go under, so I'm going back over and then under the next one. And you keep going round, so as you're going over that thread, it almost forms a ridge, and it looks like looks like the shell. So you just go all the way around, and it's easier to put the eye of the needle through, then you're not going to split the thread. So if you use the eye, then that's just going to slide underneath the needle, and you can work that. So you turn your work as
you're always going just back through two.
Yeah.
Like on the last one. I got you.
Easy to see the shape starting to appear, and then because it's a variegated thread, you'll see the colours change, so you don't have to think where the colours go, you just let them land where they land, and eventually you'll go all the way around and fill all the spokes in there, and you can change colour. So looking at the colours, you know, I mean, in the instructions I say exactly which ones I've used.
Yeah.
But, you know, really, you could use any combination of colours that you wish. You can start to see that appear.
It is nice because you do, on the instructions, you know, you have got the images to be working from, and which does give you the guide of the colours and where you are, as well as them being segregated and already worked out for you. But so you've got plenty of guides, haven't you?
I think that's easy to do. So when you want to change colour, or you want to your threads run out, you just take that to the back, and then again you're just going to wind a couple of threads around, and that's just going to keep that all in place. And I'm using the 5-inch hoop, so it's called a spring hoop, which is perfect for this. It keeps your work taut, and if the tension changes, all that you do is you just adjust the spring, and that's going to keep it nice and taut. So you're going to fill those out, really easy to do. And then one of the stitches that I can't not use is a French knot. So once you've done your little elements of the shells, the next thing to do is to fill in between. So you can use the combination of colours that I've used, or you can add more beads, but really we're just going to add some French knots to fill in between the gaps here, whether it's 6 strands or 3 strands. So the whole thread is made of 6 strands. So I'm going to wind the thread around twice, once, twice, and then as I turn the needle, I'm just going to place the needle almost into the same place, not quite, one thread over really, and then as you push the needle into the fabric, just tighten that thread and just hold the thread there, and that's just going to keep the thread and the shape of the stitch. So you're just going to keep repeating that in 6 strands, and you can build up an area of texture.
But that's the nice thing about all of these projects, Katrina, that, you know, if you've got an image to work from in the instructions that you have there, but you've still got lots of space around there that you can add onto it. Because let's say, I mean, you haven't skimped on the beads or anything. You've got plenty in there.
And when you look at the beads, I do get carried away with the beads, and I think probably it's the beads that give it that a bit of extra zing. So you'll have loads of beads in there. You'll have lots of sequins. You'll have, I mean, I do get carried away. I mean, this hoop, there is one that's 7-inch. You could fit that on here and keep going. You know, so you don't have to stop just by filling in the inside. If you want to, you can add more stitches.
I mean, if you look at those all individually, and then think about the, you know, the amount of space you've got, that's a lot in there to be working from, you know, this. And again, like you say, even if you've got your threads, extra, your French knots and all those other little elements that you want, it's really, or maybe there's a favourite one of your own already, you can just help personalise those projects. They don't have to be just in finishing off in the Rowan Dean or Katrina's style, you know. You might want to just your own little touch on some of those, but you've certainly got plenty of materials to work from in the kit, which I think is great now.
You've got loads, and then you've got some of the organza, and so the organza's great. I mean, we use this technique in quite a few things. You take the fabric on the bias, and then you're just going to cut across, and just a little tiny piece, and then just fray it and be a little bit mean to it. So you're distorting that, you're just making it look messy. And then you can add little pieces to your work if you want to create more water. And those will just be secured with a couple of French knots and the beads as well.
Yeah, the beads are lovely. There's lots and lots and lots.
So on the one of the other twos, on the starfish, I think this technique is used to create the water and the sea and sort of some bubbles. So you can easily secure that. And then sometimes as you start stitching, you work very closely to it, so it's nice to stand back and put it somewhere and admire it.
Oh, yeah.
That's part of doing the stitching, is loving what you're doing and relaxing. It's not meant to be stressful.
No.
It's just meant to be really relaxing and just be with the colours and the textures really easily.
It's the journey rather than actually getting and arriving, isn't it?
So I'm just going to fasten that off there. So that's, I mean, French knots are so good. You'll see them in, I don't think I have a kit where there aren't any. I think in all, you know, I mean, we've got hundreds over the time, hundreds of kits, and I think they've all got a couple of French knots somewhere. I think they're so good.
That is looking lovely.
And there's this little bit here. I've got some of the colours that I've used in this design. You know, you get your free gift. One of them is a magnet, 2 magnets in the set. So I've used that to create a little pin cushion, or you can just take the magnet and attach it to your work, whether it's on a great big piece or whether it's on a small one, and just that keeps all the needles and pins, and it will take your scissors as well. Then everything gets magnetised, and so you can work with on a larger piece, so that all your equipment is there ready to use. So that's quite a fun thing to do. And then I think the pebble. I mean, the pebble's great. I mean, I put certain size needles in the kits, but I think it's quite nice to have a collection. So all that a chenille needle is a large eye and a sharp point. And so if you find one of the threads difficult to thread, just get a bigger needle, and so don't worry about it. Just get a bigger needle and start stitching. So that's worth having in your box. I think that's great. Okay, well, shall I go on?
No, that's lovely. I'll do a quick recap if that's all right, though.
Okay.
You don't forget, we're talking about all those parts of course, your free gift with purchase, and I've got them exactly here, of course, as well as the other parts, the other elements. Of course, you've got your 2 magnets that are going to go in there. And we've got the threaders, there we go, the needle threads as well that'll be working. So you're getting all that free with purchase on anything that you are purchasing in this hour, of course. Now, just go back to our one-day special, and exactly just listening to what Katrina's talking about, just watching her sort of, you know, the threads and the repetition of going through and just build them up, all those lovely elements, the starfish, the shells that are in there as well, all the lovely sort of plant that's going to be under there in the rock pool. That's all part of the process, isn't it? And you are working with different elements. If you are a crafter that enjoys different textures, you like working different mediums. I mean, you've got your threads, you've got those wonderful little beads, you've got the wooden beads in there, you've got those heights that you're building. You're, of course, working with the whole idea, building up, layering up, and bringing those pictures to life, of course, and then adding your own mark on those, if you like, and just bringing your own kind of individuality to everything else that you are seeing that Katrina has done for you to set the way. The lovely thing also about anything like this is when you are displaying them, if it is a gift idea, if you're making them for somebody else and you make, or giving it to them to make as an idea, you know, just the three of them on display can brighten up any room that you are there. If it works on those colour palettes, just to bringing them together just gives you three different ways of looking at all of those treasures of the sea, and it is a brilliant one-day special. It's been very, very busy since it launched yesterday. It is final call, of course, don't forget. So this is a last live show, but of course it will take us up to 6 o'clock when we're launching a brand new one-day special, of course, which I know we're going to tell you very excited about, kicking off at 6. 994013. All of this available on Flexi, just 2 payments of £21.93, and your free gift with purchase, 1 per customer, of course, which is lovely. Right, now then, let's go on a little bit of a stroll, shall we? And have a little look at this. This is a real trip out there in the countryside, in the wonderful enchanted forest. And everything you see here, you are going to be getting to make this wonderful piece. One of the largest that I've seen come from Rowan Dean, and it has been immensely, immensely busy for this. Really, really popular. What a lovely feature for any decoration, for any room that you're working on. Just this on just a white wall, the colour's going to look fantastic. If you appreciate bringing sort of outside, inside, then this is certainly the one to do. I think it's one of the best ones I think we've seen from Rowan Dean. It's absolutely beautiful. I highly recommend this one. And it's on your Flexi as well. 2 payments. Your first payment is only £29.48, of course, with that £9 saving that you've got. And, of course, you get this. You're going to be getting your free gift with purchase as well. 184043 is your item code. But, again, if you haven't yet got that in your collection, definitely, if you're looking for a longer project, that could be the one for you. Now, great song, 4 seasons in one day, but better to be 4 seasons in one hoop, I think we'll go with here. And you get the hoops with it as well, your 4-inch wood display hoops you're getting here, but we've reached it, we are limited stock. So from £73.99, we're taking £14 off to £59.99. We're also giving you the hoops, there's also included in that, which is a brilliant deal. And you're getting, of course, your free gift with purchase. So no wonder this has been very, very busy. 402554 is your item code for that. Do you know that song, 4 Seasons in One Day?
I
like that. That's a nice little song. I won't sing it. No. You're quite safe. What are we looking at next then,
Well,
Katrina?
I've got the Seaside Doodles out. Just
wow, lovely.
Because there are lots of new people, and I may not have seen the way that we do the cards, and we've got quite a big collection of embroidered cards, and I think the Seaside one is really lovely. So, Seaside one, there are 6 individual designs on here, just little elements of what I think you could see at the seaside, and the fabrics is worked on the wool, the same fabric. It seems to lend itself to great colours, I think, right. Really, and great background. But I've used the organza to create the colours. So we've got a little bit of sea thrift on here. We've got a little bit of a rock pool, just using strips of the organza, and then some other stitches that I'm going to show you. And then this was the bright beach towel that's worked in detached chains. So that's really quite a nice way of using the organza.
When you use the organza, yeah. Do you cut it or do you thread it? Do you pull it? When you place it on?
I would cut it. So when it's torn into strips, and then it's cut, and then to create something like. Because
you got there's a nice soft blend when sure.
You could tear it. You could tear it sometimes or do that, but really you could just cut a strip and overlap them, and then just pin them just to get an area of colour, whereas this one's got pinks and oranges, and red, and this one's got the sort of emerald blue and lime green. So just to create, you can use that in a lovely way and put lots of layers on. It doesn't have to be exactly like the picture. In the instructions you do get how I've laid the organzas out, so you can use that as a guide, or just work your own and just put any colours that you'd like to use in the kit. You get a lot of organza, so you'll have lots to work at. And then the threads, you'll get loads of colours of thread, and they're on the organiser as all the Rowandian ones are. So you've got the beach towel, and you've got the blues and the water, and then you've got a little bit of sparkle in there as well. And then of course you've got beads. I always have a few beads and sequins. So I'm just going to show you a little stitch that I'm sure you will have seen before. And this is a lazy daisy, and so this stitch is great just to add into your work. So you just start off by putting the needle into the same place, and then bringing the needle out onto the surface, and then in between, so you've got like a loop, and then you pull the loop and then just hold that in place, and that's just going to hold the thread in place.
I see. Right, so you stretch it out with it, yeah.
And then just rotate it and just repeat the same thing. And then you're just going to work all the way around. Make sure you've got the thread. You're going to include it so it holds that little loop down. If you forget, you can catch it. It's quite easy to rescue the stitch. And then you're just going to go all the way around. So you'll see this on the cornflower meadow.
Oh, right, right.
You'll see this particular stitch on lots of kits. It's just, I think they're probably the one that you may have seen years ago on a tablecloth.
Oh, right.
You know,
right.
it's not a new stitch. None of the stitches are new. I think what's new is the way that you use the threads.
Yeah.
So you can do different things with it. I quite like to mix the textures and the colours. So, you know, that's great to do that. And then if you want to, you can actually work that as an individual stitch, just one on its own. And then you can just scatter that amongst there. I often use that for foliage. If it's a plant, use it to create the leaves. So as soon as you know a stitch, I mean, there are about 4 or 5 stitches to work with. Once you know those, there's so many things that you can do.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's not that you have to learn 100 stitches in a book. You know, it's just 4 or 5 stitches and you can create almost anything.
But that's the nice thing about these kits, is that you do get loads of chance to actually, you know, sort of really just practice and getting those, like you say, old stitches that have been used for many years. And getting them perfected really on these projects.
Yeah, and I think that's a nice idea. You know, I think when I was young, I learned from my mum how to stitch, and I think a lot of people get that chance to do that. And then it's a skill that you can build on.
Yeah.
And you can build on it whether it's in schools or whether, you know, somebody's going to do that. But a kit, you've got that opportunity just to get going and have a play and enjoy it really.
Yeah,
and that's the main thing.
Did you enjoy it straight away? You know, if we go back to when you started with this, you know, from sort of 33 years.
Yeah, I did. I love. Yeah, I mean, I taught textiles, but before that, right from when I was sort of like 8, 5. I mean, I did projects all the time.
Right.
You know, whether it was making teddy bears or knitting or dyeing felt. You know, all these things all the time.
Did you?
It's just been a great hobby to have, you know, and then changed into a business, so that's quite lucky, really.
That's
finding one that you love, you know. And
no, absolutely.
Great, you know.
No, absolutely. It's really lovely. If you would like to go for the Seaside Doodles, don't forget you're getting 6 cards, 6 projects over in there. I think actually, if you're looking at having a go at this for the first time, I think I'm right saying, is this the best price we've got on there for? Well, for 6 projects, it certainly is, isn't it? Really, you know, you think about that, and if you are just thinking, you know what? I've got £25 in there. I've maybe got a bit of Christmas money or a bit of birthday money that you've been given, or thinking, or just going, why not? Let's have a go at this one. This is the one. 6 projects to have a go at. Looking at that one, 954091. But you've seen how lovely and easy that is to come up, and a chance for you to really, you know, try out these different stitches that we've done for many, many times, and just have a nice go at doing that, you know, without actually any worries. Just that nice repetition and build up a project that you are working with. Also, the cornflower meadow is very busy. Now, what's so lovely, you might start looking at some of these florals and you start recognising the straight in. I'm looking at that golden yellow thread that was coming through and going, just seen that.
Just seen that. So, you know, you can take the skills to other projects, and it's so easy to do. And they fit with lots of different designs. So Lazy Daisy, perfect stitch. It's a great stitch. Great stitch.
That's literally just elongating that loop.
Yes,
just a little bit more.
Make it, you know, and there is a print to estimate the size. And then I've just added some little straight stitch in between just to make it into more of a flower.
Honestly, you've got loads of elements in this project as well to be working with. I mean, there's so many in there, you know, that and they all have their place. They all have that sparkle. So much organza. You've got your materials in there, the needles again. Everything has been worked out for you, ready to go, and it is really lovely. $22.95. I just realised out the price of that one. That's for a larger project rather than you know you've got your 6 individuals in there. Really, something for everybody in this deal. 869-924 is your item code, £22.95. Right, we have to play Spot the Stitch now as we go through the next one. Which project have you got there?
Well, I've just going to put a couple of sequins on, and then we're going to change to a different project. But I just think it's quite nice to show that you can add these elements on. They're with the bead thread. It's a thread that doesn't stretch, and really it keeps the beads in place, and you can apply the sequin just by adding a couple of stitches on there, and then that's going to be your rock pool, just with 2 stitches and a couple of beads scattered in between.
They're all so lovely. What do you know? What other projects you've got coming up? What's up your sleeve now, Katrina?
Oh, I've got lots. There's always projects.
I thought there would be. There would be.
There's always so it might be a floral-y, maybe a sunflower thing next time.
Oh.
So that's perhaps for the next show when we're here.
Oh, do we know when you are back with us?
I always look it up and then don't remember. But this time I have. It's the 22nd of February. We're back in a couple of weeks' time.
Oh, not too far away at all.
So not too far. So.
Oh, that's good. Right, we'll have to keep watching this space, everybody, to find out if the sunflower appears. I like a sunflower.
Okay.
A bit of brightness is what we need. Are we just getting a position?
I'm just getting this one in place just to show you that you can. There's the same stitch that we have just used, and then I'm just going to add a couple of grasses in there just to create a little bit of texture. So sometimes I'll be using wool, sometimes I'll be using metallic threads.
You can see the metallics actually on the set of the fabrics. It's amazing how much sparkle they do give to the project as well when they're used.
So really, straight stitch is great. You've got a print to give you a guide, and then you're just going to build up some straight stitches, and the really straight stitches are the basis of really all the designs. So we've looked at this, we're going to go to the Enchanted Garden, and you'll be able to see that straight stitch and French knot are the main elements. So just because, you know, a design's a little bit bigger doesn't mean it's any more difficult to do. It just means it's going to take you a little bit longer because it's bigger. So straight stitch, you can use that, you can build up areas of texture. I've got my organzas on there already, so you're getting a little bit of colour. So the idea is with the card, don't stitch too much. You want to leave some so that the fabric is part of the design as well.
Katrina, we've had an email come through from Jenny. Good afternoon, Jenny. Thank you so much for being with us here on the show. Thanks for watching with us and Katrina myself. Jenny was asking, is there a way you can show us how to do a lazy daisy stitch? Because when Jenny does it, it's getting too thin and it's not petal shaped. So Jenny wants to know, what is she doing wrong? Jenny's words, not mine, with regards to that. Is that a common thing? Thank you, Jenny. Is that a common thing?
It's just adjusting to the thread. So this one will probably not make it as So it's the stitch we just did earlier. So as you go and make your loop, and then you bring the thread back onto the surface. Don't pull it too tight.
Right.
Let the shape stay, so that you've got that round shape. If you really pull it, you can make make it disappear. So just don't tighten the thread so much, and then you'll get that effect for the lazy daisy.
I'm not sure whether Jenny knows her own strength. I think that's what it could be. I think, Jenny, we think you're tucking a bit too much. I think you just need to... too tight. Back off on the putting on there as well. But it's a simple... I mean, that, again, is something that's going to build up with doing your technique, isn't it? That's a nice quick fix to be able to do that.
Yeah, it's just doing that and just watching that you're not pulling it too tight, and then you'll get really good results then. Whatever the thread. A metallic thread might behave a little bit differently, but the stranded cottons are quite good.
There we go. If you've got any other questions, by the way, let us know. We've got, about 15 minutes left on the show. That's it. You can get in touch with us, studio@thecraftstore.com. Oh, you know what I didn't ask in this hour, I did for the first hour. If you actually just want to wish Rowan Dean a happy birthday, 33 years, I think you can send a little kiss, can't you, and just say well done or something. Again, or your soap code and bank details, send that through. They'd be more than happy to spin that as well if you wanted to. Yeah, you can get in touch with studio@thecraftstore.com, of course. And we are here. It's his final call of our one-day special, which we are very, very busy up with. It is the final live show, of course. The deal, the offer, is there up until 6 p.m. For you to take advantage of, but you are getting a set of 3. You're going to be getting the wonderful, these are all part of the Treasures of the Sea bundle, where you're getting the starfish, which is lovely, the sea urchin, and you're going to be getting the rock pool. And again, they all have slightly different stitches that you have to work on, that you can build up, but again, great chance of you practicing those and getting those absolutely perfect. And at the end of it, you've got 3 wonderful projects, of course, to display or to give away as a gift, possibly. 994013. Don't forget, of course, 33 years in the business now. I know, she doesn't look it. And but we're getting the free gift with purchase as part of that celebration. And of course, that is 1 per customer on any purchase you make, of course, on the show. FlexiBuy, £21.93, 2 payments if you'd like to split the cost, of course, over that, interest-free for your 2 payments, which is lovely. Also, the Enchanted Forest, and it really is. Really beautiful stitch work on this one. You're going to get, of course, all of that to be working from the background, those images that you will stitch along to. And again, that's the same for the framing around the outside as well. All of that, you will be having a pattern to follow on from, but you can embellish that as much as you want. You may, once you've got those skills then, carry that on, continue that foliage and those bluebells, and actually fill the whole of that if you wanted to. Maybe got some extra thread yourself that you want to use up, but you just can't stop with it. It's one of the largest projects I think I've seen from Rowan Dean. So if you are looking for that slightly larger project, you can keep going for a little bit longer with, and then this is the one for you to go for. 2 payments of £29.48. 184043 is your item code there. But absolutely everything on the website. Again, there's lots to be had. Right, we've got just under 12 minutes remaining. Okay. Are you looking at that at the moment on the Enchanted Forest?
Yes, I thought we'd have a little look at that, just to... I've added a little bit since last time, and just to show how it's done. So I'm working on the inner picture, so you'll get the print. It'll have pieces of organza inside the kit, a little strip of green organza and the blue, and then the bronze for the lower half. And so you temporarily tack that in place, and then I've put it on my tapestry frame, and I've just taped it on. You can stitch that on, and it just keeps your work taut. Right. It's a good idea. The frame, you can take it to pieces and roll your work up if you're going on holiday or you want to put it away for a while. You know, it's not so bulky, you know, that's more difficult to get in your suitcase. So you can take it to pieces, but it does keep the work really, really taut. And as it's a long project, yeah, it's nice to have it as on a frame that you can keep out, add a few stitches, do a little bit, and then it's not
going to get folded in a bag. You're going to.
Do we still have those frames on the show?
I think we've sold.
Oh, they all sold out, did they? Oh, what a shame.
I think they are, but you know, I think they're quite nice. But the other thing you could use is an old picture frame. You can just drawing pin your work onto an old picture frame if you've got something like that. That's an idea, if you know, if you a temporary idea. So I've got those on there, and then really you can see the print. Mostly straight stitch. This whole design is really straight stitch. So when you're working at the distant trees, I've done the stem stitch beforehand. I've done that little bit because I like to hold that and work the stitch without it being in the frame. So I've done that first, and then the next bit is to work over the print. Now normally if I was doing this at home, I would sit a little bit further away from the table so I could rest the frame against me, and just you've got room to move. But to show this here, it's going to make clatters a little bit on the table.
Oh, I see. That's all right. Apparently I make more annoying noises, so don't worry. That's all right.
So we're just going to do some straight stitches, and the straight stitches are going to be over the print, and I'm using the full 6 strands just to go over the design. It's a shaded thread, so as you start to stitch, that will just appear. So you don't have to think about where it's going to go. It's just going to land where it's going to land, and that's just going to create the tree. So this is the tree in the distance. That sunshine when the leaves are just coming out.
Is this a particular place where you do go for walks?
It's in Derbyshire, a little woodland that you can go through. But it really, you could think of somewhere that you've been, couldn't you? Really, you know, you could think. It's just this time of year when the leaves might be coming out soon, but not too many, because the bluebells like the lights, and that's when we see them. So it's just going to be straight stitches all the way over there, and then you can fill in with another colour. So that's going to be the tree. And then the beauty of this is you can work. You don't have to work like the instructions are from the top to the lower area. You can work one little bit of the bluebells, or you can work one of the trees. You know, you can work a little bit on the front, on the mount fabric. You don't have to complete one area, because you get too excited, you want to go on to the next area. So that's allowed. Now you can do that. That's allowed, So if you fancy doing a bit of the bluebells, and just leave that bit and go on to that bit further down.
There's no definite rules.
No,
on that. That's good. We like that.
You can do a little bit of work on the mount fabric with the beads and the stitching. So really, you can work both things together, and then the colours. Just show you the colours. They're great colours because they've got shades of green, we've got wool threads, we've got fabulous variegated threads there, and then you've got stuff for the trees, and then I've added a few more colours. So there's 26, maybe 28 colours there to create this design and build the design up, but it's mostly straight stitch. So you're just going to take a little bit, and you'll see that on the lower area here there's a print that's just going to give you the direction of the stitch. So as you start to stitch, to start with, you're just going to go over that print and just take the full stitch, full length of the print, and then just work over the lines. And then once you've gone over the lines, you can see the direction that you're going to go, and then you can add more colours in there, and you're going to gradually build an area up where you've got a darker area here in the shadow, and then the sunshine bit is over here. So you'll change the colours, and you'll just be able to create the bluebells and the foliage.
I do love that part of that particular one that you've got there. When you see that built up and it's finished, it's got a really lovely effect. It could look like a painting, because just exactly you're talking about the different colourings, the darker and the lighter tones that are coming out. It's really lovely.
So once I think it's so easy to do, and then you'll be able to see the dark and the light colours together. So sometimes it'll be wool, and then just like I like the blue in this, you can add a few bluebells as well. So we'll just add a couple of French knots.
Do you have a favourite season? Because I know that I've seen quite a few projects that have got all 4 in there as well. Is there one? Are you a winter? Are you spring? Because I know you talked about seeing the new shoots coming through, etc. It's
spring and summer, I think.
Spring and
summer. I don't know, because autumn, when autumn comes around, I love that too. So, you know, but you know, just all year really.
All year.
All year, yeah. So once you've got a couple of straight stitches in there, then you can add, and the blues are just fabulous colours, and again only twice round the needle, and that's just going to give you a couple of bluebells in amongst that. And when we were there, it was covered in bluebells, so you could have been quite minimal on here. So if you really want to go mad and have bluebells all the way along the bank there, and you can really make those clumps of, you can really add as many as you wish. And then I think I haven't got any on here, but there are blue beads that you can scatter in amongst the foliage.
Yeah.
And just
but that's what
add
again
those.
is a nice thing, Katrina, that you do with these, where you know you've given us the guide and you've given us all the materials that are in there. We've got enough inspiration actually, you know, within the instructions as well, but we don't just have to finish it at that particular point and say, I've copied what the picture was. It's, I want my own version of this walk.
Yeah.
I want to put in more
but
of those.
that's the beauty of all these things, is that you just make it yours, whether it's the shell or whatever it happens to be. You just, if you want to add more, you add more.
Yeah.
And don't worry about the back, because that's something that I think people worry if they're new to this, is that the back's got to be very neat and you've got to do it exact. Forget the back, don't care what that looks like.
No.
Just enjoy the colours, enjoy the process. And then, you know, when we do sort of make and take at different shows, you can see people really relax to start with, and then they just relax into it, and you can just switch off into the colours and in the process and forget everything else. So it's a great project for that. Yeah. You know, we know lots of our customers really enjoy working on this size of piece.
And it is a lovely piece. I think it's one of the largest ones I've seen for yourself that you brought along. So if you are, look at this. This is on a plain white wall even, you know, it's a lovely size project. Obviously you're not getting the wooden frame that you can see here. That's literally just a serving suggestion from us, but you can get your own and create your own. Maybe you've got one that you've already decorated to work with it, bring out the colours that you got in the bluebells, for example. But this is a really lovely feature, and if you are looking for those projects that are slightly more extended in time that it would take, rather than the smaller ones with the 4-inch or the 5-inch hoops, for example, this is a really lovely one that's going to keep you going for a long time, and something I know at the end of it you'll be dead proud of what you've created there, and who knows what other little extensions onto that you will do. Don't forget there is a £9 saving on there as well on the show right now, so it's only £58.95. That, and of course, your free gift with purchase. I mean, maybe today is the right day to go for that one. 184043 is your item code. You don't have to be a fan of bluebells in there, but it would certainly be a lovely inspiration for you if you are, of course, to be looking at something for that. Now, your one-day special is where all this started, celebrating 33 years for Rowan Dean, and that now basically, from Derby, is now basically sending out their kits and their packs, of course, to everywhere around the world. We've got, you know, we talked about France, we talked about Ireland certainly as well, America, we talked about Japan, Canada. So these are, I mean, really now globally, that Rowan Dean name and that brand, and exactly what they are renowned for, which is quality of the threads, the quality of the actual images that you're working with, the splashes of colour, and all of those other little elements, of course. You're going to be getting them all in a one-day special, which has been really busy. Getting all three, as you can see, Flexi's in. Just 2 payments of £21.93, 994013. And if you're looking for inspiration, maybe you want to do some more Rowan Dean, you've done some in the past, you want something to pick up from, or you're starting out for the first time and you're a brand new viewer with us here at the craft store, then this is absolutely one for cater for all of your needs, absolutely. We've only got a couple of minutes left. You're just going to show that something you mentioned, that sort of put it onto a cushion.
Yeah, this is the needle case. The idea is that you stitch on the whole of the back, the front and the back of the booklet, just creating. It's a little bit larger, but it's really creating a front and a back to the needle case. But really, this really was
This was my practice one, so this is the one that I worked out all the ideas on, and then it just fits that you could, if you wanted to put it on a cushion, that would be really quite nice.
It wouldn't be one that I'd let people actually put their back and get off. Get off. Do you know how many hours I put into that? You can look at it, but don't touch it.
Yeah,
you can look at it, don't touch it. Well, listen, we come to the end of a fantastic one-day special. Congratulations again on 33 years as a business as well, and thank you for sharing it with us. So, when are you back with us again, we think?
22nd of February.
22nd. Just want to check if you still remember from earlier on as well, because I hadn't, so well done. Listen, thank you very much, and a very safe journey home as well, and congratulations. Congratulations if you have got anything, of course, from the Rowan Dean one-day special. Well done if you've got your free gift with purchase, of course. The offer on your one-day special carries on till 6 p.m, of course, when we'll be launching a brand new one, because we're with Lou, actually, that I think that's going to be with us at 6 o'clock. So make sure you check everything out of your basket. Enjoy your embroidery, of course, but do not go anywhere, because Adam, with the moisturised hands, he's up on the other side of this. And they are very soft, everybody. Yes, we are. Right, if you're liking your colouring, they are coming up for you right now. Then it's going to get shady designs with our lovely Lou for a brand new one-day special. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, I'm Sarah from White Gecko Craft Lounge. We have a little shop in Dinas Powys, which is between Cardiff and Barry, so right by the seaside, and we were established 6 years ago. There's 3 of us that run the business. It's myself, Sarah Jane and Sian, and we have a host of volunteers and community members that help out too. White Gecko is to really inspire you to start sewing. We'd like to get people crafting and start that sewing process. A lot of patterns and kits are perfect for beginners to use. It's a real wonderful, mindful way to start that journey into sewing. So don't miss the White Gecko shows.
Shopping online with the Craft Store has just got easier with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan. Spread the cost of your basket, whether there is one item or many, with 3 interest-free payments. Simply choose Pay in 3 at checkout and pay for purchases between £30 and £2,000 over 3 equal instalments for the next 3 months. No fees and no interest. Spread the cost of your shopping with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan at the Craft Store.
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rowan Dean. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits. Embroidery has always been my passion, and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire, and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire, and I think other people will be too. We've had a great time. Everybody's been really friendly and really good. We've met loads of people all around the country who watch and find it really inspiring. Don't forget to join me on my Rowan Dean shows.
Good pre-evening. Good pre-evening. Tip my hat. Good pre-evening to you. I hope you are well. It is just gone. What's the time? 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock here in the UK. Now, have I got something to tell you? What have I got to tell you? I hear you cry. Well, I'm about to tell you now as I remember what I was going to say. Oh, yeah, that's... The show that I'm about to show you now, I put this show out on social media earlier this morning, just telling you what my roundup of the day, what I'd got coming up, and everyone's like, you're going to love them. You're going to absolutely love them. You are going to get engrossed, and you're going to get yourself some new pencils at the back of this. And then I thought, as I was driving in, yeah, whatever. Of course I am. Of course I am. Because I like colouring anyway. This is the sort of thing I go, but I don't think I'm a very good colourist for the sheer fact it's like the old Nana saying in it, buy cheap, buy twice. Don't even know how to say that word, but I've said it anyway. So you buy inferior, you're going to buy them twice. Now, what I want you to do is please trust me on this one. The prices that you are about to see here are ridiculous prices, first of all, for what you're actually going to get. But you're not buying inferior. You are buying quality. There is quality oozing out of every single one of these boxes that we've got here as well. And talking about quality, I don't bring any old riffraff in to do these pencils. No, 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 no. We have the creme de la creme. And I've just said, just before we went on there, 15 seconds ago, I went, there's a lot of people watching this waiting to see you. She was like, oh, thanks. It is the legend, apparently, so someone called her today on the socials, on the Facebook, the Book of Face. It's our Sandra. How are you, love?
I'm fine, thanks. No pressure, then.
No pressure. You've got to be good. You've got to be good. First of all, welcome to the craft store.
Thank
/
you.
Create and Craft.
Thank you.
/ everything else that's going on.
Of course.
What is it about these pencils that you go, yes, they're the ones for me?
Yeah, do you know, I know there's a lot of people out there and they like their pencils and they like expensive, but some of us can't afford that, and you want to sort of have something that's got that balance, that it's got the quality that you're after, but it's also got a good price. These pencils, for me, I do use them and I actually do sell them with my own branded products as well, so they're really, really nice to use. They've got good layerage, good coverage. You can use them with a bit of baby oil if you're watercolouring. You can get some really nice colours out of there. And of course, you've got those metallics, which we all love.
Well, this is the thing, and the details that are on the screen at the moment is sort of the best of both, well, the best of three worlds that you've got in here, because you've got in there 12 metallic pencils, which are these ones down here. You've got 32 coloured pencils that's in there, 18 watercolours that are in there as well, and 4 graphite pencils. Now, I feel there is a second layer on this, because all those numbers I've just read out don't make sense. So, there is your second layer of pencils. So you are getting all of this. I don't know if this will stand up now. Good luck, Adam. It's nice knowing you. So, you are going to get all of these, including your brush, your sharpener, 2 sharpeners as well, and your eraser that's in there. Why would we need 2 sharpeners?
I'm glad you asked that question.
I thought a sharpener was a sharpener.
No. One's for the graphite and one's for the colouring pencils. The one with the graphite, you'll find it's a slightly different angle when you put the pencil in, which I'll show you a little bit later.
Okay.
And one's a little bit rougher, I would say, or sharper than the other to get you your fine graphite point. Whereas the pencil doesn't need that much pressure on it, so.
You see, so you're getting 2 of, I like this already. And you're getting your eraser in there. You're going to get your water brush in there as well to go with your watercolour pencils, your sort of aqua pencils that you've got. This is a cracking little bundle, £37 and 95 pence today. Now, good things are worth waiting for. The 22nd of February is when these will be dispatched from. Let's be fair, it's not that long away. I know it's the 7th now, but before we know it, it's 14th on Monday, then it's the week after that. These will be yours. These will be coming to you, which gives you time to prep, which gives you time to think. I'm going to put these down because I am going to drop them in a minute. I know I am. But you are going to get all the beautiful pencils that you're seeing in here and more. Already, nearly 10% of the stock has already gone, and that's only 1 tin that I have. But I've also very busy on the watercolour pencils that we've got here. Now, loads of people have already popped these into the basket. We weren't going to come in straight away. We were going to do this and go for a demo to see how it all works, because the big set's got a bit of everything in there, remember. So you've got your watercolours in there, you've got your graphite. These are just watercolour pencils that we're looking at now. You're getting 36 of the watercolour pencils for £19 and 95 pence. Now, it works out to be 55p a pencil. Now, this is what gets me. Because if you look, just in... I'm talking about generally now, not about these in particular. But if you go to the site with the river, you know, the one that's next to it, and you typed in watercolour pencils, £19 and 95 pence, you'd be like, they'll do for the time being. They'll get me by. But these are £19.95, but these won't just get you by. These are, first of all, made with a purpose. As I said, we are talking quality pencils, but inferior prices that you've got. So what is it about the watercolour pencils that they bring us that are so magical?
the colour.
Oh, okay, so it's the pigment
it's not
in them.
just all the colours, it's the fact that when you put water to them, they maintain that vibrancy. And that means that then, because they match with the coloured pencils as well, you can watercolour with them, and then you can put coloured pencils over the top, which will start to build that depth that we're after for our three-dimensional artwork.
Good. I think that's what we forget. So, maybe it's just me. Maybe I just forget, and I'm just the stickler for being at school, and that's all you remember. You're always told at school, you just do a bit of colouring, you don't go out the lines, and you're done.
Oh,
but if you want to do... No, it's not like that. It's not like that at all. It's not like that. But that's what we're all taught as kids.
Yes,
as a child, you pick up a pencil and you colour. That is it. You are done. Pretty little house, nan and granddad in the garden. Lovely. These could be that if you want them to, but these are also going to be able to now layer. We can put layer upon layer upon... Which you can't do with inferior pencils. You sort of, you said earlier during our prep meeting in the kitchen, classy place. We take guests all to the good places. But you said earlier when that an inferior pencil will only sort of do 2 layers, where these you're talking about 6 or 7 layers, so we're going to get that depth of colour on there.
That's right, you're just going to keep building and building, and that means that, again, that depth of layer, and it's not just, say, using a red pencil with a red pencil, you can bring in the yellows, the greens, the purples, and before you know it, you're getting something that's really good, which I'm going to show you, of course. You're going to get a real depth in there for your colouring. It's going to look really professional. So.
It's worth having a little look. Remember, we've got 2 hours of this as well. We've got this one now, and I think I'm back again at 9 o'clock with beautiful pencils and beautiful... So don't go anywhere. So if you've got any questions in the meantime, email them in. studio@thecraftstore.com is what you're looking at for this one, and I'll put your questions. I'll put your questions forward. Now, I've also got a brand new set. So you've seen a bit of everything. Watercolour, normal pencils, graphite pencils. You've seen your watercolours, but maybe you just want your colours. OK, so maybe you just want... First of all, snazzy tin, may I say. Look at the beetle tin you're getting here. Lovely in the little beetle tin, because it don't normally come with the beetle on the front. In here, you've got 44 pencils, 12 metallics, 2 graphite pencils, a pencil sharpener, and you've got a rubber. And how do I remember it? It says it on the tin. So... Oh my, look at the pop of colour the minute you open that tin. Then metallics, which can sometimes be quite tricky to colour with, because sometimes they're quite grainy and you don't get that metallic look
these
to them. But these are...
No, they're very creamy, these ones.
Oh,
very creamy.
And you get your 2 pencils thrown in there as well. You can't go wrong. Once again, £24.95. We are not talking inferior. We are talking highest quality that you get there. Some people paid £200–300. I know we've sold pencils for on this channel. And good on to you. Everyone's got their own brand. Everyone's got their own thing. But sometimes, if you're just starting out, you don't want to pay that £300 for a set. I'd be scared to use them, to be honest, in case I dropped them. With this, I know I'm going to open the tin and I'm going to actually use them. I'm going to get them out. But what I'm also going to get is that professional finish that you're going to see being used here in the studio. You're not going to get that graininess. You're not going to get that inferior look and go, all right, they will do, but now maybe I need to push on and buy a 60, 70, 80 pound. No, you don't need to. With these ones, it will start you off if you're here, but whether you're up here, it will still work. With these are your colouring pencils. You're going to get your layers on there. You're going to get that depth of colour that pops onto there as well. £24. I could wax lyrical about pencils all day long. I love them. £24.95. I never feel you can have enough pencils in your life, and you're getting 60. Metallics, you're getting normals in here. You're getting your pencil sharpeners. You're going to get your rubbers, and you're going to get your 2 graphite pencils. 601812 is your item number. Right then, let's close the tin for the time being, because let's go and see how we put these into practice. Right, and Sandra, where are we starting from?
OK, when you first start, you want the right paper. And that's the thing, of course. So we have got paper on the show. But I wanted to show you these. I've actually taken all my pencils and I've started to put them together just so I can see what they look like. Now, it's easy to look at them in the tin, you think they look great, but sometimes the colours that are actually on the edge or the sides of the pencils are not what comes out, so you always, always check what it is that you've got. So here I've done it on 2 different colours. Look, I've got my sort of darker grey and my slighter colour, sort of a stone, and I've taken every single colour from the Colouring and Drawing Collector's Edition. That's the one with the watercolours in. And you can see here, that wasn't me, by the way, that wasn't me. But I've actually put all the colours together, but then we've even got a white, and the white really important, you do need a white. I'm going to come to the graphite in a minute, but then you can see here you've got your watercolours. Now, along the side here, I've actually just left part of it as colour pencil, which you can do that if you want to. And the rest of it, I've actually added a little bit of water to it, so you can see how it starts to flow out. Then, of course, same on the darker, but if you see this one, you've got those metallics in there. They're going to really, really show up on that darker colour. And again, there's that white pencil that's really, really important for adding your little bits of highlight. Again, the watercolour's going to work beautifully on this paper, so no worries there. It's going to hold it, and it's going to look great. And then, of course, the metallics, I can't tell you enough about how nice the metallics are. So this is what I would suggest you do first. Use them. Don't leave them there. Don't look at them and think how pretty they are. Use them. Get them out and start by putting some colour onto paper.
Okay.
So that's my first thing. Then we'll have a bit of a practice. So I'm just going to come down here, and I've got a couple of little practice pieces I've done here. And if I bring in, let's have a look, I did have a little stencil here. Just a little circle, and I'm going to come in with my colouring pencils to start with.
Okay.
Now let's have a look. I'm going to use a different colour because, of course, here I've got the reds and the yellows. So let's bring in a couple. I've got a few purples there. Let's open the tin. This is a nice thing. You just get them all out and have a look at them. Okay, so I've got quite a few, you know, darker colours there. A bit of purple. You see, I'm sticking within the same colour range at the minute, so maybe I'll add a touch of green in there as well, just to sort of bring it a little bit different. I want a brighter colour, and then of course we want that white. So you see, I'm not trying to keep them all in the same place in the tin. I'm not worried about that at all. I'm just getting some colours out so I can see on the page here how this sort of going to look. So I've got my darks going to my lighter colours there. And just a little word about the graphite pencils. If we have a look at them, it actually gives you a number at the bottom there. So when you get these, just make sure that you're working with the right one. The HB is the most common pencil that you're going to come across. Everybody uses that for drawing, whether you're in school, whether you're professional, and it means it doesn't it's like a centre point. It doesn't blend too much, but it's not too hard that you can't sketch.
Just turn those the other way, just so we can see on the camera.
Yeah, do apologise. There we go. There you are. Let's see. There you are. And then we've got one here. It says 2H. I always remembered, I used to teach in school, that H was for hard. So you're going to get a really heavy sort of pencil, but it's not going to smudge. And then here we've got a 2B pencil. Again, the B stands for butter. So that means that if you want to sort of blend it out, it's going to be nice and soft for you. So you get 2 HBs, a 2B and a 2H. So I'm just going to work with the HB because, of course, I just want to draw around this shape so we can have a look at how we put these two together. So if I just sort of bring that round, and same with this one. You see there, nice sharp pencil, always works well. There we are. And I'm going to start by using the white. And you think, why white? I'm just going to use this top one. I'm just going to identify, for me, where I want the highlight to be. Not that you can see it seriously, but it just means that I know, and I get a little bit of resistance to that. I've got to leave a little bit for the lightness. So, okay, let's bring in this the dark pencil. And this is where we sort of start adding the layers. It's going to look a little bit scruffy just to start with, but just bear with me there and you'll see how it starts to grow. So here, I'm just almost like putting the colours down. I'm just sort of setting out the layers and thinking this is where it's going to sort of head. So, okay, I've got a blue and a purple in there. Okay, a little bit scary if you've never done it before, but you see I'm just sort of adding them in and working it around that circle there. Let's bring a bit of this lighter purple in. And again, it's looking a bit scruffy, but I'm just sort of determining where I'm putting these colours. So it doesn't mean that they're going to stay this way. Okay, so there we go, just sort of adding that in there. So I've got my blues. I'm going to come back and put my green in a short while. You notice how I'm sort of starting to form this little circle here. It's all starting to come together. So now I can come in. I'm going to stick with this pencil for now, and I'm just going to turn it into little swirls. And we're going to start to just sort of work those pencils together around the outside and then back up through those colours, working my way over the top. And again, it's not particularly neat at the moment, but it doesn't really need to be yet. We can come back in later. I suppose the other thing to consider as well is I'm not actually putting a lot of pressure on. I'm just sort of coming in and filling in that space almost. Let's bring some of that blue back in. And when you're working with a white or a lighter paper, you'll find that you're always fighting against the white of it, because you can see at the moment we've got this little bit of a texture in there, so we've got to remove that. That's why sometimes it's really nice to work on coloured papers. Okay, so there we go. I'm just going to bring that down here a little bit. Bring that lighter blue in. And then I'm going to bring, maybe I'll bring the lighter green in. Touch of green. Now I can feel that just touching that white. So I know not to go too far into that, just to sort of work it in a little bit. And then out it comes again into the rest of those colours. Okay, so now this is where we change a little bit. We go in with the darker colour, but I'm going to press on a little bit. So I'm going to add just a little bit more pressure. And I'm going to repeat sort of what I've just done. I'm going to work my way around. You see there where it's what's happening now is it's starting to fill in the textured surface of the paper. So it's going to give me a little bit more depth. And of course this is my third layer that I'm adding on here. So of course you'll speed up a little bit as the more you do this, but I'm just going to take my time and make sure that I'm showing you how to do it properly, just to get that in there. You see how it's starting to work its way together there. Let's bring a bit of that purple in. Okay, you see here at this point I'm just going to bring in my sharpener there. It's a nice soft sharpener that is, but you see it's giving me a lovely sort of point, which means I can go back in and I can add to it. Again, just working my way around that little highlight there. You see the difference it's made just having that sharper?
It really does.
Just starting to sort of give it a little bit more depth now. So let's do the same with this. This is where, don't be precious with your pencils. If they need to be sharpened, sharpen them. Don't think, oh well, they're going to be all different sizes. They're there to be used, so you know, you get on with them, use them. Alright, so again, building that pressure now. You can go in different directions for now, it's absolutely fine. Just working that way around. Go back in with that lighter one. You can see again, you know, I'm 3 to 4 layers and it's not worried at all. It's still going on, it's still doing what it's supposed to be. Again, let's just sharpen that green a little bit and bring that in. See, a little bit more pressure, and I'm losing some of that white space now, but that's absolutely fine. It's just helping me to blend it all in together.
Well, and don't be scared to put the colours on top of each other, so the blues and the green, is that
not
all about
all.
the blending? And
yeah, that's it. That's where you'll get your extra dimension from, is adding those extra colours. You see, even your whites going over the top and adding in to that depth there. Again, I'm just going to sharpen. You tell I've been using them because I'm sharpening them all as I go. So don't worry about that. Just sharpen them as you need to. There we go. So just adding that extra bit of darkness. Now I suppose as well you'll notice I've not used black to darken it or to add any shade. We don't want to be doing that if we can help it. We want to keep it nice and warm with the colours that we're using, rather than bringing that black in. It'll sort of make the colours go a little bit colder, and we don't want that. We want to sort of keep it in with the colours we've been working to. So you can see there, if I just sort of now, let's just bring that white in. There we go. Touch more blue. So you can be going at it for hours and building up those layers, but of course I don't have hours, but you can see now where that's starting to bring in that depth and that 3-dimension just by going over and over and adding those extra layers, keeping that highlight, and then going really dark around one of the sides.
And that's just the colours,
isn't it? Yeah, just the colours.
And that we've not even scratched the surface. You've got 32 of those in that big set. Then you've also got 18 watercolours and 12 metallics. And how do I know this? Because I physically counted every single one of them when I put them back in the tin. But you are getting those beautiful...
Oh dear.
Don't be scared of where you put them in the tin. They're there to be used. That's what I'll go with. But look at the metallics that you've got here. The shine that you are getting on these. Look at that. How beautiful. And it is true, they are so buttery. Like, I have done this swatch while you were watching that. That's why I didn't talk for a while, because I was colouring the swatch so you could see the metallics on there. but they are. They don't feel grainy, if that makes sense. And yes, it's all down to the cardstock and the paper stock that you use. That is a given, depending on what your texture is going to get. But sometimes when you use colour with a pencil, you can feel the sort of the bits of graphite in there. With this ones, they do feel smooth as you colour down there. £37.95 is what you are looking at for this today. 405128 is your item number. I don't know if there's flexi on this. Is this a sexy flexi? No flexi, okay. 405128 is your item number. Now remember, your dispatch date on this is the 22nd, but good things are worth waiting for is what you're looking at. Something else that you are absolutely adoring are the watercolours. The big set of watercolours as well. You've got a set of 36, I've also got a set of 24, but you're loving the 36 watercolours that you're getting here for £19.95. Please do not think that these are inferior pencils, because they're not. Yes, the price says it. Price says, yeah, it's like a tester set, isn't it? You get all the colours that are in there, but you don't really know how it all works. With this one, these will grow with you. £19.95. 015324 is your item number. £19.95 for 36, but maybe you only want to go for 24. I'm scared to open these tins. It is really busy. I'm scared to open the lids. I really genuinely am, in case they all go everywhere. But this is the 24, so in theory, what you're getting now is you're still getting all the colours that you need. And remember, you can still blend with a watercolour. You can still mix and match with your watercolours as well. £16.95. £16.95 for 24 watercolour pencils. 959152 is your item number. Portable pack is what we've got here as well. Sharp points that's on there. Watercolour on the go. You can take them with you. Look at them. You could actually use the lid as a little palette if you wanted to.
You could, absolutely, yeah. Wipes off after, it's fine, yeah.
£16.95 for all the colourways that you got there. Yes, we're saying 24, but once you start mixing colours, the possibilities really are endless. 959152 is your item number for this at the moment. Maybe you're just thinking, all well and good. I'm liking the watercolours, but it's not really my bag. I just like to colour in. But that big set, I don't really want the watercolours in there, and I don't want the metallics in there. Maybe you just want 24 beautiful, beautiful pencils. You can have 24 colouring pencils for £15.95. 373972 is that item number that you are looking at for this one. They're just nice to look at, to be genuine. They are genuinely beautiful to look at. And I never thought I'd say that on national telly about a pencil, but they are there's something quite satisfying about this.
There is. They are really nice, but they are there to use. So look at them for a little while.
They're there to be used.
But then imagine what you're going to create with them, I think, and that's what gets you going with them.
That's the thing. So imagine now doing your florals, your seascapes, your landscapes with these. That doodle that you've always wanted to be in, that sort of Zentangling that you want to go down. That sort of route, that therapy that you want to do. You just want to sit and colour. You just want to be mindfulness for a couple of hours. You want to lose yourself in the wonderful world of colouring. And colouring, you can do that, I found. If 24 pencils, though, is not enough, I've got 36. We closed all these before I came on TV. We should have left them open. You've got 36 pencils. Now, I know from my little one, I can quite easily lose an hour, 2 hours from just colouring a kid's colouring book.
Yeah.
Because it's what you do. It's you sort of keep it in the line thing. You try to practice and blend it in. And once you get the knack, you're like, oh, actually, I could put that colour on top of that colour, and that all works. And then start looking at your colour wheel. But don't bog yourself down with the colour wheel. Just think, well, that colour opposite that colour, they go together. They're a little team. And you've got that in here. You've got from your skin tones to your flesh tones, your forest floors, to your seascapes, to those beautiful fantasy purples, down to your sort of your charcoal greys and your blacks and that fiery orange that you've got, with sort of a red. You've got shade, you've got depth, you've got everything you need in one little palette. £20.99. 276900 is your item number. A cracking little price for 36, and they all come in the giftable tin as well, which means they are perfect giftables. Perfect bottom drawer gifts is what you're looking at, and then you're also going to need paper as well. I've also got those on the show. It's worth having a little look. Oh, we're doing these now. We've got A3. Now, this is not just your standard paper pack that you're looking at. You've got a choice of colours all in the one pack. This is warm tones that we're looking at now. If I show you that. So you've got things like desert brown, You've got Verona green that's in there. You've got sort of a red, sort of an orange. And you've then got cotton white as well that's in there. So that's your warm sets that you're getting. Big A3 book, 50 sheets in total with a sturdy back as well is what you're looking at on this one. Then you've got your cools. Now in this one, you've got, now I don't know if I'll get these right, but we'll go. Mystical blue. Then you've got royal blue. Cotton white. And industrial grey. Well, I never. Now, Sandra, with the paper pack themselves, is it a case of my pencils are going to change colour slightly, to depending on what backing I put them on, or am I still going to get that pop of colour from the pencil?
Yeah, only slightly. But if you imagine, for example, if you're using the blue, I could show you this. Let's have a look at the blue. Oh, let's do it that way. You see there that I've actually just used the regular colours on there, but you can see that they're really popping out of the darkness there. And because I've used sort of a bit of a silver and a white in the background, well, you just couldn't do that on regular white paper, could you? It's having that darkness, I think it's a little bit of a comfort blanket almost, and you feel like you created something really magical on it.
Well, you do, and it sort of enhances your work, or it sort of enhances the colours that you're now putting on top. Because you've not got that, I'm guessing, I don't know, I'm no colourist, so it's only what I think, but you've not got that stark white background that then you've got to try and apply the all colour onto. Your colour's already there, so whatever you put on top... You're
all highlighting.
You're just highlighting your overall image.
That's right, yeah.
By Jove, I think I've got this.
He's got it.
I think I've cracked this colouring malarkey. Well, the principle of it. To the actual colour, I colour like a 4-year-old. £15 and 99 pence is what you're looking at for your A3 paper pad, your tone paper pad. So you've got a choice of colours to choose from, all in the one pack, 50 sheets in total. Shall we go back for more demos? Let's go back for more demos because I'm loving this. What are you showing me now?
OK, so I know you've got an A3 pad there, but cut it up. Don't think you've got to do huge pieces. It will do a really small piece like we do with tiles, or it will go really large to A3, so it will actually give you the best of both worlds. But of course, we can sit colouring circles forever and we can show you different techniques, but I want to show you, if you think, all right, I can colour, I want to give it a go, let's show you how you can draw something that you can then colour in. How's that?
Yeah, let's do it, let's do it.
So what I've done, I've got my wolf stencil
We've got this on the show as well.
Now, what these do is they don't actually give you a wolf to draw around, they give you the instructions and they give you the actual stencils that you need to create this kind of image that's on the front there. So what I'm going to do, I'm not going to use the instructions for now, but you can see that step by step everything shows you exactly how to do it. I'm going to just put them to one side and I'm just going to use the stencil. You'll notice that I've actually numbered it. Please make sure that you number the stencil to match the numbers that are in the pad, because of course that's what I've used to give you the instructions. So I've used the edge of it. I'm just giving myself a bit of a line here, and I'm going to create that howling wolf. And you think, how on earth is she going to do that? Got my HB pencil, and I'm going to come in and I'm going to first of all put in these 3 circles. They are in a specific position to help you there, and of course you've got a little one as well if you wanted to do a smaller one. So I'm going to bring in this sort of section here, and again all the instructions there are to show you how you can do this. So I've got a head and I've got the mouth. Let's give it a little bit of a tooth there. It's a bit of a saber tooth rather than a wolf, but there we go.
This is like proper drawing.
Then I'm going to turn around my stencil. I'm going to use this one here just to give him a bit of an ear there. Okay, there we go. So if I just join those together with a bit of a curved line, same with this one, there we go. And then let's have a look, we need some feet. So this little guy here, we're going to give him a couple of feet. There we go, one behind the other, of course. And I'm just going to bring in a bit of a line there, just to help him off with that.
So you're not getting the stencil of the wolf, you're actually getting what you see like your YouTubes and your TikTok videos where people sit there and they just draw these wolves from 3 circles.
They are.
You've helped us along the way.
Yeah. What the beauty of these is every single wolf that you draw is going to be completely different. Let's give him a tail. So again, bit of a wave. Very, very simple brush strokes, very simple lines, nothing too crazy. Right, I'm just going to bring my little rubber in now because of course I just want to get rid of some of those lines that we're not going to see everything there. But it's just about having that little bit of structure that you thought, you know, if I can't do this, yes you can. There we go, give it a little bit of fur there, a little bit of fur. Now we're going to have this as a sort of a silhouette, so I'm not going to worry about keeping too much detail sort of on the inside there. But let's put this moon behind. Of course, a lovely moon like this means we've got to get those metallics out and do something with that in a short while, haven't we?
Yes, please.
And then let's bring in, let's do it in pencil, I'll keep with it. Just going to bring in a bit of a wavy line. And another next to it. Again, if you think, I can't draw straight lines, you don't have to. Go for a wave, it's fine. Let's have a one going over here. A little bit over there. Bring that in. Okay. Basic thing drawn. Right, let's get some colour on. So I am going to use a bit of black now, but I'm not going to use black on its own. I'm just going to add a little bit in around the sides there.
Just before we move on, let me quickly reference the stencils for you. I'm getting engrossed as you, because this is amazing. I've never seen stencils like this. This is the wolf that you're looking at. This is your native wolf option. So you are getting the circles that make you look like a proper artist. In theory, that's how I sum this up. So you get those beautiful circles. So have a look. I'm going to rattle through these because I can see we're pressing on. £12.99, £3.99, £3.29. We've also got a totem option as well. You got the dream capture. Oh, we've got the feather as well. All under the same item number. Let's get back to Deborah because look how quick this has come on.
Okay.
Oh my word!
Now I'm putting blue in with this black. You said when you're using pencils, you don't really want to be using black on its own. And of course, you're never going to get a fully black wolf. It's always going to have all the colours in there. And again, I'm being a little bit scruffy with it, so I'm not really being particularly, you know, I've got to have a colour here or there. I've just added a little bit of colour because this is what happens when we add the water. So I'm just going to bring that over. Now, when you've got your first brush, the first thing I would suggest you do with your brush is put in a little bit of warm water, a bit of washing up liquid. Just give it a little bit of a wash because sometimes it can be a little bit hard, can't they, when you start?
Yeah.
And then, you know, you're going to get a really nice soft brush. We want it to a point. There we go, point. And the idea is that I'm just going to touch those colours there. I'm just going to bring out. And again, remember, we're not putting any detail on this because it's going to be sort of a silhouette, and what's going to happen is we're going to blend those colours on the paper. You see, I'm still going to, as it starts to dry out, I'm going to bring in a little bit more water. There he is. And of course, because you've got those blues and those browns in there, it just means that they're actually going to blend on the paper. And a really nice thing to notice about watercolour, and I know a lot of people, when they do this for the first time, they think they have to colour the whole image. Well, you don't, because you've got that coloured paper in the background, and that's going to help fill it in with you. So what I'm actually doing is I'm going back into the water and I'm bringing in clean water. So it's just going to sort of blend away. There we go. So if you're a beginner, you've never done this before, this is a great way to start because you've actually got a bit of structure. You've got that stencil to help you create something, but then you've also, you're not really colouring it in. You're actually just adding some shadows and some shade in there. Now, if you felt, do you know what, I really need a bit more colour on there, never ever go back in really with your pencils yet. You need to let that dry and then go back in and do another layer. Just as likewise, you don't want to be bringing your pencil in and putting water onto your pencil, certainly not the wood section. If you really need to, you can just take a little bit off the tip there, but what you don't want is any water going onto that wood because it'll get all wet and nasty and we don't want that. So just take a little bit and you can then soften it in with a little bit. See there, it's just bringing that in. But I'm just going to let that dry and then we'll come in with a little bit of coloured pencil. You see, you look like a professional already. Look at that. There we go.
That is amazing.
Because I want to use these metallics. So, okay, we've got a couple of silvers, a couple of golds. My suggestion is you bring a few out. There we go. We've got a couple going on there. Let's start with this silver. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to work from the outside in. So let's just bring that silver in there. And again, you can do this whilst that's drying, so don't think it's you've got to wait completely. Because we're not going in with watercolour pencils, it's fine. Just going to give it a little bit of a rim there, see? Let's bring in a bit of the gold. And doesn't mean that you've got to use these on their own. I might bring a bit of the regular pencils in a minute, just to sort of work it round. And you see, I'm not going straight in at the centre. I'm not drawing in sort of straight lines. I'm following the shape.
Could we do the same style if we're going for the watercolours on their own?
Yes.
Could we still do this technique?
Of course you could. You could.
Obviously the metallics aren't in there, but we could still go in with our darks and lights, yellows and...
Yeah. Now if I just come in with a bit of watercolour, maybe a bit of yellow there. I mean, of course, the metallics are not going to be reacted to by the watercolour, but I can mix these in. Let's have a look. So you see there, you're getting a little bit of yellow. Again, not being completely neat with that. Let's bring in a bit of the white as well. There we go. Just a bit in there. And let's bring in my brush again. Just dry it off. So I always dip my brush in and it's soaking wet, but I dry it off a little bit. And I do have tissue here, but I do tend to use my hand because then I can feel it and I know how wet it is or not. So there we go. We can then bring our watercolours. So I'm only going to go up to that metallic there. I'm not going to go over that. And then just ease it off there. There we go. I'm not going to touch the wolf because if he's a little bit wet still, he's going to end up with a bit of yellow in. We don't want that.
If we force dry watercolours, does it change the colour? Does it dull it down?
A little bit. I wouldn't do it, honestly. I like to sort of let the water do its own thing. I think if you try and control watercolour too much, it's not going to let you.
Okay.
So yeah, you once you put water on the page, you let it do its thing and you go with it.
Look at that.
Yeah. See, I can even bring in a touch of this one in.
Remember the details on the screen are for the sort of like the bumper kit that you're getting. You're getting pencils, metallics, watercolour pencils in there. You're getting your brush, your 2 sharpeners, and your eraser as well. £37, 95 pence. 22nd of February
there we go.
is the dispatch date on this one.
Yeah, okay. I'm just going to put a little bit of colour in that tree as well there. Go. I'm just going to now see that under the lights here, watercolour dries very quickly, so you can see that we can just add in little bits there. And then, of course, let's just have a little bit of a flower there. This is what we call tangling, just adding our little sort of doodly type of shapes in there. Okay, maybe that wants a little bit of colour in there. And then, of course, give it a little bit of a surface to sit on.
Look at that.
Maybe a couple of extra bits there. Maybe just wrap a little bit of around there. And that is where you can bring the pencils and the stencils together and you're creating something that is completely unique, something that you'll never draw exactly the same again. Right, it's Valentine's Day soon, isn't it? Let's put a little heart in there. Imagine sending that to someone saying, do you know what, I drew that for you and look at it.
Look at it, you're a wolf.
Yeah, every single wolf's going to be different as they are. See, I'm just adding a touch of extra over there. There he is. Wolf and the full moon.
I love that.
Yeah.
Absolutely adore it.
It's lovely,
and
isn't
all
it?
you need is pencils and stencils, my new favourite term. And you generally do. But how good was that? Just using the stencils. That is not actually a stencil because it just gives you random shapes, but put them random shapes together in the order they are, and you start creating beautiful artwork. But then to do that beautiful artwork, you need something to colour it in, and if you're going to go down the big bundle route, £37.95, you're going to get your metallics. You're going to get your, I say standard, your colour pencils that's in there, all the colour pencils that you need and more. You're going to get your watercolours, and you're also going to get your graphite pencils as well. So you've got a bit of everything. You've got a bit of everything just to dabble. The metallic pencils that we've seen already that's on here, how beautiful are those? To just that little shimmer and shine that you've got on there. 405128 is your item number. 2 sharpeners, each one is different, each one serves a purpose. 405128 is that item number though. Very busy for the big pack of pencils. And you can sort of see why. And I've said it once and I've said it twice and I'm going to say it again now. Don't look at these prices and think inferior. Don't think, well, I could get these somewhere else at the same... No, you possibly could. But these are artist quality pencils that we're bringing you. Artist quality pencils at affordable prices. £19.95 is what you're looking for a set of 36 watercolours. And now you've sort of got every colour that you are going to need. And these ones as well. Oh, they're the ones. We've got a little sneak peek of the smaller set, if you want the smaller set as well. But most people want to go for large. That's why we've come back to them. We thought we'd show you both, but most of you want the large work that you've got there already. £19.95. 015324 is your item number. You could do your florals, you could do your botanicals. They would look cracking with the brand new one-day special from AALL coming up at 6 o'clock, 20 minutes to wait for that. But they would look absolutely beautiful. It would go together like so, because once you've got the right stencils for the jobs, this is what you need. Artist quality pencils. And if you're anything like me, you'd put a barrier up before you even go and then go, yeah, I can colour, but I can do the standard colouring. I just put it down on the paper. I don't know about the depth and the layers and all that. Well, you don't need to, because the pencils really do it for you. You've just, I'm guessing that you've got to just believe in the pencils. Let the pencils do the work.
Just let them do the work, yeah. You're just going to put some colour on. If you're not sure, practice first. Why not have maybe your A3 pad and just cut a strip off the end and just test it before you do it? But honestly, just give it a go. Just get in there and do it. Don't worry about it. Don't think, oh, I'm going to ruin them. They're not going to... You can't ruin them, and you can't ruin the work that you're doing. Just go for it and have a bit of fun. It's a piece of paper, isn't it?
And that's the thing at the end there. If it goes wrong, just turn it over and start again. If it goes wrong, just turn it over and start again. But you can do these with days. Right, we've only got 15 minutes left, and I want to crack in another demo as well. Right, and what are we up to?
OK, I've got the peacock here. I'm not going to draw it, but I want to just sort of show you that you can see here from the steps all the way through. It actually shows you exactly how to create what I'm about to show you. So don't look at it and think, never can do this. There are literally step-by-step instructions, of course, and a stencil to help you. So here he is. We've actually got the phoenix. You can change him into a peacock as well, but we'll go with the phoenix. And I've got my reds, orange yellows, and a bit of white of the watercolours, that lovely larger set there. And the first thing I'm going to do is just sort of bring in one of my colours, and I'm just going to apply some of it. Now you can see, because I've got that sort of rusty colour in the background, it's just going to help me bring in a little bit of extra colour there, so I'm not fighting against the white of the paper. Having said that though, I've got to put some white back in because we need those highlights. So if you're somebody that doesn't really want to colour in particularly, and you think, oh, I'm a bit messy with that, watercolours are great because you can just come in and add a little bit of colour in places, just as I'm doing. I'm not really trying to be particularly neat about it. Let's bring in some of that white. So it's going to bring in some sort of over the top there. You see the difference already by adding that highlight in. Yeah. And I know it's really scruffy, but let's just see how that works out. Okay, so I've added my colours on. Do you know what I really like about it as well? You can be a little bit creative with your colours, and you don't have to think what's going to work or what's going to blend. It's just going to do it. And then, of course, you start to add that water in. Remember me saying before about the vibrance? Ooh, you can see now how sort of vibrant that red
is. There a rule of what colour we start with, though, when we're putting our water on? Do we start with the dark? Obviously, I'm guessing we wouldn't do the shading first.
Yeah, I've sort of started with the darker because then it's feeding its way into those lighter colours.
OK.
But honestly, there are no rules. If you want to do it a different way, it's absolutely fine. So again, just sort of make sure you know how much water's on your brush. If you want to sort of control it, you want to just not put as much water on. And again, remember, we're not trying to completely fill the whole space. We're just wanting to do a little bit of it, if we can, and just let the water do the rest.
And this is where the paper comes into its own.
Yeah, you see, I'm not worried about how much water I'm putting on here at all. It's just working. You see, now that's pretty much dry, so I think what I'm going to do is bring in a little bit of blue. So when you're actually using colours, you know, we talked about not perhaps using black so much.
Yeah.
If you use a dark blue or a purple, it's going to actually give you that more depth. We don't want to be sort of cooling these colours down too much. You see there how it's gone a little bit darker there? And then of course let's bring that white back in, add a touch of depth there. Of course we need a little bit of darkness for the eye. You see, I'm just picking colours up as I go, and I'm not worrying too much about what works and what doesn't. It's just what I want to put in. Well, let's give him quite a dark beak.
And I suppose with them being watercolours, they're quite forgiving anyway, because you can...
Oh, yes.
Is it a case of you can still pick the colour up with the water and take it out if you wanted to, let it dry and go over the top with another colour?
Yeah, you can, yeah. So, you see there, I've just added that blue. You see, that's pretty much dry now. So what I can do is think, well, do you know what? It needs a bit more. So let's pick another red and let's go back in. You can do this with watercolours or regular colour pencils if you want to use the both. It's entirely up to you. But what I can do with this one, which is quite nice, is add the red in, but then go back in with the water. You see how it just picks up that colour? There we go.
Look at this.
Just sort of pull it out a bit. You see, I'm not completely filling the whole space with water there. I'm just taking it back over that darkness. Let's oh, the crown. The crown's got to be metallic, hasn't it, to be honest? Let's bring in that gold for that crown there. Again, you're sort of creating the character, aren't you? It's whatever colours you decide that you want to use for it. It starts to sort of bring on a little bit of a difference in terms of, you know, he's got a little smile there maybe. But he's looking quite happy, isn't he, this one, actually?
He looks... They were heavy, don't they? They were very heavy, them papers. You're getting 50
more.
Sheets of the beautiful paper pack as well. I've got the cool, the beautiful cool colours that's in there. So this is the cool one that we're looking at first. So you've got the beautiful greys, you've got that beautiful sort of taupe blue that's running through there, you've got the dark blue, sort of school navy that's in there, and then you've got the cotton white to work on. School navy, it's like it used to be my school jumper colour that you've got in there. £15.99. That's your cools, but then if you want to go for the hues that Shannon is using, you want to go for your warms, you've got that beautiful orange, Sandra, that you've got there. You've got that beautiful orange colourway, then you've got sort of your sort of forest green that's in. Then you've sort of got your khaki, sort of like your latte brown. I've made these colours up, by the way, they're not the real colours. Then you've also got the cotton white that's in there as well. There's 50 sheets in total, 180 GSM that you've got. And if you've not got the right paper, and we've all give it a go, if you've not got the right paper, your paper starts to buckle and it starts to warp, then you put water on it and you get those little bubbles on it. You know when you start dabbing it off, you get little bubbles on. And you don't want that. Yeah, like that jumper that you have to get that lint brush out, so you have to start rubbing it down. That's what your paper becomes like. Because you start rubbing it down and go, oh, I don't like that bit, so you start rubbing it out and your paper just becomes more and more worn and worn and worn. To the end up, you just end up with just a scraggy mess. And then you just think, well, maybe it's me. Maybe I can't use the colours. Maybe I'm not a watercolourist. Maybe I'm not a colourist. Well, you are. You're just using the wrong materials. And for these sorts of prices, you genuinely can't go wrong. And as we said, cut it up. Cut it up, don't use it as A3 if you don't want to. It works out to be 32 pence a sheet, and that's for A3. So you divide that again by 2 for A4, you're talking 15p a sheet. Then go even smaller to your A5. That wolf was I reckon would fit on an A5.
Yes, easy.
Easy. I reckon you could get 2 side by side.
Yeah.
Of the wolf, so you could cut it down again if you wanted to. So you're going to get your money's worth out of that pound. 549530 is your item number, £15.99. Let's get back to our watercolours. We've only got about 6 minutes left.
All right, OK. So I've actually got some regular pencils now. I'm starting to add a little bit over the top because I've talked about it, of course, and said this is what you can do.
Yeah.
So let's go for it. So here I'm bringing in those metallics, just to add that little bit of shimmer. I mean, it's not going to be like a sparkly glitter pen, of course. It's got a bit of crushed metal in it, so that's what's going to give it its sheen. But it's not so dazzling that it's going to affect the rest of the image, of course. But use it with your regular pencils. You can see here, again, it's all about those layers, isn't it? So I already used 2 layers of watercolour on here, and now I'm coming in and adding coloured pencils over the top.
But you wouldn't think about putting orange onto orange paper.
No, not at all, but it really does work.
It works.
It does. And of course, I'm using a purple in there to give it its darkness, not just the red. See, this one's nice and dry now, so let's come in and add a little bit to that. So don't think that, I know sometimes people think, oh, with watercolour it's a little bit wishy-washy, I know it's that word, but if you don't want it to be and you want to start to build the depth up, just keep adding layers and just keep building it.
Can you add too many layers?
No, not at all.
Is there a point where the paper goes, actually, no,
yeah,
no more?
do you know, as long as you let it dry in between each one, it's pretty good in terms of what it does. Perhaps, you know, with water, because of course it affects what's underneath it. So if you've already got a layer on and you keep putting 6 or 7 layers on, maybe that might be a little bit too much. It just might be overkill.
Okay.
But if that's the case and you think I want a bit more, then go to regular pencils and add those over the top. So again, you can just see it building. So I can even bring in. Let's bring in a touch of. Let's bring in a touch of green to go in with that. Now, green is a great one to bring in shadows with a red because it's, of course, the opposite end of the colour wheel. You see how it's just darkened that bit up there for you. Just
it's darkened it up, but it's also blended really, really well.
Yeah, I'm not even trying, really. It's just because we've got so many colours on now, whatever I bring in is just going to add to it. And of course, let's just bring a little bit around the edge. So don't think because you've got watercolours you're going to stick with water, and because you've got pencils you're going to stick with pencils. You want to be able to sort of mix and match and use both, and that's the kind of thing I like to do. I don't want to sort of be restricted with using one thing. I want to sort of go with whatever works for me and my piece of art at that particular time. So just go for it, just have a bit of fun, and don't be afraid of trying something a little bit different. So there we go, just bringing those in. So again, layer upon layer. Now of course, because I put regular pencils on top here, I wouldn't go back in and put watercolour over the top of that.
So would you say, obviously we're not here to spend people's money, that's not what we do, but would you say if people are wanting to dabble with a bit of everything, and you say watercolour, you can use watercolour, you can use normal pencils as well, go for that big set of 70 pieces, because you're getting the metallics in there, which we know works. You're getting your watercolours that you can put underneath, and then you can build the colour with your colour pencils on top as well.
You've got a bit of everything in there, haven't you? So it depends what you feel like. You can use just one or the other, or if you think I'm going to be a bit crazy today, then you just get them all out and you just put them all together. So I'd go watercolour, then I'd go colour pencils, then I'd go metallics.
You see, and for 54p an element is what you're talking about, 54 pence per item in there, that's going to last you a while. They really are going to last you a while, and it's something it is, and I know, bang on about it, and you talk about it like that, but it is a journey, and I do like a crafting journey. I love a journey, I love a story. I do like a nice story, because you start knowing nothing, and by the time you get to the end, you're quite good at what you do. But you all go on a process. You all go on, everyone goes on one, whether you like it or not, you go on one. So this is what it is. It's life. Life's a journey. You don't know how to walk when you're born, but by the time you're 37, you do know how to walk. So just about. But you know what I mean? It's those sorts of things that you're going on there. But you've got everything in here, from your graphite pencils. If you're just going to sit and draw your walls with the stencils that I've got on the show, that would work. You've then got your watercolours that's in there. They work on their own because you've got the brush. The only thing you need to bring to this tin is the water. And everything else has been sorted for you. You've got your colour pencils in there, you've got your metallics in there, you've got all your accessories, your 2 sharpeners that's in there, which we will go through again at 9 o'clock this evening. You've got your rubber in there. Good for students, artists, if you just want to dabble and have a go. £37.95 today. Now, they are on extended delivery from the 22nd of February, but good things are worth waiting for. 405, it's like our Scott, isn't he? We don't see him for ages. Good things worth waiting for. He's up next, 2 hours, back to back. What more do you want? 405128 is that item number that you are looking at for these. We are very, very busy for this big collection. If anyone's hesitating, if everyone's sitting on the fence thinking, I got some, they're all right, and I'm looking at the prices and thinking, yeah, I've already bought some like that and they weren't that good. What would you say about these sets?
Do you know, if you've got colours and you've been sitting with them and you think they're not working for you, then it's not you, it's the pencils. You've got something like this, and I know I use them myself. I'm a professional artist, and I do actually use. I have brought my own, and that means a lot. Honestly, I wouldn't be spending my money on these pencils if I didn't think they were worth it. They're really good value for money, and you've seen today the coverage that we can get on there. The colours are just divine. Those metallics are just so soft and creamy. So Don't hesitate. Honestly, these are a really nice set. Certainly the big one, you know, with everything in it.
Yeah.
It just means you don't have to take everything with you. Everything's in one set. You can just open it up and whatever you feel like, it's there on the day. So it's whatever suits you, whatever mood you're in, because we know it changes. So.
No, it's true. It really, and that's the thing. It does. It's one thing you think doing watercolour, next thing you think, oh, actually, I'll do a bit of pencil colouring. I quite like that. But you can do that with these. And you're going to start, and once you get going, you're going to start losing yourself. You think, oh, actually, where is that hour gone? I was watching that programme a minute ago. I had it on in the background. You've actually noticed you've not watched any of it and you're 3 episodes in. We've all been there. You leave it on running going, oh, yeah, I'm watching that. You're actually not watching, paying a blind bit of notice of what's on the telly, to be honest. But we've only got a minute left of this hour. Start checking out your baskets. Come back at 9 o'clock where we'll go through more inspiration. What can we look forward to at 9 o'clock?
I'm going to do the feather.
Oh,
and
yes.
I thought we'd have a go at doing the totem as well. It's so much fun. If you've never done it before and you think, I can't draw, you can with these and you can create some beautiful things. But of course, the coloured pencils are there to enhance whatever you draw. So, you know, everything goes together.
Feathers and totem poles
Absolutely,
at 9 o'clock.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. So, feathers and totem poles at 9 o'clock. You're going to need your stencils for those as well. So get hold of those so you're one step ahead of the curve. Start checking out your baskets for your pencils as well. It's worth having a little look. Busy on the watercolours, but we're also busy on the big bundle as well that you are absolutely adoring. My heart, I've been on rack and nerves during this show because of these pencils.
Be all calm and
right,
chilled.
don't go anywhere. There's more to shop for here on the wonderful world of the craft store. Ascot's up next. Woohoo! Yes, indeed. She's a little nervous. She's gone all of a fluster. I've never seen our Lou Sims like this before. It's her brand new release of her brand new collection. Little bit shady. Mm-hmm.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family-run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. All of our MDF products are produced in Devon, in the UK, and we have a wide variety of products to inspire you.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. We have a wide range of designs and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home.
Hi, I'm Julie.
And I'm Paula.
And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry for well over 20 years. The thing I love to do most is to share my ideas, hints and tips with you, the viewers, so I can inspire you to pick up a stamp and get creating.
Hello everybody, lovely to have your company and welcome to another brand new one-day special. My name is Scott and do you know what, I'm absolutely chuffed to bits to hit a bit of a landmark here, which is fantastic. Now, we all know, of course, Dolly Dimples, which are amazing, which is lovely, but you'll notice here, someone's name is up here, Shaded Designs by Lou Sims. Now, this is the lovely Lou Sims that's always there doing lovely demonstrations, lovely projects that she'll work away with us, teaches us loads all the way through, and for the first time ever, her very own designs by Lou Sims, everybody! Yes! Take a bow, take a bow! Oh, well, welcome.
Thank you.
To your designs here on a one-day special. Honestly, it is a landmark. And now I know that Adam said before we came live, you know, we said on the previous show, you know, that this is the most nervous I've seen you as well.
I know.
And Adam
and it's really bizarre because normally it doesn't bother me at all. You know,
No,
I'll just rock up, do what I need to do.
You're brilliant.
And stuff like that. But I suppose it's one of those little avenues that actually you're allowing someone inside your head, which is quite a bit nerve-wracking anyhow.
That's fair enough.
You know, it could be a bit scary for them as well as, as, well as for me.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's something I've been doing, or it's been made for over a year, and it's persuading me to actually bring it out. That's been the thing behind it, really.
Listen, I will mention straight away that there is a free gift with purchase to mark this as well. This alone is worth $14.99 that you're going to be getting to go with this. Now, I want to say too much regarding this because really there's a lovely mindset behind what we've got here, and I'm going to allow Lou to explain that and when we demonstrate that and to go for it. I will say already, though, we are already busy. Okay, already over 15% of the stock has gone, Lou. So that's your first sort of update on where we are with quantity, and you know that is amazing. So let there be a warning to yourselves: don't hang around for this. There's huge saving here. You notice that £30 with your one-day special, and you're going to be getting your free gift with purchase. So, Lou, I will pick up and show.
Yep.
But this is a year in the mind, a year in the planning, with all your techniques and everything. Talk us through what you come up with for us and why.
Oh, OK. So what I wanted to do was create a set of stamps, stencils, dies that took you to the next stage in your crafting. So if you're a start again, Louise. If you're a card maker and you want to do all the layering that you see us do, but you don't know where to start, I wanted to give a background to start with. So I've got all the different layers here. So we've got this one here, which is Pattern Parade, and it can work in lots of different ways. So we've got the main colour here, but what I wanted everybody to go is, now that is a big image and it might not sing to everyone, and I get that, but then suddenly if you stamped it just on the corner of a card, you've got a smaller image straight away.
Yeah.
If you then turned it around and you stamped it in the top of a card, you've got a different image straight away. If you wanted to do it so it was going to be along the front of your card, you could do it. But it's also a starting point for all your different layering techniques. So we've done all of that, but it's also, you know, you can cut elements out to it. And that was important, you know, that you could bring all of that in. So, and then this one is surround, because obviously it's surround, but I like circles. I'm probably not obsessed as Jane Royston with them, but I do like circles. But this one here, I wanted it to be, forget these parts here, because they have another part in my head.
Okay.
But this part here is layered. So if you wouldn't think about getting a stamp and making a circle design or adding other smaller parts, now this is done for you. And it's kept very, you know, very simple. I've left this clear, so that could be, you could stamp that, colour it. And when you consider I've only done two colours on here, a blue and an orange, and that's a sentiment in there straight away.
Yeah.
But it could go that way, and you could have your sentiment going down that way. It could go that way, and you could have your sentiment going that way. So you could have it then at the top, and it comes down that way. So it's all about, you know, different ways to do it. I could stamp it so it goes there, and I've got a smaller design again straight away. I don't want the tag, I could mask off, and I could actually stamp so I have a design going like that. So it was to give people the chance to get to the starting point. Now this one is called Gather Together, because we're all gathered together. But and I know it's an unusual design, but again, I wanted people to look at shape, because everything is made out of a shape. And change it again. So if I stamp it that way and if I wanted to make this on a square card, I can suddenly change it, but I've got a complete background already there.
Yeah.
I could add the good old-fashioned, let's grab one, because I've cut loads of them out, so I'm going to use them. You know when you just go, I have cut loads out.
They're not going to go to waste.
If I got put a flower and then a leaf behind and a sentiment, that is all I need to do, actually.
Yeah,
of course. But it's the concept there that if you've got other stamps then, you could look at the whole design and go, that's 3 circles. Obviously, I've doodled inside, you could do it that way. But the design can then go that way, and it could then go across the way. It could go that way. So it's not one particular way at all. And, oh, you know, I could go on and on. But,
We've got a whole hour together. You've got a whole one-day special. It's fine, you're OK.
So this one is hanging around, and this was to show that I would probably mask these off and then stamp all the different elements behind. But I appreciate if you're starting out and you want to do all of that, sometimes it can be really, really daunting. But you've now got the whole of that in one go, that you could actually do it. But again, you could stamp half of it onto just one side of a card, and you've got the starting point, or flip it, and you could stamp just that part of it on, and you've got then the starting point again for a background. Add a sentiment, depending on what colours you choose, obviously, a flower or a butterfly, and it could go from there. And then obviously this is the freebie for the collection, and this is it's painted mixings, and it's a paintbrush that you can then, it's got additional elements on, so it's a background in its own right, so you could go clean and simple, you know, with it. So what can you use it with? So if I show you some of the things that you can then see if that makes sense.
I love this work you've done with this, Lou. This is lovely, this.
There's so much. So that now was, if I grab these, and it's easier to explain which stamp set it is. So this one here is the Gather Together. So from that stamp set, I have just literally stamped on one of the backing papers we've got in an oxide, and then all I've done is I've cut out the circle.
Oh, yeah,
and then just coloured around the edge and added on some flowers. But I've got that background already there, so I can go, you know, grungy, I can go whatever I want. And then the Gather Together, you know, this one here, all I've done with the Gather Together is where I've taken it, I've just stamped those bits there into the corner of my card, and then just stamped this small bit twice and elongated it with some of the dies, but that is just from, you know, quite simply. So you've got a quick background, it looks detailed and it looks layered. But then from the surround, I've just gone very plain, very simple, just stamped that once and then added the circles on top, a few leaves, and you can have a clean and simple design if that's what you want, you know, you want to go for. And this, as I'm saying, this is from my journal. This is the starting point for it. So this is like the initial doodles I did from a journal, and we've transferred them into pages. And so you can now do an art journal. I've coloured this with watercolours, so you can take it wherever you want to go. All right, I want to move those ones quickly because I'll explain about those ones in a minute. But then this is a big A3 book. I'm not going to get all in overhead, so I'll try the best I can.
Oh, look at that.
But that is just one of the stamps. And all I've done is stamped it, and then the stencils that are on the show is the added little bit of detail, background, and simple colours. And that is just on a huge A3
That looks amazing,
journal.
I'm thinking of that even as a wrapping paper, you know, because it could work.
Yeah.
It works on that scale, doesn't it, actually?
It is, and I've just kept the colouring really simple, just around the edges and a little bit of shading out. And that is it. And then I brought in my jelly rolls because, you know, that's what I can do. Right, let's just move you there. I've got so much.
Just because that I'm going to call it the tag section in the centre where you can put your sentiments on.
Yeah, that's
but
where
just alternating, you can see how you've alternated how you got it vertical or horizontal. And if that was a pattern of some sort, it breaks it up really nicely. That.
I mean, I've stuck sentiments down that's from the paper kit, but you could easily make this a journaling piece and put your own handwriting in. You know, like with a white pen, or it could, if you did it with like in black. Doesn't, you know, but suddenly you can make smaller projects or you can make bigger projects. So a smaller project, as I was saying, and this one's, I believe, is by Sue. I want to say a huge thank you to everybody. I will try and mention everybody. But that is now on an A6 card. So from a big stamp, and it's just that stamp coloured and one or two bubble stamps and a sentiment, and that is it. So you've got the background, and it looks like you've done the layering you know, when you haven't. And then just by changing the colours...
Oh, that's lovely. Both of those are lovely on that.
So this one's done by Charmaine, but just by changing the colours, this is just stamped once. So it's got all the effects. It looks like you've done a masking technique. You put the circle first, masked it, and then you've done the leaves, and you've gone further. And then this one, just in the blue and the black, are layered up, and the circle's then been cut out with a die. So you can take it in lots of different directions that you want to take it. But then I love this one by Janie. So it's like a little ATC book. So, you know, you've got bigger stamps, but now suddenly it's changed the way you look on it just by the size of the card you actually do, if that makes sense.
No, absolutely, absolutely.
Now, so that, I mean,
I just want to... We've just got to landmark all of these points, because now, for your first designs ever, you've just reached a third of your stock that has gone in a one-day special, and I make that 11 minutes. So that is all... I mean, fantastic. I just, you know, so it's great. So, we've already asked the question from our producer about what are we going to do for the 8 o'clock show. So we'll have to see how that goes.
Okay.
But are you glad, or do you want a bit more tonic in that drink, or are you okay now?
It wouldn't be a whiskey, not anything else.
No, I don't want to interrupt you, but I just want to let people know that it is flying out of the door. But please, do consider. It's lovely to hear. But just from your point of view now, where this has all come from. It's a year in the planning, really.
It is. I'm an eclectic crafter. I will do any type of crafting. So I'll do stamping, I'll do doodles, I'll do knitting, I'll do crochet. And I just wanted the collection to cross over to every sort of style of genre of crafting.
Right.
So if you're mixed media. If you're art journal, doodle, card maker, card making, and like that. Now, as I said, doodling. So this is, if I get a plain white page in my huge book.
What you can do with these now.
So this now is the smaller elements of the stamps, and I have created that mandala.
That's lovely.
I'm going to say there is a video for this. YouTube and I are having a little bit of an argument at the moment.
Okay, all right, okay. I bet you're going to win.
I'm not winning at the moment, sadly. But I will try and get the videos up. There's 5 ready to go.
Okay.
So when people get their stuff, they've got inspiration straight away to have a look at, and I've done it in real time, so it's work with me as I do it. So I can now create that mandala. Now, I would stick that in my art journal because I love mandalas, but not for everybody. So if I take a portion like that, from that point there, I've just taken the same design and I've just now put it onto a DL card. So you've now got the same design from that mandala onto a DL. So you could bring over just by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stamps, 7, you know, and you can do it. And the only thing I masked was the circle. I didn't mask anything else.
Okay.
And then I've watercoloured. So that's, you know, one mandala design that you can do. But then in the same breadth with the stamps, you can go further and do different mandalas. And that's bringing in elements of lots of the stamps. But I wanted, again, to show that, you know, I know that's not everybody's cup of tea, but...
Sorry to interrupt. Are you going to get a chance to demonstrate a bit of the mandala making? Because
I am in the 8 o'clock.
Oh, you're in the 8 o'clock? OK, without them for that one, which is brilliant, because they're normally... The mandalas are normally a stamp on their own that you have, you know, but to be able to create that, like you say, you've got the options, you're doing 3/4, you're doing half, whatever, but it's be lovely to see that at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, I've got, like, that's for 8 o'clock. So I've got this hole here, and I appreciate, again, that it's not for everybody. So just taking this one here, this is the A5 portion. I've then made a card. So you don't have to do a huge. You could just take a smaller piece of card and do a smaller version, or you could take an even smaller piece and do an even smaller version. So you could still have all your mandala parts, you know, and start building up bit by bit. So that was important, but OK, that's black outline. There's loads of it. But then in the same breath, if you've got coloured inks, that is the same design, the same stamps, but I've stamped with coloured inks. So you've gone from like a black and white, but stamping in coloured inks changes the look of it again. And then all I've done is use my jelly rolls, my Sakura pens, and gone in and coloured some of them in. So, you know, it depends on what your eye wants to see, if that makes sense. So that was important with the stamps.
OK, I've got another milestone that you've just reached, Lou, which is lovely. Just to let people know that now part of the whole complete collection, you are getting the stencils in there we're looking at anyway. They have now sold out individually, so they're now only available as part of the complete collection for the one-day special, which is where you want it. Don't forget, this whole collection has been designed to work as one, as a collection from Lou. So the stencils are now only a part now of the complete collection. They're hanging around of one of those that you can see on the stamp. Now that is an individual. It's at the bottom of the screen. It's 577 994. It's $14.99. Now a quarter of the stock of that individually has also gone, but it is of course part of the one-day special. The one-day special as a complete collection. I can't believe I'm saying this on a launch, Lou, and I can't wish for anybody better to be having this. 40% of the stock has already gone in now 15 minutes and 39 seconds. So I think, you know, there's a lot of people with a lot of love for you. And I said this at the very beginning, you're a fantastic demonstrator, and, you know, you're a lovely person as well from all of that. So I couldn't wish for anything better for you. But obviously, there's a lot of people that are loving. But your mind and what you've been working on, it does seem that people, you're right, they wanted something like this. People are looking for this. And as you mentioned, great for beginners because you've got instant backgrounds to play with on this.
It is, and it's also stamp it out, and it's a catalogue for you to possibly look at other stamps you've got and see how you would layer them up to take your stamping to the next level, if that's what you want to do. I mean, a load of us on here are not scared of white card, putting down an inky background and building up all our different layers. But I appreciate that can be very, very daunting for people. And that was the thinking behind it, that you could have it look like you've done lots of layering, but it's simple and it's not too hard to actually do. Bring your embossing powders in and it takes a different look altogether again, if that makes sense. Bring glitters in and it takes stamp on acetate, and so it was important that you could cross over to lots of different styles, because if I'm honest, I don't just do one style of crafting. I will dip
everything.
Yeah, I do love to do a bit of everything.
Good, show us more.
Right,
I love it. But you've waited a year to do this, Lou, so I don't want to get in your way at all.
I've got to be honest
you are getting lots of messages, though, lots of people.
Oh, thank you.
David Brigg as well. Linda has also emailed in as well. Thank you. Dave and Brigg have emailed in, all saying congratulations.
Thank
you so much
for
those as well.
Thank
but yeah,
you,
just enjoy. This is your show, Lou, so go on, carry on for us.
But, OK, so the stencils to me... anyone who's followed me on my Sakura journey knows that I will do my own drawings and I will do a doodle and I'll take it wherever I want to. But I'll also say, if that's not your thing, use stencils. So I wanted the stencils to be designs that you could still draw around, easy recognisable shapes, but also you could then use them if you were inky. So you've got this starburst here, you've got some stars that you can draw in. This one here, for example, you could ink it one way, rotate it, ink it another, rotate it.
That's nice.
And just using 2 or 3 different coloured inks. So it was really important for me, you know, that, that happened. I know it sounds silly, but I wanted them to be, again, to cross over to everything. Me to be able to doodle, you to be able to ink. They take pastes beautifully. And then this one here, again, I got my dirty one. And I know people are going to laugh when I say this is a dirty one.
I was going to say.
It's a clean crafter.
I've eaten off dirty, cleaner plates, not. Look at
that. But then this one, I wanted to take elements. So you could just use, if you were doodling, just use small elements on a pattern and repeat it. And that would then give you your design. But you've got other elements that you can easily draw around, but again, use them with pastes and whatever you wanted. And then finally, this one called This Way, That Way. You've got, again, I've got banners that I can doodle in, I've got circles, I've got the chevron designs, but they're all inkable. You know, you can all use them with lotions and potions. I couldn't think of the words for it.
No, that's good. Look, just while you mentioned that, let me just highlight what you just mentioned there. You went straight about with colours and inking. This one stood out, and you'll understand why when you see it straight away.
That's Brian's.
Because, I mean, these are just fabulous, and these are all from the stencils then, that we're looking at. But look at that. That is fabulous. And again, just mixing these out to get that right around for you as well. But you can see how all these, they are beautiful stencils, aren't they?
So you can, that one's obviously, I know we can go grungy and we can go dark and we can go really inky, but that is just putting 3 little bits of ink down with a blending tool, and I haven't really blended, and then going over in the same colour with the stencil, so you can create that inky look very, very simply and quickly. And then that is the stencil that I've turned into a card front.
That's brilliant, that.
And it's just using the chevron, the flower pattern and a bit of the leaf, and that then now becomes a card front.
It's their way to go, isn't it, for that?
It is sort of
but you mentioned again grungy and pretty. I mean, just look at that. That's from those stencils. That is stunning.
And then all I've done is stamp some of the flowers and cut them out, and I think there's 1 or 2 stamped elements, but it was so you could embrace whatever your crafting style is.
Yeah.
If it's wild and wacky colours, go for it.
Yeah.
If it's more subtle and muted, you can still do it that way as well, if that
Fabulous.
makes sense.
Fabulous. Yeah, no,
She
please,
says.
please carry on. I just wanted to highlight those moments that you've said.
But, so, I mean, like I said, I draw mandalas, I love mandalas, and this is actually a mandala drawn out with the stencil. So all of these part here are on the this and that way stencil, and I've taken the little petal in there, drawn it round, and then I've just taken the arrow from this and that to make out my starting point, and then where you've got the circles from here, I've used them to create all the mandala shape, all the patterns from there. You've got the smaller circles in there if you want to use a smaller. The chevron here is from the chevron in there that I've actually just drawn in and then just created it going smaller and smaller and smaller. So you can create, you know, patterns like this if that's what you want to do. However, let's move, I've got journals everywhere.
Wow.
However, you can then go to something like this, which is the black and white. If I turn it the right way around, sorry. I've
Still look good that way round, apart from the right, apart from perfectly imperfect.
That's homage to Lynette Jasper.
The irony.
But yeah, but this now is the same pattern, but just done in black, done in the white pen, and I've used blue and silver on there, and it's again using the stencils to create that. But then you can take that design and you can then take it and you can do exactly the same, but that's now on a card front. So, you know, you don't have to just use it for your journaling. You can use the stencil design and make it into a card front if that's what you wanted to do. I mean, that's a little bit busier, but then change the colours. And again, it's exactly the same. I've got a demo for this for tomorrow to show how to do that as well.
Lovely.
But then the stencils, this is now going through texture paste and through sprays and through mediums. I've got texture paste on here. I've got crackle gel from Pretty Gets Gritty. So the stencils will do all of that if you want them to do that, and you'll still get. And even though those leaf designs look like they, you know, will move, as you can see with the stencil paste there, with the leaves, the shape is still there.
Yeah.
Obviously, you've got to go a little bit slower, and I would go up with the leaf so you don't move it, but you can do that. And then I've simply brought in some of the stamps and some of the circles, so you know you can take it wherever you want to take it. So this journal is well loved, bless it. But then so that now again with the stencils, and that's now a bigger page. This is one of the videos that will be, if YouTube stops arguing with me, on there, and this is a step-by-step, and I show you how I create this step-by-step, and then that in turn will then create a card similar to that. Does that make sense, sort of thing? And that was, I wanted it to be able to, this might not be your thing, but making smaller patterns on cards to give away or whatever would be. And then, obviously, I do like my journal. I love patterns. And let's grab a piece of card. She says, so we can see that. Now, this is the surround stamped 3 times.
That's a great idea, like that. I love that.
And then all I've done is cut around the edge on my journal. This is an A4 journal. So
it feels almost planetary when you see it with the background, I mean, the back behind it, yeah.
Then it depends on what colours you did. If you did yellow and pink, it changes. But so this is a starting point for, this is a whole A4 sheet of, well, you can see that's an A4 piece of black card behind. So that's a whole book done there. Now, I can go in and bring the stamps and add more detail in afterwards if I wanted to, or I could leave it just as is. But in the same way, this is the Pattern Parade, just stamped 3 times. And again, I've just cut around the edge, so I can now layer my patterns on top of each other. So again, you can create really quick, effective journal pages. It looks like you've done a lot more work on your background than you actually have. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because you've done the work for us there now, you see.
Yeah, I have.
That's a year of planning right there.
Yeah, but then this is the circle together. Sorry, I always stamp in grey, not black, when I'm doing in my journals. And so this is now stamped twice. So I've gone once that way and once that way. I've cut around the edge again and just added some of the accessory stamps in on top. And suddenly you've now got another full journal page which you can colour and then personalise as you want, and there's no, you know, real layering, and that was important, you know, that everybody could do something of themselves and their style of craft, because we all craft differently.
Yeah, of course, absolutely.
And I just wanted it to be, if it then leaped you into a different style of craft.
I think, you know what, it's been a just lovely way of just sort of seeing and the explanation. I mean, we've not in a demo. It's been 25 minutes, everybody, and we've had no demo. But you know what? There's been a real insight there, and I think we needed to have that explanation to see what you can actually achieve with this. Lou, I'll tell you what we'll do. I was going to go through everything because I've not even said the item number yet. I've not even gone through the savings and what you're looking at. I know you got your free gift with purchase in here, but if you are looking at all of this together, it is a fantastic bundle. Lou, as you would expect, is never going to do a job, you know, only halfway through. This has taken a year, as Lou was talking about, and we all know from watching the demonstrations from Lou in the past how creative and how magical when you're bringing all those elements that Lou's talked about, you know, and putting it together in a set here that gives you your stencils, your dies, your wonderful stamps. You've got instant backgrounds you can work with. You can take them even smaller and just parts use those, of course, creating an extended, making those wonderful mandalas through all of those. That you can work with your texture paste as well. Your wonderful way of working with colours or just in black and white. There's something in here for everybody. Now, we have mentioned the stencils have already gone individually. The only way to get those as part of it. But let's be honest about this. It's a one-day special. It was always going to be very special anyway, because it's Lou's very first one of being designed by herself. And that's why it's a collective. And it's all of that. And as you are getting that a special, free with purchase, it beautifully finishes off with the collection, as you can sort of see him working with that. This is $14.99 on its own. You're getting that free. If you make your purchase with this, you're saving £30 on your one-day special. So it's gone down from a triple figure of £114.92 to £84.92. And then we're spreading that cost over 2 payments. So it's all of that to start with for just £42.46 on that. Now, the item number you're going to need is 322911. I will tell you, it is so busy, and quite rightly as well. There's a lot of work that's got into this. Make sure you get these into your basket right now, with 45% of the stock gone and not even a demonstration yet. So that is coming up. We're going to see Lou at her best, of course, there working with her designs for us. Now, we've also got for you, oh, there we go, the whole collection that you're looking at working with. Now, we've also got the work with your papers that we have, your paper kits that will come together really nicely. Now, of course, you'll remember that on those stamps, you have got, of course, those wonderful circles with the stamping themselves. We have got the kit that's going to work in hand with these as well. Now, these, of course, are your Dolly Dimple papers that you got. You're going to be getting your pack of ivory card. That's in there. Approximately 80 sheets in with your ivory card you're working with. I think that's 37 by 12.2 centimetres that we're looking at for those, of course. Then we've also got the smaller ivory. That's 20 sheets of the smaller ivory, and that is your 10 by 12. There we go. I've got your smaller, and that's your larger, just so you can sort of see in comparison. There we go. That's your larger. That's your small. And then you're also going to be getting, maybe you do want to go down the planetary style, you're going to be getting all of your wonderful circle cutouts to go with those. Lots of different assortments of colours and sizes to be working with. All of those are mixed in there, but all of that is just $14.99. 361670. But perfect again for those to carry on with lots of those that you saw those with those stamps in that particular collection. Now, the other great thing, and I think that Lou should give us a little bit of a narration with this, because we were talking, because Lou has done all these wonderful papers for you, all designed by Lou herself. You've got your printed paper, you're getting your card kits, which I'll show you as well. 35 sheets in total, including, we've got a white version and the opposite again with our sentiments. You're going to be getting 15 sheets of card in here, by the way. That's 300 GSM as well, and plus another 20 sheets of your printed paper, and that's 120 GSM. Now, let me just show a couple of these with the papers, because you've made these themselves. This with the jelly plate you've been working with?
Most of them with a jelly plate or a spritzy background. And I understand me taking a piece of white card and starting from a white space isn't daunting, but sometimes to create an inky background can be daunting. So all of these are either jelly plate printed or they're inky backgrounds on a jelly plate. But they're all a starting point for you to then take your stamps and take them just that little bit further. So you've now got an inky background, stamp a portion of the stamp on, and suddenly you've got your background and then your stamp layers. Cut that in half, and that suddenly, with one bit of stamp on, you know, so you've got all of those different... It was important that everybody could have a starting point, or even a colour reference, or look within the designs and see how you know, how things have been made or the patterns have been made, and layered on top of each other.
They're fabulous, these, Lou.
There's some darker ones, there's some lighter ones, and you know. You'll see some of the stamped images from the collection already in there, so that will give you a little bit of a starting point, that going around the edges in similar colours to create and, you know, enhance the background further. Or you've got plain, that's 3 colours there, cut that down the middle.
I love these.
And that was a jelly print, I can tell you that now.
But do you know what? They look fab, they really do.
And it was to give you that starting point, that leap from the white paper, I mean, as a library, as a reference point, even if you wanted to, about how we all layer up colour, how we do a little bit of composition. You know, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I also, when I mentioned card, I don't think I did it a service, because you have got your card in there, 300 GSM, but you've done your tags and you've done your circles as well.
And I've done tags. I know tags are not everybody's thing. I love a tag, and I'll put a tag on a card as well. But they're all a starting point. So you've got a background there that you could just stamp on, or, you know, you could look at what's already stamped, the images in there, and or if not, just put a sentiment or keep it as a reference point.
Absolutely.
Stamp half a stamp on there, and it's changed. And the circles were done as, obviously, because we've got lots of circles in the stamps.
Yeah.
But you can stamp in those and cut them out, and they will fit most layering dies, I checked. You know, and die cut them out if that's what you want to, but they also match the circles in the paper, the other card kit, as mat and layers as well.
Right.
And then I love strips. When I do jelly plate printing, people often say, what do you do? And if you just take strips of your jelly plate prints and just put them on a card and a sentiment, or even a simple flat, it suddenly changes it.
Let's mention those sentiments you talked about there, Lou, as well, because you've got the same again. So do what makes your soul shine, and then you've got that in with the white text and the black, and then you've got the opposite again with the white background, and you've got them in the black. So you're getting the same sentiments there, but in different versions. Yeah, you're getting 2 of these again to work with, which is, I mean, this is a brilliant pack. I mean, the fact, all credit to our designer. I don't know who designed these. Oh, there we go. Which is praise again, as I said, for all of this, Lou. But really useful. In fact, can I just show some examples, and as you talk through that you mentioned, and they really do stand out, by the way, those the sentiments, don't they?
They do. And so, I mean, these are samples. So that's the stamp on one of the background papers. And with a few accent stamps and one of the sentiments in the middle. So suddenly you've got your inky background, a really looks like a detailed layering of stamps there, and it helps people, you know, to take that, be braver, take that next step. You know, and gradually do it bit by bit, and you know, you'll start creating by yourself.
That paper. That's lovely.
So the backing paper, the stamp, a little bit of colouring, and one of the sentiments from the stamp set.
That's nice. Problems are not stop signs; they are guidelines. Yeah, there's lovely sentiments in here as well. Part of these. All of them is our tag.
And there's the tag. So that's one of the tags. But look, that's just been stamped on. And a sentiment, and suddenly the tag or the backing paper is a starting point for you to then create. But that one I love.
That's great.
That is the strips.
That looks brilliant.
That is the strips with a little bit of stamping and a sentiment. I think that one is one of Shona's, and that is just superb. And that's how I do a lot of my jelly plate prints.
That's
I must say a huge thank you to everybody. I will name them all shortly. But then again, you've got the big pattern parade on a backing paper, very simple. So it looks like you've done all the layering with the stamping, and you've done an inky background as well, and it's flat.
I like to think of it as your project, whatever you create with this. I'd say you're working in partnership with Lou. It's a project that Lou and yourself have done together. I think that's how you should look at it, because honestly, there's so much work that's been done in these again, but they are going to look fabulous. It's £11 saving on that. I do say go for it while we've got it for you. Also, if you're buying just a paper pad to start with, don't forget you will get your free gift with purchase. You're going to get that set of stamp as well that's on there. That's worth £14.99 as well. 329887. Yeah, do go for those. There's so much on there for you. Oh, Charmaine has emailed in, by the way. Let's find out what's... A message for Lou. You have smashed it, hun. Now relax. P.S. Oh, can you send Steve to help pack the orders, all right? Is that all right? We should do that. Now, you've heard it from Charmaine as well. Thank you, Charmaine, for getting in touch with us, absolutely. And, again, if you also want to say congratulations, do drop us a message, studio@thecraftstore.com. One lady deserves it, then absolutely Lou does, which is lovely. Lou, what are you going to be showing us? The first is 25 to 7, so what's our first demonstration going to be?
I know, sort of thing.
We've got five to get into this hour as well.
and they're all sitting there waiting as well. But what I wanted to do was start out really quite simply to create a background and layer the stamps up, but to give you an idea of, you know, where you could go. Now, I'm hoping that I make a few mistakes, because I also want to show that we all make mistakes, but there's ways of resurrecting them or changing them or doing something different.
Does it include a butterfly?
That's one of them.
Hey.
If not, a gem.
Ooh.
Or, you know, like a pearl or a button or whatever you want to do.
That's true.
Now, forgive my block. I have cleaned it, but it's got... I use this one for my jelly plate, and it's got acrylic paint on. Yeah, I know. But it doesn't look it, does it?
Did you clean that with more ink?
I've scraped away loads of it. You wouldn't have seen the stamp underneath it. Now, if this is a big stamp, by all means put it in your stamping platform. I'm going to show away in a moment with your stamping platform. So I'm using now oxides rather than a black outline, and I'm just going to sit there. So I'm hoping I might have missed bits or missed inked, because I just want to show different ways. So picking the ink you use makes a difference. Oh, wow. Typical, isn't it? It didn't work that time. Yeah. But then that's my background there. I'm just going to quickly heat set it because I want to layer on top. So now, suddenly, when you change the outline from black to a coloured outline, the design isn't too daunting. I think we get into a habit with ourselves of always using black. And that's even us demos, but that's because we want it to stand out on air, if that makes sense. Yeah, and it does stand out more. And then all I want to do is I just want to bring in some other colours. So I'm going to go for salvage patina. Everybody says savage, don't they? And then all I want to do is I'm just going to bring in, this is the dot from the same stamp set from the to go there, and all I'm going to do now is just randomly stamp a few of the dots, and I'm not worried if it's not perfect. Half of background building should be enjoy it. And I know that sounds easy for me to say, but it is enjoy it and have a little bit of fun with it.
I just love it with those colours you just put on there, that's it. I mean, this is what I mean, what you were mentioning earlier on, Luke. You can be as minimalist with this as you want.
Yeah.
And it just looks lovely.
So I've just done a dot, and then this one is from the same stamp set, and I'm just going to put this in here in the same colour, and all I'm doing now, very simply, is building up the design. I can see where everything is going, so I can add to it, I can take away from it, so I can then, let's have a think, what am I going to do with this one? You know, I'm going to come, so I could go opposite and go down, so over stamp. So I've now got that going there. We've got in the same stamp, we've got a smaller one. I've got all my stamp blocks out, you know, just in case.
Well, I'm sure we'll use them.
These are clean, bar the broken ones. But so now we've got a smaller version, so I can now suddenly I'm elongating the design. So now I can fill up a whole A5 sheet. I don't have to. I can keep the design smaller. So now all I'm doing is just like thinking where I want to put things, and I've just now elongated the design so it's filling up more of the page. And one of the things I wanted to do was I've got a point there and a point there. So if you didn't want to do all the length bits that I've done, you could cut your card down at that point and that looks like then the whole of this is hanging from that part there.
Yes.
Alternatively, I'm just going to quickly flip it round. If you cut it where those 3 lines are there, it looks like everything then's hanging from those 3 lines. Does that make sense?
Yes, yeah.
She says there was a certain amount of, you know, planning.
I think there's been a lot of method in the madness here for this.
And then all I'm doing is taking one of the circles from the surround, and I'm just going to go where the blue circle is, and I'm just now doing pink. So I'm trying, you know, I'm doing subtle colours, because it doesn't have to be bold and bright if that's not what you want to do. And there she now drops it on there, but then I said I wanted to make a mistake, so that is cool.
I'll get a gem ready.
Yeah, that's a bit bigger a mistake for a gem. And then we've got a smaller one. So all I'm doing now is just highlighting. So I've used 4 or 5 stamps, and the background looks more layered.
It doesn't take long, does it, to build up, though,
so that's now my background. Now, I've got this bit here. I'm going to move the inks because I am dreadful for putting my hands in or an elbow or something in. And because this is an oxide, now I can watercolour this out.
Oh.
And suddenly I can now make it part of the background. I can now, because these are slightly wetter, I can bring out... So if I'd smudged my outline, you can suddenly bring it all... So don't worry if you... So if you think about the inks you're using...
Yeah.
If you make a smudge and they're a dye base that you can watercolour out, I can now carry on, you know, building and do it from there.
Got you.
From that point, she says, let's file you.
Now,
so
look.
I've just now brushed those out.
Did you just get that one that's on that outer circle? Did you get that just by carrying on that technique you were just doing then?
Just doing that there and watercolouring it all the way round, and that's all I've done. That is the only watercolouring I've done with a water brush. The rest, I haven't made it complicated like we've done here. Yeah, just carry it on. So you know you could bring in when the ink is wet, so you can do nice and subtle.
That's a
and
lovely technique, that.
And then suddenly you've added a little bit of simple shading. So I can take it from there. Let's file you, and then if I put it now on a pretend card base.
This is not where Shady Designs came from, is it?
No. Shady Design.
Tell us where Shady Designs came from, Lou.
Shady Designs came from because I like rap music.
I love this.
And so then Lynette Jasper was joking one day, and she said, "I'll say Shady by a certain," and it carried on from there, and hence it became Sims Shady. And then it carried on because I wanted to not be out in doing this or showing it off. I wanted to stay in the shade, and that's how Shady Designs came about.
I think it's brilliant. I love that story behind that with the real Shady stamp forward. I think that's brilliant. Yeah, that's great. Oh, got to hit that milestone. Well done.
Okay.
Half the stock in the first hour of a one-day special has already gone. So it's supposed to last until 6 p.m. tomorrow. But you know, we'll deal with that as it comes through. But I just want to make sure you know where you're hitting these milestones and check the clock when you did it, because it doesn't happen every day, I can tell you.
Thank you.
Well done indeed.
Thank you, everyone.
Well done. Sorry to interrupt. Sorry.
Oh no, go for it. So I've got this design here, so I can leave it from there. So now what I have done is, because you didn't need to see me stamp and cut out lots of things, so I have had a bit of fun stamping and cutting out some different things. So now we've got these elements here. So I've done the blue as a focal point for me, and now I can suddenly put that blue there as a reference. I want to put a flower. So I've done some flowers coloured in, some plain. And now you can soften the background design to the way you want it to look, like that, and the flowers are in there. Suddenly then, if I put in the leaf and I've stamped it in the same colours, and I put 1 or 2 leaves behind what looks like a very in-your-face stamp, now changes the way it looks because of the ink colours.
I was going to say, I think you mentioned if it had been done in black.
It's more, it stands out just that little bit more. So I've got rid of my card now that I did it in the black. I'm trying to find one. So for example, I put it around the back there. It's on the floor. I'll have to go and claim it. You know, when she goes, is it in here? No, it is on the back.
I'm looking for some as well now.
But so now suddenly changing the colours of it, it does, so now all I need is a sentiment on there. I'm just going to put my hand in my pot of sentiments and just grab one. There we go. So you are today's favourite moment. So now I can put my sentiment wherever I want it to go. It can go across there. It could go across the top. Matte and layer it in the craft to match. And you've got yourself a totally different looking card. But by simple stamping, you've got a really quick background. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, yeah, it does.
Now, saying that then, so we've got the circles on the kit, and the reason I wanted the circles was...
yeah.
I'm not going to say... Sometimes I keep saying the same word. I need to think of a new word by 8 o'clock. But cutting images down is a little bit tricky. So if you've got the circle here, all I've done was I've taken the stamp, and if I grab the stamp back in again, and that's the quickest way to show you, and I've just literally stamped that centre part there, and if I put the circle on the top, I'm going to put that there, and I've got a tissue just to hold it down. I've now got a smaller image, a smaller version, and the stamp then totally looks different again, and ink it round. So I did that, and all I've done is exactly the same. I've got the same colours, and I've just added the blue, and as you can see the pink that I did from this background here. Let's move you out of the way.
Right, yeah.
And so now if you wanted to upscale it, I can either put the leaves back on there and it matches the same pattern, or you can now, because you're going to cover it, the leaves could suddenly go into a totally different angle, and you've now changed the background again. So you could layer that on there, but then my flowers, instead of being on the other rings, can still go around there, and you know, I could add that on there. And then so the card now has totally changed just by adding that circle. And having the circles there, it narrows the image down straight away, rather than you having to think about, oh, how am I going to, you know, make it a smaller piece? Which bit do I crop? Which bit do I keep? Which bit do I bin? The circle there is you can then put it wherever you want to put it, and that's why they are in there amongst there. Right.
Are they all the different? Do they all match up with the size of those circles?
No, some of the circles are smaller.
Right.
So there's lots, and there's different colours in there. So there's black, there's blue, there's a cream, there's white, there's silver. So if you then stamped that with a clear embossing and even put a silver embossing powder on the top, it's changed the design. Again.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you could actually, a bit like Julia was doing her technique earlier tonight, you know, where she did the silver paper and then the silver embossing.
Yes.
You could still do that, sort of, but now you've got a more layered look with it. Yeah, does that make sense?
I'll make sure people got the details for those if you want to go for that kit with the circles. They're $14.99, 361 670, because you're going to get the ivory as well that's in there, isn't it? We've got for you. So very quickly as well, just want to pass on some more messages for Val and Kerry. Have also emailed in and say congratulations.
Oh, thank you, everyone.
Was that Paola?
I know Paola, look.
Pamela has also been in touch as well, and congratulations. Anita, thank you for getting in touch as well. So has Susan. Maggie has also been in touch as well. Dawn. Julia's there in the studio giving you private applause as well. Paola has also emailed in. Look. She said, have you got that £5 you owe me? Oh, no, it wasn't that one. It was... Oh, the collection is phenomenal. You deserve all of the success as well. You can see your talent oozing through the drawing. Go girl as well. I'm giving a big shout out to everyone. My lovely Paola as well that's watching in. Thank you, Paola. Thank you, everybody. Everyone is tuned in to sort of see. It's a first. It's a milestone, isn't it? It's lovely to achieve. You're well deserved of these comments.
Oh, thank you. It was just... It's making it... Everybody then can get braver with their next step. Now, I selfishly asked for the strips in there. Charmaine's partner, Robbie, was just like, what does she want strips for? But I love 7x5 cards. I've migrated from a square card now to 7x5. And all I've done is taken one of those large strips and I've just cut it in half.
Oh, OK.
And what I'm doing on the stamp platform is... Now, you could put a piece of tape there if you don't want it to move. I just quite like the idea that this is going to be organic, for want of a better expression. And what I want to do is I want to take the stamp this time, and I'm going to roughly eyeball it in place because it's got ink on it, and I didn't think about drying the ink. You know, when you just go, let's wipe my fingers.
Well, you're a designer now, it's all right, don't worry.
And let's stick it down, and then I'll turn the card over. So it works, right, okay, because I can't have that inky mess. I would normally watercolour it out, if I'm being honest. If I was at home, I wouldn't do this. I would just go, watercolour it out. So I want to stamp the stamp down. I'm just going to clean my fingers. And so I cut the card now straight away in half. And where I was saying about sometimes, where would you cut an image down? So if you take 2 bits of card, now this could be a square, this one could have been the 7x5 that I'm doing. And I stamp this across the 2 bits like that.
Right.
So we can do it that way. Again, if I miss something, because I'm using the oxides, watercolour it out and make it look like it's soft. You know, you were going for the soft look that day, sort of thing, you know, like that.
Oh, well, if people
So
at home
now
are going,
I've got
yeah,
my
I agree.
background here, so if I take these away, as I said, I've missed stamping there, and I would just watercolour those out. So if we move that and remove that, let's move the platform out of the way. So now I've got 2 different cards. That's the part there. I've now got 2 different card fronts. If I flip it around, I've got now one going that side and one going that side, or alternatively, they both go that way. I can then do the technique that I was doing before, and I can just bring in 1 or 2 of the colours, and I can carry on building the design as I did before, elongate it. So, but now I could change each one of these and bring in other stamps. And let's have a look. So I'm now making this longer or taller. This one I've decided what we'll do is we'll make this one go this way for a change. Because we can. I'm just going to now make a... So I can now, you know, radiate it out if I wanted to.
You can see how useful those are going to become, those smaller elements to those stamps.
And they are, and they're easy stamps, if you know, to build up. And like I said, I will be using them at 8 o'clock to show you how you can then create mandalas with them and everything like that.
That's with Adam at 8.
So now
Brilliant.
I'm just doing the same stamping technique, and they now become, with the, you see, the strips then when folded in half become 7x5 cards. So that then sits on there like that. So we go on a step further, and you then get cards that then look like that. So they're exactly the same designs that I started from there, you know, as I was layering everything up. But so that's the whole design there. And because I did it on 2 separate sheets straight away, you've got 2 different designs. So, and it looks like 2 different stamp sets automatically, but it is actually that whole design in one